Volume 5. 257 at a loss. The wind ruffled my hair on the balcony. Looking at the buildings in the distance, I asked, "Are the both of you really leaving?" Song Lu and Yu Liang looked at each other, not saying a thing. I turned around to face them. "Since you made such an offer, I don't have any right to ask either of you to stay." Song Lu walked up, giving Piercer to me. "Shen, I'll be frank with you. I'd be lying if I said I didn't harbor some sort of hatred towards you, but you should know that I've always treated you like a real sister. I'd never have thought that things would turn out this way, but if I don't leave with him now, I don't know how else I'm going to survive here." Yu Liang also stepped forward. "There are some things that I might not be able to tell you, ever. As for those particular secrets of the split zone that I happen to know, let me bring them with me. It might be better for you this way. Apart from saying thank you, I don't know how else I can repay you for making the deal with Du and agreeing to work with her against Du in exchange for letting us leave. Shen, to be honest, we are no longer our old selves. We might think that nothing has changed, but things have, and even if we thought things did change, that might not exactly be the case either. Well, anyway, take care of yourself." I smiled. Yu Liang was a man of few words in the past. I didn't know you could be so chatty now. After that day, I promised to work with Du to go against Du. Firstly, because she promised me that she'd send Song Lu and Yu Liang back. Secondly, Du also promised to tell me the secret of the split zone. This particular condition enticed me, and I agreed with Du without heeding Si Luo's objections. Si Luo did not say much, seeing how resolute I was. Instead, he said that he'd stay as well. Judging from his past attitude, he would never have worked with Du. He must have had his reasons for doing so if he had decided to stay. Song Lu and Yu Liang did not say much after learning that they could leave the split zone. They did not tell me about what happened during this time even though I expected them to, nor did they share any useful information with me. They had chosen to retreat in this way. Many things have happened, and I had no right to expect everyone to treat me like they did before. In fact, I've realized that there was no real evil here in the split zone ever since what happened to Yuji, and there was no real good here either. The world would come to an end if humans weren't selfish. I remembered the loyalty that Song Lu and Yu Liang had towards me, and I could only imagine all the pain and torture they had to go through during this time. There are some things which could change an individual forever, and that included destroying their loyalty to someone. I didn't do anything to let them down. Though I wasn't able to protect them and save them in time, that couldn't be considered as letting them down. Even though it wasn't a mistake on my part, I still hated myself for it. The distance between us widened just like this. They've chosen to leave so abruptly because I know that they've had enough of being embroiled in these things in the split zone. The last bit of love that they might still be protecting might end up getting destroyed if they even stay for an extra second here. When they met again, the both of them did not look at each other, nor did they express any wishes to be back with each other again. But when they realized that they were able to leave together, the both of them stood by each other automatically, as if nothing had happened. They chose to stay together on this path towards the future instead of dwelling on what happened in the past. This is true love, and it was also self-love. Maybe I cared less now that Niazun and Gao Qingji were gone. I just knew that I was fine with letting the people around me leave because I had no right to make them stay. Okay, no need for further explanation. I understand everything. You will bring your corresponding soul splitters here soon? Go back to the real world and live well. I hope you'll be able to find each other soon when you arrive back in the real world, so that you'll be able to spend the rest of your days together. A strong wind blew past us and Song Lu's curly hair flew across her face, obscuring her features. She took me in a gentle embrace, like that time when we were on the roof at the Western District's residence. I'm sorry, Shen. I closed my eyes and I wanted to say something, but I remained silent in the end. I forced myself to smile and slowly detached myself from her hug. I held her hand as I said, "Go on. I'll send you." I grabbed the both of them and jumped off the building. After you removed the spatial restrictions, the rail gate of heaven was revealed. It looked just like any other second-tier city. It had everything, except that there were fewer people around. Do you brought with her two individuals who were tied up? I was stunned as I got a better look at the two. They were very familiar. One of them was a pale teenage boy who had an indifferent look on him, while the other was a young female who was wearing a pair of sexy black stockings. These were the two soul splitters we met in the Gate of Ghost. The woman was bullying that boy, and I wanted to help out, but the boy decided to swallow his pride and let the arrogant woman have her way. This world was full of coincidences. Both of them were thrown onto the ground. The boy seemed to have an inkling of what was going on, but he looked indifferent as usual. The female, however, looked terrified. The boy recognized me with just one look. "Hi, we meet again." That did not sound like what a young teenage child would have said at all. Song Lu asked in shock, "The two of you know each other?" I nodded. "We've met once." Do you smirked? "How coincidental." I looked at her. It is. The world is just full of coincidences. Is this just a mere coincidence, though? Or did you plan everything? Do you raised a brow? I don't have such good foresight. Oh, is that so? You found Song Lu and Yu Liang's soul splitters just so you can use this as a bargaining chip when making a deal with me. With that kind of foresight, you're telling me you couldn't have planned such a tiny occurrence? Do you glanced at the two individuals on the ground? Why would I plan for these two to have a fight in front of you? That doesn't sound like it benefits me at all, does it? I smiled. A person who's rotten to the bone might not do things that merely benefit her. She might have done it just to make somebody she hates unhappy, that's all. Actually, you didn't do anything. Part of it is definitely coincidence, because the both of them appeared at the same time. You just used a little MF to make that female hit the boy, and you knew that I would have stepped up to help. You did it to make me remember the two of them, because I won't be happy when they might face death because of me someday in future. Even though I've only met them once, it can still be seen as me bringing death upon them. Do you nodded in appreciation? You're right. I couldn't plan for the both of them to appear in the Gate of Ghost at the very same time. But I did make it so that they would have left an impression on you. You got it right too, because I thought you would save that boy, and that would have created some sort of relationship between the both of you from then on. I thought it'd be interesting to see you being anxious for him if Song Lu undid the split symbol contract with him and he wasn't able to find a new heir. She looked at the boy as she paused for a short moment, disgust apparent in her eyes. It's just that I didn't expect for him to be that strong. He didn't need your help at all. What an annoying brat. It's no wonder soul splitters with low MF are all merely trash. I see that your view of hierarchy hasn't changed at all. In your eyes, everyone who isn't strong enough is equivalent to trash, even if they were your soul splitter comrades. Are you that noble yourself, do you? In my eyes, I think you're dirtier and lower than they are. My words were laced with sarcasm. Do you wasn't angered? She lifted a leg and kicked the boy towards Song Lu. Then let me see if it's me, a lowly soul splitter, or if it's this trash who's going to face impending death today. Song Lu was being put in a rather difficult position as she looked at me. I looked down at the boy and asked, "Do you fear death?" The boy looked right back at me as he answered, "There's nothing more I wish for than death after having been here for so long." Do you think I'll fear it? Why did he have to answer like this? This made me wish that he didn't have to die. I turned to Song Lu and Yu Liang. Go on now. Don't hesitate anymore. Song Lu was in a dilemma, but Yu Liang took his splitting key and inserted it into the split symbol on the woman. Seeing Yu Liang do that, Song Lu inserted her splitting key with trembling hands into the boy's split symbol. Two rays of bright light appeared as Song Lu and Yu Liang's bodies began turning transparent. I thought they would have some last words, but Son Lu only looked back at me with sorrowful eyes before she was gone. I guess I might have that same urgency to leave when it was my turn too. Didn't I always have a chance to leave since my soul splitter was Gaoqin Jui? I realized that this parting was real only when Son Lu and Yu Liang's figures had totally disappeared. It didn't happen without any warning. It was just that one would still be at a loss even after spotting the telltale signs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258. Volume 5. 258 Boy and Girl. The two soul splitters who had their split symbol contracts undone didn't look any different. However, according to Si Luo's predictions, their conditions would start deteriorating quickly without a new heir since they had low MF. The ropes on them loosened with a quick movement of Du Yu's fingers. The boy stood up and dusted himself. When I wasn't paying attention, the boy turned quickly as he focused all his MF and used it to attack the woman's exposed split symbol. The woman in the black stockings screamed with wide eyes, "What are you doing?" But her screams were drowned by the sound of her body shattering into a million pieces. The boy had used up all his strength and he was aging rapidly now. It was just like what happened to Huan Chang when we got him out of that glacier in the demon cave. The boy was panting continuously. I walked over to him slowly as I looked at that rapidly aging face. You. Surprise turned into a smirk on Du Yu's face. Focusing all your MF to attack someone on their split symbol when they're at their weakest to crumble their consciousness? What a barbaric method. But you're so weak that the effects backfired on you too, huh? I shot a sharp look at Du Yu, but the boy grabbed my hand. I know you. You're a good person. I've had enough of being a soul splitter. Your world is great. You want to go back. You didn't let me down. All the insults from before, I've taken my revenge on my own. I'm going now. I'm not going to drag you with me. You have to leave this place. Everyone here is a demon. His body then started to break into pieces. Du Yu smirked coldly and started to make her way away from here, as if such a scene would mar her eyes. Before leaving, she said, "Come to the Palace of Cold Blood to look for me after this is done." Seeing Du Yu leave, the boy left a key in my hands. "Keep this, you," he shattered into a million pieces of light before he could finish. I looked down at the key in my hand. It was golden and it looked tinier than a splitting key. I didn't know what it did, but I tucked it safely with me. I had gotten a new dress, and Piercer was back in my hands, but there were less people around me. No, I should be saying that there was no one left beside me now. Jiao S was with Si Luo all the time. I saw Si Luo as I was making my way back to the Palace of Cold Blood. Jiao S was not by his side. "You have something to say to me in private?" I looked around for a place to sit, but there didn't seem to be any benches in sight. "We might just have to stand like this. I've been getting lazy these days." I didn't want to stand, nor did I want to do anything else. I seemed to have returned to those days when Li Qing went missing and I just took on the role of the Western District Commander. During that time, all I did was stay indoors or practice the bow and nothing else. It's nothing actually. I just wanted to tell you more about Gaoqin. Mentioning Gaoqin Jui, I was reminded of that slap he gave me. I looked away in slight frustration. "What is it?" Si Luo grabbed my hand and placed it against his chest. This took me by surprise. I looked up at those beautiful silvery eyes of his and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed unreal when a beautiful person locked eyes with you like this. Since the beginning of time, humans had always been weak against beautiful things. "What are you doing?" "Shoo," his lips moved. I then realized that a scene had begun playing in front of me, as if I was watching some sort of video. It was a waterfall. A bright-eyed youth and a young girl with emotionless eyes were trying to control the water at the waterfall. Both of them were trying to change the speed of the water with MF, but it was too difficult for either of them. The water splashed onto them, wetting their faces, their hair and their clothes. The both of them were panting after a while. The boy stared at the girl angrily before he grabbed the air with a fist. He held a circular ball of water in his hand and threw it towards the girl. The girl's soulless eyes turned bright suddenly. Making a cross with her hands, 2 pillars of water shot towards the boy. Seeing this, the boy clapped his hands and a pillar of water emerged from the waterfall. I'm asking the both of you to work together to change the direction of the flow of water. I didn't ask you to fight each other, Luo said as he appeared behind them. The silvery white in his eyes seemed to move, and those pillars of water lost its forms as it splashed everywhere. All 3 of them were splashed with the water and their faces shone brightly under the sun. The boy said angrily, "She isn't even from the split zone. She's only here when she's dreaming. Why are you being so nice to her?" The girl spoke coldly, "Are you his only disciple? We're supposed to learn how to control air currents together. Why are you always treating me like this?" Luo cut them off. "That's enough now. Aren't you guys hungry?" Their eyes shone at this and the 2 of them stopped bickering. A sweet smile appeared on Luo's beautiful face. "Go over there, I have something good for you. But you'll have to continue practicing after eating. The both of you haven't gotten it right because you didn't manipulate the MF accurately enough while trying to control the water. After you're done with your meal, I'll..." They were gone before Luo could finish. Turning around, he saw the boy and girl rush over to a huge boulder where their meal was waiting. A mesmerizing smile then appeared on his sunlit face. I retracted my hand quickly. I asked in shock, "This is..." Luo smiled and nodded at me. "Yes, you already know the answer. What you've just seen is the Jiao's and Gaoqingji of the past." I was stunned. I stood rooted to the ground, speechless. Lifting my hand slowly, I put it against Luo's chest again as if possessed by some sort of otherworldly power. A scene started playing in front of me. It wasn't a continuation of the previous one. This time, it was night. Luo and Gaoqingji were both lying on the grass under a starry sky. Luo's white robe seemed to glow faintly in the night, while Gaoqingji was dressed in black from head to toe, using his hands as a pillow. Both of them looked relaxed as they stared at the stars in the sky. The picture was indescribable. Gaoqingji spoke softly. "See? I like a girl." Luo raised a gentle brow. "Oh, who is it?" Gaoqingji's gaze turned gentle as he answered, "A girl in my dreams." Luo laughed. "From that world. Gaoqing, it's fated that girls from that world can never be with you." Gaoqingji's brows furrowed slightly at Luo's direct answer, but he did not look upset or angry at this. He simply looked a little sad as he said, "This is why I think that it's also good for me to be here looking at her and protecting her like this." I haven't seen that look on him before. My hand that was against Luo's chest began to tremble. Luo seemed to smile under the moonlight as he yawned lazily. "Look at that star in the sky. Everything here is created to imitate that world, including that star. Usually, this star here and the star in that world would never ever meet. But what if this happens? Look." Luo lifted a finger and drew a line in the air. A ray of MF shot from his finger towards the night sky. The trajectory of that star was changed just like this, and it hit another star. Gaoqingji's eyes widened. "Do you understand?" A trace of a smile hung on Luo's lips. The scene changed again. Luo was sitting alone in the forest playing a zither, looking like a handsome music teacher from the ancient times. His slender hands created an enchanting tune. Gaoqingji spoiled the beautiful scene as he ran into it, anxiety and worry on his face. "See, she's in danger. I want to go to that world to save her. Gao Qingjui sounded anxious, and his eyes were full of worry. However, Si Luo was playing his zither like nothing happened. See? Gao Qingjui shouted urgently. Si Luo lifted his head finally, his eyes filled with love. Okay, I can tell you a way. But you're not that good at controlling MF yet. To get that power, you'll have to conquer a weapon that matches that power. Are you willing to do that? Gao Qingjui did not seem to be listening to this at all as he answered, I'm willing, I'm willing. Si Luo plucked a string on his zither. I'm going to take you to conquer the strongest living weapon in the split zone. If you aren't resolute enough and you can't endure pain, you won't be able to do it. Gao Qingjui asked, will I obtain great power after I conquer this living weapon? Is it just like your phone lie? Si Luo smiled as he looked up. Yes. This living weapon is called Shenqi. The prayer of God. It's stronger than phone lie. Are you going to do it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259. Volume 5. 259 Swallowing Pride. A young male lay on the ground. He did not look like himself with all those injuries on his body. His dry lips moved as he spoke in a trembling voice, see. I can still continue. I want to save her. As if electrocuted, I retracted my hand from Si Luo's chest. I looked at Si Luo as I tried to swallow non-existent spit. This is all. It's real. Si Luo said, yes, you've seen it. These are my memories. That girl he was talking about. It's me? Yes. So it's real. We met such a long time ago. I really did love you. You really did love me too. Do you still remember the 3 things you promised? Si Luo looked at me with those silvery eyes which looked like they were filled with white fog. I nodded slowly. I remember. You want me to listen to Gao Qin's wishes, that I should kill him if he wants me to. You want me to take Jiao S away, and you want me to kill you. But there's something I still don't understand. I turned serious. What is it? We're all straightforward people, and we all know this in our hearts. Right now, just like how you guys have proven to me time and again, Gao Qingjui has feelings for me, and you care a lot about Gao Qingjui as well. But this is where the dilemma lies. If Gao Qingjui is more important to you than Jiao S is, instead of getting me to stay here so that I can be by his side forever, why do you want me to kill him? Si Luo's eyes wavered. You're right. I pamper him. This is why I don't want him to end up like me. I don't want you to kill him. What I'm saying is that if he chooses to be killed by you, you should heed his wishes. I don't want him to live like me, it's tiring. I hope that he'll be able to let it go once he thinks it through someday. And that you'll also be able to let him put things behind him if that happens. Si Luo looked at me with ripples in his eyes. Li Xin, Gao Qin's life is fated to be a tragedy. Even if I don't buy into fate, I'm not able to change the course of what's going to happen in his life. All I can do for him is to make it easier for him in the very last moment. I didn't really get this, but I answered, you mean, you think that I'd never be together with him? That his life is fated to be a tragedy and that you can't do anything about that, right? Si Luo smiled gently, but his eyes were still like deep water. Will you be together with him? I did not know what to say to this. You're no ordinary individual. You don't know how resolute you actually are. You met Niezun in the time that you've forgotten Gao Qin, and everyone can see how much you love Niezun. You might be the only one who's trying to hide it from yourself. Even if you remember Gao Qin, you won't let Niezun down. Although the guilt you might feel towards Gao Qin might lead you onto varied paths, you'll realize eventually that it's easy for a change of heart, but it's not easy to take your feelings back. For some reason, that lonely figure of Niazun when he left and that loneliness in his eyes flashed past my mind. I said with indifference, not easy to take my feelings back? But it's a fact that I'd been in love with Gao Qinji once. Since I've remembered what I had previously forgotten, how do you know that I won't get tired of Niazun in this case? Si Luo smiled. You're the only one who knows this. We won't be able to tell what you're thinking no matter how clearly we're able to look at things. Let's go. Jiao S is still waiting for us. I stopped Si Luo just as he began to leave. Why would Jiao S appear in your memories? Judging from her age at the time, Jiao S hadn't arrived in the split zone yet. Si Luo's gaze darkened. She was my dream. But he seemed to suddenly jerk awake from a daydream. He made his way towards the palace of cold blood speedily, as if he was being chased by others. I guess he's not going to tell me what happened between Jiao S and him so easily. Where do you think Gao Qinji and the others would have gone? Si Luo shook his head. I'm no god. I wouldn't know that. Why? You want to get the both of them here and show me how you'd make your choice? What is he even saying? Love isn't the only thing I think about all day, mind you. A trace of a smile seemed to hang on Si Luo's lips. I don't know about the rest, but if it's Gao Qin, there's one person who'd definitely be able to find him. I raised a brow. I don't think that's you, is it? But apart from you, who else would be aware of his actions? A face appeared in my head right after I said this. Si Luo smiled. I'm sure you would have guessed by now. I nodded in surprise. Yes, I've guessed it. The one you're talking about, it should be Guan Ye. But I've never seen him again ever since he regained consciousness after getting hurt that time. I don't even know if he's fully recovered, much less where he is now. It's not important where he is. He'd definitely be protecting Gao Qin in the shadows. I sighed. What difference does it make if Gao Qinji doesn't wish for me to see him again? And even if Guan Ye can find Gao Qinji, I'm not able to find Guan Ye anyway. Oh, right. I turned serious as I suddenly thought of something else. If I don't ask now, I might forget it again. What do you said before? What does it mean that Tao Lai and Rong Jin are the same person? Si Luo gave a bitter smile. Rong Jin's shadow is merely a tactic he uses to hide from others. He is actually Tao Lai. It's just that I wasn't aware of this before. Seems as if Tao Lai had duped his way into Si Luo's circle. Why did he do that though? He didn't have anything against Si Luo, so it was unlikely that he was trying to take revenge. Even though he wasn't friends with Si Luo, they weren't enemies either. They were both soul splitters from the gate of heaven, equivalent somewhat to colleagues in the modern world. Though they might do things which end up hurting each other, who would actually conduct espionage just to listen in on random things. It's possible that he did it just because he was wary of me. For the first time, a look of slight frustration appeared on Si Luo. There seemed to be no plausible explanation for this. I didn't like the feeling of this, so I quickened my pace. If Rong Jin is gone now, I guess Mr. Tao Lai doesn't want to play anymore. Go on, what should I do next? Si Luo caught up with me. If Diyu wants you to work with her, you can observe her for the time being and see what she's planning. I'll help you analyze things as well. Why didn't you leave with Gao Qinji? Si Luo laughed. I thought you wouldn't be asking a lame question like this. What use would it be if I had left with him? Can he leave the split zone for real? If he can't, he'll still end up by my side eventually. I frowned. But you sound like you're contradicting yourself. If he'll return to you eventually, why are you still trying to get me to replace him? I'm not trying to get you to replace him. I want you to help find out what Diyu's real goal is. Now that I think about it, it might have already been fated long ago that this would be some sort of conspiracy. Gao Qin might just be a sacrificial lamb in this conspiracy. Though I've said that his life might be fated to be a tragedy, if I'm able to turn the tables to change that, then there's no way I would let his life turn into a tragedy. What should I do? Don't do anything for now. We'll see what Diyu has up her sleeve. We'll pretend to follow her for now and see what she's planning. She's suspicious of everything. Would she believe that the both of us are agreeable to working with her? I asked with furrowed brows. That's right. Since we're not able to prove our loyalty, we shouldn't be doing anything right now. Let her stew in her suspicion, keep her guessing. Do you plan on staying with her here in the gate of heaven? Are you serious about that? She's so powerful here. If she finds us annoying one day, we might have nobody else to depend on when that happens. Yes. This is why to go against you, we'll need to have her jump into a huge trap on her own instead of inviting her aboard. How about Jiao S? Is she aware of this? Have you told her about all this? She's intelligent and she'll understand even if I don't tell her some things. Even if she doesn't, she'll definitely find a way to understand it. What we should do now is to stay in our places at the Palace of Cold Blood and see what Diyu has up her sleeve. Let's go then. I pointed at the Palace of Cold Blood, which was right in front of us. The Palace of Cold Blood was totally different when we stepped into it again. It was a big hall previously, but I could see an entire palace this time. The huge palace was made up of many great halls, as if it was an entire city on its own. They were like Russian dolls, palaces within palaces. It looked elegant and luxurious. Stepping back into the hall that I was in before, I saw Diyu lazing on the golden throne with that ice phoenix resting on her shoulder. My eyes might have been fooling me, but I felt fear and helplessness in the eyes of that ice phoenix when I looked at it. I wanted to ask about the ice phoenix, but I decided not to in the end. Since the ice phoenix had regained its freedom, Diyu might have reinstated its position? I would only be harming the ice phoenix if I wasn't able to beat Diyu at this point. Please swallow your pride for now, just like how I am doing. I'll take you away from here no matter what. My eyes had been glued to that ice phoenix since I stepped into the great hall. Though it could not hear my thoughts, I looked at it with a resolute gaze, intent on telling it that it had to wait for me, that I'll take it away from here someday. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260. Volume 5. 260, the one without a soul splitter. There were many other individuals in the hall apart from Diyu, who was lazing on that throne behind the silk gauze curtain. 2 rows of people were standing beside the huge pillars on either side of the great hall. All of them looked the same. It was the pair of sisters. One row had people who looked exactly like the older sister, while the other row had people who looked exactly like the younger sister. None of them had any masks on, and their faces looked exactly like the 2 women who were killed by Gao Qinju in that underground room at that time. All of them were looking at me without a hint of friendliness. I knew why they weren't friendly. It was because Song Lu had left. Song Lu didn't have to take any responsibility for this, but it was their mistake not to have realized I was here. They seemed to be some sort of experimental subject, since they all looked like that pair of sisters. The only difference was that the sisters were in brown robes while the rest of them were dressed in black. This might be a representation of their higher positions among the rest, or the rest of them might just be clones of the sisters. Clones like these seem to only be possible in sci-fi movies. Looking at all of them made my hairs stand. It was eerie that time and space could go haywire in the split zone, and there were weird experiments going on here that could create clones of humans. Jiao S was in the hall too, standing on a high platform somewhere at the end of it. Diyu's eyes narrowed as she saw Si Luo and I approach. The ice phoenix flew out of the silk gauze curtain to perch on a lamp at the end of the hall as Diyu got up from the throne. It was looking at me with trembling eyes, as if it was calling out for help. I could not do anything but console Binger in my heart. It wasn't the right time to say anything. I might just end up hurting it if I tried to say something right now. Seems like you've come to an agreement. Do you sounded suspicious? She probably found our actions dubious since we came back to work with her like this. But of course she'd be suspicious. She had to be suspicious. I said, that's right, we've decided. I don't think there's a need for me to gain your trust by saying anything now. You'd still be suspicious of whatever you're supposed to be suspicious of. Since you've decided to work with us, I'm sure that you'd also be prepared for the risk and possibility that we might betray you. There's no need for us to keep guessing. Let's just go straight to the point, shall we? Do you laughed? I've finally found some merit in you. You finally found it? You'll find more of it in future, and you'll realize that you can't do anything to me because of these merits of mine. Since you're so frank, I'll let you in on some of the secrets that you didn't know. You can treat this as a welcome present. Do you then walk down the platform towards Si Luo and I? I raised a hand to stop her in her tracks. We'll go over. I turned to Si Luo. He nodded in response. We then walked towards her with large strides. Do you backed up onto the platform as Si Luo and I walked up? It was about 7 or 8 steps to the top, and it wasn't very tall. I met Jiao S's eyes as I reached her. I didn't smile or nod, but I knew for sure that she'd know what I was thinking. Do you glanced at the three of us, as if sensing the telepathy between us? She spoke slowly. I'm working with you guys because I want to go against Huaidu. That's not the goal though. The goal is Huaidu. I shot her a frigid look. Stop beating around the bush. Be direct about it. There's no need to waste everyone's time. Diu was not happy with this attitude of mine, probably because I did not accord her with much respect. Why should I be treating you with respect? Diu did not say anything this time? She merely stared at me as she continued, Huaidu's goal is to cultivate demons. On this, since you've entered the demon cave before and you've also seen Niezun, I'm sure you've seen it for yourselves too. That demon cave is a place Huaidu had prepared for years through pouring MF into it to create a specialized cave for demon cultivation. The layout of the cave is extremely peculiar, and it makes use of spatial transference techniques to connect many spaces to one another. All these spaces come together to form some sort of a maze in the demon cave. Demon cultivating cave? I knew that cave was no ordinary demon cave. So this was why the inside was always so peculiar and the spaces could change at a moment's notice. Because of that spatial transference, spaces could overlap and connect with one another. But what benefits can spatial transference do for demon cultivation? Was it simply to make people lose their way in the cave? I had a feeling that a weirdo like Huaidu would not do something like this just for the mere fun of it. The demon cultivating cave is exactly like its name, its main purpose is to cultivate demons. In all these years that he had created the demon cave, I haven't seen him really successfully cultivate a demon. This is why I suspect that he hasn't been able to find the suitable materials for it. You need a sword if you want to practice using one, and you'll need a demon for demon cultivation. That demon that he had finally set his eyes on was none other than Niezun. I had always known that Niezun had some demonic prowess, and even when everyone else said he was a demon, even when he said he was a demon himself, to me, that demonic side of him was different from what the others were referring to. Why did he pick Niezun? Even though his MF is high, he's still a mere heir. There are so many soul splitters in the 3 gates with extraordinary abilities. Why did he have to pick Niezun? I asked. You smirked. This is the root of the problem. I've finally found the reason why Li Qing seemed to favor you two newcomers when the both of you first arrived here in the split zone. You aren't the only unique one here. Niezun has a rare constitution too. It was a coincidence that the both of you arrived in the split zone at the same time and both your consciousness restricted each other in some way. I can only describe this as nothing short of a miracle, just that this miracle was a dangerous bomb. Your uniqueness lies in your second personality, And I haven't really gotten to the bottom of this either. Of course, one of my main goals is to find out what's the deal with your second personality. Though I'm working with you now, you should know that I won't show mercy towards you in future. I returned her smirk. No need for this pretense. It's not as if you show mercy to anyone else. Do you stare at me? I'm guessing that you aren't aware of Niazun's uniqueness, are you? I raised a brow. If you're talking about his hands, his left hand especially, then I'm sorry to say that I knew that already. It's just a pair of hands. Just because his hands were powerful, did it have to be looked at like some sort of research material here even after they were treated like poison when he was alive? Do you stop my thoughts from running wild immediately? No, I'm not talking about his hands. I'm referring to him as a person. Do you know that Niazun doesn't have a soul splitter? I was stunned. What did she just say? I shook my head subconsciously. What did you say? Do you look smug as she regarded me? According to my investigations, Niazun doesn't have a soul splitter. This means that he wasn't captured here by a soul splitter. But without soul splitters as middlemen, people from your world aren't able to come over to this world. These spaces are separate to begin with, and there shouldn't be any paths that can bring you to and fro. This is why we borrow your power and establish split symbol contracts after capturing you. But Niazun is different. We have to pay a huge price to even bring you over, and for you to come over here on your own is basically something that's impossible. Before Niazun, there was only one such case of a body of consciousness coming over on its own without being captured. That body of consciousness had a unique constitution, just like how Gaoqin Jui is. She came over here because she could see whatever was happening in the split zone through her dreams. But only a part of her consciousness came over. Just like how Gaoqin Ji looked for you, she came over to this world through her dreams to look for a certain person. Though you didn't explicitly reveal who this individual was, I already knew who she was referring to. I looked towards Jiao S. Jiao S was looking at me as well. She gave me an apologetic gaze as our eyes met. She must be beating herself up for not telling me this sooner, and that somebody else had to reveal this to me instead. She thought I'd blame her for this. There was definitely some part of me that blamed her, but I understood her reasons for doing so. This was her secret. Everyone had secrets, and it had nothing to do with whether you were close to each other or not, or whether you trusted each other. One had to keep a secret if you had one. Diyu's gaze alternated between Jiao S and I. Seeing the two of you, I guess there's no need for me to explain any further. That's right. That individual is none other than Jiao S. Jiao S was able to dream of the split zone when she was younger. Because her mental abilities were so strong, she was able to forcefully pull her consciousness over to the split zone many times during her dreams. She then met Si Luo and Gaoqin Jui, and Si Luo treated her just like a little sister here. Just like what I said earlier, this is already a miracle. Just like how Gaoqin Jui could pass through the two worlds through dreams, this was a feat that was almost impossible to achieve. One would need great mental ability to do so, and one had to have the ability to construct a dream that could be used as a pathway between the two worlds. Not many individuals can do something like this, much less an heir. Apart from Jiao S, there aren't any other heirs who can do this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261. Volume 5. 261. One scheme after another. So, Gaoqin Jui and Jiao S were miracles to begin with, and Niazun was a miracle within the miracle. Instead of a miracle, it should be called illogical. Logically speaking, there isn't any possibility that he could have arrived here with a complete consciousness when he does not have a soul splitter and when it wasn't his dreams which took him here. Do you look serious? It did not look like she was lying about this. Her words were swimming in my mind. If what you said was true, Niazun did not have a soul splitter. Then how did he end up here? Si Luo had been standing by the side, not making a sound. You did not seem to mind Si Luo's presence either? According to what you said, there's no plausible reason for Niezun to have arrived here? You smirked. No, it's the exact opposite. Because it's impossible under normal circumstances, his uniqueness was caused by his arrival under abnormal circumstances. I frowned. Can you just say everything at once? Audacious. How dare you talk to owner like this? The older sister in the brown robe called out loudly. I glanced at her quickly before ignoring her. You raised a hand, signaling for the woman not to interrupt? The woman stared at me, but retreated quickly. All of the standing females looked extremely upset, but I couldn't be bothered to look at any of them. Li Shun, don't be too presumptuous. I didn't reveal everything at once because I considered the fact that you might not be able to take everything in. You was taller than me, and she liked to stick her chin out when talking to me, as if she was talking to somebody lowly. Ha, stop joking now. When have you ever thought about my feelings? Be quick about it and stop wasting everybody's time. A smug look appeared on Duyu's face. That look appeared way too suddenly. Her lips turned up at an angle as she continued, no one captured Niezun, so this means that his consciousness wasn't brought here. And if he isn't dreaming, it means that he didn't come here voluntarily. Eliminating all other possibilities, there's only one possibility left, which in fact seemed rather impossible. That is, you brought him here. What does that mean? Seeing me confused, Duyu continued her explanation. This means that although Niezun didn't come here on his own volition, he wasn't against it either. The situation then might have caused him to lose all hope and abandon all rational thinking, and during that time, I'm not aware of what kind of relationship you had with him then, but you brought Niezun together with you when you were captured by Gao Qingjui. She made it sound so simple. I brought him over just like this? I couldn't accept such an explanation. You're saying that Niezun's consciousness was weakened to the point that I could take him here? Niezun's mental prowess is very strong, and he wouldn't be such a unique existence if it wasn't. Because of that strength, it made sense if he had voluntarily arrived here with you. It's because of that strength that he was able to follow you through the spaces and arrive here. As for you, it's a coincidence that you have double identity disorder, and that potential power you have within you is also a factor that allowed for Niezun to arrive here in the split zone. I had 1,001 questions in my head, but I felt that asking you about them wasn't a good choice. I glanced at Si Luo. He looked like he had been listening to everything intently, but he hadn't said a single word. Jiao S was opposite us, her eyes going back and forth between me and Si Luo. She wasn't saying anything either. It was difficult to describe how I felt exactly. I wanted to cry, but there was no use in doing so. Do you seem to be surprised at how calm I was as she regarded me with suspicion? Actually, this was just me not knowing how to react. In the beginning, I hated Niezun. I was terrified of that restriction where we couldn't be more than 500 meters apart. Now that I think about it, it wasn't Niezun's fault at all. I shunned him all because of that strange restriction which induced a foreign fear in me. I even got mad at him when he told me he saw me at the hospital. I blamed him for not stopping me. It's your own life, who would be able to stop you if you decide to go and kill somebody? No matter how I thought about it, the only thing I could be sure about was that I really owed Niezun in the past. I buried this guilt deep within me, afraid that it would muddy the feelings I had for him someday in future. This is why I'd rather not feel guilty about it at all. I believed that I loved him, that there was no right or wrong and that nothing else mattered. But what should I do if everything changed, if everything turned topsy-turvy? Duyu was telling me that Niezun did not have a soul splitter, that he came here because he was affected by me, that he hadn't been captured by anyone? Though Duyu did not say it very directly, I understood everything. She felt that an impossible miracle had happened because of the uniqueness of my second personality. My second personality was extremely strong. She appeared in the hospital when I happened to meet Niazun, who also had strong mental prowess. She then brought him into the split zone. This meant that I was the one who had dragged Niazun into this. But there was another question in my mind. Why did Niazun have a splitting key and a split symbol when he didn't have a soul splitter? The split symbol contract cannot be established without a soul splitter, and if the split symbol isn't formed in a pair, how was Niazun able to borrow the power of the split symbol? How did Niazun obtain his split symbol? Mr. Blonde was the one who would be able to answer that question. But he was missing. What are you thinking about? Do you interrupted my thoughts? Nothing. You can continue. I'm sure it's not only Niazun's story you wanted to talk about. Do you smirked? That's right. What I was trying to get at is that Niazun's unique existence is caused by various factors, and such an existence is exactly what Ghost King Huaidu is looking for. He set many traps to reel Niazun in and to make Niazun loyal to him. My brows furrowed. Do you think that Huaidu's goal is to control Niazun, since Niazun was a unique existence? But I didn't think that his goal was this simple. According to Li Qin, Niazun's blood had been changed. Huaidu had an ability called soul transference, and he used it on Niazun, enabling him to be able to gain control over Niazun for a period of time every day. If Huaidu's goal was just to control Niazun, he would have already succeeded. However, that did not seem like cultivating a demon. It was merely a change of blood. What you said was incoherent with what I actually saw. Du was extremely careful and such a loophole did not look like something she would have missed. This meant that Du did not know that Huaidu had the ability of soul transference, and she wasn't aware that it was only Niazun's blood that was changed, and that he had not actually been cultivated as a demon. I tried to probe further. But why would he want to control Niazun? According to what you said, Huaidu's goal is to control Niazun because he is a unique entity. Why would he want to do such a thing though? Du said, this is why I want to work with you guys on this. You know Niazun best, and I want to know why Huaidu did this. See Luo, you're the only one in the split zone who had gone against Huaidu before, so you should understand him better than all of us here. Huaidu had been the king in the Gate of Ghost for a long time, and no one had been able to do anything about that. I hope you can help me beat him. Of course, you'll definitely be rewarded for it. Li Shen, if I can send Song Lu and Yu Liang back, I can do the same for you too. I'll let you leave as long as you're willing to work with me to achieve my goal. I raised a brow. Let me leave? You already know that Gao Qinji is my soul splitter, so how would you let me leave? You're willing to let Gao Qinji take such a risk? Du smirked. This isn't a problem for you to solve. She still got upset whenever Gao Qinji is mentioned. Women. If they can't have something for themselves, they won't let others have it either. Si Luo spoke suddenly. You're telling us that by working together, all you want Li Shen and I to do is to tell you whatever we know? A trace of a smile hung on Duyu's lips as she turned to Si Luo. What do you think? What else do you think I'll get you guys to do apart from this? How about you tell us, Si Luo? It's been so many years since you've left the Gate of Heaven. To be honest, I've missed you quite a bit in this time, since we were both under Fengzhu in the past. I could never understand you, but I don't think there's a real need for us to become enemies, is there? When they were talking, I suddenly thought of Du Yu's experiments. I had always thought that her goal was to get rid of Bianing, that it was all because of Ta Lai. But looking at it now, that did not seem like the case at all. I had definitely underestimated Du Yu. But what was her goal then, if it wasn't for Ta Lai? Now, she wants us to help her out in defeating Huaidu. Was Huaidu her goal since the beginning? That couldn't be though. If it was, she wouldn't have had to spend so much time and effort on those experiments. Or did this mean that Huaidu was not her only goal? Did she want to destroy the Gate of Ghost? This sounded plausible. But what if the truth wasn't any of those scenarios, and it was a third possibility that I couldn't have possibly imagined? What should I do then? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262. Volume 5. 262 Working Together. See, Luo's flowy white robe seemed to break around him like the waves of the ocean as he stretched lazily. I'd never have thought that you would say that she missed me. If Feng Zhu gave you the entire palace of cold blood, you should be the top subordinate under him right now. Would you still miss me? Aren't you afraid that you'll lose everything if I return to the gate of heaven? Though Si Luo's tone was casual, he did not bother masking the intent behind his words. Do you raise a brow? I shan't continue if you insist on being like this. Si Luo, you should know that the incident in the past didn't have anything to do with me. Si Luo interrupted her, let's not talk about that. It's already been so long. A cunning glint appeared in Du Yu's eye. Since we're talking about this now, Feng Zhu has actually wanted to meet you for the longest time. How about I bring you to him? A trace of a smile appeared on Si Luo's lips. If you're trying to get some sort of information out of me, this was an extremely poor attempt at it. You already did so much, including all those experiments. Do you think I was really in the dark about all that you've done in the Southern District? I'd just like to see what else you have up your sleeve. Do you look visibly surprised? You know about the experimental grounds in the Southern District? Why did you not stop it then? Judging from that character of yours, you've always treated your residents like precious treasures. Would you really have let me do absurd things if you had known? Si Luo smirked. So you actually know that you were being absurd? You're wrong about something though. My character? What kind of character? Do you really think you know me well? There was this noble, quiet confidence about Si Luo as he posed the question. He had that exact aura and attitude when I met him for the very first time. I had always felt that Si Luo was no ordinary individual, nor was he the kind of soul splitter Du was. He was a mysterious man, one of the most mysterious in the split zone. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, nor could I gauge his mood. I didn't really know which side he was standing on either. I believed he had to take some sort of responsibility for whatever the unfettered Gao Qinji did. Though he looked gentle most of the time, Si Luo was no easy opponent for sure. It was only up to this point that I realized I wasn't finding out about an unknown side of this mysterious man. The fact was, I did not even see through him at all in the first place. Do you seem to realize this as well as she said, I guess I don't know you anymore? It's been a really long time. I guess she put the blame on time in order to reduce the awkwardness. Si Luo looked down as if showing obedience, but there was no meekness when he spoke. This is why I suggest for you to come clean about everything, since it might do more good for you now. How are you going to win this gamble if you're not even willing to show your trump card? Du narrowed her eyes before sighing. Fine. Yes, my goal is to conquer the Gate of Ghost. You know it too, that those in the Gate of Ghost don't have extraordinary abilities. Just like that Southern District of yours, the Gate of Ghost relies solely on Huaidu. As long as I beat Huaidu, it's nothing but a matter of time before the Gate of Ghost is mine. So it's a territorial dispute that caused all the fighting. Si Luo responded, you should know that Huaidu is a greatly feared existence in the split zone. It might not be possible to beat him even if all the high-ability soul splitters came together and went against him. Why are you so confident in being able to beat him? You shouldn't be trying to break a rock with a mere egg. Du laughed as if she had already won. I don't know the extent of Huaidu's ability, but everyone would have a weakness no matter how powerful they were. It's the same for Huaidu, it's just that I'm not sure what it is at this point. If he's interested in Niezun, this means that Niezun is the only one who's able to reach him. You know how weird Huaidu is. It's difficult for anyone to meet him usually, but he actually used the demon cave to try and conquer Niezun time and again. This shows how valuable Niezun is to Huaidu. Unsure of Huaidu's weakens. I guess Yu doesn't know about Li Qing. Or did this actually mean that no one else but Li Wen knows about what happened between Huaidu and Li Qing? But if that was the case, why did Li Wen tell me about it? Huaidu wanted Scorpion Ray, and Li Qing appeared in the Gate of Ghost too. She even revealed Huaidu's ability of soul transference to me. Do you seem to be in the dark about all of this? So? Si Luo asked. So, as long as Li Shen works with me, controlling Niezun will be a piece of cake. If you work with me, coupled with your knowledge about Huaidu, it'd not be difficult to get the information I need from Niezun either. So her goal was to control Niezun, and she thought I was the only one who can do that. This is why she chose to control me first, and do things in such a roundabout manner. That was a lot of work. I shattered that scenario of hers as I said, "You're thinking too much. I can't control Niezun. The Niezun now doesn't seem to care about me at all. You did not seem bothered at all? That doesn't matter. You're still very useful to me even if you don't have anything to do with Niezun. I haven't really studied your second personality, but I believe that there is great potential in you. If Niezun is the only one Huaidu is relying on, then you'll be my trump card." You seem to have forgotten that we were actually enemies. You make it sound as if we had already made up and that we can actually have nice and long chats. I know what you're thinking, but in reality, I chose to work with you because I'm sure you'll accept my offer, and it's a deal that you would definitely want to accept. Oh? What is it? Do you smile as she answered, "I can help you regain every single one of your lost memories. I can do it any time as long as you're willing. Apart from Jiao S and the rest of you guys, I can bring every surviving individual in the 3 districts back to the real world, as long as you're willing. I can help you save those whom you want to save, and I can also help you escape from a life you hate. And after that, I won't let anyone stop you if you wish to leave." Before I could say anything, Si Luo responded. "Are there any benefits for me? I'm curious about how you try to persuade me. Do you's eyes shown? I can take Jiao S away from here as well." Originally standing stock still like a statue, Jiao S eyes moved at this. I knew Jiao S. She was rational most of the time. Judging from how well she knew Li Qing, she'd probably be wondering about the same things I did. She's someone who'd remain silent as long as there was somebody trustworthy around. Though she looked rather dead and emotionless most of the time, her brain was analyzing every single detail that she had seen and heard. The offer to Si Luo was that Jiao S would be able to leave? As expected, you could tell that it wasn't merely unrequited feelings on Jiao S's part. I was sure Si Luo would consider other factors as well, but I realized this was just my opinion as Si Luo answered resolutely, "Okay, as long as you keep your word." Jiao S interrupted in her hoarse voice, "I won't leave if Huashin doesn't." This was the first time she spoke since arriving here. My heart felt like it was being wrenched. Oh, I have no heart. My heart had been taken away by Niezun. Jiao S's words did not actually make any great impact on the current situation. Though Du wanted to take the Gate of Ghost, she had forgotten about the Gate of Exit. Li Cheng and Li Wen were as intelligent as Du, and Du was overconfident about this? She had forgotten that there were 2 strong contenders over on that side. A war between women usually turns out to be the bloodiest. She's too focused on destroying the Gate of Ghost at this point. But would she really be the final winner when the balance between the 3 powers shift if the Gate of Ghost ends up being destroyed? If the situation between Huaidu and Li Qing was complex, Du would also be at a disadvantage if she didn't know about it at all. But these things weren't what I was most interested in right now. Right now, I wanted to know how she'd actually help me get my memories back. Would she use that drug again? Tell me what you actually want me to do then. I told Du. Du answered very quickly. There's no need for you to do anything at this point. Gaoqin Zhui and Niezun just left, so I'll first have to find out where they are. I have a suggestion for you though. You might want to conquer that living weapon of yours as soon as you can. Do you really want your weapon to be stolen so easily by others all the time? It's true that Piercer is the most difficult to control among the living weapons since its soul is extremely evil, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. You might want to think about conquering your own weapon first. That was actually a useful suggestion. But I might have to look for Zoan before I can do that. Where's Zoan anyway? I was just about to pose the question when Si Luo asked, talking about suggestions, I have one for you too. Shouldn't you solve the issues between you and Ta Lai before you go on your plans for conquest? I'm not very clear about Ta Lai's identity anymore. He's a soul splitter from the gate of heaven, but whatever he does, it doesn't seem to be of any direct help to you and Fengzhu at all. Fengzhu might be able to accept that, but how about you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263. Volume 5. 263 Left Alone. By mentioning Ta Lai, Si Luo's attempt to rile Du up proved to be successful as her face darkened immediately. She looked embarrassed, and I found it rather pitiful as I looked at her. Women who turn into bloodthirsty creatures because of love are all pitiful. But, what about me? I wasn't pitiful. It was just sad for me. It was the wrong person I thought I was in love with all this time, and when I thought I had found true love, I realized that I was actually the one who brought him the most pain. I said to Du, give me a private space so I can communicate with my weapon on my own. You're finally going to conquer your living weapon? I wouldn't say it's a conquest. I'd just like to talk to her for a bit, I answered. Actually, I merely wanted some alone time. If I wanted to conquer Piercer, I had to go against that female soul. That soul was no easy opponent, but this fight was something that I needed right now. I needed a fight like that to clear my head and to help me stay rational. The pain from it might wake me up a little. Apart from that, what I actually needed was power. Without power, I can't achieve anything here in the split zone. Si Luo asked, have you decided? From what I know, that living weapon of yours is very different from Gaoqin's. The soul in your living weapon has a deep hatred within her, and that has been accumulated for a long time over many years. I smiled at him. This is why I need your help. If you assisted Gaoqin Zhui in conquering Shenqi, I believe you'll be able to help me out on this too, right? Si Luo did not respond. Jiao spoke in that hoarse voice, Ashun, wherever you're going, you have to be with me. I'll be worried if you are alone. I shook my head and said, give me some time alone, Jiao. This was the first time I addressed her as Jiao in such a serious manner. Though she looked a little stunned, she didn't say any more. Si Luo looked at me, his eyes serious. You should know your current situation. You don't have a heart now. Do you really think it's okay for a body of consciousness to be without a heart? Du nodded. That's right. It's not a minor thing to be without a heart. This is also why I want to get your heart back. Gaoqin Zhui was probably venting his frustration about this on you since you didn't seem to cherish your own life. Ha, you speak as if you were actually my friend. You're worried about my second personality instead of my heart, isn't it? I asked sarcastically. Du was surprisingly patient as she answered, that's not important. Without a heart, you won't be able to summon your second personality. Also, it'll be difficult for you to regain those lost memories as well. Lastly, it will be difficult to maintain your MF at its initial level in such a situation. I don't know how Niezun did it that you're not able to regenerate another one, but I'm sure of one thing. If he was the one who took it, then you can only get it back from him, I didn't want to hear them talk about this anymore. It was almost as if I didn't want to recall that it was Niezun who took my heart away. In slight frustration, I said, I just want some time alone to think right now. Is that possible? Do you looked at me for a while before signaling to the standing women? You want alone time? I can lend you the main hall in the Palace of Cold Blood. What do you think? I raised a brow. Here? That's right. Okay. Hearing my answer, do you signaled for the women to leave? She then began making her way towards the main entrance. Si Luo and Jiao S looked at each other, but seeing how resolute I was, they followed Diu out after reminding me of some things. On her way out, Diu glanced at Piercer that was now hanging on my waist. It will definitely be dangerous if you're planning to conquer Piercer without a heart and with a low MF. I won't be placing any guards outside since I'm lending this to you as a private space. If anything happens during this time, there'd be no one around to save you. You'd better think twice before doing anything. She sashayed out of the main hall with her entourage after finishing. While she was leaving, she looked at the Ice Phoenix. With trembling eyes, the Ice Phoenix landed on her shoulder and left together with her. It looked at me with a pleading gaze, but there was nothing I could do. It wasn't that I didn't want to do anything, I just did not have the ability to do so at this point. There was also this feeling of hopelessness I felt whenever Nyezun left me. He and Gao Qinjui had both left me. Though I wasn't a girl who lived solely for love, this was still a major blow to me. I was the only one left in the Palace of Cold Blood as I heard the doors of the main hall click shut. Looking around me, I realized that the floor of this palace was so clean and shiny that I could see my own reflection on it. Walking over to somewhere more central in the main hall, I sat cross-legged on the floor. Everything was in a mess now. Everything and everyone seemed to be all over the place. Nothing was like how it was in the beginning. I set off to save Laurel at first, but Laurel had made her own choices and had new loyalties now. I wanted to save Song Lu and Yu Liang, but they did not say anything in their haste to leave the split zone. They left so hastily without any hesitation nor any hint of wistful affection. Nothing remains constant in this world. This was difficult to accept, but it was something we all had to live with. Though I sat alone in this huge hall, I didn't really have to pick a fight with my living weapon. I simply wanted to take a break from all that mess outside. This was the first time I missed somebody so much. Back in that icy wonderland, I seemed to have always hated being alone. I didn't like solitude, I didn't like being ostracized. But now that I'm thinking about all that had happened, I wondered if I really hated it. You actually like solitude, don't you, Li Shun? You enjoy being alone. You think that being alone is far better since nobody likes you. Because of Pomelo's betrayal, you realized that friendships were made just to be broken. You love to be alone, because you're afraid that people would leave you. That smile on Gao Qi's face the very first time we met was not a genuine one. Behind that sweet smile of his, there was this hatred in his eyes. I definitely saw it then, but why did I lie to myself? Why did I lie to myself and tell myself that he was actually someone who's gentle? And I even wanted to get to know him better. Was it because I felt that dangerous aura around him? Would Gao Qinjui have been dragged in if I was a little bit more rational at that time? But was I really at fault here? Why would Gao Qinjui dream of me? He and Gao Qi were doppelgangers, but he ended up dreaming about me. Was this all fated, or was somebody else pulling the strings here? I'm tired of all this. I don't know what else I can endure here in the split zone. I didn't fear what might come at me in future, but the thought of losing my past scared me. Just imagine someone telling you that whatever you remember is all wrong, that everything in your head was incomplete, that you've forgotten about the most important part about your life. This wasn't a simple case of turning your back on things. This was equivalent to disavowing everything you had known and all that you've been through. Your perspective, your feelings, your memories, and basically everything in your life would be turned around and destroyed. What did I do wrong? Why did this have to happen to me? What did I do wrong that I had to endure this horrible life? I looked down as I drew Piercer out slowly. As usual, Piercer felt soft against my hand. It was glowing with a violet light. It had already been with me for the past year or so. I placed it on the floor in front of me and looked at it in silence. Days passed so quickly that I haven't really taken a good look at this weapon of mine. How did Gao Qinji conquer Shenqi for it to be so loyal to him? What did Si Luo put him through? There was no way I would find out. Even though Si Luo was a secretive, mysterious and unpredictable individual, I could tell that he was a trustworthy person, from all those memories of his I've seen. No matter what method Gao Qinji used to conquer Shenqi, there was definitely something which caused them to be inextricably tied to each other. It wasn't a relationship between an individual and a weapon, it was a friendship. They were lifelong partners. Gao Qinji had earned Shenqi's loyalty with an equal amount of loyalty on his part, and I was sure it didn't come without a price. What about me though? Looking at the whip which had been with me for quite a while now, I realized that I had never looked at it properly, apart from the very first time I held it. I realized that the spike on the end of it was a dark red, as if it had sucked human blood. That purple color of Piercer also looked brighter than before. You've changed too. Have you grown like me? I talked to myself as I caressed Piercer. It was cold when I first touched it, but it began to feel warm after a while, as if I was touching somebody's skin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264. Volume 5. 264 Deactivating the split symbol. What is your story? I continued mumbling to myself as I touched Piercer. Apart from the warmth I felt on my fingertips, there was no other response from Piercer. You're still not willing to accept me? I asked as I looked at it. Still nothing. I tried to pour some of my MF into Piercer like I did in the past. Just as I did that, a cold wind seemed to blow right through my chest. A chilling cold spread throughout my entire body as my hand began shivering. I felt the MF flowing out of me, and no matter how I tried to activate it, I just could not control it. It was as if the MF was rejecting my body and causing tremendous pain in the process. Though the hole in my chest had already healed after Niezun took my heart away, my heart did not regenerate. I no longer felt that painful, chilling cold all over my body from when my heart was initially taken away. Although Si Luo and Du had mentioned time and again how serious my condition was, I couldn't yet grasp the situation since I haven't used my MF since then. It was only at this point did I realize that my MF had weakened, just like how Du had said it would, and that I was also unable to activate my MF at all. This made me restless. I focused my concentration and tried to activate my MF again. MF was a manifestation of one's consciousness and mental ability. Logically, as long as one had a strong mental ability, it would manifest itself in MF. I didn't believe that I couldn't use my MF. A chilling pain assaulted me as I attempted to activate my MF again, and I could feel my MF going haywire in my body. I could not control it as it was simply swimming around in my body with no aim. I realized that though one could have a strong consciousness and mental ability, it had to be coupled with a proper body before one could use their MF effectively. Though the human forms in the split zone were maintained with MF, they were still a form of existence in this space. One would not be able to control MF and use it effectively for battle if the form existed without a heart. After trying time and again, I began to feel feverish as the uncontrollable MF in my body seemed to eat into me. It felt as if every nerve, every vessel, and every hair on me were expanding in the painful heat. I placed my palms against the floor and panted as I looked at Piercer. What should I do? Niezun, is this the hatred you feel towards me? Or is this a reflection of the cold distance between us? Weren't you worried about how I could be in danger if I couldn't use my MF without a heart? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that you've become someone like that. What should I do? What do I do? You had warned me earlier on this, and she even made it very clear that I shouldn't force myself to do certain things. She didn't mention that I would not be able to use MF at all. This probably meant that she did not expect for this to happen. Si Luo might not have anticipated it either. I can't just go and tell them that I'm totally useless now that I can't use any MF, can I? Should I put myself in such a disadvantageous position? No, I shouldn't. Even though Jiao S was here, she looked extremely pale herself. It was as if regaining those eyes had taken a huge toll on her health as well. There was no way I could let her sacrifice herself for me. What should I do then? I looked down and happened to see a part of a necklace. My splitting key hung on this very necklace. An idea then struck me. How about I just deactivate my split symbol since I couldn't use MF now? The idea came about because I recalled that the 500-meter distance restriction between Niazun and I had disappeared only after I had activated my split symbol. Did this mean that the restriction will reactivate itself if I deactivated my split symbol? Though this was a wild guess, I felt excited at the mere thought of it. If it succeeded, I would be able to see Niazun again. He's still unable to leave me even if his feelings for me had changed. Though I still felt that there was some other reason behind his actions, there was no way I would find out if he wasn't by my side. If this succeeded, I could make use of the 500-meter restriction between us to find out. It was a perfect scenario. This main hall looked like it was about 1,000 meters wide. If I could reactivate the distance restriction between Niazun and I, he would be pulled towards me based on the difference in our MFs. This meant that he would appear in this hall. I reached towards my neck with trembling hands as I undid the necklace. If I deactivated my split symbol, this meant that I'll have 0 MF for the next 1 month. Can I really survive in enemy territory without MF for a month? Even though this was just an attempt on my part, it was still a highly risky move. But if I don't take the risk, I won't be able to use MF either. How long would I then have to wait for my MF to recover? At this point, all I was doing was creating excuses for myself. No matter how much I thought about it and struggled with the possible consequences in my head, I knew that I would definitely be deactivating my split symbol. Because this meant that there was a chance for Niazun to return to my side. After making my decision, I grabbed my splitting key and jammed it into the faintly glowing scorpion insignia on my left ankle. There was a flash of light, and instead of feeling immense pain, which was what I expected, I felt a sense of warmth in my body. The warmth spread throughout me and flooded through my nerves and blood vessels. I was wrapped in a pleasant, gentle warmth. As the light dissipated, I pulled the splitting key out and hung it back on my neck. I tried to activate my MF, but I felt nothing. There was no trace of MF in my body whatsoever. I became just like an ordinary human being, like those in the real world. For some reason, this made me feel extremely relaxed. It was as if I had just put down a tremendous burden. So this was how it felt to lose all your MF. I felt human again. So it felt like this. It's only when we lose things do we learn how to cherish them. I really missed the real world even though my memories might just have been lies. Piercer did not seem to have changed in front of me. Instead of continuing to look at it, I stood up and looked around me. Niazun was not here. I guess my prediction was far from practical. Looking down in slight disappointment, I bent down to pick Piercer up. However, I sensed someone behind me before I could touch it. I retracted my hand and stood back up straight. There was no sound from behind. I couldn't stand it anymore and turned around finally. A pair of bright, starry eyes looked back at me under black, wispy bangs. There was a loneliness in those eyes. He had his hands in his coat pockets and his tall figure was standing quite some distance away. He spoke in that indifferent tone of his. "How did you do that?" I responded in mock confusion, "Do what, not?" Instead of being frustrated, he explained patiently, "I was already very far away from the Palace of Cold Blood, but I felt an immense force pull at me. I ended up here before I could even find a way to resist that phantom force. Did you do something? I looked at him before gauging the distance between us. Though I had 0 MF, my senses were still better than that of an ordinary human being in the real world. I wouldn't have been able to see him that clearly if we were 500 meters apart, nor would I have been able to hear whatever he had said if my senses had been like those of a normal human being. I began stepping backwards in silence and I continued retreating for about 10 meters or so before I felt that distance restriction pull at me. How I missed this so. Previously, I was the one who would be pulled along by him, and it was rare for him to be pulled along by me. I still couldn't see the logic behind this. I stepped backwards on purpose, and Nyezun slid a few meters towards the front. A look of surprise flashed past those starry eyes of his. I love that look on him. I smirked joyfully. Surprised? That 500-meter restriction is back. Nyezun's eyes seemed to shine. After a moment, he asked, "So, what did you do? Why do you think that it was me who did something? Why can't this restriction come back on its own?" Nyezun regarded me in silence. His eyes had already given me the answer. The way he looked at me already revealed that he was telling me, "I know you all too well." Fine, I'll admit it then. I raised my hands casually. Nothing. I simply deactivated my split symbol. Nyezun's eyes narrowed and a look of worry appeared on his face before it was gone in the next second. I managed to catch it though. Staring at him, I asked, "Why? You're worried about me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 265. Volume 5. 265 Making a Deal with Piercer. "I guess you just can't forget about me," Nyezun said. I walked towards him slowly, finding 500 meters too far apart. "What's wrong with not being able to forget? You're the one I love. Do you expect me to just let go like this just because you're being cold and cruel? I have to forget about the past 2 years just like this?" I looked at Nyezun as I spoke. He didn't answer me for a long time. He simply looked back at me with a helpless gaze. I closed the distance between us and took his hand as I reached him. "I heard that you don't have a soul splitter. Did you know about this from the very start?" I asked, looking up at him. He kept his eyes on me as he let me hold his left hand. "Yes, I knew that. Why didn't you tell me that? Would you have cared in the past? You haven't told me about it even when I care about it now." I squeezed his hand. "Tell me why you're acting this way. Your MF is down to 0 once you deactivate your split symbol. It's do use territory here in the gate of heaven. What are you going to do? Don't change the subject. Tell me. Give me a reason." "I seem to have told you before, Li Shun. I'm tired of this. There is too much to face and too much to bear when I'm with you. I'm tired of it." "Ha, can't you find a better reason for this even if you're really tired of me?" I could force myself to believe it if this happened to someone else. But you're Nyezun, and it'll be more believable if you told me you had a change of heart. You're somebody who has been ostracized and seen as a devil since you were young. You would never feel tired of this if you had been through all that from such a young age. You're like this, just like I am." I let go of him suddenly. Keeping my eyes on him, I stepped back, putting about 10 or so meters between us. "Go if you're tired," I said as I looked at him. "You know that I can't leave now. Then help me." I picked up Piercer and handed it to him. "Help you with what?" I looked down at Piercer. "Help me conquer this living weapon." Nyezun narrowed his eyes. "Are you kidding? How are you going to conquer it when you don't have any MF right now?" I shrugged. "Who said that we had to have MF when conquering a weapon? Would a loyalty gained by oppression last?" All you have to do is attack me with Piercer. Stop joking around. Even if you're right, it's not practical to do this without any MF at all. If you're not willing to help me on this, I'll just have to do it myself. I lifted Piercer, but Niazun snatched it away from me quickly. I guess I shouldn't have returned the weapon to you. I smirked at him. Have you not taken enough from me? I've given you my heart, and you've taken the living weapon. How about you just take my life away too? Niazun's brows furrowed slightly. So you're upset about me taking your heart? Shouldn't I be? Niazun's eyes seemed to sigh. You'll just end up being more confused if that heart stays inside of you. Your second personality cannot appear without that heart. Without your second personality, those who are eyeing it won't be able to do anything either. Stop it. I don't want to listen to this. Just tell me if you're going to help me conquer Piercer or not. Niazun gazed at me for a while before he lifted Piercer in the air. As if possessed by some sort of demonic energy, Piercer floated in the air between us. Black fog surrounded Niazun's left hand and his eyes looked like they belonged to a spirit from hell. Come on out. He sounded merciless. There was no warmth in his voice at all. Surrounded by that black fog from his palm, the purple-colored Piercer seemed to dance in the air like a levitating snake. It was coupled with the hair-raising sound of a female calling out in a low-pitched voice. I stared at Niazun and focused on all his movements, trying to find out what exactly he was doing. It was not only his attitude towards me that had changed. After getting his blood changed, he seemed to be more demonic than before. He was ruthless every time he attacked, and I could feel that his attacks and the way he used MF were different from all of us. This probably would have something to do with the fact that he did not have a soul splitter. I had a nagging feeling that once we get to the bottom of this, I'll be able to uncover the reason that he chose to leave me. Before I could tell what he was attempting, Piercer produced a bright light. I heard a loud scream before Piercer transformed into a lady who stood right in front of me. I was surprised by how she looked this time. She did not look as terrifying as before. She was no longer mottled with flesh and blood, and her skin was no longer peeling off. She was in a purple dress, in a color very similar to Piercer's skin. She could not be considered beautiful, but she was not ugly either. She just looked cold and distant. Her face was pale and her hair fell across her shoulders. You are Piercer? I didn't know what to say suddenly. The purple-clad female smirked. Weren't you trying so hard to get me out? Why are you pretending to be shocked when I'm here now? This is definitely the female soul in Piercer. I didn't expect for you to look like that. Slightly upset about being misunderstood, I tried to explain my reaction. There are many things you can't imagine. I really don't know what that couple was thinking when they actually gifted me to someone like you. Didn't you hate them? Hate is the only thing I know because of that. But if they gave me to you, this means they probably don't treat you as a friend either. Everyone knows about Piercer's curse. They've really overlooked that. No, it wasn't something they overlooked. It was a calculated decision on their part. It's best to give me something cursed in case I end up being a threat to them or end up being in their way. Aren't you positive? Do you really think you can overcome my curse? I looked at her in confusion. Your curse? Do you mean that Piercer's curse is caused solely by you? Piercer smirked. This is one way you can interpret it. Anyway, since you've tried so hard to summon me and you've even enlisted the help of a devil on it, I'll give you a chance to conquer me now that I'm out. She glanced at Niazun when she mentioned the word devil. Niazun seemed to have turned into a mute after she appeared. He was just standing there in silence. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I had to take advantage of this moment when Piercer's soul was out. I spoke without hesitation. What do you want me to do? Piercer laughed mercilessly. To conquer me, you'll have to go through all the pain I'll be putting you through. You'll have to come into Piercer's space alone. Are you sure you dare to do it? There was nothing I was afraid of. It's just that. Subconsciously, I glanced at Nyazun. He remained silent. I couldn't tell what he was thinking from that unfathomable gaze of his. How difficult it is when you fall in love with someone like this. You can give me your hand once you've decided. Piercer stretched her hand out towards me. It looked thin and pale, as if it belonged to a malnourished child. I looked at Nyazun again. After being sure that he wouldn't stop me on this, I reached out to Piercer. Seeing the hesitation in me, Piercer grabbed my hand. Right at that moment, I felt a pain in my empty chest. Piercer sensed it too as she asked in shock, "Where's your heart?" I pointed at Nyazun and said, "He took it." You really fear nothing. Piercer shot a cold glance at Nyazun before saying, "I'll advise you to give up sooner rather than later if that's the case." You're trying to conquer me without MF? It'd be difficult for you to even overcome my MF maze. Enough talking. This opportunity has landed right in front of your doorstep. Just do what you do, no need to care about me. You're thinking too much. Who cares about you? This devil of yours won't let me off the hook if I accidentally did anything to you. So it was Nyazun she was afraid of. I asked Nyazun, "Don't interfere no matter what happens, okay?" Nyazun nodded calmly this time. Look, he's made it clear now. Can you bring me to that illusion of yours already? Piercer regarded me coldly for a few seconds before reaching out to me. Let's go. This is your choice. Don't blame me for swallowing your soul without any hesitation when that happens. Enough with the talking already. I chose to lose all that MF, and I chose to look for you as well. Did I say I was going to blame anyone? You'll just have to do your thing and let me see if you're really a good weapon which I should be risking my life to conquer. Piercer smirked. You sure talk big. I'll bring you along to have some fun since I've got the time. She then pressed her palm against mine. As if given an anesthetic, I began to lose my grip on my consciousness. Was I about to end up in another space again? A space created by a mere living weapon, no less? Now that I think about it, life was full of trials and tribulations, but I seem to always forget the important things which happen in my life. My biggest problem was that I was not resolute enough. As our palms touched, a black fog which looked similar to that from Nyazun's emanated from her palm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266. Volume 5. 266 Piercer's Past. The black fog obscured my vision before I felt myself falling into an abyss. Don't fall asleep now, it's too early for that. The voice from the lady clad in purple rang in my ears again and again. The feeling of not being to do anything about myself was rather uncomfortable. Don't wake up. As I heard this ghostly voice, I snapped my eyes open and found myself in nothing but darkness. Rubbing my eyes, I saw a tiny fire burning somewhere far away. Who's there? I asked. There was no answer. That tiny fire seemed to flicker as I stepped forward. Though I was covered in cold sweat, I forced myself to walk towards it. I felt a chill behind me and all my hairs stood on ends. A hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tapped me on the shoulder. Ah! Terrified, I jumped and turned around to look. Look how timid you are. It was actually Jiao's behind me. Jiao's had a smile on her usually emotionless face. Ashen, do you have to be this afraid of me? I'm not some ghost. And you've been in the split zone for so long now. Are you still afraid of ghosts and monsters? Though there was nothing wrong with her tone and whatever she said, that weird smile ratted her out. Jiao's would never smile this easily since she'd rather let others think that she was cruel and ruthless. Keeping my eyes on the fake Jiaos, I retreated. Who are you? Stop pretending. You're not Jiaos. The fake Jiaos laughed. Oh, how did you tell? No need to wonder about that. I just know you're a fake. The smile on the fake Jiaos turned cruel immediately as she reached out towards me with both hands. Just when I was preparing to dodge, I realized that I did not have an ounce of MF left in me. I had no choice but to simply turn around and run as quickly as I could. I was actually trying my best to escape. I ran as fast as my legs could take me, and I could even feel the wind blowing past my ears. It was already a miracle that I could escape without MF, so I didn't expect to be able to put up a strong defense. I didn't bother turning back to look either. My mind was solely focused on running away, and I didn't know whether she was chasing me or not. I ran until I was exhausted, until I felt like vomiting. It was then that I realized that there was actually no one behind me. Panting hard, I looked around. You can really be hard on yourself. The lady in purple appeared right in front of me. You. Who are you exactly? What do you want? I used up a lot of my strength just to run away, causing me to stutter as I spoke. What do I want? I just want someone to listen to my story, the lady in purple spoke in a sorrowful voice. It was totally different from that cruel and merciless tone she usually had. Still panting, I remained silent. I didn't show fear either. The lady in purple circled around me before hugging her knees and squatting in front of me. She buried her head in between her knees and said, "Are you willing to listen to my story?" I pondered for a moment before answering, yes. She seemed to be taken by surprise by how calm I was as she looked up in what looked like shocked silence. She produced a long and sad sigh. It's like this. I was just a girl living a happy life. There wasn't anything much that frustrated me until I fell in love with a boy who appeared in my dreams. He was so lively when he appeared in my dreams that I was sure he existed. I know this might sound ridiculous, but those dreams were clear as day and they seemed to continue in chronological order. I couldn't help but believe that he really existed, to the point that even my family thought I was crazy. I didn't care though. It was fine for me as long as there was someone who believed me. I believed that he would always be waiting for me in my dreams. I kept meeting him in my dreams, and as time passed, I became greedy. To be able to spend more time with him, I wanted to sleep all day, every day. Everyone thought I had gone mad since I was acting like an insane person who had given up on life. I was talking about how I wanted to fall asleep and dream all day. As for him, he began to look at me with eyes that were filled with sorrow. It was as if he was blaming himself for affecting my life. For some reason, those eyes scared me. I was afraid that he'd leave me one day. It was a squarish pit which measured about 5 meters on each side. It was about 3 meters deep and there were bloodstains on all sides of it. The stains looked filthy, as if they had been there for years. Residents of Bronze Sparrow Village surrounded the pit. Towards the east, a few of the villagers were holding a girl dressed in red. The girl's hair fell across her face, and she looked to be about 17 or 18. A white-haired granny kneeled beside the girl, kowtowing towards the pit as she mumbled, "Spirit of curses, the residents of Bronze Sparrow Village offers this demon. Please accept her flesh and bones as an offering. Please keep all 3,601 residents of the Bronze Sparrow Village safe. I pray that the spirit of curses will keep us safe." Everyone standing around the pit then began kowtowing. As the moonlight was slowly obscured by the clouds, the scene seemed to be casted in an eerie gray light. Looking into the pit, there seemed to be starry, white lights reflected from inside it. As the villagers raised their torches, she realized what it was in the pit. It was filled with poisonous creatures of all sorts. There were poisonous snakes, centipedes, toads, worms, giant green caterpillars, spiders, praying mantises, huge black ants, cicadas, maggots, poisonous scorpions, and creatures of all sorts in it. These creatures were attacking one another, and a carcass would go flying at times, but everything was still trapped in that 3-meter deep pit. There were also bits and pieces of flesh, strips of skin, dried blood, and other disgusting things that were mixed with those poisonous creatures. Apart from these, one could also see the colorful but poisonous worms in different shapes and sizes found in the Meow village that was situated quite a few mountains away. Whoever looks into the well would probably end up feeling their hair stand on ends. This was the secret of the Bronze Sparrow village. This was the pit of poison they used for offerings. Because of all the hatred that was accumulated in this pit, and no one was allowed to be within a 100-meter radius of it. When the time for offerings came about, the chief of Bronze Sparrow village, Granny Poison, would get the villagers to put in all sorts of poisonous creatures and newfound poisons into the pit. For 30 years, thousands and thousands of poisonous creatures had been thrown in there. No humans had been thrown in before, but on this day, Granny Poison led the villagers during the early noon to start preparations for throwing her into this poisonous pit as an offering. Granny Poison took out a yellowish amulet from her pocket and read from it. Gu Qing, born in the hour of high, 18 years of age. Let the ceremony begin. After Granny Poison spoke, a few sturdy-looking villagers dragged the girl beside the pit. She opened her eyes to look as she heard the sounds coming from within the pit. Her expression was calm as she looked at all the poisonous creatures. Her face was streaked with dirt, but there were no traces of tears on it. It was at this moment that a couple came out of nowhere. The couple was crying as they struggled free from the crowd of villagers and dropped themselves at the girl's feet. Please let our daughter go. She's only 18, a child. The woman was bawling as she hugged the girl tightly. The man was kneeling beside the girl as he kowtowed. Granny Poison hit the woman with her staff. How can you shield her like this when this demon had harmed so many in Bronze Sparrow village and brought so many curses upon us? This wouldn't have happened if you didn't bring this demon to our village years before. Seeing the granny hit his wife, the man rushed forward to shield both his wife and daughter. In tears, he said, Granny Poison, my wife and I were without child for 40 years. Qinger is our child, she's no demon. If you insist on using her as an offering, you'll have to kill us first. Granny Poison grunted in anger and signaled for the group of sturdy-looking villagers to pull the couple away from the girl. The girl finally lifted her head to look at the couple, tears falling down her cheeks. Father, mother, leave me. They're cruel. Even if I made an offering, the spirit of curses would not accept me. The Bronze Sparrow village will never be safe. How dare a demon be this audacious? Granny Poison was about to hit the girl with her staff. No, don't hurt my Qinger. Seeing the staff that was about to land on her daughter, the wife freed herself from the villagers holding her down and rushed forward to shield her daughter from the blow. The man then struggled free and ran up to his wife to grab her before they both jumped into the pit. He said, We, the Lus, offer ourselves to the spirit of curses. The curse would be lifted after this. Granny Poison, please let Qinger go. There were shocked screams as everyone witnessed the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267. Volume 5. 267 Help me. We were the only ones left in this dark space. Was it worth it? I asked. What's worth it? She was surprised by my sudden question. I continued calmly, was it worth it to give up so much just for a boy who appeared in your dreams? Was it worth it that you destroyed your perfect life for this? She looked like she was about to cry. She gazed at me helplessly as she shot the question back at me. How about you, Li Shun? Is it worth it? I didn't expect for her to do that, but I should have thought of this, shouldn't I? Yes, Li Shun. How about you? Is it worth it? Are you posing a question to her or are you actually asking yourself? For me, there's nothing worthy or not worthy. I'm different from you. You came here because you loved him. But me, I destroyed him. Gao Qinji appeared in my head as I spoke. I had let Gao Qinji down even though it was him instead of Gao Qi I was in love with. Piercer shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrowful resolution. You arrived here because of the same reason. I wanted to be with him, and you aren't able to let go of that guilt because you loved him. You aren't able to forgive yourself. This means that you haven't forgotten about him. I wanted to laugh at this. I wanted to laugh so hard at it, but I didn't. I answered calmly, as if nothing in this world could put me down. But the funny thing is, I don't even remember him. I'm not even able to tell who's the one. Is that important? Piercer asked. How is that not important? To me, that isn't important. What's important is who you love now. Have you let your current feelings down? Li Xin, let the past be in the past. Since you're not able to recall who was in your heart, why not just give up on it? Aren't I a joke? Feeling a little tired, I sat on the floor in the darkness, facing her. You're not a joke. You might not be able to see that you're not the one at fault here. This happened because of your feelings for Niezun. As long as you love Niezun, you won't be able to recall how you used to love another. Have you thought about the possibility that no one else is actually responsible for this amnesia of yours? That it might not have anything to do with the fact that you arrived in the split zone even? It might simply be because you aren't willing to forgive yourself. Because of that, your subconscious refuses to let you recall those memories. I frowned. You mean it's my subconscious mind that's preventing me from remembering the past? Yes. Think about it. You didn't hurt your head, and your body is fine too. No matter how your consciousness crumbles and where it brings you to, the secrets buried deep in your heart can never be changed. Nobody else can take whatever's in your mind and in your heart, including your feelings. This amnesia might be caused by your subconscious mind. It's a habit that you've gotten used to, and habits die hard. The selective amnesia can mislead you into thinking that you've really lost those memories, when you actually haven't. I wanted to argue with Piercer immediately after hearing her opinion, but I asked myself a question before I said anything. Li Xin, are you sure you didn't cause this amnesia yourself? Why was I afraid to admit that it was the truth? Are memories that important, Li Xin? You aren't willing to recall them, but you're trying to look into the past while you're in love with Niezun at the same time. There isn't any past or any future in your head. You aren't even there. Who exactly are you? A sense of frustration overwhelmed me, but I didn't want to throw my temper here. I knew that I was frustrated at myself. Was I stupid? To the point that I missed all of this? But if I wasn't stupid, wouldn't that mean that I was someone who loved lying to myself? Ask yourself, Li Xin, how many times have you lied to yourself? Is loving Niezun a lie as well? I was angered by what she said. No, it's a fact that I love Niezun. I'm not lying to anyone, including myself. I then realized how ridiculous I was as I caught my reflection in her eyes. Love is ugly. It will devour all rationality and lead to a fall from grace. Dropping my hands beside me, I felt drained. Piercer caressed my face with a gentle hand. There was a chill left in the wake of her touch. I felt uncomfortable at this because it reminded me of someone else. Horror. I thought I wouldn't see her again without my heart. Shouldn't I be happy that I could finally break free? Why did I think of her suddenly? Why is this happening? You definitely love him. He's the only one who can trigger you and make you act without any hesitation. Piercer seemed to sigh as she spoke. I mumbled, but, is loving wrong too? Yes. Is loving wrong? I came here willingly because I wanted to look for the love of my life. Am I wrong? Piercer's voice turned shrill all of a sudden. For my lover who appeared in my dreams, I didn't mind coming here as a mere body of consciousness to look for him. Am I wrong to do that? Piercer got more and more agitated as she continued. But those enraged eyes of hers suddenly turned sad as she grabbed my hand. Almost choking on her words, she said, "Can you help me, Li Shun? I've underestimated you in the past. I didn't see the true you. It's only recently did I come to realize that you're the only one in the split zone who really had a heart. Can you help me, please? Help me save him?" She was begging me with her eyes. You might think that I'm making use of you, but that's okay. I can become the power that you need. If you want to leave, I'm able to protect you until the very day you leave. If you're planning to stay in the split zone, then I'm willing to stay with you forever. You can take everything from me. I'm begging you to help me save him. I don't want him to endure all that pain anymore. I couldn't really reconcile this face of grief with her usual cruel, violent and bloodthirsty one. It felt like she was at her wits' end and it was a last resort for her to turn to me for help. Even though I can't even help myself at this point. I gave her a bitter smile as I said, "I'm definitely willing to help you, but look at me. Do you think I can? It's been 2 years now, and I haven't been able to save a single one of my friends. Instead, many of them ended up sacrificing themselves. Can you trust someone like me?" She nodded profusely. You can. You might not know how much potential power you have in you. I believe in you. As long as you're willing to do it, I'll give you all the assistance I can. I can even tell you all about the split zone, as long as you're willing to help me save him. I knew that a promise like this constituted a debt. I had to pay the price for it if I agreed. A scene flashed in my mind as I looked into those sorrowful eyes of hers. Gao Qi was lying in a pool of blood as I sat beside him, holding onto a bloody knife with trembling hands. Drops of blood dripped continuously from the tip of the knife. If someone had extended a helping hand to me then, would I not have ended up in this place? I felt her hands trembling as she held mine. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath to calm myself and clear my head. I then took her hand and smiled. I'm willing to help you as long as you trust me. She seemed to be dazed for a moment. You don't trust me? I asked softly. She shook her head quickly. No. I trust you. It's just that I didn't expect for you to agree this quickly. I laughed, but it wasn't a hearty one. Have you already planned to fight and torture me until you successfully force me to work for you? Piercer laughed too. I'm not that cruel. That cruel side of me is used to induce fear in others. A living weapon has a soul in it, and the soul embodies the weapon. This is why living weapons are so different. It's because we're all human, and we're better than divine creatures at communicating with humans. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I had to get to know you better first. And to be honest, I had never thought of getting anybody's help in the past. I didn't think that anyone in the split zone could be trusted. Even when you had done so much for Nyezun, I didn't believe in you wholeheartedly. It was only when you defended your love for him earlier that I saw the sorrow in you. Love sparks sorrow and it sparks pain. It's not possible to fake that. This is why I believe that you really love him, and it's definitely worthy to put my trust in someone who's willing to lose everything for love. I smirked. I'm not the trustworthy one here. It's Nyezun. My love for him is built upon all the love he had for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268. Volume 5. 268 Gao Qinju's Love. If that's the case, why are you still in love with him when he says he no longer loves you? I was stunned at what Piercer said. Why lie to yourself, Li Shun? Whether you're willing to recall the past, I hope you have the courage to face up to your real feelings. Be it Nyezun or Gao Jui, they had both loved you. A bitter smile appeared on my face. That's something I'm not even sure about. How are you so sure? There are things I know that you aren't aware of. I've been in the split zone for too long and I've seen enough of things here. Looking at my doubtful expression, she explained, I'll give you an example. What should I use as one? Right, I'll use Du and Gao Jui as an example. My interest was definitely piqued as she mentioned these names. Do you know why things seem to be confusing between Gao Jui and Du? That's because Gao Jui had been seen as a weirdo among the soul splitters from a young age. He's the only one in the split zone whose MF cannot be measured. Even for soul splitters, their MF can be measured before they establish any split symbol contracts. A numerical value can be put on it. However, Gao Jui was the only one whose MF could not be measured. He was thus seen as someone who was suppressing this huge power in him, and people thought that he would just go out of control with all that power one day. For a young teenager whose power could not be measured, he was seen as a ticking time bomb. The only thing you need to survive in the split zone is power, and the appearance of such an individual whose ability was immeasurable was absolutely unimaginable for all the people who had relied solely on power all their lives here. Being a teenager, that individual still had room to grow. Who wouldn't be worried? The ones who feared it the most were the ones who were at the very top, the ones who controlled this place with power. Gao Jui then became a public target, and he was attacked by everyone everywhere. Until one day, when Si Luo suddenly said he was going to take Gao Jui under his wing and protect him. No one could do anything to Gao Jui from then on, since Si Luo has always been respected here in the split zone. Be it his looks, ability or reliability, he was at the top. However, such a position made it worse for Gao Jui. People got jealous. Gao Jui became famous because he had this mysterious power, and now that he was under the wing of a powerful man, many wanted to get rid of him. Life got worse for him as people continued throwing sideways glances and ostracizing him. At that point, there was no one who treated him as a friend in the split zone, especially not soul splitters. Apart from you, there was nobody else who accepted Gao Jui. Though you're not willing to admit your relationship, I can tell that you are as important to him as Si Luo is. As for you, even when you found him crossing the line on many occasions, you didn't do anything about it and simply accepted him as he is. Isn't that right? You're digressing. She was supposed to talk about Du and Gao Jui, and I didn't want her to affect my thoughts in any way. Also, I definitely did not want her meddling into my relationship with Gao Jui. She seemed to see through my intentions, but she continued calmly. Okay, we'll return to the topic at hand. In such a situation, Gao Jui was living a suppressed life. He was ostracized and alone. Initially, Si Luo was the only one by his side. However, his life changed after Du came along. Du was a tall, young girl at the time, and though she didn't have much ambition in the split zone, she was still someone who was very gutsy. She became Gao Jui's close friend after getting to know him. Du did not care about whatever was being said about Gao Jui and insisted on being friends with him. She even trained and practiced with him. But of course, this wasn't the reason why Gao Jui gave up on her. Stalling for time at the very moment when things are about to be revealed? I asked, why did he do that then? My instincts had always been accurate, and though it told me that this reason would probably make me feel uncomfortable in some way, I just had to know. It was because of you. I was rendered speechless at her answer. Piercer seemed to have expected such a reaction from me as she continued, Gao Jui was already dreaming about you then. Du helped him look for a special method in order to find you? But that's not important. The important thing is that if anything goes wrong while using that particular method, one would end up going into the other space. This happened when Gao Jui went looking for you in one of his dreams, and to prevent him from getting lost in the cracks in space and ending up getting stuck there, Du pulled him back into the split zone? This saved Gao Jui's life, but it destroyed an arm of hers. I was surprised upon hearing this. She lost that arm for Gao Qinjui? Yes. And since that happened because Gao Qinjui was looking for you, it's understandable that she doesn't have such a good impression of you. She also changed drastically after she lost her arm. If a part of one's consciousness is lost in the cracks of space, it can never be found. Losing her arm in that crack in space affected her MF greatly. Du was not that powerful actually, but after that, she became cruel and ruthless. She even got infatuated with Ta Lai in the end. Her arm never healed and Gao Qinji blamed himself for all that had happened to her. It's understandable that he felt guilty for it, since he was partially responsible for breaking the rules of the split zone by going over to another space to look for you. Du ended up being the sacrificial lamb for it? However, there are rumors that Du's split symbol can actually recover, although it was partially devoured by that crack in space. There are rumors going around that she didn't want it healed. On this, no one knows the truth but her. I was utterly stunned. Thousands of questions were swimming in my head, but I didn't know what to say. Should I be happy about this or should I be upset? After that, Gao Qinjui was extremely patient with Du. Whatever she wanted, she got. He'd help her achieve everything she set out to do. Du didn't treat Gao Qinjui badly either. From how I see it, Du had loved him before? Du's infatuation with Ta Lai and her hatred towards Bianing seemed to be more of a conquest instead of something genuine? I don't know much about them, so I can't tell you much. But I can tell you about Gao Qinjui. Gao Qinjui and I might not be arch-enemies, but we're definitely not on the same side. You should know that he saved Zoan and his wife. Though I hate Gao Qinjui, frankly, I am kind of impressed by his loyalty towards you. It might be because I'm someone who was emotionally driven most of the time, and I'm pretty impressed by how Gao Qinjui can do so much for you. You won't be able to imagine how difficult it was to pass through the spaces to look for you. He had to bear an immense amount of pressure and he had to be absolutely resolute. He couldn't fear death. Love is blind. He's done so much for you, and Du has done so much for him. It's like a vicious cycle which eventually ended up in a great change in Du's character and a jump in her abilities. You and Gao Qinjui did not have a happy ending either. In the end, you ended up here with a split symbol contract because he had to interfere with what was happening in your world to save you. Though this might seem selfish, it could initially have been a happy ending where he explained everything to you and apologized, and in that story, the both of you could live happily ever after. But you forgot all about him when you arrived here. Oh, that's not right. It's not that you've forgotten him completely. You just put your feelings for him onto a totally different person. You chose to believe that Gao Qi was the one you loved, the one whom you stabbed with a knife. You were wallowing in that guilt you felt towards him. That guilt and self-blame made your life in the split zone miserable. From Gao Qinjui's perspective, no matter who you loved, those feelings of yours had brought you nothing but pain. This is why he blamed himself for it. This is also why he placed you in the care of others and chose never to see you again until you could recall your past, until you healed. He knew that your amnesia and memory confusion were all issues of the heart and that it wasn't caused by external factors. I'm guessing that he probably wouldn't reach out to you if you end up not being able to remember anything about him. But fate loves to throw curveballs at us, even in the split zone. The both of you ended up meeting each other and your relationship turned rather complex. What's ridiculous is that you've actually fallen in love with another person. I felt like I could no longer take this. I didn't want to hear more of this and interrupted her. Enough. She refused to stop talking, but her voice turned gentle. These are things you have to know, Li Shun. You're running away from this just like how you're running away from those sealed memories of yours. You think that you're protecting yourself and protecting others, but you're actually harming them and harming yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269. Volume 5. 269 A promise to Piercer. I'm curious, Li Shun. Why did you fall in love with Nia Zun? Piercer asked after a long pause. I looked at her, not answering. She continued, I just don't understand. You loved Gao Qingjui so much. That guilt you felt towards Gao Qi after killing him by accident might have led to you being confused and misled you into thinking that Gao Qi was the one you loved. But even so, your feelings towards him should still be strong. Why did you have a change of heart? Yes. Why did I have a change of heart? If what they say is true, then the one I've loved and the one I've always been in love with is actually Gao Qingjui. I only felt guilty towards Gao Qi because I killed him. Behind that guilt, I was also in denial about my feelings for Gao Qingjui. I had always thought it was Gao Qingjui's appearance which changed everything. I thought that I had been in love with Gao Qi from the very beginning. But I've actually fallen in love with Gao Qingjui, someone who had passed through the cracks in space. In my heart, I thought it was wrong of me to do so, and I thought I was letting Gao Qi down, especially when I ended up killing him in the end. I thought it was all my fault that everything went wrong. This is why I couldn't forgive myself, and it led to my second personality being born. It led to me coming here to the split zone, and it led to me forgetting about Gao Qingjui's existence. This was what everyone else was telling me, and even I thought it was true. This sounded exactly like something I would do, and it sounded exactly like how I would think. However, that past they are talking about, I haven't been able to recall it entirely. So who knew if that was really the truth? Piercer is right too. No matter what the truth is, whether it was Gao Qingjui or Gao Qi I loved, it had nothing to do with Nia Zun at all. No matter what it was, it didn't make sense for me to have fallen in love with Nia Zun. Why did I fall in love with him then? To be honest, as a weapon that has been by your side for quite a while now, I think that Nia Zun is definitely someone worth loving. I'm just skeptical about why you love him. You might say that you found similarities in him and that you've both been ostracized before. But if that's so, it's the same for Gao Qingjui as well. He's also someone who had been ostracized. So why is it that you've fallen in love with Nia Zun instead of Gao Qingjui, who was the one you loved deeply before? I turned pale as I shook my head. I don't know. No one asked me this before. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should take a proper look into my own heart. The ones I've loved, my memories, they all seem to be wrong and missing parts. All of this isn't caused by anyone else but myself. I chose this. How weak am I that I'm choosing to avoid all of this? I should be taking a good look at myself instead. It's great that you're able to open up to me like this. I've been in the split zone for too long and I've seen so much that I've lost all hope in humans and soul splitters. I didn't like you at first, but I still ended up being your weapon. I don't know what it was that attracted me, but a lot of time has passed just like this. I looked up at her. Do you also think that Nia Zun is the one I love? Piercer turned serious. You can't doubt yourself at times like this. I know that whatever happened with Gao Qingji is a huge blow for you, and you're a kind person who doesn't want to let others down. But you have to understand that love is cruel. You're bound to let his feelings down if you don't love him. You love Nia Zun, and although I'm skeptical of the reason behind it, there's no need to doubt that you definitely love him. Maybe for you, there's no need for a reason to love somebody. I shook my head vigorously. No, there's nothing that is without reason, even love. I love him, and there has to be a reason behind it. Have you found it then? I looked up at the darkness which reminded me of Nia Zun's shadow. After a moment, I said, I'll tell you the day I leave the split zone. I had a huge smile on my face as I looked back at her. I felt that my head was much clearer now. This is life, where one would sometimes get a sudden epiphany. Though Piercer was still filled with doubt, she simply nodded and said, Okay, it's a promise then. Remember to reveal it to me when you leave the split zone. Okay, it's a promise. You'll assist me and lend me your power, and you'll have to help me to leave the split zone as well. As for me, I'll definitely help you save your lover. Piercer's eyes glinted with a ray of hope. Okay. So, what do I do now? Piercer pulled me up as she stood. You're inside of Piercer now since I've pulled your consciousness in here. I'll be loyal to you from now on as we've made a promise to each other. Though we stood on opposite sides before, I hope that you'll be able to trust me. I'll be loyal to you, and all you have to do is to keep your promise to me. I nodded firmly. Yes, I promise. Both our souls are in the weapon now, and because of the difficulty and grueling process of creating a living weapons are extremely rare. But because of this, the space here is independent of anything else and it is a completely sealed and protected space. Put simply, no one else would be able to find you or hurt you if I pull your consciousness in here. I was surprised. Wouldn't that make me invincible? This is the best place to hide. Piercer shook her head. Don't get too excited. If that's the case, everyone who has a living weapon, like Gaoqin Jui, would be invincible. You can escape from everything once you're in here, but an ordinary body of consciousness cannot stay in here for an extended period of time, just like how we would never be able to leave this space ever. This means that even though I can pull you in here, it's only temporary. It's not easy to bring you in here either. It's a difficult and tedious process. This means that you shouldn't be hoping for me to be able to pull you in here at a moment's notice if you're ever in danger. I get it. What are the criteria for coming in here then? You don't have to know that. All you have to know is that this is a suitable space for training. I was suddenly reminded of something when training was mentioned. Oh, I still have some questions about Gaoqin Jui. Go ahead. According to how you've described Gaoqin Jui and Duyu, am I right to interpret that they both grew up in the split zone? Just what is the split zone? Is it just a separate space? Soul splitters are the living creatures in here? Why are they able to grow up, and why can they dream of me when I'm in a separate space? Piercer looked grim after hearing my questions. This is the secret of the split zone, and I'm not planning to reveal this to you right now. Don't blame me for this. Everything has a right time, and now isn't the right time for you to know this. I would have continued probing in the past, but I wouldn't do it now. I realized that things I've gotten through force might turn out different from how I've initially imagined it to be. So instead of forcing things, I'd rather let things take its natural course. What I can tell you though, is that soul splitters grow up just like you do. In here, a day for them is 60 hours. And even though it's short if you calculate it via the time in your world, it's long here. 20 years to them is a very long time, and they would have been through a lot more. 20 years. Would they die of old age? I didn't ask the question eventually. If it wasn't to uncover the truth behind everything, I wouldn't be interested in their world at all. I have never been curious about the split zone, unless it was to uncover hidden truths. I've been trying to live a peaceful life from the very day I arrived here. Though I seem to be a little more active now, I wasn't really that curious about this place. I guess I've always been like this. Also, how should I address you in future? I asked. I can't keep addressing her as Piercer, can I? Just call me Piercer. Doesn't Gaoqin Jui call his living weapon Shenshi too? Should I really just address her as Piercer? Doesn't that sound a little inhumane? That doesn't sound too nice, does it? I asked hesitantly. Piercer laughed. No, it's totally fine. What's in the past is over and done with, and the old me is already dead. I'm no longer her. Even though I still have a consciousness, I'm no longer human now. I'm a mere weapon. Just call me that. I don't want others to recall the old me either. I pondered for a while before answering. That works, but how about this? I hope you'll be able to tell me your name the day I succeed in helping you save him, even if that means picking up the pieces from your past. How about that? Piercer did not expect me to make her a counteroffer like this. She seemed stunned. She looked at me as her eyes began to water. I smiled. Okay. Okay, she said, returning my smile. Can I call you Ashen then? Of course you can. I've actually wanted to ask you this, Ashen. What do you plan to do regarding Gaoqin Jui? I hope you can take a stand on this before you make any decisions in future. Regarding Gaoqin Jui? Yes, I shouldn't be running away. What should I do then? Even if Niazun was the one I loved, can I really throw everything away and be with Niazun like this? If everything they say is true, then Gaoqin Jui would have been the one who had done the most for me. On the other hand, I've always been letting him down and forgetting about him. I'm an existence which brings nothing but pain to others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270. Volume 5. 270. She's no heir. Before today, I could confidently tell Niazun that I wanted to be with him. Would I still be able to do that after today? I was used to being ostracized, and even if I did not want to let others down on purpose, it made me feel that I did not have to take responsibility for anyone either. Could I do that to Gaoqin Jui as well? Now that I think about it, he wasn't ignoring me the very first time I saw him in the split zone. He was afraid to look me in the eye. Were we being reunited, or was it only him who was meeting me again? I had forgotten all about him. Or did I purposely forget? It was all my fault. Am I going to let Gaoqin Jui down when I've already let Gaoqi down? Gaoqin Jui. Were you really not afraid to lose everything just to save me? What about Si Luo? I have another question for you too. From what you told me, Gaoqin Jui would have given everything for me. But why do my instincts tell me that he would be choosing Si Luo over me if he had to make a choice between the both of us? Piercer looked at me as she said, this is where Gaoqin Jui's loyalty lies. Gratitude is his priority, and you're a close second. He places himself last. He's grateful for all that Si Luo has done for him because Si Luo was the one who gave him hope and power. If you were in his shoes, you would place Si Luo at the top too. Also, he helped Zoan and his wife because that's what he thought that he should have done. Gaoqin Jui is a very principled individual. I sighed. Isn't it difficult to sing praises of him when you hate him so? Piercer smiled. I don't exactly hate him. And I'm still rational about things. Niazun. What should I do about you? Can I really abandon Gaoqin Jui and be with you like this? I was the one who loved Gaoqin Jui, but I was also the one who forgot about Gaoqin Jui and the one who left him alone in this split zone for such a long time. He must have been so hurt whenever I looked at him with that hostile, foreign gaze. It's no wonder he lost control of his emotions at times. I couldn't stop saying that I loved Gaoqi, and I even told him that I had fallen in love with Niazun. How much pain must he have been in? How could you be so cruel, Li Shun? How could you take away somebody else's happiness just because you refuse to recall the past? Have you been keeping your distance from me because of this, Gaoqin Jui? You'd rather stay away than watch me like this? What were you thinking when the both of us landed in that crack in space through Old Man Fan's technique? Why did everything seem so cruel? With all that bitterness in me, I asked Piercer, when do we start the training? We can start now, Piercer said. How do I train when I don't have an ounce of MF in me? Are you able to help me look for my MF? No, I can't. Your MF would go down to 0 for a whole month as long as you deactivate your split symbol. I'm not training you in using MF to protect yourself, but in using me to protect you. We'll have to work together on this. I'll explain it to you this way. Just like Shinchi's human form, I can exist as a physical entity to protect you. But we'd need to work closely together on this, be it through our gazes or bodies. Of course, the most important part of this is that our hearts and both our consciousness are able to resonate with each other. A living weapon is so called not only because of the presence of a soul in it. We can also act just like a human being and communicate. How exactly do we do this? It's easy. You just need to have a chat with me. Huh? I stared open-mouthed. Piercer smiled faintly. Mutual understanding is gained through time spent together. You thought that training would be difficult, didn't you? Real training is oftentimes completed when you don't even realize it. The effect of something that's done on purpose would only be limited. Genuine understanding can be exchanged with a simple gaze and a simple word. It comes about when we're at our most relaxed states. The reason I'm telling you that you have to train now is because the training is already coming to an end. I see. So it's like how powerful individuals are usually hidden among the common crowd? The training is done under circumstances where there is no pressure and no specific goal, and that actually leads to immense strength? That's right. It's fine even if you don't have any MF, since you have me around. I can protect you. Also, the restriction between you and Nyazun is made effective again after you deactivated your split symbol. He won't let you die. Oh, there's something I'm curious about. What's up with that restriction between us? Piercer sighed lightly. Nyazun arrived here because of you, and this is why the both of you are tied to each other like this. Nyazun doesn't have a soul splitter, and his split symbol is actually an extension of yours. This is why that restriction disappears when you activate your split symbol. When you activate it, the splitting key is inserted in the split symbol, and because of that, the tie between the both of you would break temporarily. So that's why. Everything happened because of me still? If I don't want to let Gaochinji down, what about Nyazun? Nyazun arrived here because of me too. Although Nyazun arrived here because of you, I'm not too sure about the details. He definitely has some inextricable ties to the split zone, including the fact that he is a unique existence who can be cultivated as a demon. The both of you are rare cases, and that is the reason why so many others are interested in the both of you. You have to believe that no matter what, Nyazun is the one whom you should trust and rely on the most. The most trustworthy and reliable one? But I wish that I was the one who was the most trustworthy and reliable for him instead. I've been relying on too many people all this time, so I guess I deserve to be ostracized. I'm just a disaster who doesn't know when to be content with what I have. What right do I have to want to be treated nicely by others? Also, Piercer. As for my second personality, how much do you know about her? I hesitated for a long time before I asked the question eventually. Piercer looked at me with this unfathomable gaze for a long time. What are you thinking about? I waved a hand in front of Piercer. She sighed and said, nothing. I can't answer this question of yours. Okay, another secret. Just call out for me if you're ever in danger. Remember to focus your thoughts when you're doing that. I'll be able to protect you then. How do I help you save your lover then, Dot? Piercer looked pained. No need to rush that. You don't have the ability to find him and approach him right now. I'll assist you for now, and I'll tell you what to do when the time comes. I trust that you'll help me on that, so there's no need for you to worry about it. I'll let you know when it's time. I nodded. Okay. Also, that scorpion ray on your left hand, it's an incomplete living weapon. Are you aware of that? I continued nodding as I said, I've heard about this before, but I'm not really sure about the details. Ghost King Huaidu had also expressed an interest in taking Scorpion Ray for himself. I don't really know much about this. Hey, where's Scorpion Ray? I realized the insignia on my left wrist was gone as I happened to glance at my hand. Other living weapons wouldn't be able to enter the space in Piercer. Your consciousness wouldn't be able to bring their consciousness in here either. Oh, I see. From what I understand, Scorpion Ray isn't considered a living weapon because it isn't whole and it doesn't derive its spirituality from a body of consciousness. Scorpion Ray was created with the emotions of humans and the life force of people. It isn't really alive, but it isn't a dead thing either. I don't understand. You can look at it like a stone which is able to absorb energy from both the sun and the moon. It doesn't have a soul on its own, but it can absorb energy from other things. Rumor has it that a complete Scorpion Ray would shine like the dazzling sun and have the brightness of the moon, and that it would also be extremely powerful. For weapons like Piercer, though it's still useful even if you don't summon me, it's difficult to wield it in circumstances where your MF has been depleted. It's different for Scorpion Ray. Even if you don't pour MF into it, it can still be used as long as you call him out. It's like a program that can be activated in a particular way. You've been imbuing in him the values of loyalty and working together from the beginning, and its spirituality would only allow it to recognize that particular value of loyalty. It isn't able to consider other factors apart from that. Then where's the other half of Scorpion Ray? I don't know about that though. You might have to ask the person who gave Scorpion Ray to you. Ask Li Qing. Oh, there's something else I wanted to tell you. Li Qing isn't an heir. My eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Piercer looked at me with sadness. I can tell the difference between soul splitters and heirs because I'm a living weapon. Li Qing isn't an heir, she's a soul splitter. That was one huge secret. It was also a huge blow. I forgot to inform you of this before. No, it's impossible. How could she be a soul splitter? Piercer sighed heavily. I know it's difficult to accept this, but it's the truth. Li Qing isn't an heir. I'm very sure of that. Calculating based on her age, she has been in the split zone for a very long time. I suspect that she'd know more or less everything about the split zone. Why did she take on the role of Western District Commander then? She had always protected us. That's because Li Qing is different from the other soul splitters. She's somebody who believes strongly in her principles of right and wrong. From what I've seen, even though she isn't an heir, you guys have always been her top priority. She was always trying to protect you guys. Shen, you have to know that everyone has their secrets. It's just something inevitable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271. Volume 5. 271 Building Telepathy. Even if everyone had their secrets. This secret was too. This individual was someone I trusted and looked up to. I thought she was an heir, but she's actually a soul splitter? How could that be? Should I believe her? I looked at Piercer with suspicion, but she smiled at me. It's normal that you'd be suspicious of me, since you trust her more. But Li Shen, I've also said that Li Qing isn't a bad person. She just has her secrets. Think about it, why did she fake her death to leave? Why would she reappear after that? All of the choices she made were because of her identity as a soul splitter. She definitely considers the position of the heirs, but as a soul splitter, she has her own ties and an identity that would stay with her forever. You have to spare a thought for her on this. After hearing this, I suddenly thought it made a lot of sense. This might be why Li Qing kept things from me in the first place. Si Luo is also a soul splitter. Among the 4 district commanders, Si Luo and Li Qing were the ones who requested for Zhao S and you to take on your positions. Do you think that the other soul splitters would really have let heirs take on such positions if that wasn't the case? Wouldn't they be afraid of an uprising? Have you thought about that? Zhao S and you are different because the both of you have Si Luo and Li Qing as your backing. Things turned out different in that case. Si Luo was a soul splitter from the Gate of Heaven, and both he and Li Qing left the circle of soul splitters because they didn't agree with how some things were being run. They left in order to protect you guys. What you said definitely made sense, Piercer. But there's a problem. I've seen Li Qing's split symbol before and it was exactly the same as that of Li Wen's. It was also in the same place. Li Wen is a soul splitter, so how could Li Qing be one? Something clicked in my head before I finished the question. Piercer was looking at me with a look that said, "You get it now, do you?" I couldn't believe this. I asked, You mean that Li Wen isn't actually a soul splitter? Li Wen is an heir, and Li Qing is actually Li Wen's soul splitter. Yes, that's it. All of you thought that Li Wen was Li Qing's soul splitter, but you've gotten it the wrong way around. Li Qing is the soul splitter, and she's Li Wen's soul splitter. Li Qing named her Li Wen to signify the start of her new life in the split zone when she was brought here, which also includes providing her with the power of a split symbol through a split symbol contract. My goodness. So this was actually what happened. This means Li Wen had been misunderstood by Jiao S all this while. By me too. This is why Li Wen said she was a loyal lapdog. Don't tell me that whatever Li Wen did was actually planned by Li Qing. No, that can't be. According to Piercer, Li Qing had our interests at heart. Then why did Li Wen, who was always loyal to her, seem to be opposing us? I know that there are many things that don't really make sense right now, but that's okay. The truth will be revealed someday. I just want you to know that although Li Qing might have done some things that you think was wrong, you have to empathize with her. Li Qing is a woman who is worthy of respect, and there's almost no one in the split zone who isn't impressed by her. Li Wen might be thinking of taking all the blame on herself and leaving all the glory to Li Qing. No matter how kind or full of justice Li Qing is, her identity as a soul splitter can never change. She has to switch her stance sometimes, and it's difficult for the rest of you to really understand her choices all the time. At times like these, Li Wen would be able to take the blame for her and leave Li Qing with a clean slate. I was shaken. Relationships between women are complex, but I've pretended not to know that all this while. Li Qing's favorites were Yu Ji, Li Wen and I. Among the three of us, Li Qing favored me the most. Though Yu Ji and Li Wen said they weren't jealous, I knew that they were lying. If it were me, I knew I would definitely be jealous. Yu Ji loved me but also hated me for this. It's no wonder Li Wen was so emotional after learning of Yu Ji's death. Li Wen and Yu Ji were competing with each other as well. We all looked up to Li Qing and we were equally reliant on her. This is why all of us hoped to be the best in Li Qing's eyes. Li Wen must have felt that even though I was Li Qing's favorite, I wasn't able to accompany her on that gritty road which might possibly turn dirty while she could. Was this why Li Qing chose to take Li Wen away instead of me? Or was it simply because Li Wen was her heir? Humans are fickle creatures. I know for a fact that if Li Qing had chosen me at the time, I might not have left with her even though I did love her. I might not have turned my back on the Western District together with her. Li Qing gave me the task of taking care of the Western District and staying loyal to it, but she turned her back on it. And Li Wen seemed to be fine with something like this. Ashen, I know what you're thinking. You can't blame Li Qing for not choosing you. Firstly, she needs to have control over the individual she chooses. No matter how loyal you are, as Li Qing's heir, Li Wen is easier to control. Secondly, Li Qing knows you guys too well. Though you look weak and cowardly on the outside, you're actually strong and kind, and that you're someone with your own principles and your own brand of justice. She knows that you wouldn't have left with her even if she asked, and that it would have only led to your impression of her being shattered. I believe that's what Li Qing didn't want to see. She would wish for you to look up to her. Li Wen is different though. You look up to Li Qing because you agree with her sense of justice. Li Wen looks up to her just because it's Li Qing, and it didn't matter if she was good or evil. Worldly affairs are just so complex and confusing. This can be interpreted both ways. One is that you were the one Li Qing loved the most, and she'd rather you think she was dead rather than have her image ruined in your eyes. But it can also be interpreted that Li Wen was the one Li Qing loved the most, as she's willing to reveal the truth to Li Wen and to face possible death with her. Both sound plausible. Relationships, of all kinds, are just so complex. But complex emotions like these are what make people human. This is why humans are different from animals. I felt a little upset. Yes. Though I feel upset, Li Wen must be feeling horrid. It's no wonder Li Wen was always so two-faced. Sometimes, she'd act like her old self, but she'd also turn weird at times. She must have thought that Li Qing favored me the most. She must be wondering why she isn't getting anything in return after doing so much for Li Qing without complaints. If I were in her shoes, I don't think I can be optimistic. You're right. Li Wen is in pain. I also believe that she still values her friendship with you, just like how it was with Yu Ji. It's because of this that her hatred towards you is greater. But the more she hates you and the more she gets jealous of you, the more pain she'd be putting herself in. Li Wen didn't think about what I just told you, that although Li Qing didn't want to hurt you and show you her dark side, she was willing to show it to Li Wen. Li Wen had never looked at it that way. I sighed. Yes. But now that you've told me all this, I'm also upset. I'm also jealous. But I know that nobody is at fault here, because I might have done the same thing if I were Li Qing. Who's to blame for everything then? This is the problem with you people. I'd always be thinking about things like these when I used to be a human too. But do you know that there's no need to put the blame on any party for these things? There's no need to be too hung up on where it went wrong. Right and wrong would always be relative, and there's no one and nothing which can be totally right. Trust me. If you're able to let go of things like these, you'd be able to forgive yourself. Forgive myself? No one else but you can forgive yourself, Ashen. You're just not willing to. You understand everything, but you refuse to admit it because you don't want to save yourself. I can see it in your entire being that you're able to see through everything. You're just avoiding it. I didn't know what to say. Everyone can preach though. Yes. The ones directly involved are always unaware of the real situation when bystanders are able to see it clear as day. Li Qing really loves you. Scorpion Ray is something extremely important to her, but she gave it to you. I just don't know why she gave you only half of it. Oh, Huaidu has been eyeing Scorpion Ray. Would the other half be with him? That's possible. I don't know any more than you do regarding the situation between Huaidu and Li Qing. I only learnt about it when you did. It's really quite a secret. If you really want to investigate Huaidu, you might have to return to the Gate of Ghost and possibly to the Demon Cave. Li Qing told me to leave the Gate of Ghost as soon as possible when I met her there. She said I'd be in danger in the Gate of Ghost. I have no idea what she meant. Well, there might be more individuals out there who've been eyeing your second personality. This is why I'm telling you to forgive yourself, so that you and your second personality can combine into one sooner rather than later. At this, I interrupted her. No, the second personality is not me. This isn't what I wish for. I'm not able to combine into one with her. Piercer looked at me. Why do this to yourself? You know that she is you, and that you are her. It's getting late, I said softly. Seeing my disinterest, Piercer did not push further. It is. You should be getting back now. In the following month, you just have to call my name if anything happens. Remember our talk and remember our promise. I'll be able to lend you more power that way. Okay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272. Volume 5. 272. I'm going to leave you. My consciousness felt as if it was floating away, and before I knew it, I was already back outside standing in front of Nyazun. Nyazun looked calm as usual, as if nothing had happened. "Where did you go?" he asked as soon as I steadied myself. "Do you actually care, Dot? I just want to know where a living weapon would take you." "Inside piercer." "What defense techniques did it teach you?" "None." "Then what are you going to do in future?" "Nothing." "You're around, aren't you?" I answered as calmly as I could. Nyazun was no ordinary individual and he wasn't fazed by my thick-skinned response at all. "I wouldn't be protecting you like I did in the past." Look at him being ruthless. I took a deep breath and slapped myself gently on the cheeks. Nyazun seemed surprised by my actions. Relaxing myself, I put a smile back on my face as I looked at him. "Nyazun, listen to me properly from now on. I don't know why you're acting this way, but the truth is that I've decided to stay by your side no matter what your reasons are. Even if you don't love me anymore, I'm going to stubbornly continue loving you. Love doesn't have anything to do with anyone else. We're all people living in our own little worlds. The situation, however, is different now." Nyazun's eyes seemed to darken as I spoke. His pupils looked like a black night before the arrival of a thunderstorm. I stopped a little in my tracks as I looked at him, but I continued eventually. "Let me tell you a story, Nyazun. I suddenly want to tell a story. It's my favorite one." A wave of exhaustion suddenly hit me and my voice sounded hoarse and tired. Nyazun regarded me and said, "Go ahead." I spoke slowly. There once was a young, pretty lady from a respectable family who was very talented. Though many matchmakers appeared at her door, she did not want to marry because she was waiting for the day when her beloved would appear. A young man caught her eye one day when she was at a crowded festival and she immediately knew he was the one she had been waiting for all this time. However, it was too crowded and no matter how hard she tried to approach him, she couldn't get any closer. After that, she began to search high and low for this young man, but he seemed to have simply disappeared from the face of the earth, never to reappear again. She then prayed to Buddha every day, hoping to see the young man again. Buddha was moved by her sincerity and finally appeared before her one day. Buddha asked, "Do you wish to see that man again?" "Yes, even if it's just one look, Dot." "What if you need to give up everything that you have, including your loving family and your happy life?" "I'm willing to give that up." The girl was resolute. "You need to train for 500 years before you can have one look. Are you sure you won't regret it?" "I won't regret it." Nothing could change the girl's mind. The girl then turned into a huge rock who lay by the countryside. She weathered 499 years and though she could endure this, she hadn't seen a single person in all this time. Without any slither of hope, she began to lose faith. In the last year, a quarrying team came along and decided to refine her into a cut stone. She was then imported into the city, where a stone bridge was being built. The girl ended up being a part of the rail on the side of the bridge, and on the first day the bridge was completed, she finally saw the man she had waited 500 years for. He looked like he was in a hurry and he passed the bridge very quickly, so of course he wouldn't realize that a stone was actually staring at him. The man then disappeared once again. Buddha then reappeared. "No. Why am I part of the rail on this bridge? If I was put in the middle of the bridge, I would have been able to touch him at least once." "You want to touch him? Then you'll have to train for another 500 years. It's very difficult. You're not going to regret it?" This time, the girl turned into a huge tree by the side of a busy road. Many people passed by her every day, but this made her more upset because she would always end up disappointed. If it weren't for her experience in the previous 500 years of training, she would probably have gone mad by now. Days passed, and the girl calmed her heart as she knew that he would not appear until the very last day. It had been 500 years, and the girl knew he would appear, but she was calm instead of excited now. He was finally here. He was wearing her favorite robes of white, and his face was still as beautiful as before. The girl gazed at him lovingly. This time, he didn't leave in a hurry since it was too hot. He went over to a huge tree by the side of the road to take a breather. Leaning against the tree trunk, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The girl was finally able to touch him, and he was lying right beside her. But she couldn't tell him about how she had been thinking about him for 1,000 years. All she could do as a tree was to give him the best shade from the sun. The man took a short nap before going on his way. He got up and dusted his white robes. Before leaving, he turned back to look at the tree and touched it lightly. He then turned and left, never looking back. Buddha reappeared when the man left. Do you want to be his wife? If so, you'll have to train again. The girl interrupted Buddha calmly. I want to, but there's no need for that. This is good enough. Loving him does not mean that I have to become his wife. Did his current wife go through all this pain like I did? The girl wondered. Buddha nodded slightly. The girl smiled. I can do that too, but I don't think there's a need to. The girl then realized that Buddha seemed to sigh. She asked, Buddha, is there something on your mind? That's good. There's a boy who can wait 1,000 years less. To get one look at you, he had already trained for 2,000 years. Buddha answered her with a huge smile. That's the end of the story. I smiled, looking at Nyazun. Nyazun was silent for a moment before he said, continue. The moral of the story should be at the end of it, right? I looked at him gently. Tamping down the bitterness in my heart, I finally asked, many people are aware of how this story goes. You know it too, right? Nyazun hesitated for a while before nodding eventually. If I could add an epilogue to the story, it would be that the girl was so moved by what Buddha told her that she decided to be with the boy who had waited 2,000 years for her. However, the boy who waited 2,000 years for her said he was tired of it, and it's also at this point that Buddha tells the girl that the man she had been waiting for all this time had known how she had waited for him. It's just that he didn't think he was able to give her happiness, but he had actually been aware of her all this while. What do you think she'd do at such a juncture? Though this was convoluted, Nyazun would definitely be able to get it. His eyes darkened further. What are you trying to say? He sounded slightly emotional when he asked the question. My gaze was gentle. I love you. It's the same today as it was yesterday, it's the same as it was from the day before, and it's the same as it was when you loved me. But Nyazun, I'm no longer able to love you in the future, because I owe somebody. I have to return to that individual's side. You said you were tired of our relationship, and yes, you should be tired now. I changed the life that you could have had. You're innocent. Everything is my fault. Now, when the time to correct all this has come, the only thing to be happy about is that you've already left me when I have to leave you. Because then you wouldn't have to feel upset about it. I've practiced this 1,000,000 times in my head, and I thought I wouldn't cry when I said it. I still cried in the end, but I tried to cry silently. I looked at him with a tearful gaze and smiled faintly. This did not seem like something I would do at all. Even though my vision was obscured by all the tears, I could see his gaze turn dark. Nyazun, if this was what you wanted, I'll give it to you now. Nyazun, Gaoqingji had been waiting for me for way too long. I've let Gaoqi down, I've let him down, and I've even forgotten about him. I even told him that I loved you. There's no way I can erase these sins in my next lives. I'm going to go and return the favor now. I'll also be returning you your freedom. My face was drenched in tears. Nyazun's eyes looked like the surface of a still lake. After a moment, they seemed to light up like fiery torches as they shone and burnt brightly. My vision cleared up as the last of my tears escaped me and his profile and face appeared slowly before me. His eyes were extremely bright and they were shining with a dangerous light. He appeared right in front of me in the next second, those wispy bangs falling onto my forehead. Grabbing my neck and my arm with each hand, he spoke in a suppressed, low-pitched voice. What did you say? You're going to him? My ears aren't fooling me, are they, Li Shun? Didn't you love me? Didn't you say that you'll love me forever? What now, you're turning your back on your promise? His hands made my neck hurt as he strangled me. Seeing me refuse to look at him, he turned my chin forcefully towards him. Say it, Li Shun. Tell me why you're going back to him. What, you're not satisfied even after sleeping with me? I could hear the suppressed rage in Nyezun's voice. His eyes looked frantic even as they shone. I looked at him with a bitter smile. What are you doing, Nyezun? Aren't you tired? Didn't you leave me? You don't love me anymore, so why do you care? It doesn't have anything to do with you, whoever I'm with and whoever I'm in love with. You? Nyezun looked at me with gritted teeth. I felt as if the bones in my chin were going to be crushed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273. Volume 5. 273 Bait. Initially, I was just a little upset, but that fire in me lit up when Nyezun flew into a rage. I turned away from him forcefully and swung his hand away. The magnitude of my actions had to be great, as since it was difficult to escape without MF. My hair was in a huge mess, but I had no time to care about that as I spoke. You have no right to be angry. Why are you angry? You don't love me anymore. Weren't you going to leave me? Nyezun looked at me with eyes full of sorrow, but a look of contempt emerged soon after. So this is the reason you're having a change of heart? Is there any value to your love? You're going into someone else's arms after I just let go. Aren't you something, Li Shun? Yes, I am. Don't you know that? Are you regretting it? Are you regretting that you used to love me? Nyezun, I'm just like this. Not happy about it? You hate it? Don't forget you used to be in love with me too. Tears began rolling down my cheeks again. Nyezun's gaze darkened as he saw my tears. Are you going back to him because you're returning a favor, or is it because you finally remembered that it was him you were in love with and you recalled that feeling from the past? I shook my head. That's not important. I just have to return to him. You don't want me anymore anyway. This is very important, he growled. His eyes looked like those belonging to an abandoned child. I looked at him sadly as I said, You still love me, don't you? You were lying when you said you were going to leave me, weren't you? You wouldn't care about this if you didn't love me anymore. Tell me, Nyezun. You still love me, don't you? What I said rendered Nyezun motionless. His eyes immediately deadened as if he was reminded of something else. I was worried and wondering if something had happened. Did I say something wrong? He continued in a low voice, Go ahead then, if you've already decided to go to him. Something in my heart shattered into a million pieces. I forced myself to smile as I said, Okay. We can't be more than 500 meters away from each other again, so I'll be bothering you like this for a while. Sorry about that. Don't worry though. I'll reactivate my split symbol when my MF recovers after a month, and you'll be able to leave. Let's just tolerate each other for now. Nyezun remained silent. Just like this, the atmosphere turned cold. The door to the hall creaked open just as I was thinking about ways to start another conversation. Nyezun hid behind a pillar as soon as the door opened. In order not to affect his movements, I moved nearer to the pillar as well, keeping him within 500 meters of myself. Do you see Luo and Jiao's entered? The Ice Phoenix was not with them. Diyu's boots clicked against the floor as she walked towards me. It's been a while now. Are you done? Looking at her, I suddenly felt that she was sad and pitiful. I regarded her with sadness in my eyes. She probably didn't understand why I looked at her that way, and she looked me up and down with suspicion. I smirked. Let's just go straight to the point. Don't you want Si Luo and I to help you go against Huaidu? What are your plans? Do you frown at this surprisingly positive attitude of mine? What's gotten into you? Something went wrong while you were trying to conquer the weapon? I shrugged. It's nothing actually. I just deactivated my split symbol accidentally. What, do you and Jiao S were shocked? I spoke calmly. You heard right. I deactivated my split symbol and I have 0 MF right now. Such a condition would last for at least a month, With gritted teeth, Du said, I want you to help me, but now you've deactivated your split symbol and turned yourself into someone absolutely useless. Are you trying to go against me on purpose? Seeing Du upset, Jiao S moved between us to shield me. However, I didn't mind this at all. No need to get so agitated, do you? You can tell me about your plans if you want my help to go against Huaidu, and we'll see if I can still be of assistance even without MF. You can get angry after that. Du shot me a cold look as she suppressed her rage. Bianing is in a coma and Song Ming sees me as his archenemy. Song Ming is working for Huaidu, so I expect that he'd arrive in the gate of heaven soon. I want you to help me take care of Song Ming. Si Luo spoke this time. Song Ming is the only one in the split zone who has immense power even without establishing a split symbol contract. Moreover, he has a split symbol now. Though his split symbol and that of Bianing and your Ta Lai form a three-way split symbol, this does not reduce his power at all. How do you expect us to go against him? Du smirked. That's enough, Si Luo. Yes, you're right. In terms of ability and power, Song Ming is a rare exception in the split zone. But Si Luo, you're no ordinary individual either, are you? No one is as good as you are in the intricate manipulation of MF. I don't have confidence in any others, but with you and Li Xin, I don't think anyone else can escape from you guys. But soul splitters don't die. What do you want me and Si Luo to do? I asked. Du shot a frosty look at me? It's simple. You just have to put a seal on his split symbol during your battle. Because of the connection with Bianing, his split symbol has become one of his greatest weaknesses. I don't know where his symbol is though. I don't care how you do it, you can lie to him or use any other method, I just need you to approach him when he arrives in the gate of heaven and find out where his split symbol is. Then, you just have to put a seal onto it. Leave the rest of it to me after that. Why do we have to do it? Why don't you do it yourself? Si Luo asked while pointing at me. Do you turn to Si Luo? Firstly, this can be seen as some sort of test to see if the both of you are genuinely going to work with me and how loyal you'd be. Secondly, for anything related to Bianing, I don't want Ta Lai to know that I'm behind it. It's that simple. Si Luo smiled beautifully. There's more. I think you aren't being totally honest here. Du smirked. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. This is my request and it depends on the both of you whether you're willing to complete it. I looked at Si Luo as I said, I'm fine with it. If you're fine with it, I'm okay with it too, Si Luo said. He then addressed Du, we'll do what you asked us to. I just hope you keep your word. Du smirked again? Though I'm no saint in your eyes, I'll definitely keep my word. But I'll have to trouble the both of you for a bit, just to lessen Song Ming's suspicion. I'll lock you guys up in the public area in the gate of heaven. He'd think that we were standing on opposing sides in that case. I know Song Ming well. An enemy of his enemy will be his friend. He'll definitely help you guys out when he arrives here. What do you mean by locking us up in the public area in the gate of heaven? There's a central plaza in the gate of heaven with a square iron cage that measures 10 by 10 meters. It's a public location specially used to punish bad people and traitors. I'm going to imprison you guys there for a few days. What do you think? Si Luo yawned lazily. To enjoy the sun? Sounds pretty good. My face twitched. I don't think that would be comfortable. Wasn't this just like public shaming? I asked suddenly, do we need to strip? Everyone was visibly stunned at my question. Do you frowned? Are all heirs retarded like you? I shrugged. It's up to you. But I have 0 MF now. I wouldn't die if I stay under the sun like that for a few days, right? Do you looked at me icily? It's better if you end up dead. I was about to respond when I was suddenly reminded of Niazun. You was looking for Niazun, and I couldn't let it slip that he was right here in the Palace of Cold Blood right now. But if I had to be in the cage, wouldn't he be exposed since we couldn't be more than 500 meters apart? What to do? What to do? What should I do? While I was swimming in my own anxiety, Si Luo spoke suddenly. We can do that, but I'd like to bring somebody else along. Who? Do you asked? Guan Ye, Si Luo answered. Do you raised a brow? Guan Ye? Is he in the gate of heaven now? Why am I not aware of this? Si Luo continued lazily. There are many things you aren't aware of. If you're okay with that, then you can lock the 3 of us up right in the middle of that plaza. What do you think? Your attacking prowess would just increase with Guan Ye around. Do you nodded? That's not a problem. It's just that, where is he now? Even Jiao S looked at Si Luo with suspicion when Guan Ye was mentioned. How did Si Luo know where Guan Ye was when Jiao S didn't? Si Luo and Guan Ye are probably not good friends, are they? Didn't Guan Ye hate Si Luo's guts because of Gao Qinjui? Si Luo said, I can't tell you where he is. You just have to wait for us at the plaza. We'll be there. Do you regard all of us with suspicion? Si Luo smiled. You should place your complete trust in me if you're going to work with me. You know me, do you? Do you finally nodded upon hearing this? Fine. Be quick about it. I believe you already know the way to the central plaza, since you should be familiar with the gate of heaven. There was a hint of sarcasm when she spoke, but Si Luo didn't seem to mind as he continued smiling. Go on ahead. We'll be there soon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274. Volume 5. 274 On the way to Central Plaza. I got a little nervous when Si Luo turned to me after you left, as he seemed to have taken a glance at the pillar hiding Niazun. Si Luo spoke gently, come on out. I froze immediately. Jiao seemed rather stunned at this, but I knew there would be no use in trying to explain things at this point. Niazun's footsteps were so light that I didn't even realize he was already standing beside me. Niazun regarded Si Luo calmly. As expected of Si Luo. Si Luo smiled politely at this. I'm just curious. Though we aren't able to hear anything from inside the hall when we were outside, how could we not have sensed it if somebody entered? It's difficult for you to find you in here, but it's almost impossible to slip past the both of us and enter. How did you do it, Niazun? Jiao asked in her hoarse voice, is it a spatial transference technique too? Si Luo shook his head. It's difficult to accomplish real spatial transference without using that red pill I gave you. The principle behind how you teleports individuals over is similar to how you and Gao Qinji control air currents. These are done via manipulating the density of the air and affecting what others see. It isn't really teleportation. This is why I don't believe that Niazun used spatial transference. Niazun smiled. Of course it isn't. Luo took a casual glance at me as he asked, "Is it something to do with you deactivating your split symbol?" I was a little hesitant in telling the truth. Can I really tell them about this? I trust Luo, and I definitely trust Jiao. But is this the right time to reveal it to them? But there isn't any reason for me to keep it from them either, is there? With Luo's intelligence, it would probably be hard to keep it from him if I lied about it too. I looked at Niazun. He didn't seem to have any intention of stopping me, so I told the truth. Because I deactivated my split symbol, the restriction that we can't be more than 500 meters away from each other has reappeared again. It's probably because of this that he ended up in here. A light flashed in Luo's eyes as he seemed to recall something. You said Guan Nye would come. Why weren't I aware of that? Where is he? Jiao asked suddenly. Remaining silent, Luo smiled and walked over to Niazun. He lifted a slender arm and waved it in front of Niazun. Something amazing happened at that very moment. Niazun had transformed into Guan Nye. He had a head of white hair, upturned eyes, and a coquettish smile, and he was dressed in white from head to toe. A disguise? Jiao shook her head in disagreement. I don't think so. This should be one of the methods used to control air currents. Luo nodded. That's right, it's a method used in controlling air currents. It's slightly different from the method I taught you. It can bend light to create a mirage. How are you going to maintain it? It's easy. I just need to focus a part of my MF on him and he'll look like this as long as I'm alive. Niazun gave a grateful smile, but it was rather weird to look at him like this. Guan Nye has a coquettish expression on his face while Niazun always had an indifferent look. Right now, these expressions mixed and it seemed rather awkward. Jiao spoke before I could. Since you're using Guan Nye's face, you should be acting like him. Don't make it too awkward and unnatural. Luo turned to me. We'll be at the Central Plaza for more than a couple of days, so we have to make sure we don't let anything slip. Jiao interrupted Luo and asked, if Songming arrives in the gate of heaven and tries to save us, are we really going to attack him like how do you wants us to? Luo continued calmly, we'll play it by ear. Nobody knows what's going to happen. I'll let you guys know what to do when Songming gets here. Luo turned back to me. Li Shen, you didn't forget our promise, right? At this, both Jiao and Niazun looked at me with suspicion. I took a deep breath before answering. I didn't forget. I hope you didn't too. Good. Let's work together then, until the both of us achieve our goals. Okay. Jiao looked rather surprised upon learning that I had some sort of agreement with Luo that she wasn't aware of. I looked at her, but I knew I couldn't say anything about this. Let's go and parade ourselves as prisoners then. Luo laughed. While leaving the palace hall, I turned back to look at the silk gauze curtain. I had a feeling that I would be coming back here someday. Apart from Duyu, those two ladies were also waiting for us outside when we exited. Duyu was visibly shocked when she saw Guan Nye. How did he get in? She was as confident in herself as Luo was in her abilities. Luo said, he might not be able to slip past you alone, but you're no match with me around. What a convenient and absolute lie. Do you turned grim? I guess your abilities have been maintained, Luo, even after such a long time. Luo smiled at her. If it has merely been maintained, I would be no match for you as someone who works on improving all the time, wouldn't I? Duyu's face darkened at this. Though the two ladies did not seem happy about the exchange, they did not say a single word. They were probably wary since they were on the less populous team. Duyu then smiled all of a sudden? Fine. I should be honored that so many individuals with high abilities are working for me now. I guess there's no need for me to be too polite here since we've already agreed on the conditions. Luo stretched out a hand as he signaled for Duyu to go on ahead. Diu's cold gaze swept past us before she turned and led the way, probably heading for the central plaza immediately. As we walked, Jewess pulled on my sleeve gently. I understood her immediately, and the both of us fell back and kept a small distance from the rest who were in front. You have tons of questions for me, don't you? I looked at Jewess as I asked apologetically. We had been apart for quite some time now, and so much had happened during this time that we were no longer up to date with each other's lives. I've guessed most of it, but there are still things I'd like to ask you. Go on. Jewess looked a little worried. What's going on between you and Niazun? I knew this would be her first question, but I haven't thought about how I would answer it. After a moment, I decided to speak truthfully. It's complicated actually. So, the king of the Gate of Ghost King Huaidu is trying to make use of Niazun to cultivate a demon. In the process, Niazun lost his memories and forgot about me, and though he recalled those memories eventually, his attitude towards me had totally changed. I don't know why either, but I'd rather choose to believe that he has his reasons for doing so. You should understand how I feel though. I don't feel great about it at all. Jewess sighed. I felt something off about the two of you earlier. I guess things are really complicated. Oh right, I have to tell you something. I saw Li Qing in the Gate of Ghost. I spoke extremely softly and made sure no one else in front of us would be able to listen in. Jewess was understandably shocked, and I could see the emotion in her eyes. How could that be? I knew too well how she felt. What I was going to say next would make her even more upset, just like how I felt when I first learnt about it. But I had to tell her, and I had to tell her soon. If I didn't talk about this with Jewess, and if I didn't share this secret with her, I simply wouldn't know what to do with myself and all this information. Apart from that, Li Qing is also a soul splitter. She isn't an heir. What? Her pitch was extremely high, probably because she was too shocked upon hearing what I just said. Everyone turned back to look at us. I grabbed her arm hard, and she tried to tamp down her emotions as she shot a cold look towards the party in front. Speaking in an almost inaudible volume, she said, I'll not ask about the details since there isn't much time now. I have no reason to doubt you either, but are you sure that information is reliable? I nodded profusely. It's definitely reliable. If you think about it, this is the only way it makes sense, right? Li Qing is so kind, and she had no choice but to leave us because of her identity. She has her reasons for doing so. Jewess was rational as always, and her mind was working to connect all the dots. She then nodded. If this is true, then I'm willing to believe that she had her reasons for doing so. What we have to do now is to uncover everything. Things that seem illogical and unexplainable would come to light eventually. I guess there's no better solution anyway. We'll work on this together. I flashed a resolute smile at her. A burden seems to have finally been lifted off my shoulders now that you're here. The truth will definitely be made known someday. Yes, don't worry about it. I understand everything. Jewess's lips broke into that emotionless smile of hers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275. Volume 5. 275 A Cage for Humans. But Ashun, what I'm most interested in knowing is whether you blamed her or not after you learnt about all that. Jewess's question got me in a bind. Instead of thinking about my answer, I realized I actually had to think about how I could even go about answering her. Shouldn't it have been a straightforward no? Why did I hesitate? Did I really blame Li Qing? I knew that I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Li Qing. Whether it was the courage she had given me to continue living, whether it was Scorpion Ray, or whether it was a heart that took responsibility for others and believed in love, these are things I couldn't live without. Did I even have the right to blame her for anything? But could I really confidently say that I didn't blame her at all? I didn't know why I hesitated, and if I really did blame her, I didn't know why I did. I felt helpless. I looked at Niazun. Even though he looked like Guan Nia now, his figure from the back still looked lonely like before. A sorrow began to fill my heart. Jiao held my hand gently as she sensed my emotions. Her hoarse voice turned gentle as she said, "I get it. There's no need for you to answer." I forced myself to put on a smile. Upon arriving at the central plaza, I realized that some places in the split zone were extremely similar to the places that existed in the real world. This plaza could have belonged right smack in the middle of the human world, except that this place did not have middle-aged ladies dancing to loud music in the center. The only other difference was that there was a huge iron cage in the middle of the plaza. It was just a simple iron cage placed right in the middle of the plaza, and it was so huge it looked like more than 100 individuals could fit in it. Using it to lock the few of us up made it seem like a waste of resources. You gestured for us to continue as she stepped in front of the cage? This is it. I'd have to trouble the few of you for a few days. What's with this politeness? You're not merely troubling us, are you? Niazun smirked. This doesn't look like a cage for prisoners. This looks like a cage that's used to exhibit animals. The corners of my mouth started twitching at his comment. Wasn't he just putting himself down like this? Don't drag me into this, please. Do you return the smirk? What's the difference between animals and people who've lost their freedom? See? She makes it sound as if she captured us. This woman is so full of herself. She was the one asking us for help on this, and we are only doing this because we're working with her now. Ignoring her, I stepped into the cage without hesitation when it opened. Let's see if this cage can really take my freedom away. Seeing me step in, Si Luo and the rest followed. Though the plaza wasn't crowded at this time of the day, some of the passers-by looked over at this seemingly rare sight. Although those who looked over regarded us with suspicion and surprise, there was no one who seemed to be talking about it. I believe that was because all of them knew and recognized you, and they were keeping their distance from her. The fear in their eyes was palpable when some of them glanced past you. I guess you is also notorious in the gate of heaven. You stood outside the cage after ordering those weird sisters to lock us in? She spoke in a low voice. According to reliable sources, Sang Ming has already arrived at the border of the gate of heaven. I didn't expect him to arrive here so quickly, so there's no time for us to put on a show. Though this plan is put together rather shabbily, he'd be here soon. Just play it by ear and don't forget our common goal. Common goal? We were working with each other to achieve our own goals, but did we really have a common goal here? You seemed anxious as she led the two ladies away after getting them to lock the cage? Her attitude about this made me suspicious. This cage looked suspicious as well. We didn't just walk into a trap, did we? I looked around as I asked. Si Luo and Niazun were extremely calm. The both of them found a comfortable corner and lay on the floor, propping their head up with a hand, as if it had nothing to do with them even if the world gets blown to bits. The cage did not look like it belonged in this plaza at all, and this made me feel extremely uncomfortable. There were currently two males, whose beauty were out of this world, laying somewhere within this huge cage looking relaxed, while two females were standing right in the middle of the cage. One of them looked emotionless and stood unmoving, while the other was looking around with shifty eyes. It's no wonder people had to take a second look at us. I knew I would definitely be staring. We were outdoors in the daytime, but the air felt suffocating here. Are we really going to act like monkeys on exhibit and stay in here until someone passes by or something happens? I could no longer hold it in. Si Luo spoke slowly with squinted eyes as he lay on the floor in those flowy white robes. Isn't it great here? We have fresh air and just the right amount of sunshine. I miss this. What's wrong with just enjoying nature? I was not the least bit convinced. But apart from that, there seemed to be nothing else we could do either. I looked at Jiao. Jiao S was currently looking at Si Luo with a gaze that spoke volumes. I stared at her, forgetting that I was actually in the midst of trying to formulate a response to Si Luo. Jiao S's gaze revealed her emotions. Though I might not be able to feel what Jiao S is feeling exactly, I could tell she was in some sort of dilemma and reluctance when it comes to Si Luo. I've seen this look on Niazun before, and I was very sure that if I liked to look at my own reflection, I'd definitely have seen this look on myself multiple times. It was this look of hers that made me realize I was being self-centered again. I failed to consider the feelings of my friends yet again. If what I had with Niazun was love, then it could happen between others too. If I could be frustrated with Niazun, does it mean that Jiao S would be carefree all the time? We were all responsible for our own feelings. She was able to empathize and provide me with some sort of comfort, but I haven't even considered her feelings. I did the same thing she did before. I walked over and took her hand in mine gently. The pain in her eyes wavered slightly when I touched her hand, and a glint of appreciation flashed past her eyes when she looked at me. This was the first time I felt that I was actually useful. I like being silent too much, and I had remained silent for too long. I said to Jiao S, "Sorry. I've left you all alone in this time. I'm not planning to ask what you've been through, and there's no need for you to tell me about it either. You don't have to apologize, let me do it instead. I'll feel uncomfortable if I don't." I pointed at where my heart should be as I said this. Jiao S put on her serious face as she said, "I'm not planning to reject your apology. Shouldn't I be gracious about it if someone apologizes to me?" She made me laugh just like this. I then happened to glance at Niazun. Niazun was lying beside Si Luo with those coquettish eyes belonging to Guan Nia. But that cold gaze definitely belonged to Niazun. This was the man I loved. No matter how he looked like and what he became, there was no way to hide that solitude buried so deeply in that gaze. Nothing could bring him out of that solitude. I spoke to Jiao S while looking at Niazun. "Look, aren't they quite similar?" Jiao S followed my gaze to the two of them who were on the floor. "This is getting more and more interesting. So many things have happened in a year. If we could turn back time, I don't think any of us would be able to predict this happening. Does this mean that there's no way we can predict what might happen in the coming year too? I'm kind of scared of this feeling of uncertainty when I think about how unpredictable the future is. Look at how we are now compared to how we were in the past." I smiled. We don't even know if we'd be alive in the coming year. But it's because things are getting worse that we begin to cherish our lives. Humans are funny creatures. We only begin to cherish life when we sense danger around. Jiao S seemed to be in deep thought following what I said, as if she found my words worth pondering over. She finally spoke when I was planning to sit on the floor after having stood for a while. "It's never wrong to cherish life. But how about cherishing feelings? If we can cherish our feelings just like how we cherish our lives, wouldn't many things turn out to be different?" I gave her a bitter smile. Feelings are fickle, and even if we cherish it, we might not get an equal amount of reciprocation. It might even drag people down in certain situations, especially now that we're no longer in our world. We shouldn't forget this, that we're the weirdos in this world. We're the ones who are thinking about how to escape this place. We're not soul splitters who originally reside here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276. Volume 5. 276 Tsong Ming's Pursuit. Yes. I'm happy to hear that you think we should be thinking of a way to leave too. Does this mean that you finally decided to go back? I don't know, actually. I shook my head. But didn't you say that your goal was to leave together with Si Luo? I glanced at Si Luo before turning back to Jiao S. Jiao S's eyes seemed to darken slightly. If I'm not able to change the natural law of things, if I'm fated to leave him someday, then I'll not force it. I've realized that Si Luo loves this place. It has nothing to do with love, it's just that he has been here for way too long. How long are you two planning to chat for? Niazun shot the question at me with that indifferent tone of his. I shut my mouth immediately. Niazun wasn't someone who would spout nonsense in public areas like these. If he did that, it meant he wanted me to stop talking, and he would definitely have his reasons for doing so. Seeing me silent, Jiao kept quiet too. A gust of wind blew from out of nowhere. Though I wasn't very good in sensing air currents, I knew if danger was looming. There was an invisible pressure that seemed to be closing in on us. I wanted to ask, is Song Ming here? To break this eerie silence, but I just could not do so. My mind was in a complete mess as it wondered what to do next if it really was Song Ming, and I didn't even realize it was him until a blood-red robe appeared in front of me. I flinched slightly when I heard Song Ming call out from somewhere outside the cage. As I turned back to look, I was met with Song Ming's wild face. His dark hair seemed messier than before, but he still had that powerful aura around him. He had this expression which looked like he was angry but smiling at the same time. It looked saddening but beautiful. I was wondering if I should ask how he had been doing, but red-robed Song Ming did not have much patience this time. He spoke at me, "You, come over." I was actually about to go over when Jiao stopped me. Those slightly upturned eyes of his looked even more devious as he raised a brow. He looked like someone who should never be offended. "What's this game you're playing at?" Song Ming asked as he looked at the huge cage. "Game? It's a game where we act as bait to lure you over." This time, he finally spotted the two individuals lying in the corner. He spotted Niazun first and he didn't even bother looking at Si Luo because his eyes ended up being glued to Niazun. He stared at Niazun for a good 10 seconds or so, and he continued staring even when Niazun stood up. I was slightly nervous, but I didn't know why I felt nervous. Though Niazun had Guan Nia's face, he still looked demonic. "Do I need to go over so you can have a better look?" He then began walking towards Song Ming. Song Ming was still standing outside the cage. I wonder if this cage is nothing but scrap metal to him. Song Ming laughed out loud. "Who's the one behind this? The technique is not bad and it might fool others, but since I've helped the both of you before, it's impossible for this to slip past me." Si Luo stood up at this. "I did it," he answered with a smile. Song Ming looked slightly surprised as he turned to Si Luo. I would never have imagined Song Ming being surprised about anything. Song Ming asked, "You've been revived? You were half dead the last time I saw you. I couldn't even talk to you since you were in such a deep sleep in that coma of yours. What now? You finally realized that your body is the best tool for a revolution?" Si Luo blinked mischievously. How rare it is for the godly Song Ming to remember me and recognize me. Song Ming laughed again. "When have you become so dishonest, Si Luo? Is there anyone who doesn't know Si Luo's name in the split zone? Let's not talk about those from the Gate of Ghost, even those from the Gate of Exit would probably know that a person named Si Luo exists. How can I not know you then? Furthermore, I'm rather familiar with Gao Qinzhu as well." For some reason, I felt relieved as I heard this exchange. This meant that the both of them might have some sort of a good impression of each other. If that was the case, Si Luo would definitely have us stand on Song Ming's side. Even though my gut told me that Song Ming was extremely dangerous, I stubbornly believed that it was a better choice to work with Song Ming than to go against him. I couldn't tell what Si Luo could be planning with that friendly exchange as he continued. "I don't know about you and Gao Qinzhu, but I know that you're not someone who does things on a whim. You're appearing here alone in the Gate of Heaven at this juncture. I know you have guts and you don't care, but I wonder if you're really that confident in your abilities or if you have some other pressing reason to do so." Song Ming was a cunning opponent. He glanced at all of us and smiled deviously before he answered. How about you tell me what's going on with the group of you before you ask the questions? Firstly, this grouping is weird. And you've even changed Nyezun's appearance. Also, you're locked up in this lousy cage right smack in the middle. Even if I was extremely confident in my abilities, I wouldn't dare step into this seeming trap. Stop pretending. You don't sound the least bit scared. Don't you have nothing but mere guts? Also, I'm curious. Where's Gaoqin Jui? From what I know about him, he'll be wherever you are. He won't leave you that easily. Judging from the timing, you should have just woken up not too long ago. What is it that could have made Gaoqin Jui leave you at this juncture? Judging from this targeted question, Song Ming definitely understood the dynamics between Gaoqin Jui and Si Luo well. Gaoqin Jui disappeared after he gave me that slap. I knew why he did that now, and I could understand his anger and frustration. But I didn't know why he didn't come back for Si Luo. Is there something else I'm not aware of? Do you mention that my second personality can save Si Luo since it resonated with his? Was Gaoqin Jui looking into this? I didn't have the luxury of time to think about all the possibilities as Si Luo answered Song Ming quickly. He's only human. There are also times when he throws a tantrum. I don't know where he is now. As for being in this cage, I'm here to wait for you. Song Ming laughed again. You haven't changed, but that frankness is just what I like about you. Go on, who made you do this? Why do you have to ask if you've already guessed it? Si Luo said calmly. Song Ming smirked. I guess you isn't giving up on Bianing anytime soon. Interesting. She's always trying to harass my woman when she can't even look after her own man, and she's eyeing me now? But what's up with this plan of hers? Getting the four of you to wait for me here? This doesn't really make sense. Song Ming looked extremely relaxed with his folded arms even when what he said sounded rather serious. Si Luo brushed his silvery white hair lightly. If you're going against her, according to her perception of you, that you don't follow the usual rules, it's pretty understandable that she would use such an extreme method. What? I don't follow the usual rules? My motive for coming here is clear as day. Does she need to resort to such petty tricks? I'm not even targeting her. Si Luo raised a brow in response. Oh, this makes things interesting. What could have made you rush here and cross the border between the Gate of Ghost and the Gate of Heaven if you aren't here for Bianing? What are you here for then? Song Ming shrugged. Yes, it's for my woman, but that doesn't really have much to do with you, does it? The Gate of Heaven doesn't belong to her. Does she really think that she can take the top spot with her petty tricks? As for the rest of you. Song Ming pointed at us as he spoke. You are nothing but her mercenaries. So, Si Luo, are you planning to go back to being a loyal dog for Fengzhu in the Gate of Heaven? A glint of anger shone in Zhao S's eyes upon hearing this seemingly rude comment. She cared a lot about Si Luo, and Song Ming would probably be in her blacklist now that he had said something like this. However, Si Luo did not mind it at all. It doesn't matter who's the one I'm helping here. If you're here for Bianing, it means you're targeting you. I'm quite surprised by this casual and relaxed attitude of yours, in fact. Song Ming frowned slightly. I'm definitely here for Bianing, but who said I was targeting you? Si Luo's gaze darkened. What's the meaning of this? Song Ming laughed emptily as he slowly pointed a finger at me. She's my target. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277. Volume 5. 277 1 against 4? Oh, you're targeting me? I looked at Song Ming with mock interest as I pointed at myself. Song Ming nodded. That's right. You're my target. Si Luo did not wish for my conversation with Song Ming to continue as he spoke quickly, why are you targeting her? Isn't you the one responsible for Bian Ying's condition? Are you just trying your luck here? Song Ming smirked. I'm not in a rush to take my revenge on you right now, and I'm the #1 doctor in the split zone, so I don't have to try my luck on anything. It's not difficult to wake Bian Ying, but the challenge here is to cure her completely. I've looked for so many methods, but there really isn't any method to save someone who has an incomplete personality and who had lost half her soul. I had originally given up, but I've heard something interesting recently. I heard that this woman has a unique identity and she's a miracle in the split zone. I've also heard that her second personality has immense power. If I can capture that second personality of hers, together with Huaidu's demon cultivating technique, I just might be able to cure and save Bian Ying, Si Luo raised a brow. So your main goal is still to save Bian Ying, but you're eyeing Li Shen for that? Song Ming answered boldly, what else did you think it was? You really think that someone like Du is worth taking the time to travel to the gate of heaven just so I can exact my revenge on her? I found this funny. To capture Song Ming, Du was observing everything from somewhere nearby. I wonder if she could hear everything. The reason Du wanted us to go against Song Ming was because she feared his power. She also thought that Song Ming would hate her and turn revengeful towards her because of what happened to Bian Ying. These were actually the reasons behind why she enlisted our help to go against Song Ming. However, Song Ming was not targeting Du at all. Would she still have the need to go against Song Ming in this case? Impatience got the better of Song Ming as he pointed at me. His defined muscles could be seen under that blood-red robe as he waved it. You, get out and follow me. I'll wreck this whole plaza if you don't. Look at him. It's no surprise that he would be able to appreciate Gao Qinjui. Both of them were so audacious. I guess a fight is inevitable today. Si Luo looked at Song Ming. Song Ming shrugged, looking fearless about it. I tried to spot Du, but she was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? I should have been able to sense it if Du was nearby, and she was definitely nearby, just not extremely close. Why isn't she making herself known? Can we really get out of this cage if she doesn't appear? For some reason, I began worrying about the situation we were in. It felt as if we had walked right into an ambush. Seeing none of us move, Song Ming lost his patience and grabbed the bars on the cage. 2 iron bars were easily bent with what seemed like a casual pull. What a convenient way to create doors. Si Luo was the first to step out. All of us followed behind him and everyone was out shortly. I looked back at the cage in wonder. I didn't understand what was so special about this cage. It looked like a pile of scrap metal at this point. Why did you insist on locking us up in here? How about you turn back into yourself? It's awkward looking at you. Are you going to act like that girly man? Song Ming pointed at Niazun. Girly man. Was he referring to Guanya? If I were to be objective about it, Guanya's beauty did make him look like a woman, and he spoke effeminately as well, but I was sure he wasn't gay. He was pretty manly during battles. While my mind was in a world of its own, Si Luo waved a hand in front of Niazun and turned him back into himself. I guess these people have all been doing useless things. Everything was undone so quickly, whether it was this cage or Niazun's disguise. It all seemed meaningless to me. Why is Du still not making herself known? Wasn't she going crazy looking for Niazun? Is she really not going to show herself? Was she leaving Song Ming to us just like this? Jiao S suddenly spoke. I think we've been tricked. What? I looked at her questioningly, but she looked emotionless, as usual. Niazun, who looked like himself now, nodded. It's definitely a trap if we continue going like this. Like me, Si Luo looked at the both of them, obviously not understanding the situation. Niazun explained patiently, if Song Ming wasn't targeting Du, that means there was no reason for Du to put on any defense. He wouldn't be looking for her, and Du would definitely not go looking for trouble on her own. But why would Du do this? She isn't an idiot who rushes into things. She wouldn't do anything if she didn't have some confidence in succeeding. If she was telling us that we had to go against Song Ming, it meant that she had planned everything. Even if Song Ming wasn't targeting her, he would end up being on opposite sides with Li Shun because of her unique identity. In this case, Song Ming would end up fighting Li Shun, and when that happens, Du can sit back and collect all the benefits. Though I was slightly confused, I got the gist of it. Du might have already known much earlier that my second personality could possibly save Bianing. In fact, she might have been the one who actually spread the news about it. She hoped that Song Ming would come looking for me, and she also took the opportunity to form an alliance with me to go against Song Ming. She'd then end up being the final winner in our battle. Being as careful as she was, there was no way she would prepare to engage in a huge battle with Song Ming if she didn't already take into account that the possibility of Song Ming looking for her to take revenge was slim. This meant that Du already knew what my second personality could be used for, and whether or not that was true, this would lead to competition for it. She also considered how Song Ming would react to the news. She knew that he would come looking for me, and this was why she gathered all of us here to wait for Song Ming's arrival. This would give Song Ming the impression that there really was something about me and that my second personality was as valuable as the meat of Tripitaka, since the rest were all helping and protecting me when so many others were eyeing my second personality. T/N, Tripitaka refers to the Buddhist monk who was a central character in the Chinese novel, Journey to the West, where his flesh is rumored to grant immortality to those who ate it. By gathering the four of us, we'd look like we were waiting for Song Ming's arrival. This huge act would then create an impression that there really was something valuable hidden in me. Jiao's continued after Niezun. If the situation ends up like this, there would be a huge battle ensuing right after, and of course, Du wouldn't be assisting? We're currently in a totally foreign place where it's not advantageous to us at all. With Song Ming's abilities, we'd end up fighting a bitter battle where both sides would end up getting hurt badly. Du would then appear to collect her benefits? Furthermore, this is Du's territory, and who knows how many others are working for her here. At that point, we won't be able to defend ourselves and we'd be simply left to her devices. Song Ming could hear everything clearly as the both of them spoke at a normal volume, and they did not bother trying to hide these deductions. However, he smirked at this, not wanting to form any alliance with us. How troublesome it is looking at you guys analyzing the whole situation. To me, no amount of tricks can change the fact that one isn't strong enough to win others. Whether or not Du is hiding in some corner observing this, I'm telling you that we'll be fighting each other. How about we just be quick about it? If any of us wins, we wouldn't end up being twirled around Du's little finger, would we? Anyone who says something like this is definitely retarded. But, of course, there was another possibility where one party had overwhelming power. He wasn't worried about getting hurt if he engaged in a battle with us. To him, there was no need for brains in a fight. It was just a massacre where he killed one after another, and it did not matter who he killed first. People like that were usually extremely confident of their own abilities. Though it sounded extremely audacious, for someone to be able to say something like this when he was going up against four others did create some sort of fear and worry in me. Furthermore, the four that he would be going against were no easy opponents. Out of the four, 3 of us were district commanders. Si Luo was the strongest out of all of the eastern, western and southern districts, and Niezun had that demonic side in him now. Jiao S and I were no weaklings either. Oh no, I'm someone with 0 MF now. I guess I'm the only weakling among them. Even so, this spoke volumes about how confident Song Ming was in his own abilities, since he was so sure he'd be able to face Du even after facing us, together with other possible enemies from the Gate of Heaven. Just how powerful is he? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278. Volume 5. 278 An Invisible Battle. Looks like the only subordinate who can share the world with the Ghost King is rather confident of himself. Si Luo acknowledged Song Ming's confidence, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Song Ming narrowed his eyes. We've went against each other before, Si Luo. You should know very well if I have the ability. Si Luo answered calmly, yes. Not including Huaidu and Fengzhu, I think you and Ta Lai are the only ones whose power I'm not able to gauge fully. Why was Ta Lai included in this? Was he that powerful? I knew Ta Lai was strong, but is he that strong? If that's the case, does it mean that the two strongest individuals in the split zone both liked Bianing? That fragile-looking girl, Bianing, does this spell luck or disaster for you? Song Ming frowned at Si Luo's words of praise. That's a lot of people not being included. If you've even included Ta Lai in that list, then I think it's really been a long time that we've not seen each other. To the point that you don't even know me that well now. Jiao S interrupted him. Does that audacity stem from real abilities or is that just a show? I guess we'll only know after we witness it. A glint of excitement shone in Song Ming's eyes. I'd love to start the fight. A light flashed in his eyes as his blood-red robes fluttered on its own while an unknown pressure filled the entire plaza. Soul splitters were rather sensitive to looming danger. Those who were initially watching us in the surroundings began to disperse as they sensed that pressure. They are just like humans when it comes to protecting oneself from danger. I should actually be thanking you for helping me heal my face. But I'm a little upset in this situation, so I'm afraid I won't be giving you any chances. Though Niezun's hair was tousled by the sudden air current sweeping past the plaza, his hands were in his pockets and his gaze was as calm as ever. I then realized that he had stepped out and he was already face to face with Song Ming. A dangerous aura seeped out from both figures as they stared at each other. I'd tear you apart if you were the kind who gave your opponents chances, Song Ming said with overflowing confidence. Why did they have to speak like this before engaging in battle? Jiao S stood unmoving, and her eyes seemed empty. I asked quietly, what do you plan on doing? Her neck produced a cracking sound as she turned to me. Don't worry. They won't be fighting, she said in her low and hoarse voice. Si Luo waved his hand lightly. It was a casual movement, but he attracted the attention of everyone else. With that wave, the air around us seemed to change. It felt as if someone had thrown you a lifesaver when you were about to drown in the water, but when you finally grabbed hold of it, you realized that your lifesaver actually had a hole in it. This description was weird, but it was exactly the feeling Si Luo exuded. There was a sense of danger about him from the beginning, but you'd think it was nothing after looking at his casual stance, and he'd be coming at you with a killing strike before you even realize it. He didn't seem to be launching a large-scale attack with that casual wave. When he opened his palm in the air, a transparent bead of water appeared. From where I stood, that transparent bead of water looked like a clear, beautiful crystal. But no matter how much it looked like a crystal, it was mere water. I couldn't think of how mere water would be able to do any harm, and I couldn't think of how it could actually be used as a weapon. I didn't understand what he was trying to do. I wanted to say something like nice trick, but I decided to shut my mouth after seeing Song Ming and Niezun's faces turn dark. Both of them were staring at the drop of water in Si Luo's palm very seriously, and they looked like they had lost all will to fight. I was suspicious of this. Weren't the both of them exuding immense confidence just seconds ago? What's going on here? Did this water have some magical power that could kill them both in a second? I looked at Jiao S. Her usually emotionless eyes were shining as if she saw something that excited her. I knew her too well. That gaze meant that she had either seen something of immense interest to her, or it was simply a look of appreciation for Si Luo. I guess something was wrong with that bead of water. I glanced at all of them before Song Ming finally broke the silence. It's been such a long time. I guess I've really been too audacious. Niezun spoke immediately after. As expected of someone whom even Mr. Blonde respects. It's no surprise that you're able to protect all of the southern district for so long. Si Luo smiled, but it was not a genuine one. You think too highly of me. I've not been able to take care of them well, and I've even caused them to lose their families and their lives. What were these people playing at? I looked at Jiao S with a questioning gaze. She tilted her chin towards that bead of water in Si Luo's palm. Knitting my brows, I focused on that transparent bead of water. Finally, I understood what was going on. A sense of joy overwhelmed me, but slight fear entered my heart at the same time. What amazing power! Air current control was Si Luo's preferred technique, and he did it very well. It was also what he taught Jiao S and Gao Qingjui, and this was why the both of them had great power. To Si Luo, however, that was only a tiny part of the technique. What he just did was also a manifestation of air current control. The fact that he was able to grab a bead of water from nothing in the air illustrated 2 points. The first was that he was able to make use of air currents and MF to alter the form of things. Simply put, he can change air into water and water into ice. He could alter the states of things. This proved that his technique was already at a level where he could affect the natural state of things, just like how Feng, Hua, and Lei could control the elements. This meant that it was possible for him to control whatever that had water in others' bodies as well, like blood. One could only imagine the immense power that he had. Secondly, such an ability proved that he was able to use his MF very well. This proved that he was able to manipulate his MF so intricately that no one was able to match his ability in it. The two figures opposite him had already lost just by looking at that casual act of grabbing a bead of water from the air. Though this doesn't mean that Song Ming would lose in a battle against Si Luo had proved that Song Ming had definitely underestimated him. To someone who was so confident of his own abilities, the fact that they had underestimated an opponent was already a loss in itself. Their will to battle would waver in such a situation. Song Ming was in this exact situation. What's terrifying was that in Si Luo's current condition, he doesn't have a corresponding heir. Logically speaking, his abilities should be more or less on par with Song Ming's since he wasn't relying on a split symbol. How terrifying, I mumbled to myself. I didn't know if any of them heard me, but Jiao S definitely heard it. She smirked as she said with calm confidence, "This is why I told you they won't be fighting. Jiao S should be happy about this. I would be happy too if the one I liked was powerful like this." I glanced at Niezun subconsciously as I thought about this, but I looked away once I realized what I was doing. I had to remember that I couldn't love Niezun anymore. It had nothing to do with me whether he was living well or not. I should stop bothering with him if I said I wanted to let go. I guess the both of you have decided not to fight. Si Luo said calmly with another casual wave of his hand. That bead of water disappeared without a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279. Volume 5. 279 Song Ming's Challenge. Song Ming and Niezun's expressions turned even darker. Si Luo looked at Song Ming. "Are you still going to fight?" Though Song Ming looked grim, he did not look afraid. "Obviously. I'm here for the woman I love. There's no use in going back if I can't protect her." His words moved me. I suddenly began to feel envious of Bianing. Si Luo seemed to have anticipated Song Ming's response as he said, "I definitely have a backup plan prepared. Would you like to hear it?" No matter what it was, I guess I'd end up being the sacrificial lamb here. This guy was targeting me. Any normal person would usually listen to Si Luo's suggestion, but the unpredictable Song Ming said, "How about we exchange blows first, Si Luo?" Bright lights began gathering in his left palm as he raised a hand. The lights gathered to form a white blade and it entwined around Song Ming's left wrist where the hilt of the sword should have been. Attracted by that amazing sort of light, I almost didn't realize it until Song Ming waved it at me. I pulled Jiao in an attempt to escape, but when I tried to focus my MF, I recalled that I didn't have any and I was actually no different from an ordinary human being. Jiao reacted quickly and she was already pulling me away from the attack, but she was only slightly faster. I heard it swoosh past my right ear as it cut through the air. A deep gash was left on the ground in its wake. With that speed and the ability to destroy the stone ground with just a casual wave, Song Ming was no easy opponent. Song Ming rested the sword of light on his shoulder. His muscles and dark skin were partially exposed under that blood-red robe, and he flashed a fearless wide smile at us. There was a dangerous but enchanting aura about him. I felt sweat on Jiao palms. Was she worried about Si Luo? Niazun avoided Song Ming's attack as well, and his coat was ruffled by the gust of wind brought on by the speed of the blade. Apart from moving quickly to avoid the attack, he did not seem to have done anything else. Both of his hands were still in his pockets. Since Niazun was always quick and agile, I wasn't too worried about him even though he was standing closest to Song Ming. He stared at Song Ming. I guess saving your girlfriend is nothing but an excuse here. You're just itching for a fight. I don't think you'd want to miss out on that opportunity now that it has presented itself. Song Ming's eyes shone as he laughed manically. Interesting. Very interesting. There's actually somebody in the split zone who knows me. I didn't expect you to be even more interesting than Gao-Qin. You're right. I'm just itching for a fight. Want to spar? Niazun laughed casually. It won't be a mere spar if we fight. If you're doing this for that woman, I suggest you give up. Her heart is with me now. Without a heart, she isn't able to summon the second personality. Rather than making things difficult for her, how about we exchange blows instead? I'll give you the heart if I end up losing. Is he using my heart as a bargaining chip? I guess not having a heart is a good thing. At least it would save me from heartbreak. Si Luo spoke suddenly. I'm your opponent. Why change your target halfway? Save your breath, Niazun. Feeling Jiao's frown beside me, I stole a glance at her. I knew how she felt. These people were acting so weird. Why did they have to fight over a fight? Song Ming waved a hand impatiently, a hand on his huge sword and the other on his waist. Do we have to fight over a fight? How about we go at it together? It's really boring that the split zone has seen such a long period of peace. It's kind of a waste if we don't spar a little since so many of us are here. Come on, no need to hide. Let's just have a fight today. I thought Si Luo wouldn't engage with such an individual, but I was proven wrong as I noticed the white fog surge in Si Luo's eyes. The air around the plaza seemed to quake. This quaking felt familiar, and it was similar to the techniques used by Gokun Jui and Jiao, but I witnessed the difference between master and disciple today. It was the same technique Si Luo was using. Gao-Qin Jui and Jiao could all use it well, but there was a difference when Si Luo used it. It felt as if I was looking at a new technique altogether. The white fog that surged in Si Luo's eyes looked extremely bright. He was in control of the air currents in this whole plaza, and he could control it so well that it was unlikely anybody else could match his abilities in such manipulation of MF. Although the situation was precarious, it was still a three-way battle. As long as there was one party holding back, the other two might not attack so hastily. Sadly, Niazun disappointed me. He had no intention of easing this fight as he activated his pupil abilities. A deathly aura surrounded the three of them. All of them seemed up for a fight and none of them had any intention to retreat. I thought you said they wouldn't be fighting, I said to Jiao worriedly. Jiao just looked indifferent to the entire situation. The air surrounding us crackled as Si Luo squinted. It wasn't some large-scale attack, but I felt terrified by that crackling air. Niazun looked back and forth between Si Luo and Song Ming. I could sense his MF emanate around him. Though I didn't have any MF now, I was still able to sense him, probably because of the link between the two of us. Light gleamed off Song Ming's collarbone and neck as he raised his sword of light. He emanated a dangerous air. A hand reached out from behind me as I was focused on the three of them. Zhao S did not notice it either. I didn't even have time to call for Piercer before that seal was stuck right in the middle of my back. Ah! I fell forwards with a surprised cry. I turned quickly so that I would end up lying face up instead of down as I tried to catch a glimpse of my attacker. I was utterly shocked upon seeing who it was. It was Jia Pa who put the seal on me. I felt a burning heat right in the middle of my back. I wondered what kind of seal it was. He looked at me calmly as he adjusted his glasses. I then saw a hand on his neck. It belonged to Zhao S. Zhao S had his neck in her hand as she asked, "What did you do to her?" Her voice was low and hoarse as usual. Jia Pa answered calmly, "No need to worry, Miss Zhao S. I'm doing this as for Miss Ashun because she doesn't have a heart now. If there's nothing to help her balance the MF inside her body, she'll end up burning herself out. I'm protecting her with this seal, Then why were you being so sneaky about it?" Jia Pa answered honestly, "If I did that, everyone's focus would be on me, and it can temporarily stop a fight that shouldn't happen." That was true. Right after I was attacked, the three of them stopped in their tracks and looked towards me at once. "Why are you here, Jia?" Niezun asked. Jia Pa smiled in his gentlemanly manner. "When do you plan to stop if I don't appear? Miss Ashin is so weak now, and you're not even telling me all this. You disappeared so suddenly. I wouldn't have been able to find you so quickly if I didn't put a tracking drug on you beforehand. I didn't disappear on purpose. There's a reason for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 280. Volume 5. 280 Physical Limits. I know it's because Miss Ashen deactivated her split symbol. Jia Pa looked over and reached out a hand towards me as he said so. "I apologize for that, Miss Ashen." He smiled politely. Taking his hand, I stood up and said, "It's okay. Let's not beat around the bush here. What are your requests, Jia Pa? I'll help you with it as long as you're willing to accept my help. You're in a precarious situation now, Miss Ashen. Your heart has been taken away by Niezun and you've also deactivated your split symbol. You might not feel it, but you're even weaker than an ordinary human being right now. It isn't that bad. But it's true that I feel tired if I move around too much. And the empty space in my chest seemed to hurt for no reason. My vision seemed to be getting blurry as well. I held all of this in with gritted teeth. I didn't know if it was caused by the seal on my back, but I felt a chill spread across my spine. "What's wrong, Ashen?" Zhao S rushed over to support me. I sat on the ground, leaning against Zhao S's shoulder. This felt familiar, and it reminded me of somebody else. When Song Lu thought that Zhu Liang was dead, she leaned against me like this, heartbroken. Why did this appear in my head at this moment? I guess I still cared. Exhaustion overwhelmed me all of a sudden and a tear dripped onto Zhao S's hand. Surprised by my tears, Zhao S grabbed me. "What's wrong? Stop scaring me like this." She was so anxious, but I couldn't speak as I was choking on my tears. Jia Pa frowned, bending down to reach for the split symbol on my ankle. His gaze darkened as he spoke. "Miss Ashun, you're in a dangerous situation right now. You're already weakened, and your will to live has suddenly decreased. Without MF and a heart, you shouldn't be in a place where there are huge ripples of MF. Their actions from before would definitely have hurt you. She's the only one who can save my woman. She can't die. Song Ming walked over to me, unsmiling as he held onto his sword of light. Si Luo blocked his way. Didn't you hear the healer? MF might hurt her, so I'd suggest for you to think twice about doing anything. Bianing can't be saved if she ends up dying. Song Ming smirked. Do you think I'm someone who can be threatened? Do you know why you're not able to stay in the gate of heaven eventually? It's because you have emotions, something that a soul splitter shouldn't have. You have emotions like humans do, what you call kindness and sympathy. These are things that will weaken you. Though you're still strong now, you're no longer the Si Luo whom everyone looked up to years ago. Do you still think that you're that saint of heaven? I'm going to take her with me now, and I don't think you'd dare stop me since you'll be hurting her if you use MF. You'd better think twice. Though his words were a challenge, they made Si Luo stay his hand. However, it couldn't stop Niezun. Song Ming was enshrouded in deadly black fog just a moment later. I spat out a mouthful of blood right at that moment. A look of worry flashed past Jiepa's eyes and he shouted at Niezun, "Are you mad? You're hurting Ashen." The fact that he called me Ashen instead of Miss Ashen was proof that Jiepa was really anxious. A sense of relief overcame me. At least Jiepa was still himself. Niezun did not heed Jiepa's words as he addressed Song Ming. Her heart is with me now. You really don't want it? From what I understand, the heart is equivalent to the second personality. Even if she dies, you might still be able to summon her second personality as long as her heart can still beat. I couldn't believe that Niezun actually said something like this. Tamping down that bloody taste in my throat, I looked up at Niezun as I tried to make out his expression. Song Ming lifted that sword of light back onto his shoulder as he turned to Niezun. She won't understand this even if you're doing it for her. You should be like me and trap her right beside you. Do you think that women nowadays would be moved by things that you do for them? Niezun smiled. Like you? Like how you trap Bianing by your side and not care even if she looks more and more upset day by day? Are you sure that Bianing is staying by your side because she loves you, and not because she's trying to protect Talai? You're really funny, Song Ming. I've never heard Niezun say something so harsh to anyone. I wondered what nerve Song Ming touched that made him say that. Song Ming's smile stiffened at this. With a hand still on my split symbol, Jiepa said to Niezun, "Give her heart back. This can't go on. She can't hold out for much longer like this." We made eye contact with each other as Niezun glanced over, but he looked away a split second later. I can't return it yet. Why? Jiepa asked with a deep frown. Song Ming smirked. Because he's trying to protect her. I'll take her away immediately once he returns her heart. You wouldn't let her go even if I don't do anything? And why would think of all ways and means to get to her even if you lets her go? But Niezun, do you think that I'll give up on this rare opportunity just because you took her heart? Aren't you naive? Niezun spoke calmly. Oh, I'm curious. What are you guys going to do with her when she's literally of no use without her heart? A light glinted in Song Ming's eyes. I'll kill her if she's of no use. Niezun smirked. Although her body will deteriorate without a heart, she won't die as long as her consciousness is still in the split zone. Do you think that those from the Gate of Ghost are the only ones who know this? Stunned, Song Ming asked, "How did you know that?" Niezun casually took his hands out of his pockets as he said, "I know many things, things that you are aware of and things that you aren't. Whatever it is, taking the heart away will separate it from the body of consciousness, and the split symbol that belongs to that body of consciousness is equivalent to a useless mechanism. They won't die even if a splitting key is inserted in it. She's of no use to you dead or alive when she's without a heart and without her second personality. Furthermore, she won't be able to do any harm now that she has deactivated her split symbol. If you're trying to save your woman, I'll advise you to just come at me, and we'll see if you really have the ability to take what you're here for." Song Ming's smile was replaced by a serious expression. I guess I've underestimated many people. What do I do, Si Luo? If I guessed right, you're already at your limits. You're only able to do this now because she's here and both your MF resonated with each other. Song Ming might have turned a little wary of Niazun as he suddenly shifted his focus to Si Luo. That flame on Si Luo's forehead seemed to glow as he smiled. That's right, I guess I'm also about to die. He sounded a little gloomy, but a trace of a smile still hung on his lips. It looked like he was just talking about the facts of life instead of talking about how he would be dying soon. Jiao S spoke in a low voice beside me. I'm going to kill everyone else if you die. If you die here in the gate of heaven, I'll flatten the entire gate of heaven. If you're killed by someone from the gate of ghost, I'll make the gate of ghost disappear from the split zone forever. There was no hesitation in her words. She was resolute. Song Ming looked at her with slight interest. Your woman talks big. I'll really feel like killing him if you say that, just to see if you have the ability to wipe out the gate of ghost. Jiao S smirked. You can try. Miss Ashun, leave with me. We'll get out of here temporarily, Jipa said as he adjusted his glasses, as if he had already thought of what to do next. I shook my head. No, I'm not going. It'll be a release if I really end up dying here. Thanks for the thought, Jipa, but believe me when I say that I won't die that easily even without a heart or MF. Looking at Jiapa's worried expression, I realized I looked just like a damsel in distress who couldn't defend herself. How could I not let them worry like this? I struggled to sit up. I called out softly, protect me, Piercer. I didn't carry high hopes of being able to summon Piercer successfully, but in a miraculous turn of events, Piercer shone with a bright violet light before she appeared in human form right beside me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281. Volume 5. 281 Ta Lai returns. A living weapon. Piercer has been awoken? Si Luo asked as he looked at the lady dressed in purple in front of me. Panting from the continuous pain that was emanating from my chest, I kept my answer short. Yes. This is the first time I've seen such an interesting sight. So many powerful individuals have congregated here in the gate of heaven. How lively. A group of people were walking towards the plaza in single file. Ta Lai was at the fore with 3 giants behind him. He wasn't sitting on the shoulder of any giant this time, and these giants looked a little different from those I had seen before. The giants from before looked like mere puppets who knew nothing except for killing. This time, the giants looked like they had some thoughts of their own. I haven't seen Ta Lai in a long time. Many powerful individuals were indeed gathered here. I wouldn't have been able to beat any of these individuals alone even when my split symbol was activated. Ta Lai greeted me in a surprisingly polite manner. How are you doing recently, Miss Ashun? Jiao S supported me as I stood up slowly to answer Ta Lai. I'm good. Niazun's face is healed, so of course I'd be doing well. I made it clear that I haven't forgiven him for disfiguring Niazun. Ta Lai smiled without speaking, as if he didn't understand me at all. I smirked as I asked, I heard that you're actually Rongjin. The sudden question stunned Si Luo for a split second. Emotion filled his silvery white eyes as he asked, is that true? Yes, I'm Rongjin, Ta Lai said, turning to Si Luo. Si Luo looked a little conflicted, but he finally said, I should have known. Ta Lai fiddled with the jade stone ring on his right hand. But you didn't realize it. Though I've kept this from you for a long time, I've never let you down, Si Luo. I've always done my best and stayed loyal to you as Rongjin. Even though I, Ta Lai, might not be friends with you, Rongjin has never betrayed you. Si Luo nodded lightly. I'm not someone ungrateful. I know what you're getting at. But you're the only one left in the gate of heaven right now. I'm no longer your opponent, nor am I a threat to you. Why did you have to be so wary of me? Ta Lai smiled. What you just said proves that you've always seen me as a villain. I've never thought of competing with you. If you didn't leave without a word at the time, you'd still be the one Fengzhu trusts the most in the gate of heaven. I've never thought of snatching what belongs to you, so why are you playing the victim here? Si Luo's smile was enchanting and beautiful. You wouldn't be where you are now if I was really playing the victim. You've also gotten what you wished for. But how about Bianing? Ta Lai, you've stayed with me as Rongjin for a long time. I'm sure that wasn't the only thing you had to say to me. Ta Lai ended up looking a little unnatural as he tried to suppress his emotions upon hearing Bianying's name. I used Rongjin's identity because I wondered how you'd get by after you left the gate of heaven. Didn't you say you were going to create a utopia? Didn't you say that the brand of justice and the gate of heaven and Fengzhu's brand of justice were all a sham? I simply wanted to have a look at what exactly justice was in your terms. Si Luo nodded as if in agreement, but it felt more of a reassurance for himself. I believe that you're telling the truth. You just wanted to have a look at how I'd get by since you just couldn't understand my decisions. Isn't that right? Ta Lai answered resolutely, yes. So, have you gotten an answer? Ta Lai looked around at all of us before turning back to Si Luo. Is your definition of justice allowing the southern district to be trampled upon and destroyed while you couldn't do a thing about it? This felt too harsh. Though I wasn't as strong as Jiao S or Si Luo as a district commander, I still wanted to protect my residents. Ta Lai's words just trivialized whatever we've been doing, and it was equivalent to saying that whatever we believed in was wrong. Others can reject you, disagree with you and be in your way, but your beliefs can never be trampled like this. I was a little upset and angered at this, but Si Luo remained extremely calm as he answered. We don't know if my residents are really dead or if they've returned to the real world. There's no use in being upset or mourning over this before we even get to the bottom of things. You had also appeared sometime after Ta Lai's arrival? I knew she was hidden somewhere nearby. Her eyes had never left Ta Lai. Love can really change a woman. This had nothing to do with how she was in the past, or what happened that changed her. Looking at her now, there seemed to still be a trace of humanity left in that ruthlessness when Ta Lai appeared. This was definitely a love that she wanted to protect. Shouldn't we all be forgiving, since everything was done in the name of love? Even so, the sight of Yuji right before she died reignited my hatred towards you. I guess hatred just stays ingrained in human minds and we are simply creatures who forget that we should be thankful for things. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? You stared at Ta Lai as she asked. Ta Lai glanced at her as he fiddled with his ring. You hurt her? If I understood this correctly, he should be referring to Bianing. Yu's eyes were lit immediately with a burning flame? Is that the first thing you have to ask me once we meet? You were there too. Her condition was already bad. It doesn't have anything to do with me if she ends up dying. Are you trampling over my feelings like this because you can't accept it? Ta Lai kept his eyes on Yu. I wouldn't be here to save you if I wanted to trample on your feelings. You laughed in self-mockery? Are you sure you're here because you're worried about me? Your goal should be the same as theirs, it's all for that woman. Sadly, the news that Li Shen's second personality can patch up an incomplete consciousness is just a rumor. Why try so hard for a mere rumor? Especially you, Ta Lai. Even though you've done everything for her, do you think her heart will leave Song Ming and go back to you? Ta Lai's gaze darkened. Seems like I've been too lenient with you all this time. Yu's laugh was laced with sarcasm this time. Lenient with me? Don't pretend to be close to me, Ta Lai. I won't be able to enter your heart, and I know very well where I'm placed. There's no need to say such a thing. I couldn't bear listening to this anymore as I shot Yu a cold look. Do you have any right to say this, do you? Gao Qingjui loved you so much and he did so much for you. If your love was so noble, why did you have a change of heart? Yes, it's true that Gao Qingjui caused you to lose an arm, and it was also because he wanted to save me that it led to you turning into an absolutely different person. But even so, can love change so quickly? Why fall in love with someone else who already has a lover when you could have stayed with Gao Qingjui? Do you stared at me incredulously? How did you know this, Adot? Her eyes then landed on Piercer beside me. Her gaze wavered for a bit, but she regained that calm demeanor quickly. I guess it's your precious living weapon who told you about it. I was definitely a little retarded at the time. I shouldn't have even given you a chance to come into contact with a living weapon. It wouldn't have been able to tell you all these secrets and things of the past. I responded immediately. I'm not the only one you're trying to keep this from. You're trying to keep this from everyone else too, that you had been in love with Gao Qingjui once. I'm just wondering why you had a change of heart if you could have done so much for him in the past. Seeing you losing her patience, Ta Lai interrupted us. Enough, do you? Come with me. We can talk about our issues later. Don't we still have some work to do? Diyu's anger was tamped down immediately with Ta Lai's words. I guess people will always have their weaknesses. She nodded at Ta Lai and walked over to him. She seemed to have made her decision to stand on Ta Lai's side no matter what happens. Diyu smirked as a bloodthirsty killing intent emerged in her eyes. Didn't your Niezun protect you every night and day? He loved you so much, but he's also turning his back on you now that he says he doesn't love you anymore. We're the same. You didn't have to be so sarcastic. Her words hurt me. Subconsciously, I glanced over at Niezun. He seemed to be looking into the distance, and I couldn't tell if he was even looking at me. If he was, I wondered what went through his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282. Volume 5. 282 Parallel Worlds. Things were getting interesting. I was standing right in the middle of the plaza with Jiao S and Piercer on either side of me. Jiapa was somewhere in front of me towards the right as he observed the entire situation. Song Ming and Niezun were both behind me, somewhere to my left. They were standing opposite each other and it seemed as if they were both ready to attack at a moment's notice. A little in front of me, to my left, stood Si Luo. He was just a short distance away from everyone else and he would have been able to see everyone from where he stood. Ta Lai and Diyu were a little further away from me as they both stood facing me. Seeing them next to each other, I suddenly felt that they were a good match. Ta Lai was tall with a pair of slender legs, and Diyu was taller than the average woman. There was an air of authority surrounding them when they stood side by side like this, especially with those three giants standing right behind them. It was difficult to describe the current situation exactly as it was. Some of them weren't humans but soul splitters and living weapons, while some of us couldn't be counted as human since we were equivalent to a corpse, and that was me. Song Ming spoke in the sudden silence that ensued. I guess you're also here because of that rumor about a possible method to save her. Little did I expect for Song Ming to say something like this to Ta Lai. I was of the impression that they would be at loggerheads with each other once they met. I think I know why. In Song Ming's heart, nothing was more important than Bianing, and he could definitely put pride aside for her. Without animosity towards Song Ming, Ta Lai nodded. Yes. Since you're here for that too, might I suggest that we work together on this? We can decide what to do after getting what we're looking for. How about forming a temporary alliance for now? Song Ming smiled, shaking his head. I'm not saying this because we're rivals in love, but the truth is that I'm someone who does things on my own. I never work with anyone. You should know that I don't seek help from others, even if it's coming from you. Ta Lai raised a brow. So you'd rather be on your own here even when there's a high chance that a huge battle could break out today? Song Ming answered languorously, yes. With Du by your side, aren't the both of you the strongest ones under Fengzhu right now? I don't think there's anything you can't do when the both of you work together, isn't it, Tal I? Why drag me into an alliance? Du smirked. It's always better to have more manpower. I just so happen to be interested in this deal right now. Whether Li Shen's second personality is a boon or a bane, our short-term aims are rather similar. Even though our eventual goals might be different, wouldn't it be better if we worked together for now? Song Ming yawned lazily as he held his sword on one hand. One used to be at the top of the gate of heaven, while the other two are now the top subordinates in the gate of heaven. Isn't it great that Si Luo is here too? Who do you think would win if the three of us join forces? Du said coldly, it might seem like the two of us have the advantage here, but you guys can count me out. An animal resembling a fiery qilin then appeared behind her as she clapped her palms together. I've seen it before. It was as if this animal was Du's private vehicle. I didn't understand what they were doing right now. Why did they have to rile one another up like this? Tal I, Du, and Song Ming were all here for my second personality? Even if they might end up being enemies after, shouldn't they be able to work together for now at least? As for Si Luo. What's Si Luo's goal exactly? If I put all doubt at the back of my mind, Si Luo's main goal would be to protect my split symbol, since the promises I've made to him would come to naught if anything untoward happened to me. Si Luo's condition isn't great either, and I could tell because Jiapa's eyes lingered on him for a while. It seemed like an occupational habit, or doctors seem to always focus a little bit more on those who were in a bad shape. Apart from the three of them, Niezun and Jiao S were the only ones left. Jiao S was definitely protecting me, and I couldn't tell what was on Niezun's mind. Jiapa didn't seem to be able to tip the situation in any way either. Is everyone fighting over her? I don't think there's actually a need to. Piercer spoke. I turned to her in surprise. This was the first time I looked at her so closely. Though she couldn't be considered beautiful, she had an aura that attracted me. That purple dress of hers seemed to dazzle. All eyes turned to us as everyone found it rather unsettling to witness a living weapon talk. Just like Gokenji Shinchi, Piercer didn't have much expression on her face. I guess it's not only a person I'm trying to take this time. This living weapon interests me as well. Song Ming regarded Piercer with predatory eyes. I spoke coldly, stop dreaming. You're trying to take the living weapon when you can't even successfully take the person? Piercer interrupted us. I'd make it short and sweet since I know the sudden appearance of a living weapon might be uncomfortable for the rest of you. Some things would turn moldy if we keep it for too long, isn't that right, Shen'er? I didn't expect her to call me Shen'er, and I found her expression a little unsettling. But, this was the living weapon I've chosen. Since I've chosen her and awoken her, I'd have to be responsible for her. Whether it was for better or for worse, she'd be with me in future. Shen, didn't you always want to know the secret of the split zone? How about I reveal it to you today? I frowned. The time is right? Piercer smiled at me as she nodded lightly. Yes, the time has come. The secret of the split zone? You're just a mere living weapon with a tiny bit of consciousness. You're not even a soul splitter. Do you actually know the secret of the split zone? I'd love to hear it though. I wonder how much I'd know. Though Song Ming was requesting for her to reveal it, he wasn't being polite about it. He probably looked down on living weapons. Si Luo spoke as well. You should have some sort of impression of me, don't you, Piercer? I'm just curious about one thing. Would you be loyal to Li Shen no matter what happens in future? Piercer smiled. I don't actually like her. She looks so weak and useless. You know that I'm picky too. But it's funny that I don't hate the thought of protecting her. I'll give you an answer since you've asked the question. I'll keep protecting Li Shin until the day she's able to make her decision. I'll protect her until the day she chooses to leave, or do something else. Relief appeared on Si Luo's face. It's great destiny and fortune to be able to have such a living weapon like you. I'm comforted if Hua Shun has you. Piercer smiled again. Yours isn't weak either. To this, Si Luo shook his head silently. Piercer didn't continue the conversation, as if she understood something from that gesture. Jiapa addressed Piercer at this moment. Since we're all here and nobody seems to have any objections to it, how about we start talking about the secret of the split zone right now? Do you look like she wanted to stop it, but Ta Lai prevented her from saying anything more? Nia Zun seemed to glance at me for a split second before shifting his gaze. I couldn't tell what went through his mind. Piercer's words interrupted my train of thought as she began speaking. The soul splitters in the split zone are not really humans, and they aren't some weird existence either. The split zone and the real world are connected, but that connection doesn't mean that we can come and go freely between the two worlds. Our consciousness will not be able to pass freely between these worlds either, and this is why that weird method of establishing a split symbol contract has been passed down. But even so, the split zone is still a totally independent space that's closed off and definitely separated from the real world. Those in the split zone aren't real humans either. Everyone would be able to find their corresponding human being in the real world, because in these parallel worlds, those in the split zone aren't shadows of those in the real world. They are actually a missing part of the human who's in the real world. What? I thought I would be able to understand whatever she said, and as Piercer's owner, I should have been able to understand her better than others. But I didn't actually immediately understand everything. Does this mean that the split zone is a separate space altogether? This space is independent and exclusive, and it's actually parallel to the real world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283. Volume 5. 283 The Secret of the Split Zone. Seeing the shock on my face, Piercer explained patiently. Even though they are parallel worlds, the split zone is a space where the consciousness of humans can exist. As humans grow, there might be new sides of them that emerge, something like a second self. With the increase in population and the increasing pressures of life, humans show a different side of themselves to fit in and integrate with their society. We can refer to the side that's usually hidden as their hidden personality. If the hidden personality is triggered, it can then evolve into an independent existence. These end up being the soul splitters in the split zone. I interrupted Piercer as I asked, "Do you mean that soul splitters are a part of the human consciousness?" It can be interpreted in this way, but instead of being part of one's personality, it would be more accurate to describe it as part of their humanity. I'm not sure if you've seen this animation called Dragon Ball when you were in the real world, but this is similar to the character of Piccolo in that show. This can happen when people choose to show only a certain side and suppress the other side of themselves. For example, they might always be portraying an image of being kind and fragile, but they might also be suppressing a possibly bloodthirsty side. That bloodthirsty side will continue to grow over time, and if something happens to trigger it, it might cause that particular side to break away from the main body of consciousness. When that happens, it forms an independent body that ends up here in the split zone. These then become the soul splitters who live independently here. This meant that the soul splitters in the split zone evolved from living humans, and they exist because they have been separated to become independent entities. Everyone looked rather pensive, and I knew Piercer was definitely speaking the truth judging from the mere looks of the few who were soul splitters themselves. Piercer thought I didn't fully comprehend this as she looked at that contemplative expression of mine. She continued with an example. I'll use a practical example to illustrate this. In Gao Qingjui's case, he is Gao Qi's doppelganger. This is the term we use in the split zone to describe corresponding humans and soul splitters. This means that Gao Qingjui is a part of Gao Qi. If Gao Qi was a kind person, then Gao Qinji would be the opposite of him, he'd be the evil side. This part of Gao Qi was triggered and it separated to become an independent entity, turning into Gao Qinjui, who then continued living in the split zone. Gao Qinjui was a part of Gao Qi's humanity. Which part is he then? It definitely wouldn't be as simple as how Piercer described it, where one was good and one was evil. What was it then? Are humans only either good or evil? I asked. Piercer shook her head. No, humanity is wide-ranging in this sense. If there's a cowardly side of you, then there might also be an adventurous side that's hidden. Instead of saying that these are opposites, we can understand it as some sort of goal of yours. When a cowardly person wants to become brave, there'll be a part of them that yearns to have that adventurous side. When that yearning is strong enough, it will turn into a hidden personality. When that gets triggered, it will then end up as a separate entity in the split zone with independent thought and a consciousness equivalent to that of another human being. Then does it mean that for him, and her too, and also the both of them, they all have a corresponding human being in the real world? I asked while pointing at Ta Lai, Du, Sung Ming and Si Luo. Piercer nodded. Yes, they're all part of the humanity from someone living in the real world. But they'd lose all contact with that particular human being once they arrive in the split zone. This means that they wouldn't be able to find their corresponding selves in the real world. Since soul splitters can separate from the original body and turn into an independent entity, they probably wouldn't be too interested in looking for the original vessel either. Then what's with Gao Qinjui? Piercer looked at me with sympathy. This actually involves you. Usually, the soul splitters would lose all contact with the original vessel, and they wouldn't dream of the vessel unless absolutely necessary. When soul splitters dream, they see everything that's happening in the real world, and they are only able to dream of their original vessel. This means that Gao Qinji would only be able to dream of Gao Qi, and whatever he's dreaming of and seeing is actually whatever that was happening in Gao Qi's life. The split zone is originally a desolate place where nothing exists. The bodies of consciousness which ended up here did nothing but sit and stare into the emptiness. Soul splitters began to get tired of such a life, and they also realized that they were able to control and change the space within this world. They then created a world of their own here. Soul splitters with high MF would be able to create whatever they thought of. If they wanted a mobile phone, they could make one appear. These things were recreated from the times where they had dreams of their original vessels, and they simply replicated whatever the original vessels might have been using in those dreams. This is also why you would have realized that the split zone has everything from the material world, and it doesn't matter which era it might have been from. However, it's not exactly true that the split zone has everything either, since soul splitters are rarely able to dream of their original vessels. I was already rendered speechless at this point. Gao Qinjui was an independent entity who got separated from Gao Qi, and he could see everything in Gao Qi's life when he dreamt. If he saw a car, he could replicate it in the split zone as long as his MF allows it. Was this what Piercer was getting at? So, soul splitters capturing humans, I mumbled, unable to finish my sentence. My suspicions scared even myself. Piercer sighed as she confirmed my suspicions. When a soul splitter captures a body of consciousness, this means they've simply seen it. Gao Qinji saw Gao Qi's life through his dreams, and he saw you in it. Upon seeing you, he had thoughts of having you by his side. If these thoughts were strong enough, your consciousness would end up being pulled into this world if you happened to be in a vulnerable state at the time. The one who brought you here would then be your corresponding soul splitter. This particular occurrence is a rare one though. Most of the time, soul splitters capture heirs to obtain greater power through split symbol contracts. In the many years that soul splitters have existed in the split zone, they've found a way to gain more power, and that is through split symbols and splitting keys. So they'd usually capture people in vulnerable mental states to be their corresponding heirs and obtain greater power that way. Jiao S seemed to get a little agitated as she asked, "That's no different from taking somebody's life, isn't it? Soul splitters sign a contract with the devil for power, and they've dragged an innocent person into the fray by doing that. Sorrow seemed to fill Piercer's eyes. The world would end if humans weren't selfish. Soul splitters have originally been humans in the real world, and they have an incomplete humanity. They wouldn't be thinking about what's right and wrong. They'd simply care about satisfying their needs. Humans are just like this. But Ah Shin's situation is unique. Gao Qingjui didn't have the intention to bring you over to this world even though he saw you in the dream. With his MF, he doesn't even have to establish a split symbol contract. And if you end up leaving the split zone after this, his life could be endangered. It's because he saw Gao Qi hurting you time and again that he decided to bring you over as a last resort. I choose to see this as a sort of destiny. Thought most soul splitters can dream of their original vessel, it's rare that they'd be able to dream of someone who had a direct connection to them. To obtain the power from a split symbol, they'd usually choose a random person with a weak will and capture them as an heir when they're vulnerable. It's very rare to be able to dream like how it was in Gao Qingjui's case. So Gao Qingji dreamed of Gao Qi and saw me in Gao Qi's life, and he then felt sorry for me when Gao Qi kept hurting me, and he ended up dragging me into this world when I stuck that knife into Gao Qi's heart? And that process actually caused you to lose an arm? If it was somebody else he saw in his dreams, it would simply be a damsel in distress that he would have ended up saving. But he and Gao Qi had to be doppelgangers. Can I then assume that the one who fell in love with me was still Gao Qi? Piercer spoke as if she read my mind. Don't think that it was Gao Qi who fell in love with you. Although Gao Qingjui was a part of Gao Qi, he's an independent entity after arriving in the split zone. Though he might not have a complete personality as an independent entity that had separated from his original human vessel, he doesn't share Gao Qi's thoughts nor Gao Qi's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284. Volume 5. 284. I'll leave with you. Piercer regarded me with a profound gaze. Gao Qingjui really loved you. He sacrificed so much for a woman he had merely seen in his dreams. Si Luo spoke suddenly. Gao Qin was telling me all about you during that time. I used to really regret telling him how to go over to your world, but now that I look at it, I might have been wrong at the time. I should have respected his choices if that was the life he really wanted. Jiao S turned to Si Luo and asked, "How about me? Have you ever dreamt of me?" Si Luo shook his head as he answered without looking at her. Didn't you come over to this world before you actually arrived here? That's from your determination, and I didn't do anything to cause that. I don't know who exactly was the soul splitter who eventually brought you over, but... Reminded of Niezun as I watched the two of them, I asked Piercer in haste, "How about Niezun? You mentioned that I was the one who brought Niezun over. What actually happened?" Piercer glanced at Niezun. That indifferent look of his hid all emotions. Niezun is different from everyone else, and he doesn't really have a connection to this world. There's no soul splitter who had dreamed of him either. I don't think I can answer this, so you'd probably have to ask him how he ended up here in the split zone. It would have something to do with your second personality as well. An ominous feeling overcame me. Ah Shen, you're different from the rest of them who had been captured because you already had two personalities to begin with. You already had a personality that was independent, and on a certain level, that independence would have been equivalent to that of a soul splitter in the split zone. But that independence was way too strong, and not only did that form a part of you, it became a different person altogether. You wouldn't have been able to end up in the split zone originally, and I don't know how much Gao Qingjui had to do to actually bring you over. What I know is that Niezun happened to be with you when you arrived, and you could say that it was your second personality who brought Niezun over. However, I don't actually know what happened between your second personality and Niezun. I think I know what happened. I heard Gao Qinju's voice interrupt while I was focusing on Piercer's explanation. My heart skipped a beat. I wondered if it was guilt or from some other emotion. Subconsciously, I was wringing the fabric of my dress as I saw him walk casually towards us. Gao Qinjui looked at Si Luo. Your condition is getting from bad to worse. I can feel it. Si Luo smiled beautifully. I'm fine. Gao Qinjui then stopped some distance away from me. He looked at me calmly as he said, "Let me tell you what happened." For some reason, his tone of voice sounded foreign and unfamiliar to me. Do you still remember that ring? Things might have turned out differently if you hadn't taken it off. I always thought that you only took it off if triggered under certain circumstances, and I was trying my best to save you by going into your world. I don't know what happened in your world, but to help me, you forced yourself to dream of you? She saw what happened, and it was only recently that she told me about it. I looked towards an unsmiling Du Yu. Instead of her smug expression, she was pursing her lips. Gao Qinjui continued. You were being controlled by your second personality at the time, and you gave that ring to Niezun. A scene flashed past my mind right when he said that. She was in a red dress, and her smile was dazzling even though her hands were covered in blood. She looked at the male figure dressed in black opposite her. Lifting a blood-stained hand, she removed that unique-looking ring from her slender finger. The blood stained the ring as she did so. She then grabbed the hand of the male figure opposite her. She had this gentle but cruel smile on her. Looking at his left hand, she slowly pried his palm open. His hand looked long and slender, and his palms looked empty without any palm prints. She looked up, meeting his eyes as she said, "She's Li Shen. If you ever have the chance to see her again, could you do me a favor and stay by her side?" He answered after a short silence. Why should I do that? She then smiled. Because I know that you're just like her. I can smell the solitude on the both of you. She then put the ring on his left pinky. That blood-stained ring fit his pinky perfectly, as if everything was already fated to be. Caressing his face, she said, "Stay with her. No matter what kind of devil she might turn into." Police appeared behind her before she could complete her sentence. Arrest her. She's the one who stabbed the senior. Letting go of his hand with a dazzling smile, she retreated a couple of steps before collapsing backwards. The scene stopped playing as if it had been suddenly cut off. I covered my mouth in shock as I looked at Niezun. I saw a glint in his eyes before they slowly turned dark again. Emotions overwhelmed me. I felt helpless and shocked at this turn of events. That lady in the scene was definitely me, and that male figure dressed in black was clearly Niezun. When did I meet him like this? Though I recalled the scene, it was as if I was looking at somebody else's story. That wasn't me. No, this must be something she planted in my mind, something that she added. I'm not her. I'll never be her. She was the one who betrayed Gao Qinjui. She was also the one who gave Niezun the ring. It's not me. That's not me. It was her who gave the ring to Niezun, I mumbled as tears welled up in my eyes. Pain flashed past Gao Qinjui's eyes. It was her who gave the ring to Niezun and it wasn't you? You don't wish to acknowledge her presence, but you've fallen in love with Niezun instead? I looked up at Niezun, then at Gao Qinjui. What should I do? I planned to be together with Gao Qinjui once I saw him again to repay him for whatever he did, but why was it so difficult to say that I didn't love Niezun when I was right in front of him? Or was it difficult to say this in front of Niezun now? Niezun kept his eyes on me, as if he was waiting for my answer. I met his eyes and shook my head subconsciously. No, I shouldn't back down now. I've let Gao Qinji down and I should go back to him now. But why did I find this so difficult? Niezun spoke suddenly. Didn't you say that you wanted to return to him when you realized it was him you were in love with when you found out about all that he did for you? My heart sank immediately. Why did you have to say that? Have you decided to push me away for good? You're not even the least bit upset about this. I wanted to shake my head, but I couldn't even speak nor do anything as I was overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing Gao Qingju stare at me, my lips moved but nothing came out of my mouth. So I was the one who... No, she was the one who gave the ring to Niezun. Why did she have to give it to Niezun? Why was it so? Why did I fall in love with Niezun? Everything seemed to be in a mess. My life and whatever I believed in seemed to be wrecked every time I recalled something from the past. The question which Piercer asked me was something that I couldn't even answer myself. Why did I fall in love with Niezun? Am I really me? Or was she me? Gao Qingju stepped closer to me, reaching out a hand at the same time. Li Shen, I could have let everything go and do what I've always been doing, which is to protect you. But I guess I'm really the bad guy now, because I'm actually jealous of Niezun. I actually really hate it that you had a change of heart. I don't want to wait any longer. I want you to leave with me. I snapped my head up to look at him. Gao Qingjui's hand was right in front of me. Emotion seemed to have gotten the better of Duyu as she called out, Gao Qingjui. She called out loudly, but that was all she could say. Looking at her, I realized that there was also pain in her eyes. My gaze then landed on Talai. Do you love Gao Qingjui, or do you love Talai? I wondered if it was my silence or Duyu's shout that caused Gao Qingjui to slowly retract his hand. I glanced at Niezun again. His eyes looked like the surface of a very deep lake. My heart then began its descent into a bottomless abyss. Before Gao Qingjui could take his hand back fully, I grabbed it and said, okay, I'll leave with you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285. Volume 5. 285 Falling Out with Si Luo. Clap. 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 Song Ming clapped with a sardonic smirk on his face. Gao Qin, should I be congratulating you now that you've finally gotten the girl of your dreams? Gao Qingjui did not look happy even after hearing me agree to leave with him. Have you forgotten about this arm, Gao Qingjui? Do you pointed at her missing arm on her left? Gao Qingjui looked at the floor for a couple of seconds before suddenly grabbing his left hand and forcefully tearing it away from his body. I covered my mouth in shock. Everyone was stunned by what just happened. Gao Qingjui looked up slowly, exhaustion apparent in his eyes. He threw that broken arm at Duyu's feet. Duyu's face was full of disbelief as she stared blankly at that bloody arm near her feet. Blood continued spurting from Gao Qinjui's left shoulder, which did not show any signs of healing. I stood rooted to the ground, unsure of what to do. Gao Qinjui walked towards me unsteadily, a piece of hair covering a part of his eye as it fell across his face. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his lips as he continued looking at the floor. I'm returning this arm to you, do you? I'm too tired. All of you think that I, Gao Qinjui, don't really care about anything, don't you? But I'm sick of it. I've already told you this from the very day I left the gate of heaven with Si Luo, that we would have nothing to do with each other from then on. I owe you one, but didn't you fall in love with Talai too? I don't owe you anything on this. With this broken arm, we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. I reached out as he stumbled towards me. My eyes met Niezun's just as Gao Qinjui fell into my arms. An unknown pain seemed to emanate from my empty chest as Niezun stared at me with a profound gaze. I could feel the tacky blood from Gao Qinjui's wound as I held him. Duyu was striding towards us with a stormy expression, but Si Luo raised an arm to block her way. Duyu said coldly, "Move." Si Luo sounded casual as he spoke. You shouldn't be stopping him now. You should have stopped him before the both of us left the gate of heaven years ago. Duyu trembled in anger. Years ago? Don't talk about the past, Si Luo. Did Feng Zhu let you down? Why did you have to betray us and take Gao Qingju with you? I wouldn't have turned out like this if you hadn't left. Ta Lai wouldn't have fallen in love with Bianing either. Do you pointed a finger at Ta Lai as she spoke? A hint of a smile appeared on Si Luo's lips. His eyes were sparkling with an otherworldly light. You're wrong. Ta Lai and Bianing had been fated since a long time ago, and I had nothing to do with that. You can't blame me for that. Whether or not I ended up taking that lonely boy away from you at that time, you didn't have any right to abandon him. The both of you made that decision on your own, it wasn't something that I forced upon the two of you. Do you gritted her teeth? I've said this before, that if I was Gao Qingju's choice, I would give him what he really wanted, no matter what it was. I would give him anything in this world, whatever it was that he wanted. I had already decided from the very moment he declared his loyalty to me when we met. I'd help him obtain whatever he wanted and nobody else had the right to destroy him. Not you, not her. Si Luo pointed a finger at me when he said her. He looked at me with dazzling eyes. This was the first time I felt a sense of vigilance as I met his eyes. I've told you this before, haven't I, Li Shun? That I didn't want you to kill him. Gao Qin might be lonely, but as long as his heart still lives, I'd be able to give him everything he wishes for. But how could you wish for his death time and time again? I shook my head profusely. Though I didn't understand Si Luo at all, I felt that I would be destroying Gao Qingju's life if I admitted to this. I didn't. An enchanting smile appeared on Si Luo. You didn't. You didn't? Why did you have to take his hand at a time like this? Your heart isn't with Gao Qin, Li Shun. Why lie to yourself? You'd still leave him someday even if you're holding his hand now. When the time comes, you'd be the one to kill him. I will never let that happen. A gust of wind blew across the plaza right after he spoke. This wind was no ordinary wind. It felt like a really stable wind which caressed every inch of my skin. It felt unnatural. Gao Qingju, who was panting lightly earlier, stood up straight. His eyes turned wary, like those of a wolf who sensed the sudden arrival of a hunter. He pulled me closer with his remaining arm. In my uneasiness, I asked softly, "Why isn't your arm healing?" "I wouldn't be repaying a debt if it healed." Gao Qingju answered quietly as he looked around us. That unnatural wind continued blowing across the plaza. Jiao S came over and took my hand, but her eyes were on Si Luo. "Don't hurt her." Jiao S looked at him as she spoke in her hoarse voice. Gao Qingju's eyes seemed to contain a warning as he turned to look at Si Luo. Si Luo tilted his head slightly, his silvery hair falling to one side. "Jiao, I've said this before. Don't go easy on me if you end up going against me someday." The steady wind turned into something fierce right as he finished speaking. White fog surged in Si Luo's eyes. It was extremely similar to that fog in Gao Qingju's eyes when he controlled air currents. The situation then hit me. Si Luo would actually attack me. He was using the technique to control air currents, the very same one that he taught Jiao S and Gao Qingju. He was making his stand very clear by using this technique against us. My hair and dress were ruffled by the strong winds that blew across the entire plaza. My hair whipped across my face and I felt my body sway in the wind. Si Luo kept his eyes on me the entire time as white fog continued to surge in his eyes. Gao Qingju and Jiao S grabbed me on either side as white fog began to surge in their eyes. I turned to the both of them and called out, "No, don't. I don't want the two of you to turn against Si Luo just because of me." Song Ming looked at us with slight interest as he stood in his sultry pose. What a weird fight. What are you thinking, Si Luo? You're going to stop Gao Qingju when he can finally elope with the woman of his dreams? Ta Lai then spoke with an elegant smile. Whatever his goal is, he isn't doing it for Li Shun's second personality. How about we just come clean with each other since our goals are the same, Song Ming? Song Ming raised a brow at what Ta Lai said. Oh, how do we come clean? Li Shan doesn't have her heart now, and she can't summon her second personality without it. Are you telling me that we should fight over an empty shell? Ta Lai fiddled with the jade stone ring on his finger. Her heart is with Niazun and he's right here. Everything will be solved as long as we get the heart from Niazun. Since Li Shan is here too, we just have to capture her first. Niazun would definitely give up the heart once we do that. Niazun, you might fool others by pretending that you don't care about Li Shan anymore, but I wouldn't believe it. Do you still remember what happened in that space where your 5 senses were rendered useless? What did you do at the time to protect her? Did you think I'd really be unaware? The image of that dark space reappeared in my mind. I did what I did because it was a natural reaction for me after seeing you get hurt. It didn't have anything to do with being sensitive to looming danger nor being rational during times of crisis. It was simply because you were hurt. Everything I did was my subconscious mind telling me to protect you and take you away. I got more upset as I thought about what Niazun had said in the past. I saw Niazun smile as I stole a glance at him. So, you're trying to get Song Ming to work with you? Song Ming's smile disappeared as a bloodthirsty expression took over. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to work with you, whether I'm planning to take Li Shan or not. Don't you find games more interesting when there are more players involved? Si Luo wanted to attack me, while Jiao S and Gao Qinjui were ready to launch counterattacks. Ta Lai was eyeing me as well, but Song Ming refused to work with him on this. Do you stare at Song Ming? Do you think you're really able to succeed alone without working together? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286. Volume 5. 286. A messy battle. The situation was a mess. Everything from Niazun's coldness to Gao Qinju's missing arm was too much for me to handle. I pushed Jiao S and Gao Qinju away, reassuring them with a confident gaze as they both looked at me anxiously. I steadied myself in between them as I looked at everyone. Since the situation has come to this, how about all of us just come clean with our aims? Si Luo, I don't know what you think of me wanting to leave with Gao Qinju. I'm just wondering if you're planning to take my life at this very moment? Si Luo smiled. I'm going to send you away. I've promised you in the past that I'd send you away from the split zone. Now that your friends have been saved and you already know the secret of the split zone, I don't owe you anything more. But you haven't been able to fulfill your promises to me. I'll send you away first in that case. Gao Qinji said, she'd have to undo the split symbol contract with me if she wants to leave, don't you know that, Si Luo? Si Luo turned to him and said, it's because I'm aware that I hope you can let go, Gao Qin. She doesn't belong here, and she isn't yours either. Why be so stubborn? Gao Qinjui's brows knitted. I thought you understood me, Si. I didn't anticipate this happening. I said, have you forgotten, Gao Qin? You'd pick him over me every time this choice is placed before you. I hope you can pick him this time. Gao Qinji smiled bitterly. I can't do that. You can't do it? Then why were you able to do it in the past? I don't like the current you, Gao Qinji. I hope that you were just like how you were in the past, unafraid of anything. You're still you, you're Gao Qinji. You're not Li Shan's Gao Qinji. How could you say that Si Luo doesn't understand you? Do you know what I saw in Si Luo's heart? Si Luo interrupted me. Li Shan. I continued quickly before he could say anything else. I saw the scene when Si Luo first met you, Gao Qinji. No matter what, Si Luo will be able to give you far more than what I can. You have to take his side at times like these. I then pushed him towards Si Luo lightly. His shoulder was still bleeding as he backed away from my push, looking at me with inquiring eyes as he did so. The ground began to quake right after that. The sudden shaking made everyone unsteady on our feet. The ground then cracked open and seawater began spurting out. The environment changed so quickly that everyone looked stunned. I realized this was the work of someone who wasn't originally at the scene. The ground continued cracking open as seawater began to fill the entire space. Instead of sinking, all of us were able to stand on the surface of the water as we rose with it. This was absolutely strange. A figure in white then descended slowly from the skies above. The white figure had white hair that grazed his ankles, and he was beautiful like an angel. Upon closer observation, one would realize that there was this calm masculinity in his eyes. Guan Nye, Jiao and I spoke at the same time. Guan Nye looked down at me as he spoke. Si Luo can give him more than what others can. How about me? Si Luo, Si Luo. Li Shen, are you going to say that Si Luo is the only one who treats Gao Qin well? What am I now? He landed on the surface of the water as he spoke. The water kept rising and it covered the entire plaza shortly. All I could see was an ocean. I guess this was Guan Nye's illusion. Stop playing, Guan Nye. Gao Qinjui frowned. Guan Nye laughed in self-mockery. Playing? You see everything I do for you as a joke? Then I'm going to play a huge joke today just to see if you can remember me for it. Isn't everyone here today? We can all die together in this dream then. I realized that there was a suppressed rage behind that calm rationality in Guan Nye's eyes. He wasn't calm. In fact, he was already pushed to the edges of his sanity because of Gao Qinjui. Everyone seemed to be going crazy for somebody else, but they weren't able to see the one who was going crazy for them. Guan Nye raised both hands before waving them downwards. Dark clouds loomed above us as claps of thunder were heard. Raging thunder, Guan Nye said as he waved a hand. The entire sky turned dark immediately as thunderous claps and lightning began appearing. Move! Gao Qinjui pushed me away with his remaining hand. I ended up a few meters away, as if I had just skid on the water surface. At this very moment, a thunderbolt struck the empty space between me and Gao Qinjui, splattering the water. Jiao's eyes widened as white fog began to surge in them. Defensive screens of water rose around us. Gao Qinjui lost his balance and fell into the water after being hit by the ricochet. However, he floated on the surface instead of sinking into the water. Gao Qinjui, I called out. However, Jiao stopped me before I could rush over to help him up. Another thunderbolt came crashing down right in front of me. The water hit my face hard as it splattered onto it. I called out urgently, Piercer. Piercer had already turned back into a whip, but she transformed into human form upon my call. Go help him, I said as I pointed to Gao Qinjui. Piercer nodded and shot towards Gao Qinjui immediately. As Gao Qinjui struggled to get up, he called out, Shenqi. With a black ray, Shenqi appeared in human form. He and Piercer supported Gao Qinjui as he got up. Si Luo looked like a beautiful deity with those flowy white robes and the red emblem blowing between his brows as he floated on the water surface. His palms were placed against each other as white fog clouded his pupils. A hurricane swept upwards from the surface of the water as it went straight for Guan Nye. Si Luo would actually attack Guan Nye? Guan Nye was quick to react. With a series of complicated hand signs, the fight between them began. Thunderbolts struck from the sky as pillars of water continued to rise from the water surface. Song Ming laughed maniacally as he held onto his sword. Ta Lai, are you going to miss out on this great opportunity? How about we exchange blows instead of having a war of words? Since there's only one woman we're aiming for, we can decide the winner right now. Whoever wins can go ahead and take Li Shen after that. It might be that audacious tone that triggered Tao Lai to lose his patience. He lost that gentlemanly smile as he motioned with his fingers, controlling the three giants. They charged towards Song Ming with loud roars. Ta Lai spoke coldly. We'll decide upon a winner today. It's also about time that you return Bianing to me. Do you look wrought with emotion as she stood upon this roaring ocean? She must be feeling overwhelmed with Gao Qingji breaking his arm and Ta Lai fighting with Song Ming over Bianing. She probably felt that whatever she did came to naught at this point. Nie Zun's black coat was flapping in the wind while Jia Pa stood silently behind him. Do you saw that Shen Qi and Piercer were supporting Gao Qingji as they led him towards me? She raised a hand and waved it downwards in my direction. Drop, she said. Though I was a little afraid, nothing happened eventually. She was shocked when her attack had no effect on me before she realized why after a short moment. You're actually no longer affected by this attack since Nie Zun took your heart. Do you use this technique by forcing a person's heart to crash into the ground? She could make hearts feel like they were sinking for as long as she wished. But this technique did not work on me after Nie Zun took my heart away. She did not give up. With a wave of her hand, a fiery qilin appeared from the dark sky and gave a thunderous roar as it charged right at me. Jiao S said coldly, as expected of a formidable opponent to be able to summon a qilin within an illusion. Grabbing the air with her right hand, she pulled a gigantic sword from behind her before charging towards Du Yu. I broke out in cold sweat. You're praising Du Yu when you're also able to pull your sword out while in an illusion? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287. Volume 5. 287 Jiao S vs Du Yu. Jiao S's sword glinted as it was raised high in the air. The sky was turning darker and darker, making it look as if we were under a heavily polluted ocean as more and more dark clouds gathered above us. The water was choppy and just like being on a tiny boat in a rough ocean, everyone was unsteady on their feet. Unlike me, the rest still had MF at their disposal. They could use some of their MF to balance themselves on the water surface even as they engaged in battle. I was no different from an ordinary human being without MF, and it was thanks to my experience in previous fights that prevented me from falling headfirst into the water, but Guan Nie's illusion was rather unusual. Though we might lose our balance on the water, we would never end up sinking into it. Splash! I lost my balance and fell forwards as a huge wave rocked me. It felt like falling face first into a massive puddle of water as I ended up choking on the water. I coughed while struggling to get up from the slippery surface. As expected, there was no one who could look out for me at this juncture. They could all use their MF to float a little above the surface, while I was the only one who couldn't. I'd not have deactivated my split symbol if I had known this would happen. I mumbled to myself as I stood up clumsily. Looking at Scorpion Ray on my left wrist, I asked, "Is it really not possible to summon you without MF, my precious?" What are you mumbling about, Ashan? Be careful. Jiao S was stepping on a steady platform created by focusing air currents below her feet as she turned around to give me a reminder even though she was engaged in a fierce battle with the fiery qilin. Gao Qingjui steadied himself with the help of Piercer and Shen Qi. The blood stains on his top had already been diluted with all this water. His hair was a mess, but his eyes were as bright as the sparks produced by striking a flint. He pushed Piercer away with his remaining hand and said, "Go protect her." Shen Qi supported him, playing the role of Gao Qingjui's right hand while holding his shoulder and helping him find his balance upon the water. Seeing Gao Qingjui more or less settled, Piercer was back by my side in a split second. I was still unsteady in the water, and Piercer helped pull me out of it. You might just die here today if I didn't happen to be your living weapon. Who asked you to deactivate your split symbol on a whim? Piercer pulled me up into the air with her as she berated me gently. With her skillful manipulation of air currents, Jiao S jumped through the air with agility. Her sword lengthened and shortened seemingly randomly as she attacked, and the fiery qilin looked like it was having a difficult time going against her. Jiao S controlled the air currents well, and because she was petite, she could be extremely fast in the air. Her sword was fast too, and when it enlarged, it could reflect the fireballs that the Qilin spat at her. She deflected the fire attacks with no difficulty. This might probably be because Feng, Hua, and Lei used to always be by her side in the past, so it was not difficult for her to deflect attacks of a similar nature. Do you seem to find the performance of her Qilin unsatisfactory? As she shouted, "Withdraw!" The Qilin then roared at the sky before transforming into a fiery halberd. The halberd was red in color and engulfed in bright flames. Unfazed by the angry flames, Diyu jumped into the air and grabbed that fiery halberd with a raised hand. She looked like a goddess of war as she held her weapon high. As expected from the most domineering female soul splitter in the split zone. She has this aura of not taking any prisoners. Though Piercer praised Diyu's abilities, she did not look the least bit fearful. This made me a little upset since she praised Diyu when Zhao S was fighting against her. I rolled my eyes and said, Zhao S is no weakling either. I don't think she'd lose to a soul splitter like Diyu in terms of aura or ability. Right after I spoke, Zhao S summoned great waves behind her with an angry stare. She waved her left hand in Diyu's direction and the water turned into countless tiny droplets as they shot towards Diyu. Her gigantic sword lengthened as she directed the water droplets towards Diyu with a wave. With a cold gaze, Diyu waved her halberd to form a fiery screen in an attempt to parry Zhao S's attack. Zhao S's attack was executed perfectly, and it was as quick as lightning. The water in between them began to churn suddenly, as if affected by the strong waves of MF. Diyu's fiery screen did not look weak at all, but her speed was just a bit slower than Zhao S's. Being slower than the enemy spelled certain death in battle. Though Diyu didn't end up dying with this attack, I could see the killing intent rise in her eyes as Zhao S's water droplets scratched her face. Bloody lines appeared on that white skin of hers, and they were slow to heal. How dare you? She stared at Zhao S with gritted teeth. A burning flame emerged in Diyu's eyes, and she suddenly threw her fiery halberd into the air above her. The bright red body of the halberd looked like it could split the sky in half. Diyu's fingers bent, as if she was controlling the halberd in the air. Zhao S backed away, using her gigantic sword as a shield as she sensed looming danger. I said to Piercer, "You have to go help Zhao S if she ends up being in danger later." In her purple dress, Piercer stared at me. Help her? Li Shin, look at this place. Who's the one who needs more help and protection here? You can't even stand properly without my help. I wanted to argue, but I knew she was right. I would fall face first into this muddy-looking water once she let go. The other two fights were getting intense as well. Guan Ye continued to create thunderbolts as he maintained this illusion. Si Luo was quick to dodge, and it was lucky that the bulk of the thunderbolts did not hit anywhere near us, or some of us might end up getting hurt. Song Ming and Ta Lai were engaged in a fierce battle. Ta Lai maintained his elegant image by using those giants to fight Song Ming, and Song Ming did not forget to look audacious even in this fight. He actually looked like he was enjoying himself. I couldn't really see Nyezun and Jiepa as the waves continued to get higher and higher. Diyu no longer held back as she launched her next attack? She controlled that halberd in the air as it dropped fireballs into the water. These fireballs exploded upon touching the water surface. Zhao S dodged the fireballs with her agility, but she began turning grim once they started to rain at a quicker rate. Though Piercer was holding me, I felt like I was being swung all over the place on this rough sea. Hey, stop moving. I couldn't stand it any longer. The entire sky was black, and the water was also black without a hint of blue. It looked like a giant vat of dye. Piercer did not have any intention of letting go. Stop moving? That's all you can think of when you're about to die? A killing intent emerged in Gao Qinjui's eyes right at this moment. Moving with Shenqi's help, Gao Qinjui drew a long, black sword from Shenqi. Shenqi was able to produce a separate sword for Gao Qinjui even in human form. Swoosh. Gao Qinjui waved the sword in the air, producing a dazzling black ray of light. Waves surged in Gao Qinjui's eyes. Do you looked at him in disbelief? You're really going to fight me for that woman? Or are you helping Jiao S? Gao Qinjui. Gao Qinjui looked resolute. I've already repaid my debt. This wouldn't have happened if you guys had stayed in the gate of heaven peacefully. Those from the gate of heaven are always this greedy. What have you gained from all those experiments and from sacrificing so many things? Dianing, whom you hate, is still living well. Shut up. Gao Qinjui, you have no right to say this to me. You have no right to look at me this way. Do you think you're not pitiful? Ha! Look with your own two eyes. This is the very woman you could give everything for. This is the woman you wanted to save by bringing her over to the split zone at the expense of hurting me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288. Volume 5. 288. A heartless Nyazun? Look at you now. What have you gained? She doesn't even remember you. Even now, she doesn't recall anything about you. Let's not even begin talking about the promises you made to her. Nyazun is the one she loves right now. I was getting confused. Do you love Gao Qinjui or Ta Lai? Hey woman, can you stop it already? I'm the one you're fighting against now, but you're actually looking somewhere else and nagging at them instead of focusing on me? Are you looking down on me? Jiao S asked you coldly. Do you glared at her? Who do you think you are? Don't think that you're really able to win me just because you were able to approach me once with those meager skills of yours. She then bent her fingers further, making it look as if each of them had one extra joint. That halberd began burning in midair. Something out of the ordinary happened. Fire began to spread from the halberd and the flames grew to engulf the sky. The entire sky was painted with flames, as if there was gasoline feeding the fire. The flames crackled as it burnt bright. It looked like Diyu had just set the entire sky on fire. Diyu's face glowed with a red sheen under the fiery sky, and she looked like a lunatic as she said, I'll grant your wishes of dying since all of you are mere heirs who are already living like trash. Jiao S scoffed. It's no wonder neither Gao Qinjui nor Ta Lai are interested in you. You're not a woman, you're just a female devil. Her black hair flew in the wind as she jumped into the air and pressed her palms together. A glinting sword then appeared in between her palms as she pulled them apart. The air started quaking around us. Though I didn't have any MF right now, I could tell from past experience that Jiao S did not cause this. When I saw the white fog in both Gao Qinjui and Si Luo's eyes, I realized that all three of them were using more than 80% of their MF to control the air currents around us. The three of them actually formed a triangle. Although a triangular formation was one of the most stable ones to take in a battle, the air currents would end up being unbalanced if they were not working together. All of them were not at the same level of ability in terms of controlling the air currents either. This meant that it could possibly result in a major clash. But the scariest part about this was that I didn't have a goddamned ounce of MF in me. It felt like an earthquake that was of magnitude 8. I was just like an ordinary human being right now, and I had to rely on my living weapon to balance myself. I could already imagine how I'd just be strewn all over the place like a rubber ball if these air currents clashed. Piercer shared my sentiments as she said, this is bad. Keep your focus. If you can't use MF, try to at least focus on me. I can only protect you when we're of one heart and mind. I might have to fish you out of the water if you continue being distracted like this. She made it sound like I'd turn into a pond loach at any moment. Gao Qinjui and Jiao S were working together, and though Diyu was enraged, a sinister smile appeared on her lips. That smile was hair-raising. Simple tricks are all you can do even when you guys work together. You'll be able to stay alive with that, but have you thought about her? Diyu smiled as she twisted and turned her hand in a series of motions. Fireballs started raining down from the sky as she did so, and it covered such a large area that everyone had to make dodging them the first priority. These fireballs did not come down vertically. They had a slanted trajectory, but upon closer look, I realized they were targeting just one spot as if they were bullets from a submachine gun. Their target was me. What the hell? You're targeting me even when I'm without MF now. I complained at how sadistic you was while I struggled to dodge these fireballs by half-crawling and rolling about in the water. If I ended up injured, it would take forever to heal without MF. If a fireball hit me, I believe that apart from feeling like a huge rock dropped onto me, I'd probably feel myself burn. I had no interest in playing with fire, but I didn't have any MF either. So, all I could do was roll around in the water. I had already lost sight of Piercer when I heard her call out. What are you running for, Li Shun? Don't go hiding on your own. Follow me. Damn it, Li Shun, come back here. With all the time I spent in the split zone, I knew for sure that I definitely feared pain in a situation where I had 0 MF. I hit somebody's chest as I was continually rolling around in the water. A pair of starry eyes met mine as I looked up, but instead of joy, I felt a distant coldness. Niazun held me as he said, I'll get Jiapa to take you away from here. Pushing him away with gritted teeth, I answered, I don't think you need to care whether I end up living or dying. Didn't you want to go separate ways? Niazun looked at me. You don't want your heart? I smirked. Would you have taken it if you're planning to return it? Are you going to say that you took it in order to protect me now? Niazun, I believe everything you say. I've never believed that you didn't love me anymore, and I believe that you have your reasons for doing whatever you did. I believe that you have a goal in mind. I've never doubted that. Because you're somebody calm and intelligent. But Niazun, what I'd like to tell you is that you deserve to be lonely. Didn't you say that you'd protect me forever? Didn't you say that you wouldn't lie to me, that you'd tell me everything? If you're lying to me in order to protect me, then I have a question for you. Have you ever trusted me, Niazun? Jiapa appeared from behind Niazun before he could respond. Please calm down, Miss Ashun. Now's not the time to be talking about this. All of them are targeting your second personality, and the consequences could be disastrous if our actions are driven by emotions. Come with me first, and we can talk about this when it's safer to do so. I looked at Jiapa coldly. You weren't like this in the past, Jiapa. Even though you were always on Niazun's side, you were still logical, Jia. Can you really bear to see the both of us like this? Jiapa adjusted his glasses and regarded me with a serious look. Ashen, this is the first time I'm not addressing you as Miss Ashen. Even if all that you've just said is true, have you ever thought about things from another perspective? Have you trusted Niazun when you're complaining about him not trusting you? I was slightly stunned. He continued. Of course, it's not merely because of Niazun that I'm willing to stay loyal to you. Ashen, have you wondered why Niazun ended up here? Who was the one who gave him that ring? Can you really ignore everything that happened even if Niazun and I don't blame you for it? To be fair, Miss Ashun, don't you think you're being a little too unreasonable here? My mind was telling me that I had to stay calm, and I knew that Jiapa didn't say anything wrong. Why did I feel so upset though? Was it my pride? The more upset I felt, the more empty the space in my chest felt. It was as if I couldn't really feel anything. Even if Niazun said he loved me right at this moment, I didn't have a heart to contain his love. Niazun looked at me with an unfathomable gaze. I can explain everything, but only if you're willing to accept her. I didn't get it at first, but a face appeared in my mind a moment later. I turned defensive immediately. You're referring to her? Niazun nodded slowly. The water turned rough and choppy just as I was about to lose my temper. Thunderous roars were heard from the horizon. It sounded like a terrifying beast which finally found its reason to fight. I fell into the water once again, but Piercer grabbed me this time as she said to Nyezun, "Return the heart to her, I can protect her." Nyezun shook his head. "It's not to protect her that I've taken her heart away. Although it does nullify the effect of Duyu's lockdown technique and makes it seem like she can't summon her second personality. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 289. Volume 5. 289 Mysterious Sea Mirage. Jiapa rushed over with an outstretched hand. "Miss Ah Shun, please leave with me, Before I could respond, I heard Guan Nie's voice from the heavens. "Leave? Don't even think about leaving this illusion. It's not just a couple of days that you guys have been chasing after one another like this. Gao Qin, it's too tiring to chase after you. It's either I die or you guys settle the matter once and for all today." The sky literally collapsed a few meters after he drew some sign in the air. It looked as if it could fall and crush every single one of us in a second. Jiapa turned grim. This is bad. He can actually use this technique where he seals the illusion with MF. No one can leave the illusion since it can only be undone if he's willing to do it or if his life force is diminished. Life force diminished? Doesn't that mean death? Do you have to phrase it in such an artful way? Nyezun's brows knitted. "I know only a little bit about illusions, and barriers are your forte. But from what I know, there would be a point of entry to any form of barrier, and there's no such thing as a perfectly fortified barrier, just like how there wouldn't be an unbreakable shield. Furthermore, this is the split zone, and everything is based on one's consciousness and MF. What if he doesn't die but his MF goes down to 0? Would this illusion still be unbreakable?" Jiapa shook his head. This environment was created differently from how illusions are usually created. Do you still remember Huan Qing's last line of defense? Huan Qing created that with the last bit of his remaining MF, and its strength is similar to that of this sea we're witnessing right now. As the top illusionist in the southern district, Huan Shang would have used the usual methods to create it, but Guan Nye did it differently. I suspect this has something to do with why he can use such restricted techniques, but I don't know who he learnt these techniques from, and even I haven't seen something like this before. The crux of his technique is very similar to a last line of defense, but it isn't created with the last bit of MF. I was absolutely confused upon hearing this explanation. Jiapa continued. But like what you said, nothing is invincible, even in the split zone where things run seemingly contrary to the real world. If I'm right, the scene we're witnessing is a result of combining an illusion and a barrier, and Guan Nye is smart enough to place the key to breaking the barrier outside of our immediate environment. With that, I understood it a little better. So it's not that the illusion is unbreakable, it's just that it has to be broken from the outside? Jiapa adjusted his glasses as he answered. You're absolutely right, Miss Ah Shun. The structure of this illusion is complex as it combines with it natural elements. The point of entry is also placed outside, so somebody has to pour MF into it from the outside to be able to break it. That very MF used has to be powerful as well, and since the illusion is set up so well, pouring MF from one side is not enough. Somebody has to do the same thing from the inside at the same time. This would then create a point of entry to undo the illusion. I looked up at the dark sky. So we need someone out there who can help us, and that someone can't just be any ordinary person. That someone has to have high MF, and we have to at least know who it is. Apart from that, that individual also had to be able to have some sort of telepathy with at least one of us in here? Jiapa nodded as he answered, yes. I deadpanned. Wouldn't that be impossible then? It had been such a long time since the three of us talked like this, and I suddenly found myself missing old times when Nyezun and I literally stuck together all day. I really missed the old days. But there was no time for me to reminisce the past as Guan Ye drew another sign while facing the ocean of water. I grabbed Piercer's hand tight in anticipation of huge waves. However, instead of crashing waves, the water turned calm all of a sudden. The choppy sea turned into a peaceful surface. I was still trying to catch my breath from the rough waves that hit me earlier, and I was feeling a little chilly from being drenched with all the water from before. With the calmness came a disturbing sea breeze. Everyone seemed to freeze for a moment, probably surprised by the sudden stillness. Zhao S and Du were fiercely engaged in battle, and the sea turned quiet all of a sudden just as Du seemed to be ready to launch a large-scale attack. This caused Du to hold her hand as she looked around her warily. That flaming halberd seemed to pause in the air. Song Ming's sword glinted as he used it to cut down two of Ta Lai's giants. Ta Lai's expression had never changed as he continued fiddling with that jade stone ring on his right hand. Song Ming slowed down as he sensed the stillness, and Ta Lai looked down at the water surface. Guan Ye was not targeting Si Luo with this move, and I couldn't tell how powerful of an attack this was from the get-go. Si Luo stopped in his tracks upon seeing Guan Ye pause. That's Si Luo. If it was somebody else, they might have just used this opportunity for an attack. The bloodlust and killing intent that was apparent in the environment did not diminish in the least even in the stillness. Just when everyone paused to observe the situation, I felt something moving from under the water, as if there was something trying to break out from it. Panting and wiping the water from my face, I muttered to Piercer, "Can you hear it? There seems to be something under the water." I held my breath as I tried to focus on the sound that came from under the water. Phew! Phew! It sounded like the sound of somebody breathing. No, it was the sound of a group of people breathing. I was focused on the sound when all of a sudden, SSS. A shrill cry seemed to pierce right through my chest. I flinched in shock. Piercer grabbed me, frowning. "What's wrong with you? I can't hear anything. You've been acting a little weird." Cold sweat covered my entire body as she said that. I looked at her as I shivered. What did you say? You mean you can't hear this weird sound?" Piercer looked at me. "I really cannot hear a thing. What else is there apart from the sound of the wind and water?" SSS. It sounded like the cry of a soul that was crawling its way up from hell, and it pierced right through my ears. The terrifying part was that it sounded like it was coming closer and closer, and nobody else seemed to be able to hear it but me. If something like this happened in the real world, I'd think it was a ghost. But there aren't any ghosts in the split zone. Why was I the only one who could hear it? Horrified by the sounds, I looked up at the all-white Guan Ye. "What did you do, Guan Ye? Why are there weird sounds coming from under the water?" Guan Ye did not look as beautiful as before with that dark and eerie sky as a backdrop. I guess beautiful things had to be appreciated in the right atmosphere too. Guan Ye asked in surprise, You can hear them?" This just made me even more terrified. Should I not be hearing it then? Everyone else looked at me with inquiring eyes. This just proved that none of them could hear it. Guan Ye's gaze turned from one of surprise to an intense one. The sea began turning choppy when I looked back up at him. Everyone could feel the change as they looked down at the water. The sounds were getting too much to bear at this point, and I wanted to cover both my ears. The sounds then vanished just as I was about to do that. The water surface turned still for a second. But it was only for a second. In the very next second, countless figures rose up from the water. Splash! 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 Before I knew it, there was a crowd standing on the water surface. Even Piercer was rendered slack-jawed at the sight. What was more shocking was that all these figures were people whom we recognized. Huan Chang was standing right at the front. There was also Mi Fu, Song Lu, Yu Liang, and others whom I didn't recognize. There was one figure who caught my attention. It was Old Man Fan. Niazun stared at the figures, as if dumbfounded after witnessing something impossible. Jiapa directed his gaze to wherever it was that Niazun was looking at. He looked perplexed as he spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. Your sister. Why is she here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290. Volume 5. 290 Those Who Were Dead. What? Niazun's older sister. I looked towards the direction in which they were looking at, but I couldn't see anyone. There seemed to be a huge crowd when the figures rose up earlier, but upon a closer look, there were but a few of them. Old Man Fan. I realized quickly that everyone else was also staring at the figures that had just appeared. It was as if everyone had seen somebody they recognized in that crowd. Guan Ye said coldly, no need for doubt and worry. These figures you're seeing aren't real people, they're just illusions. I heaved a sigh of relief, but I caught my breath halfway. If these were illusions, doesn't that mean Guan Ye was planning to use them against us? But why would anyone tell their opponents that these were illusions the very moment they were created? I didn't know what Guan Ye was planning at all. What do you have up your sleeve? A cold voice asked Guan Ye. Who is this? It wasn't me. Looking up at the source of the voice, I realized it was Du Yu. She was levitating in midair. Do you look uncomfortable? Did she also see someone she cared about? I looked towards the figures staring at me with blank faces. Huan Chang, Mi Fu, Song Lu, Yu Liang, Old Man Fan, and my parents. Anne, Gao Qi and Pomelo were actually standing right at the very end. How could it be? Ah! I covered my mouth as I called out. What I saw was Gao Qi drenched entirely in blood. Gao Qinji appeared beside me with Shin Qi supporting him. He was still pale and his gaze wavered as he asked, You see him too? I turned to him. You can see it too. Gao Qinji continued, You're able to see others apart from him, right? I nodded. Gao Qinji said, I can't though. He's the only one I can see. I was stunned. Jiapa spoke. If that's the case, this means that we are all seeing different people. We're looking at those we fear meeting the most, so they're all different. So Gao Qinji and I actually feared the same person. Were we both afraid of Gao Qi? Gao Qinji couldn't bear it any longer as he looked at Guan Ye with an upset expression. What are you trying to do? There was a gentle light in Guan Ye's eyes. I've told you that none of them are real. Don't forget that all of you are in my illusion now, and all you're seeing is but a mere hallucination. Then why did you even do this? I was at a loss for words. Why did you have to do this if it was a hallucination? Why did you have to do this and tell us they were illusions? A thought struck me out of nowhere. Could it be that he wasn't planning on using these illusions to attack us at all? So he didn't actually have to hide the fact that they were illusions? I didn't have to wonder for much longer as I quickly found out why he did so. Gao Qi, who was drenched in blood, walked towards me unhurriedly. He did not rush to strangle me, nor did he look like he blamed me for anything. He simply looked at me with a blank expression. Running away doesn't solve anything, and even though my legs were trembling, I forced myself to move forward slowly. Are you Gao Qi? That blank face bloomed as if woken up from years of slumber. He spoke with a slightly rigid expression. Ashin, do you miss me? I swear this did not sound the least bit sweet in the current situation. It was, in fact, terrifying. Just imagine a dead person asking you if you missed him. Gao Qi was different from Old Man Fan and the rest. He was somebody who actually existed and lived in the real world, and he was also dead. How is it possible that I can see you? As I was muttering to myself, Gao Qinjui spoke suddenly. I get it now. This is definitely an illusion. But he's not making use of these figures, of people whom we're afraid of meeting, to attack us. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Then why did he do this? He's waging a psychological battle. Everyone would end up being distracted with the appearance of these people. Gao Qinjui was absolutely right. Guan Ye resumed his battle with Si Luo immediately when these figures seemed to have worked their effectiveness. There was a long sword in his hand this time around. It looked like an ordinary sword, but I'd never seen Guan Ye use a sword. Guan Ye kept his eyes on Si Luo as he raised his sword. I'm curious, just who did you see? Si Luo's expression remained rather indifferent as he simply scanned through the crowd of figures. What if I say that I can't see anyone? Si Luo answered with a smile. A cold glint flashed past Guan Ye's eyes. You shouldn't be able to see anyone, since you don't care about anyone else but yourself. It's an excuse when you say you're trying to save the weak, because all you've ever thought about is yourself. Si Luo looked at him casually. Do you hate me so because of Gao Qin? Guan Ye scoffed, no. I hate you so because I just cannot stand the sight of people like you who say they're protecting their residents when you're actually doing nothing at all. Si Luo smiled. You're not being truthful. Guan Ye narrowed his eyes. You'll know if I'm really speaking from my heart once we begin the fight. Raising his sword, he said, everyone in this illusion will see the ones they are most afraid to face. These people aren't real, they're all illusions, and they cannot attack anyone either. The reason I summoned them was to let you guys take a look at them while we fight. It won't be an easy task if you're being watched by someone you fear. Before I could grasp the entirety of the situation, Guan Ye had already launched his attack. Both Niezun and Jiepa were still staring into space at the figure they referred to as Niezun's sister. Muscular Song Ming and lanky Tao Lai were facing each other. Though they looked extremely different physically, they had the exact same look on their faces. It sort of stunned me. They were both staring into space, as if they had just been hit on the head with a hammer. I then realized that the both of them must have seen Bianing. Tao Lai lost his usual elegance when he spoke. Even an illusion of Bianing can appear here. I guess this is really a test for us to try not to be distracted by the people we have in our hearts. Song Ming smirked. But they are still illusions. I believe we've seen hundreds of thousands of them by now. But look at these, especially that of my woman. Don't these illusions look too real? Tao Lai was not polite with Song Ming as he stared at him, asking, Bianing isn't your woman? Song Ming cackled. How do you know that? He swooped in closer to Tao Lai, blinking as he said, would you still want her if I said I already took her? Tao Lai paused his fiddling of that jade stone ring for a moment before answering, why would I not want something that belongs to me? It would still be mine even if it's broken. I found this rather interesting. Tao Lai, Song Ming and Bianing seemed to have a complicated relationship, and as for Gao Qinjui, Niezun and I. Before my mind could go any further, I caught sight of the bloody Gao Qi. He no longer had a blank expression. He looked exactly like the Gao Qi I remembered when I was alive. I miss you so much, Ashen. Dear Lord. This illusion could actually talk? What he just said made me weak in my knees. I would have gone mad with happiness if I still thought that he was the one I loved, but I'm now aware that Gao Qinjui was the one I actually loved. Furthermore, I didn't forget that I was the very person who stabbed him in the chest. I retreated hastily as he advanced towards me with an outstretched hand. No, don't come any closer. Ah Shin, you're not the one who killed me. I'm the one who deserved to die. Don't be sad, a smile appeared on Gao Qi's bloody face. That enchanting look and voice were the exact same ones that made me fall for him. Ah! I couldn't bear the sight of Gao Qi's bloody hands and that huge, bleeding wound on his chest. I backed away as quickly as I can, too afraid to take another look at him. But running away doesn't solve anything, and when I turned around in an attempt to run, I was met with Pomelo. Pomelo looked like she was in agony as she reached out toward me, seemingly in an attempt to hug me. She said, "How are you doing, Ashan? I'm here to see you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 291. Volume 5. 291 Real Solitude. No. I shook my head vigorously as I tried to push Pomelo away from me. I didn't want her hug. I didn't want it. Something out of the ordinary happened at this moment. My hands weren't able to touch her. They simply went through her. In my surprise, I had forgotten that I had no MF left in me right now. Losing my balance, I passed through Pomelo and fell face down into the sea. I choked on the salty seawater before I felt the collar of my dress being dragged upwards. Piercer grabbed me as she said, "Have you forgotten what Guan Nye said, Ashan? These are merely illusions. Don't be confused by them." Sister, it's not a matter of being confused or not. I knew these were illusions, and everyone else could see the very person they were most afraid to face. The visual stimuli would definitely distract them and slow them down. I wondered if this was Guan Nye's real goal. Everyone seemed to be scanning their surroundings for something during their fights. Being distracted will only give your opponents more opportunities to attack, and this might possibly end with both sides getting gravely hurt. Somebody appeared behind me just as I was about to ask Guan Nye what he was playing at. I pulled at Piercer, signaling for her to stop running. I turned around to look at the individual behind me. Piercer did the same. It was Gao Qi. He was looking at me with a complex expression. Though he looked exactly like Gao Qinjui, I realized I could actually tell them apart. Gao Qi, I was a little taken aback when I saw him appear a while ago, and even though I was still a little uneasy about it, I was much calmer now. Gao Qi looked pitiful, drenched in blood, but there was this gentle light in his eyes. As I set my eyes upon him again, it felt like I was a bystander looking at myself. Even if he had a psychological disorder, couldn't I have just talked to him about it? Why did we have to end up in this place? Everything was a mess. Illusions were everywhere, and everyone was being distracted. I guess Guan Nye did this because he simply wanted to see our reactions when we see these people. Piercer gave me a reminder. Ashan, you have to be careful of whoever you're able to see. I'm not able to see them. I shook my head. It's no use running away from things. I owe him one anyway. I know you have my interests at heart, but let me handle it on my own this time, Piercer. If Guan Nye's creations are really just illusions, then what I'm seeing now is simply whatever that has been buried in my heart. No one would be able to help me on this if I can't overcome it on my own. I let go of Piercer as I finished. Taking a deep breath, I walked towards Gao Qi. I could feel my eyelid twitching as I asked, "Gao Qi, are you, from my heart, or from that world?" The question just escaped me even when I didn't plan on saying anything like it. Gao Qi looked at me gently, making me feel as if I was trapped in those eyes. He grabbed me in a sudden embrace when I was trying to think of responses to possible answers he would give. My train of thought was cut off abruptly. Everything seemed to be spinning around me. The last thing I remembered was us falling on our sides into the icy water. This time, instead of floating on the surface, we sank continuously. It was cold and dark as I sunk into the ocean. Gao Qi had me in a tight embrace, but for some reason, his presence seemed to diminish the longer I was in the water. Light was sparse in this illusion, and falling into the dark water made it all the more darker. Without MF, I struggled in the water. Just continue sinking. I can't do this anymore. Just let me die here. That was all I could think of. I was tired of life in the split zone. I felt exhausted. There used to be people around me when I felt tired, but I was all alone now. Pessimistic thoughts were like seaweed which grew non-stop. They would get larger and messier once we start thinking about them. Imagine if a good person was crossing the bridge over a river infested with monsters and demons. Even if that individual did not want to look down, there would definitely be something or someone trying to drag that individual into the river. This was how it felt like. Pessimistic thoughts were like a pair of hands that had the ability to drag people down. Ah Shen. I heard a familiar voice out of nowhere. Is it her? Ah Shen. Ah Shen. No, it isn't her. But this sounded so familiar. Did I become retarded after being in the water? Why couldn't I recall who the voice belonged to? Wake up, Ah Shen. When I tried to open my eyes, I realized that I hadn't even closed them at all. It was the darkness in the water that made it feel as if I had my eyes closed. I simply couldn't see anything in here. Wake up, Ah Shen, that overly familiar voice continued. What do? I just don't recall it. I can't react to it either. Ah Shen, listen well. You're in Guan Ye's dark illusion right now. This is different from his previous illusions, because there is demonic energy in here. Because of his suppressed feelings, Guan Ye might have been used by others. Those without demonic energy cannot create such an illusion. This is considered a banned technique in the field of illusions. That voice continued talking to me even when I did not respond. It's difficult to break such an illusion, and even if I can help you out from the outside right now, you're not able to work with me in saving everyone since you don't have an ounce of MF in you right now. Save everyone? Who'd be saving me then? Listen to my words carefully now. I gave you the scorpion ray on your left hand. Do you remember that? I finally realized who it was. Joy filled me for about half a minute before a frown appeared on my face. I thought that Li Qing was in the Gate of Ghost, and the last time we met, I could tell she still had some errands to run there. The Gate of Ghost and the Gate of Heaven were very far from each other, and it wouldn't be easy to travel to and fro even if she was a soul splitter. Why would she be here in the Gate of Heaven right now? Even if she did travel to the Gate of Heaven, how is it so coincidental that she knew where I was? How did she manage to rush here just in time to save me? Ah Shen, listen to me carefully. It's not about whether I can save you guys right now. You've already been infested with the demonic energy from this dark illusion. It isn't much of a problem usually, but you don't have MF and you don't have your heart. Nia Zun might have wanted to protect you, but this was a misstep. I don't think anyone here is aware that Guan Nia had been affected by demonic energy, and this is why nobody knows that it can hurt you. Guan Nia would be able to find you soon now that you're in the water, since he created this entire ocean. All of you were originally on the surface of the water and he'd be able to sense everything that happens on the surface through his MF. I dragged you into the water to tell you this, and the weird sound you heard earlier, that was actually me trying to signal to you. But from how things are looking, I suspect that Guan Nia had already sensed my presence in the Gate of Heaven. If he's already wary of me, I might not be able to help much. You'll have to depend on yourself in that case. Your consciousness is being controlled right now, and it's absolutely trapped in this illusion since you are without a heart and also infested with demonic energy. You won't be able to escape even if Guan Nia undid the illusion and everyone leaves. There's only one way to save you now, and you have to listen and believe in this. There is zero room for error here. If anything goes wrong, your consciousness will end up in that crack in space between the real world and Split Zone 13. Where is that crack in space between the real world and Split Zone 13? The question popped up in my head as I wondered if she could hear my thoughts. To my surprise, she actually responded to the question in my head. That's not important. The thing is, once your consciousness ends up there, you won't be able to reincarnate or return to the Split Zone nor the real world. You'll turn into a homeless wandering soul. Apart from that, no one else will be able to see or talk to you. You'll learn what real, perpetual solitude is when that happens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292. Volume 5. 292. Don't turn around. Those words scared me. You're telling someone who had been ostracized and who ended up in the split zone that she is heading for a place with no one else around where she would not really be living but where she cannot die either. She can't escape from there and that she'll be trapped there forever. That wasn't just cruel, it would be pure torture. What should I do? I was antsy. I couldn't see Li Qing at all. I couldn't actually confirm that the person talking to me was her nor affirm that this wasn't just another illusion. However, my gut told me that I should be listening to this individual. It's a woman's instinct. Listen well. I don't have time to repeat this a second time. Don't forget it. I'm using the space under the sea to communicate with you and no one else will be able to enter this space, not even your living weapon, Piercer. However, Scorpion Ray is able to enter this space because I gave it to you, and it is part of what I'm about to share with you. You'll enter another dimension in the illusion shortly, and I can't predict what you might see there. But remember this, don't believe anything or anyone no matter what you see. Don't trust anything there. I believe you're able to do that. Lastly, this is the most important. You might make a mistake here. Once you enter that dimension, don't turn around no matter what happens, even if someone is calling out to you. Don't turn around until you see Scorpion Ray glow on your wrist. Just continue going forward and you don't have to pay any attention to anyone who tries to obstruct your way. There's also no need to avoid anyone who tries to attack you, because nobody would be able to hurt you as long as Scorpion Ray is with you. You can move freely once Scorpion Ray starts glowing, and you'll be able to walk out of that illusion and find me shortly after. I'll then tell you how to work together with me to break this illusion. But before that, don't stop for anyone or anything else, and don't turn around for anything. You have to remember this. If you don't, your consciousness will end up in that crack in space and you'll wander like a homeless soul for all eternity. Okay, I get it. I felt chills down my spine as I heard all that, and a bright light appeared before me right after I answered. All the water was gone suddenly. I was on a narrow path with no one else around. There was no end in sight, it was just a murky gray ahead of me. Though I was afraid, I stepped forward slowly. There was absolutely nothing in the eerie silence except for this endless road that looked like a cobblestone path. It was flanked by dark gray fog on both sides and the path led into nothing but more gray fog in front. As I walked, I called out softly, "Li Qing." There was no answer. An immense pressure seemed to weigh down on me in this absolute silence. I could feel my brows knitting together and my temper rising. I didn't understand why I had to be the one going through such a terrifying experience. How unlucky could I be that I could end up in this dark and creepy place after being in an intense battlefield? I didn't know when this path would end. Who did I offend to deserve something like that? It was also the first time that Li Qing spoke to me so seriously. I wondered how frightening the encounters would be for her to use such an extreme method to get me to continue moving forward. This was difficult to bear. I knew that something terrifying would happen, but I was in a position where I could not do anything about it. I couldn't anticipate it nor could I change the situation. The best option was to continue on this path while fearing the possibility of having my life taken at any moment. This was just like being aware of the fact that a ferocious ghost would be coming after you, and you were waiting for certain death, but you wouldn't even know who it was who would be taking your life. Waiting was all you could do. Waiting for the unknown source of fear, waiting for the day when the entire truth comes up to the surface. Even though I tried to console myself, I ended up being rather bored of walking on this path all by myself. What would appear? Why don't they just all appear at once? I might just go insane here before I reach the end of this path. I talked to myself in frustration. No one could hear me anyway. When have you started talking to yourself? After mumbling to myself for quite some time, I heard a voice coming from in front of me. I snapped my head up, expecting to see something horrific. But the person who was obstructing my way was none other than Jiao S. That can't be the real Jiao S. I decided that she was just an illusion and ignored her. She's not the real Jiao S and it's an illusion anyway. I'll just keep quiet and ignore whatever she says. I won't do anything even if she attacks me. I was prepared to act like a corpse if she really attacked me, but things were rarely this straightforward. Those empty eyes of the Jiao S opposite me were exactly like those of the real Jiao S. Why are you here, Ashin? Stunned by her question, I was speechless. Should I say that I'm here to expose you as an imposter? Calm down, calm down, calm down. I didn't hear it, I didn't hear it, I didn't hear it. I pretended not to have heard the question. After calming myself, I continued mumbling to myself that I didn't hear the question and walked forward, towards Jiao S. I shouldn't avoid it if Jiao S really attacks me now. Li Qing wouldn't hurt me. If she said Scorpion Ray can help me, then it definitely can. All I need to do is to go forward no matter what happens. Whatever happens, I'll just continue walking. With Scorpion Ray's protection, I might just be able to go through Jiao S like how I passed through Pomelo's figure earlier. The road was very narrow, and she was right there in the middle obstructing the entire pathway. Plucking up courage, I continued walking towards her. I thought she would attack me, but Jiao S simply stood there, unmoving. Unease crept up on me as I was about to reach her. Her figure looked just like Pomelo's. If all else fails, I guess I'll just have to pass through her. While thinking, I lifted my head slightly. I regretted my actions immediately. The Jiao S in front of me had her eyeballs hanging out from her eye sockets, and they were still connected with tissue. She looked like a monster from the depths of a well. What the hell? Does it need to be that terrifying? I shouted in shock. Right after I said that, the figure in front of me turned back to look exactly like Jiao S without those horrific, drooping eyeballs. She stared at me blankly with that empty gaze of hers. I was already right in front of her, but I was in a dilemma if I should just try and walk through her. Firstly, this was Jiao S. Secondly, I was really afraid that her face would change like it did just now and that would just give me a heart attack. Well, I didn't actually have a heart now. I was suddenly reminded of what Li Qing said, to continue walking forward no matter what happens. With gritted teeth, I took large steps forward, attempting to just walk through Jiao S's figure. I had to take a gamble. I believed that I could pass right through her just like how it was in the cartoons where the monsters were impaled. My theory was proven right as I stepped through her figure. However, I heard her speak in a creepy tone just as I was about to pass through her entirely. Do you think you'll be safe after you get out of this dimensional illusion? What was terrifying about it was that this voice did not belong to Jiao S at all. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had heard the voice. I recalled Li Qing's words just as I was about to turn around and ask this Jiao S what was going on. Li Qing said that I shouldn't turn around no matter what happens. I stopped myself from turning back, but I ended up freezing in my tracks. I wanted to slap myself at this moment. Isn't this just a dimensional illusion with demonic energy infused in it? Would it be that difficult to go past it? Even if the illusions looked hyperreal, there's really nothing to turn back for. Just as I wanted to continue on my path at a quicker pace, the Jiao S behind me spoke again. Don't you want to know why Nie Zun left you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293. Volume 5. 293 The Path of No Return. Do you want to know why Nie Zun left you? That was really tempting. I had to remind myself time again that everything I saw and heard here was a mere illusion. I should not believe in any of this. She wouldn't be able to give me the truth even if I turned back. Gritting my teeth, I continued without turning back. I thought the Jiaos behind me might do something else to stop me, but nothing happened after a while of walking. Curiosity didn't kill the cat, it killed people. Since nothing happened, I wanted to turn around to check if that figure of Jiaos was still behind me, wondering what she would be doing if she was still there. Such a thought made me hate myself a little. I quickened my pace as I tried to shake the thought from out of my head, telling myself not to think about whatever might be happening behind me. That curiosity was tamped down successfully after walking for quite some distance, and though I wanted to rest, I decided that it was best to continue on the path. It's really inconvenient without MF, I mumbled to myself. I had almost forgotten all that had happened earlier, and I was feeling quite relaxed. Time was a great healer. It can help lessen fear and uneasiness, and with the passing of time, these feelings and emotions can disappear altogether. As wise men said, time is money. Time is really the most valuable commodity. I seem to have forgotten the value of time after arriving in the split zone. Time passed way too slowly there, and the same amount of numerical years there was a long time in the real world. Whatever that seemed precious to me turned into something without value in the split zone. It was rather terrifying that our values could change just like that. This was also the reason why I spent most of my time lazing around on my bed or simply practicing the bow and arrow on my own when I had just assumed the role of Western District Commander right after Li Qing went missing. Nothing else mattered to me at that time. Nothing was valuable in the split zone, not time, not even lives. It was a place that overturned all your beliefs, and once you've been there for a while without a cause to live, you'll realize that the only thing you can do is to do nothing. To me, the existence of the split zone is not just a mystery. To me, it was as if everything that did not follow logical sense happened there. There were no rules and no values in there. This was a place which simply messed people up. I felt a hand on my shoulder as I was deep in thought. My very first instinct was to turn around. Humans were prone to making errors when nervous, but when we were relaxed, we would usually be able to assess the situation in a much calmer manner. At least I was like that. Just when I was about to turn back, something in my brain told me not to continue. Li Qing's voice entered my head at that very moment. Don't turn around no matter what happens. However, it was extremely difficult not to feel fear in such a situation when somebody had tapped you on the shoulder and you weren't able to turn and look. Although I'd been in the split zone for a while now, my heart seemed to skip a beat at this. Even though I had no heart. Who is it? I froze while looking in front. Shun, it's me. I wanted to laugh out loud. Why did this illusion come up with someone that I really didn't want to see? Wasn't the aim to make me turn around? This felt like an idiotic thing to do. Even if I could turn around, I wouldn't even want to. I spoke coldly. What are you doing here? I'm here to tell you something. This was the first time she spoke to me in such a serious tone. She was exactly like me, everything from how she spoke and her tone of voice. So this was how I sounded like when I was being serious. It didn't sound cute at all. Say it. Leave after that. You don't even need to try and make me turn around. I heard her voice coming closer, and it felt as if her face was right beside me. The unfortunate thing was that I couldn't avoid her in this situation. There was no actual use in avoiding her anyway. I couldn't see her, but she'd still be able to see me. Shun, remember that it's the dimensional illusion here. You can't turn back no matter what you see, or else you'll not be able to return to any of the two worlds. I didn't expect her to say the same things as Li Qing did. Also Shun. Somebody is trying to kill you. You have to leave that illusion after breaking out of this dimensional one. It's also best that you keep your distance from Niazun. I almost wanted to turn around when she mentioned Niazun. She wasn't here to make me turn around. She was here to prevent me from doing that and to tell me that somebody wanted to kill me. But why did she add that I had to keep my distance from Niazun? I would never believe it if she said that Nyezun was the one who wanted to take my life. This might be a trick, so I didn't turn back. I continued on the path without asking any questions even though I was curious. Before long, I was met with Gao Qinjui. I was sure it was an illusion. This particular illusion was choosing to make certain people I care about appear. It was trying to rub salt in my wound. Gao Qinjui was not his usual self as he stood silently looking moody and sorrowful. I walked over. Running away was not the solution. I just had to face this. I was going to get the ball rolling this time. You're waiting for me? You have something to say too? Just when I was going through the countless scenarios in my head, Gao Qinjui said something that stunned me. Indeed, there's something I want to say. But there's no need for you to dwell too much upon what I'm going to say, since I'm not real. I'm just a shadow that exists in your heart. Have you seen illusions busting themselves like this? Have you seen an illusion telling you that it was an illusion? Have you experienced anything like this where a hallucination tells you that you're actually hallucinating? I bet no one would have experienced such a thing. I thought Gao Qinjui would have some tricks up his sleeve instead of just saying that he was an illusion and telling me that I didn't have to believe or dwell upon anything he said. If this is one of your tricks, then I take my hat off to you, I said to Gao Qinjui. I was speaking nothing but the truth. If they were trying to hurt me, then this was the application of reverse psychology at its epitome. Ah Shen, I know everything that Li Qing told you. I also know that you are in a dimensional illusion. Whether you believe it or not, when you enter a dimensional illusion, you'll simply look like you're in a deep coma in the split zone. I'm right beside you now, and what I've done is to bring my consciousness in here to look for you. However, I'm not able to take you away from this dimensional illusion, so this is the only method I could think of. There's also another way you can escape all of this. You won't have to go back to the gate of heaven to face those battles, and you don't have to worry about the future in the split zone. All your worries will disappear, including this never-ending path. I had to admit that this was rather tempting. He was saying all this right in front of me. What should I do? I asked, expressing my interest. Simple. Take this and insert it in here. Gao Qinjui pointed at the splitting key hanging from my neck before pointing at his left ankle. I shook my head immediately. No. You should know me, Gao Qinjui. I'll never let you do something like that. To be honest, I owe you too much. Now that I'm aware of what happened in the past, I feel like I'd owe you forever. Don't do such things for me anymore. It'll only make me extra guilty. If there really is danger on this path, or if there's nothing but danger waiting for me when I break out of this dimension, then all I can say is I'm ready to face it. Gao Qinjui shook his head in response. It's not only such danger I'm referring to. I'm talking about the possibility that another catastrophe might befall you and your friends. I found this funny. It almost felt as if we finally found the exit and we could save ourselves really soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294. Volume 5. 294 A Horrifying Punishment. I'm begging you, just do it now. Nothing else should be the priority right now. I've asked you before if you wanted to leave. You said no at the time. Do you still think that you made the right choice? I stared at him. Of course. I've never regretted it, and I don't plan on regretting anything else. What else would you like me to do for you? Tell me so that I can send you away as soon as possible. This sounded rather comical as I said it. It sounded as if I could send him back by turning back time. Stop this. I'm right outside. You're talking to the real me now. Don't think too much about it. This illusion is not that difficult to break. You'll be able to find the weak link if you look properly. I looked at him and said, "If you're here to say this, you are welcome to leave right now. It's time to send the guest away." But Gao Qingjui did not move. I thought the problem would be solved after some more conversation, but I was wrong. Niezun appeared before I could send Gao Qingjui away. I happened to glance further down the path and I saw Niezun a short distance away. Niezun had both hands in his pockets and he was dressed in black from head to toe. "You're here to talk to me about Gao Qingjui as well?" I asked impatiently. "No. I'm here to deliver your heart to you," Niezun answered casually. That indifferent demeanor of his was difficult to replicate. This was definitely him. "Then where is it?" I asked as I pointed at my empty chest. "The heart is completely fine here with me. I have a request before I give it to you." "Go on." "After getting your heart back, no matter what you recall or what you see, you have to promise that you'll never talk about this ever again." Is this some sort of agreement to secrecy? I was really curious about his request, so I agreed without hesitation. Niezun reached towards his own chest. Gao Qingjui stared at me in anger. "Haven't I told you that everything is fake? Don't be fooled by him. He'll attack you once you go over to take your heart back." "No, he wouldn't. Niezun might not love me, he might have changed drastically, and he might not be protecting me anymore. But he would never hurt me. He would never do that. Unless someone was pretending to be him, but that was impossible in this situation. There was only one thing to do now, that is, to continue on my path. I thought that I'd be stopped only a couple of times after that, but I didn't expect Niezun to be so adamant on having me make a promise. "Where are you going?" "You haven't promised me." I looked at Niezun with exhaustion. "Honestly, I don't really care about anything now." "Niezun, you're the one who took the heart, and you're also the one who's trying to return it to me now. And you don't want me to tell anyone about this either. Just what are you trying to do?" "I'll tell you the truth since you want to hear it that badly," Niezun said. Emotion overwhelmed me at this point. I really wanted to know why he took my heart away. To my surprise, Gao Qingjui rushed forward to obstruct Niezun's path. "Don't say it." He stared at Niezun. "What are you doing, Gao Qin? Don't you know that this is my goal?" I asked with a frown. Gao Qingjui shot a sharp look at me. "Didn't I tell you to keep your distance from him too? Lishan, I'm willing to send you away and throw away my life for it. Is it that difficult for you to leave this place? Is it that difficult to go back the way you came?" It wasn't difficult at all, but I didn't know why I chose not to do so either. Seeing my silence, Gao Qingjui was enraged. Niezun still had his eyes on me, as if he was calculating his next steps. Nobody could have predicted what happened next. Gao Qingjui stuck a hand right into Niezun's chest. "What are you doing?" I said. "I'm looking for your heart." Gao Qingjui looked crazed, as if he was bent on helping me find a way to escape. His hand was already embedded deeply in Niezun's chest, but Niezun's face remained expressionless. Gao Qingjui seemed to be picking from a raffle box that was literally Niezun's chest. It looked disgusting. I decided to continue walking forward without wasting any more time. All these tricks were just to confuse me. I glanced at the two of them just as I passed them, but something made me stop in my tracks even as I decided that I would never turn back. It was so sudden. It was like a computer crashing. There was nothing I could do but to wait for help. But I was the one who needed help this time. I caught sight of the skull ring on Niezun's finger with that glance. The ring meant a lot to me, and I had a feeling that all the mysteries would be unraveled with that ring. Basically, in my subconscious mind, there was something special about that skull ring. Accessories cannot be worn in illusions. Poo-chh. Thud. A beating heart was in Gao Qingjui's bloody hand as it emerged from Niezun's chest. At once, I knew it wasn't mine. Nyazun collapsed behind me with a thud as I turned to my side to look. At first, it felt like I was simply watching a movie unfold before me, but I recalled that the ring can't be worn by an illusion. This meant that it was the real Nyazun I'm seeing right now. This wasn't hearsay, because that ring belonged to me, and it belonged to Nyazun as well. Who knows, it might have also belonged to Gao Qinjui. I didn't know why I had the feeling that an illusion couldn't wear the ring, but the thought simply appeared in my mind. If I could see Nyazun wearing this ring right now, it meant that he was no illusion. He was right there. Instead of unraveling the mystery, everything seemed to turn into a bigger mess. If that was really Nyazun, what do I do? I didn't have time to think any further. Looking at that dark red heart in Gao Qinjui's hand, I turned back in an attempt to help Nyazun up. I had to see if it was real. I had to see if he really had that ring on him. At the very moment I turned back, I realized that there was nothing there. Nyazun wasn't there. Jiao S wasn't there. All I could see was an endless path which led to somewhere unknown. If I had a heart now, I was sure I would feel it dropping to the ground. I was tricked. Where did I go wrong? I saw that skull ring so clearly. Rather than believing in the logic of this place, I'd rather believe my gut. My gut told me that I was right, that it was definitely the real Nyazun who had that black skull ring on him. But where did Nyazun go? I turned back around. Gao Qinjui, who was originally waiting for my answer, had disappeared too. Damn it! I was tricked and I turned around, but nothing happened. This was absolutely terrifying. I wouldn't have been so terrified if it was a ferocious ghost that met my eyes. I could at least try to fight it. But there was absolutely nothing behind me when I turned back. The scariest part is waiting in the absolute silence and stillness for the judgment and punishment when you are aware that you've broken the rules and that you have to pay for it. You couldn't help but be afraid of what you'd have to face, but you have no choice but to wait for the judgment to arrive. I was at a total loss of what to do when I felt the environment change around me. I looked around warily as the gray fog dissipated and the scene changed slowly. It was as if it was becoming transparent. A world that looked familiar met my eyes. Fear crept up on me as I began to realize what was happening. I realized what the punishment was. That fear made me shiver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295. Volume 5. 295 Crack in Space. That narrow path disappeared slowly as a new environment appeared before me. This was not the split zone. I looked around blankly. This place. There were tall buildings, massive traffic, and large crowds. The sky was blue with white clouds. The air was refreshing. It felt lively. In a retarded move, I rubbed my eyes hard. My vision blurred a little, but I calmed myself down as I began to take in the sights. I was back. I was standing somewhere totally foreign to me. It wasn't near the school or the hospital. It was a traffic junction. This felt foreign to me. I didn't remember this place at all, nor could I recognize it. The only thing I could be sure of was that this was the real world. Am I really back? I crossed the road as I looked at the crowd. I stopped right in the middle of the road facing a car that was speeding its way towards me. I was uneasy, and I didn't know why I had to use such an extreme method to find the answer. I kept my eyes on the car as it approached me. When it was about to reach me, it screeched to a stop, honking loudly. I widened my eyes in surprise, wanting to call out in joy. But my spirits were dampened as I saw someone crawling through my legs. That person passed right through me. He didn't crawl in between my legs, he crawled right through the both of them as if I was non-existent. He crawled through my body just like this. Two individuals rushed out from the car, calling out loudly. A crowd then began to congregate. Some of them were calling the police and some were calling an ambulance. Some others were looking at the spectacle as they pointed at the scene. Nobody saw me. Nobody could touch me either. I laughed at myself as I looked back at the car. So you didn't stop for me. None of you can see me at all. If this were a dream, I knew that I wouldn't be able to wake up. If this was real, then I was back in the real world as a wandering spirit. No one could see me now, and the only difference was that Gao Qingjui was not here with me this time. Being thrown back into the real world so suddenly, I didn't know how to handle the situation at all. This was somewhere foreign yet familiar to me. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed me. I sat down on the sidewalk like an abandoned child while I tried to analyze the situation as best as I could. Firstly, I can be sure that this wasn't a hallucination nor was this a dream. One scenario has been eliminated. Secondly, I'm not back for real, since nobody could see me here. Was I still being tested on that narrow path? No, that's impossible. Li Qing didn't warn me about this. I believed that Li Qing wouldn't keep things from me. There was only one possibility left, and that is, I've arrived in that crack in space, again. It was Old Man Fan who helped us arrive in the crack in space previously, and we weren't able to take a good look at it because we had been in such a rush to return. Would it be any different this time? I happened to glance at my feet as these questions ran through my head. I was barefoot. My eyes widened slowly as I looked down at my own foot. I saw something that I couldn't believe was true. I reached out to touch it, but it did not help the situation at all. The split symbol on my left ankle had disappeared. There was always this nagging feeling of something worse that could happen after going through a terrifying experience. But today was the day I was the most terrified in my entire life. I no longer belonged to the split zone if I was without a split symbol. But I did not belong in this world either. Who am I then? You'll enter another dimension in the illusion shortly, and I can't predict what you might see there. But remember this, don't believe anything or anyone no matter what you see. Don't trust anything there. I believe you're able to do that. Lastly, this is the most important. You might make a mistake here. Once you enter that dimension, don't turn around no matter what happens, even if someone is calling out to you. Don't turn around until you see Scorpion Ray glow on your wrist. Just continue going forward and you don't have to pay any attention to anyone who tries to obstruct your way. There's also no need to avoid anyone who tries to attack you, because nobody would be able to hurt you as long as Scorpion Ray is with you. You can move freely once Scorpion Ray starts glowing, and you'll be able to walk out of that illusion and find me shortly after. I'll then tell you how to work together with me to break this illusion. But before that, don't stop for anyone or anything else, and don't turn around for anything. You have to remember this. If you don't, your consciousness will end up in that crack in space and you'll wander like a homeless soul for all eternity. Li Qing's words replayed themselves in my head and it only got louder and louder. I began frantically searching for my Scorpion insignia split symbol on my leg. But it was just a pale, ordinary leg. There was nothing on it. Did I really end up in the crack in space because I turned around on that narrow path? I couldn't believe this. I began to have a taste of what it meant by having to go through eternal solitude. Eternal solitude was when no one in the world could see me or touch me. Nobody would know what I said or did either. Nobody would be able to communicate with me here, and I would never be able to return to the split zone. The split symbol on my ankle was gone, and I couldn't feel an ounce of MF in me. I was just a wandering spirit. A thought struck me, and I bit down hard on my tongue. There was no pain. I finally understood what it meant to be in eternal solitude. I couldn't even die in this crack in space. Nia Zun. Jiao S. Gao Qingjui. As if insane, I shouted their names loudly, but to no avail. Am I going to stay like this forever? I can't die and there's nobody else around for company. Am I going to live like this here in the crack in space forever? What kind of sinner deserved such a punishment? I had been ostracized all my life, and I'd been losing people I care about after arriving in the split zone. I didn't seem to be able to keep anyone in my life, and I've never felt secure. I've already had enough of solitude, but in the end, I had to have solitude as my only company till the end of time. No, it isn't till the end of time. This punishment had no end. Why? Just why? Why did it have to be me ending up here in this crack in space? I was so afraid of solitude. I'm not living here, but I can't die here either. Can the heavens tell me what I've done wrong, apart from killing Gao Qi, for me to deserve this? Can you imagine what life would be like if you merely stayed somewhere, not doing anything? It would be an endless horror story. One couldn't escape from it. It would drive a person insane. It was a punishment that can drive people to the edge of their sanity. What did I do wrong to deserve such treatment? I began attempting to stop people in their tracks like a madwoman. I wanted to get them to notice me. I wanted to get them to look at me. No matter how I cried out, how loudly I bawled, how much I pulled and screamed, nobody could hear me. Nobody could see me. Everything just passed right through me. As I was about to give up, I thought of something else. What would happen to Gao Qinji now that I didn't have a split symbol? There was a split symbol contract established between us, but it hasn't been undone since I did not insert my splitting key into his split symbol. What would happen to him now that my split symbol had disappeared on its own? I looked down as I thought of the splitting key. I tried looking for it around my neck, but there was nothing there. Even my splitting key was gone. But what use would a splitting key be without a split symbol? What would Gao Qinji be thinking? I had no idea what would happen to him, and I felt helpless at that. If I had a tragic ending, I just hoped that I wouldn't have to drag anyone else down with me. But as someone who shared a split symbol contract with me, what would happen to Gao Qinji? Would he be affected by me? How would he be affected? I would really go mad if guilt and worry were heaped upon this eternal solitude. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296. Volume 5. 296. A similar accident. Time in the real world passed relatively quickly, and it was easy to keep track of the days with the sunrise and sunsets. Before I knew it, 3 days had already passed. I didn't do anything but sit on the same sidewalk all this time. It was as if I froze. I didn't feel cold nor did I feel warm. Nobody could hear me, nobody could see the tears that escaped me. I didn't feel hungry, nor did I feel tired. It was horrifying. Though a day had only 24 hours, it felt like forever to me. I daydreamed like this for 3 whole days. I thought about Gao Qinji, Zhao S, and many others from the split zone. I thought of Nie Zun. Didn't we have to stay within 500 meters of each other? Why can we be apart now? Aren't we in totally different spaces right now? We'll realize that some things are actually not like what they seem. It was just like how deactivating my split symbol set things in motion. The link between us would disappear if my split symbol disappeared in this crack in space. No one would have been able to predict this happening. I still ended up in here even under the protection of so many others, even with that restriction between Nie Zun and I, even when so many others put their trust in me. Millions of thoughts ran through my mind in these 3 days. I wondered if this was a punishment or if it was just my destiny to be a lonely existence which doesn't experience happiness or sadness, and which cannot die nor be destroyed. I thought I'd be able to stay like this forever until I became one with this crack in space. However, an accident caught my attention on the 3rd day. There have been some interesting things I've witnessed as I sat along this busy road. There was a loving couple who passed by just seconds ago, but one of them suddenly got angry and began walking away. The other party was visibly upset, and they both started quarreling right in the middle of the street. This was something ordinary. If I had to talk about something interesting, I'd rather be talking about things which don't usually get noticed by people. I was more attracted to the things which have happened that do not actually attract the attention of others. Two individuals had been on the phone on the pedestrian street behind me. These individuals looked very different. One of them was dressed rather sloppily while the other was neatly dressed and looked like someone rich. Both were males and they looked like they were in their early 30s. The well-dressed male was the first one to make a call. His hair was neat and he had a pair of bright eyes. He looked like a businessman who was doing very well. His mobile phone was one of the latest models. I couldn't identify it though, even when I hadn't actually left the real world for that long. This is just technology. You'd be left out of that rapid advancement even if you've just left for half a day. When you return, a new product would already have been developed. Though I didn't eavesdrop on him on purpose, it's been too long being alone here, and I couldn't even begin to describe how that loneliness felt. I couldn't help but tune in to whatever sounds were around me. He sounded like he was calling his wife. He didn't sound very loving. It sounded like he was being polite, as if he was speaking to a guest. It might be an arranged marriage or just a mere transactional one. He was telling his wife to take care of his mother who was in the hospital. I couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the call, but I didn't go closer either. All I wanted to do was to sit and I was too lazy to move. Also, I thought it'd be more interesting for me if I didn't hear the other side of the conversation. This way, I'd only have his side of the story to judge things on. I came to a conclusion shortly. His mother was gravely ill in the hospital, and because he was so busy, his wife thought that he didn't have the time to visit his mother. So, she called him and told him not to worry because she'll be helping to take care of her. To this point, it sounded like a pitiful businessman who poured all their time into earning money that they didn't have any left to spend with their loved ones. But this was not the case at all. After hearing whatever his wife said, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "It's okay, don't tire yourself out. I'll put everything down right now and be there with you to take care of Ma." I felt my heart skip a beat. Surprised, I touched my chest and I realized that my heart was actually in it. This was nothing like having a scientific breakthrough and his words weren't out of this world, but that surety in his resolute gaze when he said them touched me deeply. I couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but I could guess the gist of it from his answer. "Don't worry, taking care of Ma is more important than work. If I lose this deal because of it, then it'll just be the will of the heavens. If that really happens, then let's go for a trip to that place you've always wanted to visit after taking care of Ma." He sounded happy as he ended the call. His gaze was sharp and bright as he walked away from me with a calm demeanor. Just when I was still shaken by what I just heard, another individual came to the same spot to make a call. I looked at him. He looked like he was dressed in rags. He didn't look like a beggar, but he was probably a laborer of sorts. He looked to be in his early 30s, and his eyes looked like they were already numb to this world. His mobile phone was an old one, and if I remember right, one could only make and receive calls on such an old model. He sounded like he was talking to his wife as well. "Sick? Help me take care of her then. Why do you think I'm working so hard for? It's all for you guys, and you're telling me you don't have the time to take care of my mom when she's ill? What are you at home for then? What else can you do apart from taking care of our son and cooking?" From what I'm hearing, his wife might have found it difficult to cope if she had to take care of their son and the house at the same time if she also had to make time to take care of his mother at the hospital as well. So, she called the man hoping that he'd be able to come back for a short while to help out. However, this man was not willing to that. He could have felt that he can't do it because he was the sole breadwinner, and I could understand such a mindset because that would mean cutting off their only source of income. But from his gaze, I could tell he wasn't looking at things from that perspective. He wasn't willing to do it because he felt that it was his wife's responsibility to do so. He felt that he didn't have to be responsible for anything else since he's already in charge of bringing in the money. This was what caught my eye in the past couple of days. It was the difference between these two men. Sometimes, the truth is vastly different from what is depicted in books or heard via rumors. Not all who were rich would turn out to be arrogant, unfilial or immoral, and not all who were poor were kind and forgiving. Even if those who were rich didn't have anything else, at least they had money. For those who were poor, there would probably be reasons unknown to us that landed them in their plight. Hearing these phone calls made me think about the life in the split zone for the past 2 years. I realized that there really was no distinct line between good and evil. Was UG evil? But she did treat me as a friend before. Was she good then? No, she wasn't. Jawes treated me very well. But can I really say she is a good person? She was just like me, we both killed someone when we were alive. She ruled with an iron fist over the Eastern District as well. It was difficult to differentiate between good and evil, because there were no fixed boundaries. No one would be good forever, and it's not set in stone that evil persons would remain evil all their lives. But in this world where we judge things as good versus evil, are we really able to be objective about it? Are we able to forgive ourselves and calm our hearts after doing evil deeds? I didn't know what others thought about this, but I knew I couldn't do it. I might have returned to my own world long ago if I had forgiven myself. This was the only thing which caught my attention in the past few days, but I was drawn to the accident that happened today. This was the first time in 3 days that I stopped acting like someone who had lost all their senses. I stood up and walked over to the scene of the accident. It was just a few steps away from me, but a crowd had already gathered around the scene. I approached the scene with a sardonic smile as I realized that one advantage of being a wandering soul was that no one could stand in my way. My face froze when I saw what actually happened. It wasn't a serious accident. A boy lay on the floor with his eyes shut. There wasn't any blood and there were no obvious wounds on him. The woman got out of the car with a cold expression on her face. She was in black shoes and she didn't look like someone you should offend. Click, click, click. She walked over to the boy. I recognized the boy, and I recognized the woman as well. These faces belonged to the woman and the boy who both died in the gate of heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4. Chapter 297. Volume 5. 297. The opposite result? What's happening here? Why would I see that boy and that stalking lady here in the real world? Didn't they both die in the split zone? Did they fake their deaths? But that's impossible. This was exactly the same thing that happened in the split zone. I walked over quickly to the boy. The boy sat up slowly. My eyes were on the stalking lady as I wondered what she'd do next. Would whatever happened in the split zone happen here again? If that were to happen, who would help the boy when the stalking lady picks on him? I was right here, but there wasn't anything I could do to help him this time. The stalking lady pursed her lips. I held my breath as I stared at her. However, that cold expression on the stalking lady's face changed to a forgiving one in the very next second. She helped the boy up and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you need me to send you to the hospital?" I heard mumbles from the crowd. I guess she won't be avoiding responsibility for this. Yeah. It's rare to see people like that these days. People usually try to get away or push the responsibility to others when an accident happens, or they'd blame the victim for knocking into them on purpose. Some fights even end up in the police station. Well, it's understandable that people aren't very willing to take responsibility with so many people getting in accidents on purpose just to get some money out of it. Yeah, that's true too. I turned back to the two of them after hearing some of the discussion around me. Although both of them looked exactly the same as the individuals I recognized from the split zone, it was obviously not going to end in the same way here. The boy's eyes opened slowly. His eyes were clear, but he had this look on his face which made him look much older than he was. He was so pale and he looked very weak, just like that boy I saw in the split zone. "I'm fine," he said quietly with an indifferent tone as he pushed the woman's hand away before struggling to get up on his own. The crowd stirred. Is he afraid to say that he's hurt? I think he's too young and too afraid to say it. Look at that woman, she doesn't look too friendly. Maybe she's just pretending for now. She might show her true colors a little bit later. Yeah, look at how unsteady he is. I think he's really hurt. Is it an internal injury? Should we persuade him to allow her to bring him to the hospital? Are you kidding? Why be nosy? He'll just have himself to blame if he refuses to go to the hospital. I was not surprised by all that discussion that was happening around me, but I felt uncomfortable with it. I frowned at this, wondering what it was that made me so upset. The stocking ladies seemed to have heard some of the discussion around them. After standing up, the boy struggled to break away from the crowd. The stocking lady knitted her brows and there was a look of annoyance which flashed past her face, but my eyes might have fooled me. She chased after the boy and smiled as she stopped him from leaving. I'm worried if you just leave like that. What if your organs are damaged? That'll be serious. I'm at fault anyway. Just come with me to the hospital, child. This set off another wave of discussion. Where can we find someone that kind? That boy didn't even ask for money and she's volunteering to send him to the hospital? Yeah. I didn't know kind souls still exist. It's probably not kindness. She's probably from some rich family and she doesn't need that money anyway. This would be peanuts to her, and she'd probably even have enough money to settle the matter even if she had killed someone. I guess that's true. She probably doesn't need the money. My brows knitted further. The boy seemed surprised that the lady stopped him as he turned and stared at her. He then said, "Okay. We'll do that." The lady smiled. "Okay, let's get into my car. I'll send you to the hospital." She then began pulling the boy towards her car. The crowd was blocking her path, and she had to continually say, "Excuse me please." "Thank you." A path parted for her, but there were some upset faces around. They looked as if they were suspicious of this lady and there was doubt if she was really going to send the boy to hospital. The stocking lady did not say or do anything out of the ordinary, so everyone made way for her in the end. When she was walking over to the driver's side after settling the boy into the front seat, a voice said, "Is she really going to the hospital? She wouldn't try to do something else, would she?" The lady looked like she heard it as there was a minute change in her expression, but a smile returned after a split second. She remained silent, and the crowd quietened. Something felt amiss and I rushed to catch up. I felt a little hesitant when I saw the boy get into her car. If I simply existed in this crack in space and I was invisible to the world here, would I be able to ride a vehicle? But my gut told me to follow them. I felt that it wasn't a simple coincidence that I'd be seeing these two from the split zone. After a moment of hesitation, I stuck a leg out and tried to get into her car. I could actually pass through this car. I didn't need anyone to open the door for me to get in, and I could ride in it when the lady ignited the engine. This didn't make sense. I looked around me. I was in the back seat. I reached out towards the lady from where I was. My hand passed through both the seat and her body. They weren't able to see me at all, but why was I able to ride in this car? I tried to focus MF in my body as if I was in the split zone, but I couldn't feel anything that remotely resembled MF in my body. If I could still focus MF within my body, then I'd have thought that it was my MF which enabled me to ride in the car. Now that I didn't have MF nor did I belong in this world, how could I actually do such a thing without being noticed by anyone or affected by anything at all in this world? Or was I able to leave with them because I simply wanted to do so, and this ability stemmed from my mental consciousness? But why would I be without MF if that was the case? Was my MF existing in some other form in this crack in space? Was it something that would be calculated differently in this particular plane of existence? But even if I cannot calculate it, I should still be able to feel its presence. But the woman spoke as I was lost in thought, wondering about how I could actually get on the car. You really think that you didn't get hurt at all? She spoke very calmly, and I couldn't tell what she might really be thinking behind that calm demeanor. The boy mumbled an affirmative response as he continued staring straight ahead. Silence ensued. The atmosphere was weird, as if something was being suppressed. I took a deep breath as I tried to calm my nerves. Click. The lady exited the car and said to the boy, "I'm going to get some stuff. I'll be back very soon. Just wait for a while. The hospital is right in front. We should get you checked just to be sure." The pale boy nodded. He was so pale that he looked like he was indeed suffering from some sort of internal injury. From his gaze, he seemed to be suppressing some sort of pain. I floated over to the driver's seat as the lady left. I turned to look at the boy, trying to figure out what it was he might be hiding. The boy started coughing suddenly. His face turned red from all that coughing. He must have been injured. I walked to where the lady was headed for. She had entered a supermarket a short distance away. There weren't a lot of people in it at this time of the day. The lady didn't look like she was planning on buying anything either. After looking around her, she sneaked into the washroom. After standing outside the washroom for a bit, I decided to follow her in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298. Volume 5. 298. Those who adapt survive. The lady didn't enter any of the stalls in the washroom. She was in a corner making a call. "Hello, may I speak with Dr. Zhang, please?" She looked serious as a cold glint flashed past her eyes. "Dr. Zhang, I hit a boy today. He says he's fine, but he might have sustained some internal injuries. The authorities have been keeping their eye out for such matters after what happened previously. You understand, right? I hope the matter can be settled as soon as possible. That child looks rather innocent, and he doesn't look like he did it on purpose either. I'll bring him to you later. You know what to do, right?" I didn't hear the other side of the conversation. All I saw was a smile spreading on the lady's face before she ended the call. She was no longer as antsy as she was when she first entered the supermarket. She adjusted her hair by the sink and checked her smile in the mirror before washing her hands calmly. I followed closely behind her as she exited the washroom. The boy was still sitting in his seat quietly, as if he did not move an inch. He stared into the distance through the windscreen. The lady shot him a sideways glance before she started the engine. We arrived at the hospital shortly. She took the boy's hand in hers as if they were siblings as they walked in. The lady looked around warily before mumbling to herself, "We have to get a specialist to look at this child. A thorough checkup would be needed. It won't be good if there's any after symptoms." She then pointed at the name of a doctor on the wall as she spoke to someone at counter. "We'll see Dr. Zhang here. He seems to be quite qualified." The counter staff replied, "Yes, Dr. Zhang is a specialist." I was standing behind the both of them and I realized that the boy was looking at the figure of the lady from behind. This was the first time he took a proper look at the lady after the accident happened. He simply stared ahead of him when he was in the car. As he stared at the lady, he had a look in his eyes which should not have belonged to a teenage boy. It looked as if he was contemplating something, and his eyes shone a little even though they looked pained. That look was reminiscent of hate, but why would he hate this lady if he had just met her? Things were definitely not as simple as they looked. After paying a deposit, the lady brought the boy to level 3. She passed the slip obtained from the counter to the nurse there. The nurse nodded at the lady after seeing the slip, before turning and heading for a room at the end of the corridor. The lady smiled, and the boy followed her into the room quietly. I looked at the sign on the door which said Dr. Zhang. I turned back to look at the queue along the corridor. Sighing, I decided to follow the both of them into the room. The nurse was walking out just as I entered the room. She closed the door behind her. The room looked like an ordinary clinic with a middle-aged male doctor behind the desk. The doctor smiled at the both of them. Would you mind passing me that slip, please? How may I help you today? The lady tapped the boy on his shoulder encouragingly before passing the slip over to the doctor. Nice to meet you, Dr. Zhang. This is what happened. I accidentally grazed this boy when I was driving earlier. It didn't look like I hit him, but he might have fallen because of that. He says he's fine too, but just to be sure, I thought it'd be better to bring him here for a thorough checkup in case any injuries have been sustained. Dr. Zhang nodded and smiled at the boy. Do you feel any pain, Dot? The boy looked pale as he shook his head with unfocused eyes. Dr. Zhang continued. Do you feel any different from before? It's okay, child, there's no need to be afraid. You can tell me if you feel uncomfortable in any way. It's my responsibility as a doctor to help my patients, whether they are young or old, rich or poor. The boy's hands moved as if he was going to make a fist, but he simply stretched his fingers. He said, I don't feel any different. Okay. Let's take a look at the chest and the head first before going through everything else. The boy nodded. Dr. Zhang and the lady looked at each other before leading the boy into another room. I was right beside the doctor when they did the x-rays. He looked at the film in a separate room first. After seeing it, he exchanged it with another film that was already in the drawer. He then walked out with the new film. He smiled at the lady. The child is fine. I've looked at it and there are no issues. Seems like he was just grazed and not hit by the car. The both of you can take a look at the film here. The heart, lungs, and bones look fine. He explained after passing the film to the boy. Though I didn't want to be here any longer, I simply stood there. I thought about all those times where the adults would be telling us that heaven is watching our every move. I didn't think too much about it then, and although I'm not heaven, it really seemed like whatever you do would be no secret. There really is nothing that can be kept a secret forever. This is why we shouldn't do evil deeds. We never know who else might be watching. Dr. Zhang ended the session as the boy did not have much to say about his diagnosis, and he told the lady that they could leave. After exiting the hospital, the lady said to the boy, "Wait for me in the car, I'll get some vitamins for you. Look at you, you look so weak." The lady headed back into the hospital after settling the boy in the car and locking the door. The boy's eyes followed the lady until she entered the hospital building. Turning away from the boy, I followed quickly behind the lady. We were back at the room on the third-level corridor. I passed through the door without much difficulty. I could hear the voices of Dr. Zhang and the lady, but I couldn't hear their conversation very clearly. I didn't really want to look at their faces that were behind the door, but I had to pass through the door to be able to hear better. Dr. Zhang showed the real X-ray film to the lady. Look at this. Why weren't you more careful? These organs are all damaged, and though not everyone might cough up blood in cases like this, it's really weird that the boy says he's not in pain. The lady smiled enchantingly. I guess I'm lucky this time. If this didn't happen, I probably wouldn't have come to you. Dr. Zhang shook his head. I guess you're lucky, or should I say that you were luckier than the previous time? You should be careful while driving, not all injuries can be hidden like this. The lady looked just a tad upset when the previous time was mentioned, but a pretty smile appeared on her face just as quickly. I know. Thanks for the reminder, Dr. Zhang. No matter how lucky I am, I'll still have to thank you. She said this while drawing circles on Dr. Zhang's chest with her finger, looking at him with inviting eyes. Any normal male would understand what she was trying to get at, and from Dr. Zhang's reaction, he was definitely a normal male. I had already left the room when quick, short breaths could be heard. Mixed emotions hit me as I walked along the third-floor corridor. This was something ordinary in the real world. Even if this made the news, it would be forgotten in a couple of days. In this world, the world that I used to live in, this was simply a sad story. However, I still felt upset. It's been so long since I've seen a story like this, because something like this would never have happened in the split zone. In the split zone, the strong would overpower the weak, and everything was done out in the open. It was still a dog-eat-dog world. Though it was more cruel and gruesome in the split zone, at least you'd know when you were being done in. Which was the better space out of the two then? I wasn't searching for an answer on which was the most suitable space for me to exist. I knew that these spaces were different because the rules of survival were different. Rules of survival were written by the strong, and these were the rules that applied in this world, while a different set of rules applied in the split zone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299. Volume 5. 299. The Aureole Behind. It was the same everywhere. An interesting thought struck me. If there was someone else, who existed like I did, in this third plane, would this space eventually fill up and would we have a whole new set of rules that were different from the real world and the split zone? The answer was obvious. As long as something existed, there would be competition and there would be rules. Another thought struck me just as I was planning to go back to the lady's car. Crack in space, crack in space, crack in space. This was just a crack in space, but does that mean that I might not be the only one in here? Those trapped in the crack in space couldn't go to another dimension nor return to where they came from. But nobody said no one else would be here. I didn't know if I ended up here because I turned around on that endless path, but I couldn't be sure that there really wasn't anyone else who was here either. I got myself a little excited at the thought. Though I recalled what Li Qing said about how I'd be in eternal solitude in this crack in space, the possibility of a second, a third, or even a fourth person being here with me gave me a glimmer of hope. It was also at this exact moment that I realized how terrifying it would be if I were to exist forever, not able to age or die. A tiny hope that this might not be my future made me jump for joy. Before I knew it, I was back in the car. The boy was still sitting there with a blank expression. I was a little worried about the boy when I remembered that the doctor mentioned he had sustained injuries to his organs. He was wasting time here instead of getting treatment, and he wouldn't be doing any more after getting duped by that lady and the doctor. Would his life be in danger? What could I do though? I couldn't help him out at all. I couldn't even tell him anything. This was how it was when you're in a different space. The boy was still staring out the window. Though I knew he wouldn't be able to hear or see me, I still stretched out a hand towards him and said, "Go get checked again. The lady and that doctor lied to you. Your organs have been damaged after the accident." The boy turned back all of a sudden and stared straight at me. I took my hand back in shock. My heart was racing. Does this mean he can actually see and hear me? That glimmer of hope fizzled just as quickly. The door opened behind me as the lady returned. I floated to the back seat. I didn't want to come into contact with a woman who engaged in nefarious deeds with an evil doctor. The lady was glowing with a natural blush on her face. Fanning herself, she said, "It's pretty hot today. Where do you live? I'll send you back, dot." I thought the boy would either reject her offer or just give her an address, but I didn't expect him to ask her for the diagnosis. Where's the diagnosis? The lady was obviously as surprised as I was. She didn't anticipate the question at all. A rigid smile appeared on her face after she paused for a stunned second. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I left it behind actually. Were you planning to keep it? Should I go get it back for you? She passed the bag of vitamins to the boy as she answered. The boy looked at the bag in her hand and said, "There's no need to. No use keeping it if there aren't any issues." The lady seemed to heave a sigh of relief as her smile returned. Yes, that's right. It's no use keeping the film when there isn't any issue. Here, take these. Where do you live? I'll send you back. The boy took the bag and said, "It's a coincidence that I live nearby. I can walk back on my own. You don't have to send me back." The lady said, "Do you need me to go with you? Are you sure you're going to be okay on your own?" The boy shook his head. "It's fine." The lady did not insist any further. "Okay, take care of yourself. Be careful when crossing the road." The boy nodded and left with the bag of vitamins. He walked along a tiny street beside the hospital and disappeared into it. After making sure that the boy had left, a smug smile appeared on the lady and she took out a recorder from her pocket. She had recorded everything. In case anything happened to the boy in future, she'd be able to use this as evidence to prove that she had indeed brought him for a checkup, and that the doctor did not diagnose any problem and the boy had said he felt fine himself. That fake X-ray film had also been thrown away. The evidence had been gotten rid of. What an evil individual. I guess the recorder wouldn't have recorded the little incident that happened in the clinic. No longer wanting to be in this woman's vehicle, I left the car. I didn't know what to do after the vehicle left. I had just witnessed the ugly side of humanity in the world I used to live in. It didn't matter if I disagreed with such actions, it no longer had anything to do with me now. I couldn't even interfere if I wanted to. Unlike those who were standing at crossroads in their lives, I didn't even have to consider my options, because there literally was nothing for me to do at this point. Just when I wandered around wondering where to go, the boy appeared before me again. He had turned back some time ago, and his eyes did not look as empty as they had been before. There was this light in them, as if he had a clear goal in mind. He walked into the hospital with confident steps. I decided to follow him into the hospital. There were many people in the hospital, and being a child, the boy was not conspicuous. He looked around as if he was searching for something. I followed closely behind him. As if finally spotting what he was looking for, he walked towards a trash bin in the corner. He began looking through the trash for something. After quite a while, he frowned at not being able to find what he was looking for. He then ran towards the stairs. I was still following closely behind him. He began searching for something along the third-floor corridor. This time, I had a tiny inkling of what he might have been searching for. He smiled as he finally found that fake X-ray film and his diagnosis report in a trash bin along the corridor. This was the first time I saw him smile. He folded them and returned to the ground floor. He then made a call on his cell phone. That call didn't seem to have been picked up, but the boy put the phone back into his pocket and stood near the entrance as if waiting for somebody. I didn't know what he was planning, but things felt like they were going to get interesting. I waited patiently with him since I had nothing better to do anyway. A male carrying a large bag who looked to be in his mid-20s appeared after some time. The boy's eyes shone as he saw the male, handing over to the male whatever he had in his hands. "Is this the fake diagnosis?" the young male asked. The boy nodded quickly in response. The young male patted him on his shoulder as he asked, "How's your body? Is it serious?" The boy smiled. "I'm in a lot of pain." A look of worry appeared on the young male's face. "And you're still waiting for me here? Go get a proper look, come on, I'll take you." The male took the boy to get a proper check this time. There is organ damage that might possibly be life-threatening. You should stay for further checks. This was what the doctor said. The boy pulled the mail out of the clinic. Big brother, I'll leave things to you. You have to make sure justice gets served for my mother. The police said we can't record others in secret, so my option was to look for you. This is the recorder I've stuck on the lady, and it has evidence of how she and that doctor are in cahoots with each other. They are why my mother is still in hospital to this day. Please help me. The boy pleaded with a sorrowful look. The young male sighed. Don't worry, as a reporter, I'm supposed to be helping people like you. Come on, I'll help you with all the hospital paperwork. Hearing his answer, a smile appeared on the boy's pale face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300. Volume 5. 300 Meeting an old acquaintance. No need for the trouble, big brother. I'm already very grateful to you for helping me out on this. I don't come from a rich family, and though I'm still young, I know it costs a lot of money to stay in hospital. You can't be helping me pay for it like this. I'll still have to go to the other hospital to look for my mother. I'll be extremely grateful if you could help get justice served. I didn't know what happened in the end because I turned and left after hearing what that boy said. There might be many who come forth with donations after hearing his story. Both him and his mother might be able to recover after that, and those who deserve to be punished might end up getting what they deserve. But this story might also possibly be buried under the sheer volume of daily news, and nothing might change even if the story makes it on air. There were various possibilities, and I left because I didn't think that I could bear to continue being witness to it. I was happy that he didn't need my help or a reminder of sorts, and I was also happy that I was able to meet two individuals from the split zone over here in the real world. Though I wasn't very familiar with the two of them, such a meeting made me feel rather grateful. I seem to have become easily contented now that I was in the real world, but I didn't want to have more of such coincidences. I hoped they stopped. It was obvious that the two individuals I met here in the real world were absolutely different from those I knew in the split zone. A different issue was brewing between them, and although there was a disagreement, they were obviously different from those in the split zone. They were going against the unspoken rules of survival here in this world, while the two I met in the split zone simply chose to bow down to the rules that were in the split zone. Whether these worlds were parallel, and no matter how similar these people looked to those from the split zone, such a difference made me realize that I shouldn't be comparing anyone or anything from the real world with those in the split zone. Since I've realized this, there's no point in me continuing to observe the scene. This was because no matter what happened between them, it would have absolutely nothing to do with me. That glimmer of hope I had when I saw the two familiar faces was extinguished quickly, and I went back to wondering what I should do with myself. I even thought that it might be a good thing to be able to see all of humanity from this particular perspective. When alive, most people wished that they could earn enough and retire in order to travel the world and have a taste of the finest foods on earth. If nothing else was restricting me and I had time on my side, I would really be able to see the entire world like this. I'd be able to see every single nook and cranny. I'd even be able to go sightseeing in ancient tombs where no one else had ever been. I was in a state where I couldn't do anything, but I could do everything at the same time. Traveling the world like this was just a way to kill time. It might probably take 100, or even 1,000 years to do so. If I do that, I just might be able to hold on to my sanity and not go crazy with boredom. I could definitely take my time traveling, but I didn't want to do that at all. Since the passing of time and an aging body are no longer issues that would plague me, I should do something like that, something that others can only dream of doing. But I didn't want to do it at all. It was only until today did I realize why humans needed family ties, why they needed love, and why they needed things like friendships. If someone merely existed as a lone entity, then that person would not be existing at all. Humans are social creatures, and we find meaning in companionship. I could travel the world now, but I had no companion, so why would I want to do that? I should, however, be looking on the bright side about my situation. Whether I was optimistic or pessimistic about it, I had to live like this. If that was the case, I should at least try to make myself think happy thoughts if I couldn't die. If I didn't have an interest in traveling the world, then maybe I should go back to the places I've been to. But did I really have the courage to face the past? Should I go see if Gao Qi was still alive? No, I didn't want to. I might try and forgive myself if I learnt that he was still alive. I can't do that. I didn't want to take a look at the places I've lived in, nor did I want to see those I loved who were still alive. I didn't want to go through the pain of being able to see them but not being able to do anything else. In that case, I should at least get a sense of where I was. I walked out of the hospital and headed in the direction of the main road. At first, I thought I was in a different city from where I came from, but after spotting some familiar buses and road signs, I realized I landed in the very same city where I lived in. I was quite a distance away from my own house and school that were in another district within the city. This was at the other end of it. I decided to stay put wherever I was just to people watch, because there was nothing else I wanted to do. I felt a lot safer being a wandering spirit in a familiar city. It was far better than being in an entirely foreign place. Also, if I was in an unfamiliar district, the probability of seeing someone I know would probably decrease. This was the best option to me. A car was speeding towards me when I crossed the road, and my first instinct was to hide, but for some reason, I simply stood rooted to the spot. The car passed right through me in the very next second, and my dress was not ruffled at all. I continued walking forwards after giving myself a bitter smile. A figure then caught my eye as I scanned through the crowd. I could only see the back of this individual. This figure looked unfamiliar. I didn't recognize it, but I could tell it belonged to a male. His back was straight and he looked strong and fit with a pair of long, slender legs. There was this heroic aura emanating from his figure, and he was sporting a short, clean hairstyle. I didn't know what it was that attracted me, but my eyes tracked him as I followed him through the crowd. Ever since I arrived in this crack in space, I floated around most of the time, just like a wandering spirit. Though I could not interfere in whatever happened in this world, nothing much could actually stop me. I felt like I was pursuing the figure as quickly as I possibly could, and that male was simply moving at a normal walking pace, but for some reason, I just could not catch up with him. No matter how I moved, there was this distance between the two of us that could not be closed. I found this weird, but it improved my mood greatly. Anything that could distract me from my current situation and kill time would probably make me happy at this point. The figure suddenly stopped in front of the road. He was waiting for the traffic light to turn. Joy filled me as I quickened my pace. Just as I was about to reach him, the light turned. The figure started crossing the road. Gritting my teeth, I began to run after him. I finally overtook him while we were crossing the road. I then started retreating, not bothering to look behind me since nothing obstructed my path anyway. I saw his face as I moved backwards. He continued looking in front as he walked, unaware that there was a spirit staring right at him. I thought I would recognize his face once I saw it, but I didn't. He was handsome and he had an overwhelming aura about him, but I could not recognize that face at all. He had clear eyes and handsome features, but it was an absolutely foreign face. Even so, there was a sense of familiarity about him for some reason. I just couldn't recall it. In my days, he had already walked ahead of me, and I had to continue my relentless pursuit behind him. I had nothing better to do anyway. He finally stopped in front of an orphanage after passing through many streets. He looked up at the sign before he entered. I looked around when we arrived outside the orphanage. It looked just like an ordinary orphanage from the outside. It was nearing evening now and the sunset was on the horizon. The split zone did not have sunsets, and I lost myself for a moment as I looked at it. While I was being mesmerized by the sunset, the male had already entered a tiny building within the orphanage. I followed quickly behind. He had just disappeared up a flight of stairs as I entered that building. There were some children who passed me as I climbed up the stairs. I wondered if any of them were able to see me. But I was merely an existence in this crack in space, and I wasn't exactly a ghost. I immediately felt like an idiot for wondering if they could see me. I found myself on the 4th story as I saw the male knock on a door at the end of the corridor. I was already standing behind him. "Come on in." A girl's voice came from behind the door. I was stunned at hearing that voice. Did I hear wrong? The male entered the room and closed the door behind him while I was left rooted to the ground, wondering if I should enter the room as I stared at the door. But I had to enter. After taking a deep breath, I stepped through the door. A girl was smiling at the male who just walked in. I knew that girl. She was Mi Fu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 301. Volume 5. 301. What's the goal? Instead of long, pink hair on her head, she had shiny, black hair. Those tiny pink horns on her head were gone too. She was dressed simply in t-shirt and shorts, but I would recognize that face anywhere. Her voice was exactly the same. She was definitely Mi Fu. Is she Mi Fu who had returned to the real world? This felt like too much of a coincidence. Could Mi Fu really be living in the exact same city as I did? And I could even look at her like this after landing in the crack in space? An occurrence like this seemed very rare. What other secrets have yet to be uncovered? I stared at Mi Fu as tons of questions ran through my head, forgetting that the reason I arrived here was actually because of that male who had this unique and overwhelming aura about him. Mi Fu smiled at him. She looked more mature and less childish compared to when I last saw her. She said, "You're here again, Huan Qinggij? Why didn't you come with Xiaomi Jie today?" My eyes widened at those words and I turned to look at the male in my confusion. This individual did not look like Huan Qing at all. His gaze did not look like it belonged to Huan Qing either, but that aura about him was extremely similar to that exuded by the handsome Huan Qing who loved to dress in white suits. That was it. I was attracted by that very aura. I recalled it now. I couldn't place that aura as I watched his figure from the back earlier, but on hindsight, the feeling he gave me was that same feeling of meeting Huan Qing, an old acquaintance. If that was the case, I was disinclined to think that this was all a coincidence. Arriving in this crack in space was already something I found unbelievable. Apart from Huan Qing and Mi Fu, I've also met that stalking lady and that boy. How could all of this be mere coincidence? Something felt amiss here. Li Qing rushed over just to save me, and her method was to get me to continue walking on a single path where I could not turn around, or else I'd end up in the crack in space and live here in eternal solitude. The whole situation did not make sense at all. I knew something was wrong, and there were probably some secrets unbeknownst to me still, but what made me upset was how I couldn't comprehend the entire situation completely. Things that felt like they did not make any sense have been happening ever since the very first incident where Laurel's death was faked. I ended up in a place where I didn't actually exist, but in this place, I was actually able to meet those who had died in the split zone and those who had left and returned to the real world. What did all of this mean? I wanted to know the truth, but I couldn't wrap my head around the situation at all. What I found weird was that the exact same incident had actually happened between that stalking lady and the boy, but the eventual outcome was totally different from what happened in the split zone. Why did Mi Fu look different from the Mi Fu in the split zone? Why did Huan Qing have a different face? Haven't I told you this before? Don't call me Huan Qinggij in this world. We're back now, Mi Fu. Be good, forget this name. Though Huan Qing was correcting her, he did not sound the least bit upset. He patted Mi Fu on the head gently. Mi Fu was still smiling. Her temper did not flare up all of a sudden, nor did she stamp her feet like a stubborn child. She was completely different. Even so, I did not find her friendly for some reason. Smiling and nodding, she said, "Okay." Huan Qing handed her a lunchbox and led her gently to a chair beside the window. It was only at this point did I realize Huan Qing carried a lunchbox with him. "Xiaomi Jiejie made this for you." She asked me to bring it over. Huan Qing opened the lunchbox and put all the dishes on the tiny table. There was an unmistakable glint that flashed past Mi Fu's eyes when she looked at all the food, but I couldn't comprehend it. "Go ahead and eat." Huan Qing patted Mi Fu's head gently once again as he watched her, waiting for her to start eating. They looked at each other for a few seconds before Mi Fu started on her meal. She ate very slowly. I wanted to rub my eyes at this scene. I used to know these individuals, and they were people I went through some things with. The both of them seemed to have turned into humans who adhered strictly to the rules in this world, and both of them seemed to have changed so drastically. Huan Qing's noble air seemed to be gone, and that stubborn streak in Mi Fu was nowhere to be found either. I suddenly missed their old selves. Mi Fu was annoying, but I still missed that about her. I didn't know why I felt that way. As Mi Fu ate, she asked Huan Qing casually, "Xiaomi Jiejie has great skills. Aren't you going to try some, Gij?" Instead of using the name Huan Qing, she simply shortened it to Gij. Huan Qing smiled. "I can't eat what has been specially prepared for you." Wouldn't that be letting Xiaomi Jiejie down? All her effort to make this would go down the drain, wouldn't it? Mi Fu looked down at the food as she continued eating. I couldn't see her eyes, but it felt like she was just listening quietly. Mi Fu did not answer Huan Qing, but after a moment of silence, she asked, "Gij, you love Xiaomi Jiejie very much, don't you?" Huan Qing seemed stunned at the question, but a smile appeared on his face shortly after. "Yes, I love her very much. There's no need for me to keep this from you now that we're back anyway." Mi Fu, I should have left the split zone much earlier. I knew that she'd definitely be looking for me if I went missing. If she can't find me, she'd just be waiting for me, and I can't let her down. I don't have time to let her down. But I'm sure you know that I've still let her down. I've stayed in the split zone for way too long. Mi Fu looked up after swallowing a mouthful of food. "It's not your fault. Aren't you back now?" "You're back by her side now. Time here is different from that in the split zone. To Xiaomi Jiejie, you might have just been missing for a short period of time. Even if you had been missing for quite a while, to her, it's probably not that long. You've treated her well before, and now that you're treating her even better, what would she be discontent with?" Huan Qing smiled faintly. "She isn't discontented. I just feel that I owe her too much, Mi Fu. Even if all you've just said is true, even if I haven't been missing for an extended period of time in this world, to me, I've definitely spent a great number of years in the split zone. Day after day, 60 hours per day, I've been there. I've changed when I was in the split zone, and now that I'm back, it's not possible for me to feel as if I don't owe her anything." Mi Fu chewed on another mouthful of food as she mumbled in agreement. "Yes, I know. It was all because of me. If I weren't there, you wouldn't have had to force yourself to stay in the split zone for such a long time. You wouldn't have to feel guilty about it, and Xiaomi Jiejie wouldn't have had to wait for you for such a long time. I'm the one who dragged you down." She sounded extremely calm as she said this. Huan Qing looked slightly surprised, as if he did not expect Mi Fu to say something like this in such a calm and composed manner. He looked like he was in a flurry, and he obviously cared about Mi Fu's feelings as he tried to explain himself. "That's not what I meant, Mi Fu. Don't think about it that way. Everything I do willingly. Those were just my honest thoughts, and I don't mean anything else by it. I hope you don't misunderstand, Gij." Mi Fu looked up as a bright smile appeared on her face. She looked like a beautiful flower in bloom. "Nope, I'm not thinking too much about it." "Don't worry too much about it, Gij. I shouldn't have said something like that. Don't misunderstand too, Gidge. You should treat Xiaomi Jiajia well. I like Xiaomi Jiajia. Xiaomi Jiajia treats you really well too. You have to be happy, Gidge. She sounded so sincere. Anyone who heard this would probably feel the warmth, but I actually found myself frowning at it. I stared at her eyes, trying to look into her heart. Huan Sheng did not look relieved at Nifu's words. That guilty look he had betrayed the uneasiness that he felt. Though I wasn't extremely close to Huan Sheng, I saw him as a friend after we had that conversation on the roof. I couldn't be of any help to him in the split zone, and I didn't do anything that was of value for him. I didn't even send him off properly. He came and left so quickly. Looking at him like this, I felt like I could understand him a little better. He might have felt a little better if Xiaomi or Mifu had blamed him for anything, or if they had just bawled in front of him. But for Mifu to say something like this, the kind-hearted Huan Sheng would feel a greater sense of guilt. The truth was that he didn't let anyone down at all. I kept my eyes on Mifu, wishing so badly that she could actually feel my gaze right at that moment. Having spent so much time with Huan Sheng, I found it impossible that she didn't understand him at all, even if she was just a young child. I wondered if she said all that because she had really matured and it was something out of sincerity, or if she said it because she knew Huan Sheng well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302. Volume 5. 302. He had been disfigured. Also, Huan Sheng Gidge, when do you think Ku Fei Gidge would be able to return to this world? Mifu seemed to have forgotten what she had just promised Huan Sheng seconds ago, that she would not address him as Huan Sheng Gidge. Huan Sheng's expression turned, but before he could say anything, Mifu changed the subject. I'm done, Huan Sheng Gidge, Mifu said as she put her chopsticks down and looked up at Huan Sheng with a bright smile. She looked totally different from when she mentioned Ku Fei earlier. I saw the sorrow in Huan Sheng's gaze. Forcing himself to smile, he said, "It's good that you're full." Mifu did not acknowledge the sorrow that was emanating from Huan Sheng. She simply packed the lunchbox and passed it to him as she asked, "Is Huan Sheng Gidge going back to where Xiaomi Jiajia is?" Huan Sheng took the lunchbox and answered, "Yes, I'm staying over at her place tonight." Mifu looked sad. "But I'm scared, Huan Sheng Gidge. Can you stay here with me tonight?" But this, Huan Sheng looked like he was in a dilemma. Mifu continued quickly, "It's okay to just say that you're my older brother. You know that the director of the orphanage takes rather good care of me, since I'm the only one who had been unconscious for such a long period of time. They all think that you've just found my older brother, and it's just that I can't leave yet. But I'm sure they'll allow some exceptions." Mifu spoke in this soft tone that made people want to protect her. I frowned at this, but it helped Huan Sheng make his decision. "Okay. Let me just give Xiaomi a call to let her know." Mifu raised her head as if she had just received a present, nodding at the same time. Okay. Huan Sheng smiled sweetly at her before he walked out of the room. I decided to follow him outside. Turning around to look at Mifu, I saw her look in the direction where Huan Sheng had went with a rather creepy smile on her face. Huan Sheng lit a cigarette at the end of the corridor. The smoke obscured part of that unfamiliar face of his. I couldn't see his expression clearly, but I could feel the sorrow behind all that cigarette smoke. He made a call on his mobile phone. This was the first time I heard the female voice on the other side of the call, but it was Huan Sheng who spoke first. "Xiaomi. Mifu wants me to accompany her for tonight. You okay on your own tonight?" "Sheng, what's happening? Didn't you say you were just sending her food? This happened the previous time too. You suddenly have a younger sister ever since you woke up in the hospital. You're not telling me the truth. Why are you being so nice to this stranger?" The female on the other end of the call sounded very frustrated, as if she just decided to let out all that steam she had been suppressing for a long time. Huan Qing tried to explain. It's not like what you think. I've told you this before, it's not entirely without reason. It's just that I can't say it. Just treat it like she's someone I have to protect after meeting her in my dreams while I was unconscious, okay? You said the same thing the last time. You don't seem to care about me at all after you woke up. All your energy and thoughts are on her. You said you got to know her in your dreams while you were unconscious, and you found out she really existed as a person after waking up. Who are you trying to kid? There can't be such coincidences in this world. I've wanted to ask if she might be your father's illegitimate child or something of that sort. That conversation lasted for a long time, but it ended without any closure. I could tell that this incident, if left unsolved, would end up being part of the reason or a trigger for a possible breakup. Huan Cheng smoked a few more cigarettes after ending the call and walked back to Mi Fu's room after he was done. Instead of following him back, I stayed outside in the corridor. I stayed outside because I saw someone in the corridor, someone that I did not expect to see at all. Tears escaped me as I looked at that kind and gentle face smiling at me. It felt like there was finally an outlet for all the days of sorrow and pain I've been through. I cried not because I was upset. I was crying tears of joy. What made us happiest was when we found something we thought we had already lost. Grandpa. As I met his eyes, I ran into him in an embrace, unable to control my emotions. Yes, I just saw Old Man Fan. Old Man Fan was no longer a stone statue, nor was the top of his skull open like the very first time I saw him. He looked a little frail, but his eyes were gleaming with a fiery light. He was glowing and he looked like an ordinary, happy elderly man. I was trembling with emotion as I hugged him. There was no one and nothing I could touch in the time I've been in this crack in space. It was too painful and too lonely for me. I began to bawl while hugging Old Man Fan, choking on my words every time I tried to speak. All that pent-up emotion was released in that very moment. It was something I could not even control. It was lucky that no one else could see us. I could hug Grandpa Fan and cry all I want. Old Man Fan seemed to understand how I felt as he smiled and patted me on the back as I cried, not saying a word. I finally looked up at Old Man Fan after crying my fill. I wanted to ask him why he was here, what happened in all this time, and a ton of other questions, but Old Man Fan knitted his brows before I could say anything. Well, what horrible fate this is. Come with me, Old Man Fan said suddenly. He pulled me towards Mi Fu's room before I could even begin any protest. He moved quickly and we were in Mi Fu's room in a matter of seconds. Just as I wanted to ask what that was all about, the scene in the room shocked me. In the real world, the sky had already turned dark. There was no light in the room and visibility was extremely poor. I couldn't improve my vision since I didn't have MF. And all I could do was to open my eyes as wide as I possibly could and go closer to have a better look. Huan Cheng was lying on Mi Fu's bed with his eyes shut, but it did not look like he was sleeping. Mi Fu was watching him quietly from the side. Something felt amiss. From the point when Huan Cheng returned to the room to the point when Old Man Fan and I entered, there definitely wasn't enough time for Huan Cheng to fall asleep. Furthermore, a careful man like him wouldn't have fallen asleep before Mi Fu did. Mi Fu was watching Huan Cheng creepily from the side of the bed. Could it be? Could it be? Is Mi Fu trying to do something to Huan Cheng? What's wrong with him? I asked Old Man Fan. Old Man Fan looked at Huan Cheng as he said, he seems to have been drugged. Go see if there's anything that resembles sleeping pills or the like. But it's too dark, I can't see, I said as I looked around me. Coincidentally, Mi Fu walked over to the door to switch the light on, as if she suddenly realized that the room was too dark. She then walked over to the windows to open the curtains. As she did all that, I saw a bottle of sleeping pills on the bedside table. Sleeping pills were usually prescribed by doctors, and it looked like Mi Fu simply used it to make Huan Cheng fall into a deep sleep. I heaved a sigh of relief, but what happened next made me gasp. The room was not brightly lit even with the light switched on, but it was enough to see everything that was in it. Mi Fu took out a glass bottle from a drawer. I didn't know what was in that bottle, but I could clearly see that a picture of a skull was on the bottle. That was the label used for poisonous substances in the real world. I grabbed Old Man Fan's sleeve as uneasiness filled me. It felt like I had to hold onto something just to calm myself down. What's she trying to do? She isn't trying to hurt Huanqing, is she? Old Man Fan sighed. From the looks of it, that seems likely. It looks like an evil thought. My heart skipped a beat. What should we do? How do we stop her? Tell me quickly, Old Man Fan. Old Man Fan did not speak. He simply shook his head. Mi Fu was walking towards Huanqiang with that frightening item in her hands. I was at a total loss of what to do. Old Man Fan, Grandpa, if you can appear here, I'm sure you have a way to prevent this, don't you? Can you stop her? Stop her quickly. I was almost begging him. Old Man Fan simply shook his head at me. Shen, we're not in the same space as they are. We really cannot do anything about this, even if we wanted to. Mi Fu had already opened the bottle by now. She then gently poured its contents on Huanqing's face. After a few seconds, a blood-curdling scream was heard throughout the entire orphanage. Although Huanqing was in a deep sleep, he wasn't able to continue his slumber when an entire bottle of acid was being poured onto his face. I was stunned at the horrific scene which had just played out right in front of my eyes. That creepy smile was still on Mi Fu's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303. Volume 5. 303 Returning to the Split Zone. No! I almost ripped my throat out screaming. I couldn't believe what I just witnessed. That face was burning with smoke and the features were already gone. That creepy smile on Mi Fu's face haunted my vision like a nightmare. Shen. Old Man Fan grabbed me, preventing me from going any closer. There's no use even if you go any closer. Don't look, close your eyes. No. Old Man Fan, he's such a good person. Why? Just why? I asked in tears. Old Man Fan dragged me out of the room so that I wouldn't see anything else. Listen carefully, Shen. I want to tell to you everything since there's not much time left. Old Man Fan shook me by the shoulders when we were in the corridor. My mind had stalled after witnessing that horrific scene. That was so much more frightening than anything that I've seen in the Split Zone in the past. Terrifying incidents like these seem to be a normal, daily occurrence in the Split Zone since it was a place where the weaklings get beaten down by those who were stronger. However, this was the real world. Something like this in the real world would make one's hairs stand. Furthermore, Mi Fu was only a young child. But why did she do such a thing? Why did she do such a thing to Huanqiang? My thoughts were in a mess, but I told myself to calm down and listen to what Old Man Fan had to say. There might be a reason behind everything that had been happening so far. I listened closely to Old Man Fan's words. There's no need to be afraid, Shen. Whatever you see isn't real. I know it's confusing if this continues, and your head will feel like it's in a mess, but that doesn't matter. There's no need for you to think too much about it. You just have to remember one thing, that this crack in space actually exists. My consciousness ended up being trapped in this space after I used the spatial transference technique twice. But this crack in space isn't permanent. This isn't important, and it doesn't matter whether I live or die. The thing is, the secret of returning to the real world is found here, and I'll have to tell you about it. Old Man Fan spoke anxiously, but before he could finish, the orphanage started shaking. I looked up in fear, but Old Man Fan held me tight. This is bad. I thought we'd be able to have more time. There are still many things that you haven't been able to see. It's actually an illusion that you landed in this space. I created whatever that you've seen, including that boy and that woman, as well as Huan Cheng and Mi Fu. What I want you to know is that, Shen, even though these are all illusions, it's a fact that none of them have returned to the real world. They are all trapped in different parts within this crack in space. I'm unable to help them return since I'm trapped here too. All I can do is to create illusions like this so that you'll be able to remember what happened clearly. Forgive Grandpa for this. It's the only solution Grandpa could think of. Remember this, Shen. Every soul splitter in the split zone is a part of that humanity which used to belong to a corresponding person in the real world. That part can either be good or evil, but whatever it is, remember that you have to leave this place. If the one who rules the split zone doesn't die, there'd be no way for any of you to return to the real world even after undoing the split symbol contract. Remember this, you have to first kill the one who's controlling everything in the split zone. He's the very person who created the split zone with all that lost humanity from humans. You have to kill him first. My mind was spinning just as the world before me was breaking apart. I didn't know what to say, and all I felt was an impending sense of loss, a feeling where I would be losing everything I had again. I tried to grab Old Man Fan tightly, but I felt him getting further and further away. Old Man Fan said, "Remember this, Shen. The illusion will break apart in a moment. I don't know what happened to you in the split zone, but you must have been in a deep illusion. Someone is trying to save you from that very illusion by breaking through it. The force feels familiar, and it should be Li Qing. I can't do much in the crack in space, but I can do things like adding another layer of illusion onto an existing one while two forces of MF are going against each other. This is why I created this spatial illusion. I want you to know that the crack in space does exist, and if you want to save Huan Cheng and the rest, you'll have to kill the ruler of the split zone. There's not much time left. You'll end up back in Li Qing's illusion very soon. Don't turn back until you see the door labeled with Gate of Heaven. If you do, you won't be able to open it and you won't be able to borrow Li Qing's power to return to the split zone. I got the gist of it. The reason why I couldn't turn back was because of Old Man Fan's additional layer of illusion. I'd be returning to that path again now that the time's up for this illusion. I can't turn around before reaching that door to the Gate of Heaven, and I should end up back in the split zone, outside of Guan Nie's illusion, after I walk through that door. Even though I understood everything, I was reluctant to let Old Man Fan go. He was like a close relative to me in the split zone, and he was leaving me once again. I could not bear to see him go like this. Old Man Fan looked at me with gentle eyes, as if trying to reassure me that he would be back someday. Before the illusion crumbled, he said, "You have to kill the ruler of the split zone. He's the key to everything. He's, ... The space crumbled around us just as he said a name. I couldn't hear it clearly at all. Back in that gray space, I began running on that long and tiny path. The sky was a dark gray and the end of the road was nowhere to be seen. I wasn't sure how I returned to this space. I might not even have left this space in the first place. I might have just been running on this path from before, and my mind could have just made up that memory of me being in the crack in space. Whatever it was, my face was wet with tears. Wiping my tears, I continued running forward. I wanted to go back to the split zone, and I knew running away was not a solution. I had to help them get away. Get away from this place that was full of demons. With renewed confidence, I focused on the path in front of me as I patiently waited for that door to appear. After some time, I saw a door somewhere in the distance, partially obscured by that grayish fog. I quickened my pace. I heard Nie Zun's voice behind me before I could reach the door. "Shunner. No, I can't turn around. I cannot turn around. Shunner, they're all lying to you. Don't enter that door. This is your only chance to go back. Turn around and you'll be able to return to the real world." "Huh, do you think I'm really a fool?" "Nie Zun wouldn't say something like that, you liar." I won't ever turn around. I thought the voice would continue enticing me to turn around, but there was nothing but dead silence behind me. Finally, I arrived at the door. Another hand touched mine as I reached for the door. It was an old and gnarly hand. Old Man Fan's voice said, "Ashin, I haven't finished. Listen carefully before you return." This made me forget that I should have been careful. The thought of Old Man Fan trying to use the last of his strength to tell me the identity of the ruler of the split zone made me momentarily forget that I should not have turned back. There was nobody and nothing else but a grayish-white fog behind me. There was nothing but silence. My heart sank. I was duped yet again. Whatever was behind me started crumbling at this moment. I tried to pull open the door that was right in front of me. It was just like what Old Man Fan said. The door was locked because I had turned around. I couldn't open it no matter how hard I pulled. Thunderous crashes surrounded me as dust and debris scattered. The feeling of being in a space currently facing a catastrophic destruction was more than horrifying. I continued pulling on the door. This was the first time I was so close to the edge of destruction, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. Just as I was about to give up, I caught sight of a tiny hole beside the door handle. For some reason, I thought of that tiny gold key I had with me. I fumbled for that key which was given to me by that boy in the split zone before he died. Without any hesitation, I stabbed the key through that tiny hole in the door. There was a loud crash behind me before the ground started shaking violently. The space was going to collapse any time. There was nothing I could do but close my eyes and await my end. I didn't expect the key to work, but I heard a click as I inserted it through that tiny hole. I stumbled through the door at the very moment when everything behind me turned to dust. It was like I just teleported through the door back to that ocean of illusion. Everyone was looking at me. Guan Ye, Si Luo, Song Ming, Talai, Diu and Jiaos were there. Gao Qinzhui and Niezun were there too. Everyone was still there. None of them spoke, and all of them had this grim look on their faces. Following their gazes, I looked up and realized that the gray sky was beginning to crumble. Li Qing's efforts to break this illusion from the outside might just be working. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304. Volume 5. 304. A sudden epiphany. All that uneasiness and confusion I felt were gone in a split second as the scene unfolded before me. It didn't matter anymore if that crack in space was something that really existed. Guan Ye's illusion was breaking apart now, and I made my decision as I looked at all of them. Love? I didn't have time for it. I had to have the ability to love others before I could even talk about love. There were too many lives on my hands. Even though I might not have caused their deaths directly, I was somehow involved. If Huan Chang and Mi Fu were not able to return to the real world, how about Son Lu and Yu Liang? In the end, everything was just a waste of time and effort. What did I protect the Western District for? Why did Li Qing protect the Western District for such a long time? Why did she protect me? It was my entire fault. I shouldn't have wallowed in my own confusion. If the split zone were to throw me puzzles, I should have just picked them up and solved them on my own. If I cannot leave this place, if the Western District was meant to be destroyed under my watch, then I should at least let the rest leave. I had to protect them. I took one last look at Jiaos, Gao Qinzhui, and Niezun before I made my decision. Yes, this was the path I'm going to take. I touched my chest to check if my heart was back. As expected, it was not there. It was probably still with Niezun. I wondered if my MF would return once my heart was reunited with my body. There were many unexplained occurrences in the split zone, and that would not be something that was out of the ordinary either. I might not even need to wait a month for my MF to recover. Even if it did not recover after I get my heart back, I would still have her with me. After seeing how so many others were going after my second personality, I came to believe that this second personality of mine might just be the key to greater power, where two souls led to double the power. My gentle gaze turned cold at this thought. Staring at Nyezun, I raised a hand and said, "Give me my heart back." I spoke firmly with no intention of a compromise. Since he didn't listen to anyone else, I didn't think he'd be willing to return it to me just like this. I had Piercer with me, and I was prepared to fight him for it if he argued with me on this. I turned a little to check if Piercer was still there. She was right behind me, and she looked ready to engage in a battle at a moment's notice. Okay. To my surprise, Nyezun actually agreed. The others looked surprised as well. This did not make any sense. He took my heart away and refused to return it no matter what, but he's suddenly giving it back now? What's this game he's playing? Blood was already dripping down Guan Nie's lips as the illusion continued to shatter. With a quick motion of Nyezun's left hand, I felt a warmth in my chest almost immediately. At the same time, Sun Ming, Du and Talai all turned to me with a bright gleam in their eyes. As I had expected, I was still their target at the end of the day. They were really aiming for that second personality of mine, and I would be way too naive if I continued ignoring the presence of this second personality. It was rare to have sudden epiphanies, but it just so happened that a striking realization hit me right at that moment. It might have been because I witnessed Old Man Fan disappearing for the second time, or it might have been because I was using all my strength to run towards that door at the end of the path. It could also have been because of that very moment when I closed my eyes to await my death after inserting that key in the door, or it could have been because I saw all of these people at the very moment I successfully opened the door. No matter what the trigger was, it was then that the epiphany hit me. I would never be able to regain my freedom and my friends would never be able to go back to their lives if the split zone was not destroyed. Whether it was for them or for myself, I cannot continue being a weakling. It might have been because of this sudden realization that I was able to accept her temporarily, since I was thinking about making use of her to achieve my goals. She reappeared before me at the very moment I accepted her in my heart. She was standing on the sea of water, smiling at me in a red dress that ruffled in the ocean wind. The wind blew through her red hair as she looked at me with those bright and clear eyes. Her lips moved gently as she asked, "Do you need my help?" I didn't reject her this time. I will never reject her again. Taking a deep breath, I reached out my right hand towards her with a sweet smile. She understands this. She can definitely understand it. She smiled as she raised her right hand. I saw the skull ring on her finger. Its design was identical to the ring Nyezun had, except that it was red. It was a red skull ring. She slowly removed the ring from her finger and walked over to put it on me. Nobody else could see what was happening. All of them thought I was reaching my hand out for no apparent reason since they could not see her, nor could they see the ring. I then ignored her after that. Turning to Jiao S, I said, "Jiao, come with me. We'll wreak havoc in this split zone. Li Qing is right outside waiting for us. Let's unravel all the secrets and uncover the truth together." Jiao S looked a little stunned, and she turned slightly emotional before joy finally appeared on her face. Her lips turned up in a warm smile. "I've been waiting forever for you to say this." She turned to see Luo, looking at him with this unfathomable gaze, but I could tell she was resolute. She then moved quickly to stand beside me, making her intentions clear to everyone else. What more could I ask for with a friendship like this? Raising my right hand that had that red skull ring on it, I smiled and pointed at Du and the rest. "Aren't all of you here for me? No need for all that acting if that's the case, just come at me all at once. I would like to see if you can really take my second personality away." Song Ming looked interested as he lifted that huge sword back onto his shoulder. "I know why someone with balls like Gao Qin would fancy you now. You're rather bold, woman. You dare to issue such a challenge even without an ounce of MF in you? I wouldn't have an issue with that, but I guess that wouldn't be the case for the rest of them here." He sarcastically tilted his chin towards Ta Lai. And do you had already moved to stand beside Ta Lai? I guess love is all-powerful, it can soften even the most ferocious of women. I smirked at her. So what if you're standing beside him now? There's no one else but Bianing in his heart. There was no sympathy left in me for these individuals. All soul splitters were my enemies now. I wanted Song Lu and the rest to continue living their peaceful lives. I wanted to save Old Man Fan, and I wanted to find Mr. Blonde. I wanted to send Xiao S, Niezun and Jiapa back to the real world. Everyone who tried to stop me from achieving my goals would be an enemy I had to remove. Not only is that a joke, that is literally impossible to me. Li Xin, where do you think this is? It's the gate of heaven, and you're in my territory. Do you think that you're still in the Western District? You're nothing but a cripple now. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Do you spoke harshly with an evil glint in her eyes? I knew the reason behind that anger of hers. It was because both Ta Lai and Song Ming were fighting over Bianing, and Gao Qingji stole glances at me from time to time. Everything made her increasingly frustrated by the second. Moreover, she wasn't able to gain much of an upper hand in her fight with Jiao S. This probably led to a target shift as she decided to pick on me, who is currently the weakest one around. Unfortunately for her, I've transformed from a squishy persimmon into a hardy radish. Passerby, this is such a horrible metaphor. It's so crass. Me, kicks passerby away. Instead of getting upset, I answered with a smile, you can determine if I was indeed embarrassing myself shortly. That heart is back in its warm chest cavity where it belongs. Aren't you guys aiming for it? Come on, I'm giving you a chance now. I beckoned to Do You with a challenging finger. Do You probably did not expect me to ever look down on her like this, and I could tell she was fuming. However, with just one look from Ta Lai, she turned into a tame little lamb and controlled that anger of hers. While continuing to fiddle with that jade stone ring on his finger, Ta Lai looked as elegant as ever. Seems like that dream you had while you were floating unconscious on the water has given you newfound courage even after you fell into the sea. Do you want to just tell me who you dreamt of? Returning his elegant smile, I answered mockingly, whoever it was, I was definitely not trapped in my dreams by somebody whom I loved deeply but who had left me for somebody else, not forgetting to subtly mention how he was trapped in one of his nightmares because of Bianing. Both his and Du Yu's faces darkened at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305. Volume 5. 305. A demonic sound. What I said and how I said it obviously surprised the rest. After listening to my exchange with Ta Lai, Si Luo turned to me. I guess you've got it all sorted out now, but. Si Luo was still the most clear-headed and rational one here. I nodded. That's right, I've got everything sorted now. I wonder if you're satisfied by that. About the agreement we have, I'd be keeping my word on it. There's just one thing I'm not too clear about. Si Luo waved a hand. That's fine. I'd be willing to assist you if you're able to maintain this mindset and attitude of yours. I'll tell you what to do regarding those requests of mine. Getting Si Luo's endorsement gave me an extra boost of confidence. Everyone else could hear our conversation, and I was sure Gao Qingji was perplexed about that agreement I had with Si Luo. I saw them looking at the both of us in the middle of our conversation with a deep frown. Ta Lai and Du Yu's expressions turned darker after Si Luo made his intentions clear. Nobody could understand why you did what you did in recent years, Si Luo. If only you didn't leave at that time, Du Yu and I might probably not be able to match up to you at all in the gate of heaven right now. Everybody envied the fact that Fengzhu favored you, but you simply left. I thought it was because you hadn't yet been in the split zone for long, and you might not have thought about the consequences of your actions. But looking at things now, I guess you can't be bothered about maintaining the balance among the soul splitters and you're planning to go against the gate of heaven for real this time. But Ta Lai spoke in a domineering tone. It had less of his usual elegance and more of a threatening hint. Si Luo answered calmly. It's not merely a couple of days since we've known each other, but doesn't the world work like that? People work together because they have a common goal. The scenario you've painted is merely hypothetical, and it's a fact that you and you rule the gate of heaven at present, while I'm simply a traitor who has left for years, someone who doesn't matter at all. There's no way to compare myself with the owner of the gate of heaven's palace of cold blood and Lord Ta Lai at all. Si Luo paused for a second, and his face beamed when he spoke again. Though I didn't gain much in terms of fame and power in all these years, I can't say that I've lost anything either. At least I was able to protect the friends who've been by my side, and I haven't lost my lover either. At this, his gaze casually passed over Gao Qingjui and Jiao S. Jiao S's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although she and Si Luo did not meet often, and the impression that Si Luo gave to others was that he was always avoiding her, what he had said was a clear answer to Jiao S. I suddenly felt that this beautiful person was the definition of what a real man should be. I didn't know what it was that impressed me so, but from the very first time I saw him, I could tell that secretive aura about him was not something he intentionally aimed to portray. He emanated it naturally because he was on another higher level where others could not easily understand and comprehend. It was a sense of justice and also a love for the masses. If there was one person among soul splitters I could empathize with, it would probably not be Gao Qin. It would probably be Si Luo. Although what Si Luo said had impressed me, it derided how you lost Gao Qingjui and Ta Lai, and how Ta Lai had lost Bianing. Ta Lai and Du Yu's faces turned even darker at this, but it pleased Song Ming, who was contentedly observing the exchange. Of course, as someone from the Gate of Ghost, he'd naturally be happy that there was internal strife among those from the Gate of Heaven. Guan Ye's eyes had never left Si Luo. I felt sorry every time I happened to look at him, and everything that happened to him seemed so unfair. He had never hurt anyone, nor had he done any wrong. He was just too stubbornly focused on Gao Qingjui. I believed that Guan Ye would be able to let go of things if he could only realize that it would be the same no matter who Gao Qingjui was with. Guan Ye looked extremely pale, and his MF might have been greatly affected by Li Qing's attacks from outside of the illusion. Gao Qingjui noticed this too and said to Guan Ye, "Undo the illusion. Your MF is very unstable now." Guan Ye bit his lip. "I didn't know you cared about me." Gao Qingjui frowned as if upset. I couldn't bear to continue watching them like this. I said to Guan Ye, "I don't get you. There are some people and some things that aren't worth it, and you don't have to take a second look at them. Why the obstinacy if he doesn't treat you well?" Guan Ye did not respond, nor did he seem agitated. He simply looked pale. The sky then sank a few meters in a thunderous crash. Niezun finally spoke, his voice calm as ever. "The illusion is breaking. We shouldn't be making any moves now. Using MF would just affect the space here, and it'll just lead to more chaos." Before he could even finish, lightning struck from the sky. Everyone looked toward it, and I used this opportunity to scan everybody's faces. Si Luo was to my right while Jiao S was on my left. Gao Qingjui was standing a little in front of Si Luo, and the four of us basically made up one team. Opposite us, Ta Lai and Du Yu were on the right, while Guan Ye and Song Ming were both on the left. Niezun and Jiepa were standing in some dark corner between these groups of people, somewhere to the right. Piercer was right behind me. This was the perfect chance. I signaled to Piercer, who understood it right away. A violet whip appeared in Piercer's hands as she flew towards Du Yu and Ta Lai, purple dress trailing in her wake. I followed behind her closely, the black ocean water splashing all around me while I ran as fast as I could on its surface. I stretched out my left arm where Scorpion Ray was glowing. Du Yu squinted as she was momentarily dazed by the bright light, and that split second of hesitation provided me with the perfect opportunity. I raised my right hand where the skull ring was glowing with a bright scarlet light. It looked as if my finger was on fire. Piercer had already reached the two of them now. Do you stared at Piercer angrily as she raised a hand? I felt an invisible pressure coming down upon me from the sky, but an invisible screen formed in front of me as Piercer struck with her whip. With this temporary protection, I moved over quickly to Talai. Talai could tell I was aiming for him, and there was a cold gleam emanating from that jade stone ring on his right hand. A few giants dropped from the sky after he mumbled something. I guess no one is planning to listen to you. They're bent on having a huge battle right before this illusion falls apart. It was bystander Song Ming who said this to Nyezun. Nyezun smiled indifferently. The light from Scorpion Ray was about to reach Talai, and I didn't think too much about those giants which had appeared just moments before. Jiaoes was already in the air with her huge sword in hand. Those giants were diverted with an easy wave of her sword. I didn't expect for Si Luo to make any move, but he did not seem to hesitate either. The surroundings quaked as white fog surged in his eyes, and I could hear air vortexes form around me. Guan Ye hated Si Luo, and now that Si Luo was attacking the illusion, he had no intention of backing down even when he had been continually coughing up blood. Guan Ye's strength was in embedding illusions within MF, causing his opponents to fall into his trap unknowingly. It seemed like he was bent on going against Si Luo this time. Gao Qinjui did not just sit and watch. He stumbled forward with his only arm. The sky dropped once again. Though I had decided to focus on the battle and not be distracted by my emotions, I couldn't help worry about Gao Qinjui as I saw him stumble from the corner of my eye. This tiny distraction gave Talai the time to counter my attack. Talai's pupils widened as he reached out a hand. 2 rays of weak light shot out before I felt myself freeze. I could not move any of my limbs. Damn it! That puppet technique of his did not apply only to those giants, it applied to bodies of consciousness as well. I felt invisible strings cut into my body as Talai smiled. With a quick movement of his fingers, my body was slowly being controlled by Talai. Piercer, I called out. Distracted by my call, Piercer turned back for a moment. But before she could come over, Du had already grabbed her neck? She only had one arm, but her arm was strong. Piercer was rendered immobile by Du. Jiaoes could see that I was in trouble, but being surrounded by those giants, she had no opportunity to provide me with any assistance. Gao Qinji moved at this moment, but Si Luo stopped him. I didn't know why Si Luo did it, but before I was absolutely controlled by Talai, there was this ear-piercing sound that came from the sky. I widened my eyes. This demonic sound. Li Wen was here. The demonic sound pierced through my ears. It was this very sound that immobilized so many of us and rendered us helpless against Li Wen in a previous battle. Not only did the sound throw a wrench in the fights, it began to break the entire illusion. Crash! I felt my joints breaking apart as the sky began to spin, and before I knew it, I was falling into the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306. Volume 5. 306 Ruler of the Gate of Exit. This time though, instead of passing out, I felt myself landing on flat ground. I could also move immediately after that. I looked around myself as I stretched. All of us were in our original positions, except that we were no longer on Guan Ye's ocean. Guan Ye was paper white as he coughed up blood. There were 2 individuals who joined us. They were Li Qing and Li Wen. Momentarily, I thought I had been transported back in time, that I was the Li Xin of the past and they were still in the Western District. Li Qing was still in that silver armor of hers and Li Wen was in her favorite pale yellow dress. But I knew that the situation was different now. Li Wen was standing a little bit behind Li Qing, and both of them had their eyes on me. It felt like the both of them had this mutual understanding and telepathy between them, something that could only be built when people have been together for a long time. Refusing to take a passive role, I spoke first. I heard you're actually a soul splitter? I looked straight at Li Qing as I posed the question. I didn't bother on small talk because I didn't have any extra time to waste. I had already wasted too much time before this. I was too weak. I will no longer be indecisive and hesitant from now on. Li Qing nodded. That's right. Apart from that, I also rule over the gate of exit. The gate of exit, the gate of Li, is named after Li Qing. T/N, Li Dao is the phrase used in Chinese for gate of exit. She continued before I could respond. It's not the time to talk about this. I'm here to save you, Ashen. No, don't call me Ashen. I turned soft like this. I turned back into the old me where I relied on you for everything, where I hid behind you all the time. I didn't have to worry about anything as long as you, Li Qing, were there. Even if you weren't, Li Wen would take care of everything else. Even when you had gone missing, Yu Ji was the one who helped me take care of Western District matters. But things changed so quickly. Right now, I want to rely on myself even though you're back. Please don't give me false hope. This is rare. The Gate of Ghosts Song Ming and even Li Qing, ruler of the Gate of Exit, are both visiting the Gate of Heaven. Is this an auspicious sign of sorts? Ta Lai was smiling as he spoke calmly, but there was no hint of friendliness in his eyes. Song Ming did not bother responding to Ta Lai, but Li Qing spoke. Ta Lai and do you, both of you have the gall to target someone of mine without my agreement? The Gate of Exit is nothing to you guys now, is it? Do you smirked? We aren't scared of you even if you are the ruler in the Gate of Exit. You say they are your people, but don't forget that they are still heirs. You're just like us, a soul splitter. How could a soul splitter help outsiders like that? I can understand if it's Li Wen, since she's been with you for a long time. But it's been so long since you've left the Western District and you haven't been involved with Li Shen when you're ruling over the Gate of Exit now. Isn't it a bit too much of a stretch for you to say that Li Shen is your person when we are in my territory here in the Gate of Heaven? A hint of a smile appeared on Li Qing's face as Du finished, and before anyone realized what was happening, Li Qing flew up with a raised hand and landed right in front of Du, giving her 3 hard slaps. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp slaps resounded in the plaza. One could hear the power in Li Qing's slaps, and all 3 of them were equally powerful. Not only was Du stunned by it, we were all stunned. Li Qing then spoke in a calm and casual manner. There is hierarchy in the world of soul splitters to maintain the balance between the 3 gates, and that agreement helps the 3 parties coexist. Feng Zhu, the ruler of the Gate of Heaven, would also have to be respectful to me. Moreover, I'm the one who came over here to visit a lowly soul splitter like you. Even if you are a lord in the Gate of Heaven, don't you think you're being too audacious by speaking to me like that? Li Qing's tone turned sharp when she commented about you being too audacious. That fierce and domineering aura caught everybody's attention. It was not the first time I saw Li Qing like this, but it was a side of her I rarely saw. I always knew that Li Qing was highly respected back in the Western District, even though nobody knew she was a soul splitter and she looked merely like someone who was great in battles. Compared to the rumors about the cruel Jiaoes in the Eastern District and the mysterious Si Luo in the Southern District, Li Qing was not tagged with any unique characteristics of sorts. Even so, she was well respected by the people. Whoever it was and wherever she went, others would always give Li Qing some sort of respect. Even Mr. Blonde took her words into careful consideration. I thought this was because Li Qing was someone upright and someone who never hid her intentions from anyone. Li Qing did not mind minor brawls as long as her children were not hurt. Those children referred to us. They referred to every single resident of the Western District. It was rare to see her like this, where she did not care about Duyu's dignity. Du was extremely stunned, probably because no one else had dared to treat her like this. Li Qing maintained her smile. Upset? Am I wrong? You're trying to argue with me instead of showing respect when you're merely a lord in the gate of heaven when I'm the ruler in the gate of exit? Who's the one who gave you such guts and who taught you how to disregard the rules, do you? Even if what Li Qing said made sense, I didn't think that you would just take it lying down. I expected her to retaliate. But I was wrong. Shock, embarrassment and anger passed over Du Yu's face as Li Qing spoke, but she responded calmly. Yes, I was too audacious. As the Lord in the gate of heaven, it should be my pleasure to welcome the ruler of the gate of exit into the gate of heaven for a visit. I hope that as ruler of the gate of exit, you would be able to oversee this mistake. I raised my brows in surprise. Du Yu was a stubborn character, especially when it came to issues that involved me? She would usually refuse to back down, but she actually said something like that even after Li Qing slapped her 3 times in front of everyone. I guess there are also times when I underestimated others. Li Qing looked satisfied with Du Yu's answer. She wasn't someone unreasonable. She waved a hand and said, "Fine. I'm not here to start a war of sorts today, so you don't have to worry about that, do you? I'm here to collect my person, so I hope that Ta Lai and Du Yu, both lords in the gate of heaven, would not make things too difficult." Ta Lai spoke, "Please don't misunderstand, Lord Li Qing. We didn't force Li Xin to come here, and I'm sure everyone else here would know this. She came over voluntarily, and neither of us made things difficult for her in any way. Of course, Lord Li Qing would also be aware of the rules and hierarchy among the 3 gates. I wonder if other soul splitters would find your actions respectable if they knew that you had used your rank against us minions before you even visited Lord Fengzhu." Ta Lai's tone was steady and calm. "Disgusting, so disgusting. I've had enough of these pretend conversations between you people. Why beat around the bush if you are looking for a fight? What's the use in that? It's no wonder you people always criticize us in the Gate of Ghost, saying that we do things as if we were evil demons and how we don't adhere to the rules. If you people were the good guys here, then I think that all the good guys deserve to die." Though Song Ming was harsh, his words had some logic to it. If the justice in those places was simply made up of nothing but pretense, then it was definitely not worth listening to these people. Instead of getting angry at Song Ming, Li Qing addressed Ta Lai with a smile. "Look, someone is berating us now. No more beating around the bush then. Let's all place our cards on the table and see how we can work it out. How about that?" Ta Lai returned the smile. "Work it out? I'm afraid that wouldn't be your only goal now that you're here in the gate of heaven. I believe it if you say that you're here to save Li Xin, but I don't think that's your only goal, is it?" Li Qing raised a brow. "Oh, what other goals might I have then?" Ta Lai kept silent with a smile on his face. "Amitba, have mercy." I heard a sound in the distance. It felt very familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before, but I just could not recall it. However, at the very moment I turned around to look at the source of the sound, I remembered it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307. Volume 5. 307. I am a devil. Our visitor was a monk. No, calling him a monk seemed unbefitting for his rank. He was an abbot. I remembered seeing this abbot once, but he left after saying Amitba. I snapped alert at his sudden appearance. Having been in the split zone for so long, sudden visitors like that usually spell trouble. This abbot, however, looked so merciful. He had a pair of eyes that seemed to emanate sorrow. He did not seem like a bad person at all. While I was wondering why the abbot suddenly appeared, Ta Lai and Du Yu walked over with lowered heads. I kept my eyes on them as I moved out of their way, wary of their movements and ready to counter any possible attack. The 2 of them could not be bothered about me at all. Instead, they lowered their heads before the abbot as they greeted him. "Abbot Fengzhu." "Abbot Fengzhu?" I was stunned when I heard this. So this abbot was Fengzhu. Fengzhu was actually a monk. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated, but there was no suitable opportunity for me to speak. Li Cheng nodded at the abbot as she said, "It's been a long time, Fengzhu." This verified the abbot's identity for me. He was none other than Fengzhu, the ruler of the Gate of Heaven. Fengzhu's kasaya seemed to emanate a calming light as he spoke. "It has been a long time since I've seen such an old acquaintance, Li Cheng from the Gate of Exit." Li Cheng did not bother with the small talk as she steered the focus back to the topic at hand. "Your lovely disciples have great ability and they are also really efficient. They actually have the gall to ice someone on my side. I wonder if you were the one who taught them to do things this way. It might be because this abbot did not have much of temper that Li Cheng was able to say things so directly. If it were anybody else, it would probably have led to an angry fight. I wondered if it was because of his beliefs, but not only did the abbot not lose his smile, he seemed to turn even friendlier at what Li Cheng said. "I'm here today to discuss this very matter with the Gate of Exit's ruler. Also, don't you wish to meet Huaidu after such a long time, Li Cheng?" His question seemed to have targeted Li Cheng's weakness as I saw her brow furrow. As someone who had lived with Li Cheng for a long time, I knew she was someone who could hide her thoughts and emotions well. It was usually very difficult for anyone else to tell what she was thinking. She was always seen with a friendly smile, and I only saw her serious side during battles. That serious look of hers had the ability to scare many as well. If Fengzhu could cause Li Cheng's brows to knit with just a single sentence, whatever happened between her and Huaidu was definitely complicated. "Fengzhu, let's put everything on the table instead of beating around the bush like this. How about we talk about everything right here in front of all these juniors?" Fengzhu seemed to be waiting for her to say something like this as he gave a satisfactory smile. "Things between the lot of you are way too complicated. I don't have any interest in all of that. What I'm concerned about is you, Li Cheng. You've been known not to cross these boundaries between the areas, and you wouldn't come over on a whim. I'm sure you've traveled all this way because of certain goals. Would you be able to tell me who these people are?" Li Cheng did not look happy with those knitted brows, and at this moment, there was no hint of a smile on her face. She looked at Fengzhu as she spoke. "I guess I'm just like a piece of cheap meat now that I'm hearing your territory in the Gate of Heaven, am I? Amitba, have mercy. You're taking this way too seriously." The abbot paused for a moment before he continued, "No need for all that pretense, Li Cheng. Since I'm here, let me just tell you that I'm here to solve this problem." "Oh? How are you going to do that?" Fengzhu turned to me with a smile. "This girl has a unique constitution, and not only did she bring another personality into this world, her own personality makes it so that some other personality would be able to resonate with hers. You knew about her uniqueness from the start, didn't you? There's no way such a careful person like Mr. Blonde would be unprepared if such a weird entity arrived in the split zone. This is also why he left her in your care. Li Cheng, I don't doubt that you are able to control this weirdo with your sense of justice and strong personality, and I'm sure you'll be able to prevent whatever catastrophe this weirdo might bring to the split zone. But to do that, you'd have to plan for such scenarios beforehand. However, you left this lady and didn't keep your promise of being by her side to watch her. This caused her to make decisions of her own, and those decisions just so happen to contribute to things that aren't beneficial to this world." "What are you talking about?" I couldn't help but shout at him. Although they were speaking in general terms without naming anyone, I understood what this abbot Fengzhu was getting at. He was saying that weird things have been happening around me ever since I've arrived in the split zone, and because of that, they've determined that I am the one who would bring destruction and catastrophe to the split zone. This was also the reason why they wanted to get rid of me. But since the ruler of this place has not yet spoken, they can't just destroy me, the weirdo, just as they pleased. This was why they were responsible for making sure that I would not turn out to be a weirdo after arriving here by taking care of me like I was a child who did not know anything. They've put me in the care of someone reliable to prevent me from turning bad, and that reliable person was Li Cheng. They've chosen Li Qing to watch me from the very day I arrived here. To put it nicely, it was to help me develop a kind heart, but to put it bluntly, Li Qing was chosen to be the one to educate me on things because she was strong, reliable, and she also had extraordinary abilities. So I was the devil all this while. At least in their eyes, I was it. Because of that, even though I had not done anything to jeopardize the split zone, they still planted someone near me to watch my every move. They even got this informant to show emotion, and it made me treat her dearly like I would a loved one. I knew that I should not be so emotional about this, but everything that happened made me feel so disappointed. It felt as if there was no one who was willing to accept me, that there was no one around willing to help me get these things straight. She's been living well, whether I was by her side or not. If it were not for you people from the Gate of Ghost and Gate of Heaven who've been looking for trouble with her, would she have been pushed to the edge like this? She's been living well and I chose to leave temporarily because I wanted to prove that she was good. I didn't do it to prove that she was inherently evil. Instead of arguing, Abbot Fengzhu smiled at Li Qing's words. All these people on her side now, one of them has already turned into a real devil belonging to the Gate of Ghost. One of them used to protect the Eastern District and was known for her cruelty, but she always had justice in her heart. All of them had changed because of her. Even Si Luo and Gao Qinjui, both of whom used to be under me, have now switched sides to help her out. What do you think is a real devil? A real devil is not when someone is a demon. A real devil has the ability to cause others to switch sides, to cause others to turn on their friends and go against them. That is a real devil. I was getting more and more confused by the second. What were they talking about? They were calling me a devil. I might have been a weirdo before arriving here, but I haven't done anything in the split zone to cause any uproar of sorts. Why was I the root of the problem now? Could you guys explain this to me? I asked coldly. Abbot Fengzhu squinted as he smiled at me. Child, you might not be inherently evil, but someone else had predicted that there would be a weirdo like you who'd arrive in the split zone one day, and that you'll effect a great change in this place. I wouldn't consider you to be a demon, but isn't there this phrase that people in your world love? That it's better to kill 1,000 than to let one that is guilty go free. T/N, translated literally, the Chinese phrase used here is to rather kill 1,000 innocents than to let go of one truth. I can tell you think that you're innocent from how you're looking at me, and you haven't done anything wrong in fact. But like what I just said, the issue is not about how terrifying you may be, it's about how you could influence others. It could lead to your friends' deaths, or it could lead to the districts being destroyed and whatever else. The fact is that all the incidents were centered around you. Would you still say that you're good and not evil? Ha, what a joke. I take it if you said I was a weirdo or a demon, but how could you accuse me of being the harbinger of destruction when my friends end up dying and when the Western District ends up being destroyed? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308. Volume 5. 308 Gratitude and Grudges. Whether or not I'm eventually able to return to the real world, I don't think I would ever be able to forget about the split zone. I was living like a tiny ant here, and I ended up falling in love with a devil. Turns out I'm also a devil myself. Isn't it funny? I'm a devil. Ha ha ha. I laughed until I almost teared. Have you seen such a weak devil like me? If I really was a devil, I'd have killed every single pretentious person I saw in the Gate of Heaven, I said to Fengzhu coldly as I pointed at Talai and Duyu. Amit Ba. The evil you're thinking of could be exactly as you described, and in terms of being a devil, it's the demon in the heart that manifests itself in actions. Sometimes, it doesn't manifest in evil deeds, it might manifest itself in your good deeds. I understand how you feel, Li Xin, but facts are facts. Don't you find that you have always been able to escape with amazing luck every time something untoward was about to happen? If you didn't have that kind of ability in you, wouldn't you already be 6 feet under? I interrupted him. What are you trying to get at? I realized at this point that Fengzhu had a long string of prayer beads in his hand. The beads were huge, bright and shiny, and he moved them methodically along his hand. What I'm trying to say is simple. You've been a unique entity in your world, and it's the same here in Split Zone 13. Because of that, you turned into a target here. I smiled faintly. So? According to you, I'm the target because I'm a naturally unique entity. And you feel that this is my fault? Fengzhu said, Ba. This monk has no intention of blaming anyone on this. What I meant was that this identity of yours would lead to disharmony among the three gates and disrupt the current peace in the Split Zone. This is why I have to resettle you in order to bring peace to the Split Zone. I couldn't help laughing at this. Under many curious gazes, I laughed my fill before I answered Fengzhu. Resettle? I think it's more of settling a punishment. You people from the Split Zone are really interesting. So what if I'm naturally unique and have a special ability? I didn't create chaos among the soul splitters here in the Split Zone, nor have I fought anyone over any territory. I haven't hurt anyone. If you guys didn't hurt my friends in the first place, I wouldn't have left the Western District at all. I'd have just stayed there forever. It's because the greed of soul splitters is insatiable, and it's the soul splitters who are itching for a fight. They're the ones who are hankering after my power, and that becomes my fault? What Fengzhu said made me realize something. It was the same in the real world as well. There was no need for me to feel inferior or guilty because I had two personalities. I haven't hurt anyone else before I killed Gao Qi, and no matter how weird I was, no matter how I couldn't fit into this world, I haven't disrupted the lives of others. How was I at fault? It was my fault that I killed Gao Qi, and I deserved to be punished by serving time here in the Split Zone. But that was what happened in the real world, and it did not mean that I would hurt anyone from the Split Zone because of that. They had no right to judge me or attempt to control me like this. I stared at Fengzhu coldly. If I remember right, all you soul splitters have a real identity back in my world. You're a part of their humanity, right? How about you? Who are you a part of? You talk about justice all day and create excuses for all your actions, saying that it's to keep the peace. From this alone, I can tell that you guys had really come from my world. There's that greed and the ignorance I see in you. You're actually even worse than the scum in our world, since you're merely a part of our humanity. Your personality is incomplete, and because of that, your judgments on right and wrong are flawed. You have no right to judge if I, a complete human being, am good or bad. You say that I had the ability to influence and change others, and to disrupt the balance in the Split Zone. But if these people did not want to be influenced, how could I have actually influenced them? If those in the Split Zone did not hanker after my power and for things that didn't belong to them in the first place, would I have ended up as a threat to the peace here? Fengzhu's eyes glinted. I couldn't tell what went through his mind. I smirked. You can't even convince the masses with your words, monk. Your reasoning sounded something like this. A precious gem appeared in a house, and everyone in the house started fighting with one another because all of them were greedy and wanted to get their hands on that gem. However, as a passerby looking at the situation, you're suddenly saying that you want to punish the gem as if it's the gem's fault. Do you stare at me angrily? How dare a mere heir be this audacious? I turned to her. An heir may be lowly to you, but to me, you guys are a part of us. You're not all that high up either. If I dare say things like that, it means I'm no longer afraid of anything. I'm really curious to see what are the punishments you lot have in store for me. Fengzhu shot Diyu a look before she could continue, causing her to swallow her words. Fiddling with his prayer beads, he said, don't be too quick to judge, benefactor. This monk has not finished, so there's no need to be this agitated. Benefactor? This monk? You really think you're an abbot now, don't you? You're trying to imitate whatever happens in my world now. I told Juer and Liar to invite you over to my gate of heaven in order for me to take a better look at you, but my two disciples might have misunderstood me on this. Benefactor Li Shin may have also misunderstood my disciples on this, and this has led to the situation that we all see right here. Actually, everyone has similar goals. You guys want to return to your homeland, and we want to protect ours. This isn't some sort of pretense, nor is it wrong. I understand Benefactor Li Shin doesn't want to harm others, and it's just like what you said, that it isn't your fault. But the thing is that there are others who are eyeing your power so that they can wreak havoc in the split zone. As the ruler of the gate of heaven, how could I simply sit and watch? I have my duties as a ruler, so I hope to seek your understanding on this as well, Benefactor. Li Qing frowned. Feng Zhu, when have you become someone who likes to beat around the bush like this? Feng Zhu spoke to me with a smile, but his expression seemed to change a little when he spoke to Li Qing. I still couldn't figure out his thoughts, but from that minute change in expression, I could surmise that there was probably some sort of disagreement between the two of them. He said, I should have been there personally to welcome the ruler of the gate of exit when you've just arrived in the gate of heaven. But Lord Li Qing seems to favor stealth now. I wonder if it's because I wasn't a good host the last time you visited, or is it because you still blame me for what happened in the past? Li Qing was calm as she spoke. There's no point in blaming anyone for what's already passed. What's upsetting is that I haven't blamed you at all for it, but you seem to think that I've been putting the blame on you. Feng Zhu stared right into Li Qing's eyes. You don't blame me? How is it possible that you don't blame me now that Huaidu is like this? I was the one who turned him into a bloodthirsty monster, and I was also the one who separated the split zone into 3 clear areas, the gate of heaven, the gate of ghost and the gate of exit. Even so, you're still going to pretend and say that you don't blame me? There was no change in Li Qing's expression. I've just said it. The most upsetting part is that you keep thinking that I blame you when I actually don't. Also, he isn't a monster. A tiny fire lit up in Feng Zhu's eyes. That fire did not seem to match the overall aura of the kasaya he was wearing. But that fire was extinguished as quickly as it rose, as if it was tamped down by a sudden memory. Why don't you stop him if you're so protective of him? Why are you letting him be when he's just acting as he pleases? What you've done is simply to abandon the gate of exit and take on a role of district commander among the heirs. Li Qing's eyes darkened. I didn't. Feng Zhu continued. Do you think you can avoid all this once you've run away to the world of the heirs? Did you think that he'd let you live in peace? Did you really think that all those monsters and experimental subjects were the work of my subordinate, do you, in all these years? You should know very well that he was the one behind it all, since you're the one who knows him best, aren't you? I recalled the fight with the basilisk Scampus and how Li Qing did not want us to continue looking into the matter. Maybe it was not merely for training that she cut my arm off. She might have wanted to distract Nyezun and shift his focus away from the basilisk Scampus. No, I shouldn't doubt Li Qing like this. But why was I terrified? It felt as if there was something cold and dark that was trying to claw its way out from the deep recesses of my heart. I turned to Li Wen subconsciously. Li Wen simply regarded me with an unfathomable gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309. Volume 5. 309. Who the debtor is. Was everything fated from the very beginning, except that I wasn't aware of it all? There's no need to reminisce the past. What do you want? Li Qing asked as she looked at Feng Zhu. How many monstrosities disrupting the split zone have been created in Huaidu's demon cave? I'm sure you know the answer even if I don't say it. Though it isn't caused by her, it's her constitution that allows her to enter that demon cave. I have to refine her. Oh, he has finally revealed his goal. After all that talk, he just wants to turn me into a weapon. Si Luo said suddenly, so are you going to treat her like how you treated me in the past? You promised to give me your gate of heaven, but now that I see it, history is repeating itself in the gate of heaven right now. You've simply shifted your target from me to somebody else. Si Luo had been refined by Feng Zhu, just like Niazun. What does that mean? What did you do to Si Luo? Zhao S turned serious as she heard this. She did not care who she was speaking to, it could have been anybody else but the ruler of the gate of heaven. She spoke in a dead serious tone. Feng Zhu was slightly surprised by the sudden mention of the past as he said, "Do you think you're a finished product? If I'm planning for her to become like you, wouldn't I be setting myself up for the scenario which faced me years ago, where I faced the betrayal of a child I had cultivated personally?" Si Luo looked up with white fog in his eyes as he stared at Feng Zhu. Your definition of betrayal is me not participating in any of your plans and not stepping into any of the 3 gates. It's how I'd rather live among the heirs for 100 years as I take on your sins. There's probably no one who'd think of betraying people if betrayal was like that. Si Luo's words made Feng Zhu silent. It was Li Qing who spoke next. There's no need for us to waste even more time here since we know what our respective goals are. I believe there's also no need for us to reminisce the past, is there? So, you're not willing to give her to me no matter what? Feng Zhu asked as he stared at Li Qing. Yes. If you insist on taking her away today, don't blame me when the entire gate of exit becomes your enemy. I felt a change in the air around us, as if an immense power was hidden within it. I looked at Feng Zhu subconsciously. He looked no different, and I couldn't tell if this was his doing. However, I could sense Du and Ta Lai's movements. Both of them took a small step backwards when they sensed the slight change in air pressure. This in turn made me become more alert as I looked at the 3 of them. Though they might not look it, they would still make a formidable team together. In a fight, it wasn't the opponent's strength that mattered. What mattered most is if they were able to work well together if they were in a team. It's too boring if the 2 of you play it this way. Now that I'm here to challenge the gate of heaven, I'd like to see for myself the brand of justice being practiced here. Wouldn't I end up being bored if you guys were to start fighting like this? I suggest that you guys can defeat me first before you fight. How about that? Only Song Ming could be this arrogant. It's difficult to choose a side like this. Both sides look like frauds. Which one should I choose? Guan Nia laughed as he observed the situation, sarcasm apparent when he spoke. Guan Nia. Gao Qinjui called out to him suddenly. Hearing Gao Qinjui, Guan Nia's thin frame started to tremble with emotion. You really think that you can abandon this however you want to just because it's your hand? Guan Nia looked at Gao Qinjui's severed arm with what looked like sadness. The pale Gao Qinjui lowered his eyes before he teleported to Guan Nia's side, grabbing Guan Nia's shoulder with his only hand. Are you planning to stay behind me forever if I don't confront you? That's right, I'm going to torture you like this. A mad glint flashed through Guan Nia's upturned eyes as he answered. Gao Qinjui then said, let's settle it once and for all today. Right after that, he pulled Guan Nia along with him as they left the central plaza. They headed for a building behind the plaza. Guan Nia seemed to protest on the way, and it looked like a fight brought out between them. Has the air become less heavy now that 2 individuals are gone? Sung Ming looked at all of us, not forgetting to reiterate that he was a mere bystander in the middle of it all. Feng Zhu emanated a domineering aura as air currents continued surrounding him. Kasaya flying in the wind, he spoke like nobility. Sung Ming, though those in the Gate of Ghost are known to break the rules, most still toe the line when it comes to the rules in the split zone. You're known to be audacious, Sung Ming, but you actually dare to speak thoughtlessly even when you're here with 2 rulers in my Gate of Heaven? I guess this old man has been too kind and harmonious all this while, and I might have given others the wrong impression that those walking on the righteous path in the Gate of Heaven are all frail and weak. Feng Zhu did not make any visible moves after saying that, but Song Ming's expression was different when I looked at him again. His face looked a grayish-green. It was an indescribable color, but he looked like he had been plagued with a disastrous affliction of sorts. It was a ghastly, terrifying color. What caused Song Ming to look like this? Did I not realize it when Feng Zhu did something? It's no wonder you're able to keep your throne in the gate of heaven for so long. Song Ming spoke laboriously, as if he was suppressing something. Feng Zhu then spoke in a booming voice. Every word of his exerted an invisible pressure on my eardrums. I heard that you've taken a girl from Ta Lai. Is it time for you to return her now? Song Ming seemed a little unsteady on his feet. I continued observing this situation with knitted brows. There didn't seem to be anything different in our surroundings with the exception of those moving air currents. Why did Song Ming look like he was suffering from some sort of internal injury? So the ruler of the gate of heaven actually interferes in affairs of the heart for his subordinates. Song Ming laughed, but he looked like he was having a difficult time. Let me take this, my lord. Ta Lai requested as he stepped forward calmly. There was a chill that seemed to run through the air when Feng Zhu turned to Ta Lai. I can let you take this on your own, but don't embarrass me again, Ta Lai. I want you to get that girl back. Feng Zhu's voice seemed to change all the time. He spoke in a booming voice just moments before, but his voice sounded low and magnetic when he spoke just now. It sounded like a father telling his sons to protect their territory. Were all monks in the split zone unpredictable like this? Though Song Ming was an arrogant individual, I did not hate him so. At least I knew that I didn't want to see him lose his dignity by being beaten up badly here. Even though he was unreasonable and audacious, that anxious and angry look he had in his eyes when he was carrying Bianing remained fresh in my mind. He's definitely in love with Bianing. Song Ming's blood-red robe began fluttering in the wind. Without I wasn't able to accurately sense the changes in the air around him, but I could see that his eyes shone with a crystal light. It must have been Feng Zhu's words that reminded him of Bianing, giving him an extra boost of motivation. I don't need to take her back. She'll return to me someday. Ta Lai walked over to Song Ming slowly as he reached a hand out. Song Ming smirked. How about you try it then? Try it. See if you're able to accomplish what you haven't been able to in all these years. Ta Lai, you don't really love her. Whether I live or die, she won't be returning to you. There's an age-old rule in this world, that you can never take back what's lost. Waves surged in Ta Lai's eyes as he moved his jade stone ring. Boom! A black dome descended from the skies, encapsulating the two of them within. That space seemed independent of everything else, and the two of them simply disappeared beneath that pitch-black dome. Was this the very technique that he used against Niezun and I previously? Was he trying to render Song Ming's five senses useless? I subconsciously looked toward Niezun, and I found him looking right at me. He must be thinking about what happened previously as well. I tried to signal to him, wondering if he had any ideas that could help. I didn't want Song Ming to lose, but I didn't know if this was because I was angry at Ta Lai or if I simply wanted to support Song Ming in this fight. Alas, I was overthinking again. I forgot that Niezun was no longer the Niezun of the past. He saw me trying to signal to him, but he slowly moved his gaze away from me after a while. My fists balled up as I said to the person who had always been standing somewhere in front of me. See that? So what if you're lending me power? He's still giving me that attitude. She turned around to look at me, her long, red hair cascading down her back as she did so. Her eyes were bright as she said, "You can, look for the old him." Didn't I give him a ring too? You weren't able to keep him by your side even with that? She laughed as she pointed at Niezun's hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310. Volume 5. 310. Don't say you love me. It was obvious that no one else could see her. Diu was standing behind Feng Zhu, but her eyes were glued to that black dome. She looked around with unfocused eyes sometimes, probably because she was worried about both Ta Lai and the fight between Gao Qingjui and Guan Ye. Guan Ye and Gao Qingjui were nowhere to be seen, and the black dome was totally opaque. Don't interfere. Feng Zhu instructed Du Yu. I'll go help Ta Lai then, Du Yu said. Feng Zhu glanced at her. When have you become this irrational? Would Ta Lai need your help? Go and stop Jiao S. Du Yu nodded, biting her lip. I guess our ruler of the gate of heaven is bringing out the big guns now. Li Wen, if he wants to go one-on-one, we can't let others think that we're bullying them, so we can't have more people on the team. No matter what happens later, you're not allowed to use that demonic sound of yours. Li Qing drew her sword from behind her armor as she instructed Li Wen. As usual, Li Wen looked indifferent to the situation. She even answered Li Qing in this sweet voice, but the demonic sound can be used against a huge group of people all at once. Wouldn't it be boring if you don't allow it? Li Qing looked straight at her as she spoke. I've said it. Don't use it. Li Wen pouted. Okay. I won't use it if you say so. I know you're afraid of hurting her when she doesn't have MF now. With knitted brows, Jiao S kept her eyes on Li Wen. Jiao S must be going through some mixed emotions right now. She had always thought it was Li Wen who murdered Li Qing, and she hated Li Wen for it. But that wasn't the truth at all. Not only did she not kill Li Qing was actually a soul splitter and the real ruler of the Gate of Exit. I had always respected and relied on Li Qing. If learning that was a blow to me, it would definitely be a blow to Jiao S as well. Who should I go play with then? Li Wen's huge eyes darted between Du Yu and Jiao S. Help Jiao S, of course, I said. Li Wen narrowed her eyes at me. But I don't really like her. You know that too. What to do? She tilted her head like a young girl who couldn't choose which doll she should purchase. Jiao S said coldly, no need for that. It just so happens that I don't want to have anything to do with you either. How about the both of you come at me together? Du Yu scoffed. Lowly creatures are always so pretentious. There's obviously no need to hesitate before an attack. Du Yu charged at Jiao S with a heavy killing intent. Jiao S glared at her opponent as she raised her huge sword with her right hand, ready for combat in just a split second. When Du Yu was about a meter away from Jiao S, she flipped and used her right hand for support against the ground. With her hand acting as an axle, she did a spinning kick with her legs. The wind brought about by the force of her kicks made me retreat even when I was more than 5 meters away. What powerful legs! I marveled out loud. Du Yu was taller than the average woman, and her legs were long and sturdy? Looking at the situation, she would probably have trained her legs more often than that only arm of hers. Her speed and strength were top-notch. Judging from the centrifugal force of her kicks, a body of consciousness in the spit zone would definitely be hurt badly if it was in the way. If I could deduce this, Jiao S would definitely have been able to as well. She bent backwards and did a perfect backflip, not forgetting to wave her huge sword at Du Yu in the process. Du Yu then retracted a leg? Though it did seem a little out of the ordinary, the pose still looked beautiful. She was in a standing split position. Du Yu actually had such abilities? Your friend would end up in danger if this goes on, Piercer said as she reappeared beside me. Why is that so? I know that Du Yu is extremely strong, but Jiao S isn't weak either. Jiao S isn't like me. I wouldn't have all that power if it wasn't for you and Scorpion Ray, but Jiao S had been leading the Eastern District for so long, and it's a place known for its violence and brutality among the 3 districts. She might be petite, but she's someone who has great power and skill in battle. Just look at the size of the sword she's using, I said while pointing at that gigantic sword in Jiao S's hands. Piercer continued tracking Jiao S's figure with her eyes. No, I don't doubt her ability. She's definitely better in fights compared to you, but she has a weird seal on her. This seal restricts most of her movements and ability. Her opponent is someone who's famous for being this war goddess in the gate of heaven. Look, she only has one arm, but she used to have two. Remember I told you that her power suddenly increased after she lost an arm in that crack in space for Gaoqinjui? That power only appeared after she lost that arm, and it increased the strength in her legs as well. In the split zone, everyone obtains their power from MF, and most people focus it on a weapon or on some sort of technique. Logically speaking, combining MF with techniques would be more time-consuming, but it would make one more powerful, while combining MF with weapons would be a more convenient and practical method. With that though, there would be higher expectations of how powerful a weapon should be. With two living weapons, you have a great amount of power, since living weapons are considered quite the rarity in the split zone. But it's different for Du Yu. Instead of the methods I mentioned, she chose a totally different one. I'm guessing that some sort of epiphany probably hit her at the time she stepped into that crack in space to save Gaoqinjui. She's using MF to strengthen her body, to make it into an extraordinary one. This would give her an edge since she's still in human form here in the split zone. Moreover, she has some talent in experimenting and developing drugs. This is why she's working with Ta Lai to create those weird, animalistic creatures. Right, I wanted to talk about something that you've heard so far, but it was something that none of you seem to have paid much heed to. What is it? I asked. Piercer looked at me as she answered, Ta Lai is Rongjin. Yes, Ta Lai was Rongjin. I knew that. From his conversation with Si Luo previously, it seemed as if they had some sort of disagreement. I didn't pry any further since it seemed like an old grudge, and I wasn't all that familiar with Rongjin anyway. Apart from my urge of making fun of Ta Lai's weird laughter when he was playing the character of Rongjin, I didn't think too much about it. Also, the two of them were soul splitters, and I still disliked the lot of them. It didn't matter to me what happened between them in the past. Now that Piercer brought this up, it forced me to think of other possibilities that might have slipped my mind. A thought struck me very quickly. I widened my eyes and stared at Piercer, whose eyes were on me as well. I think you got it. You guys missed the most important part, about Rongjin's uniqueness. His uniqueness doesn't stem from the fact that he doesn't show himself, it's that he has the ability to bring non-human forms from the real world into this space. This ability is real, and this means that Ta Lai would have been helping Du Yu on her experiments most of the time. This is why Du Yu is able to use a creature like the Qilin. It's because of this ability, coupled with her own strength. I felt immensely uneasy. Ta Lai could bring other forms of consciousness into the split zone to refine them, and he could cause bodies of consciousness to lose their five senses. This just made it extremely clear that there was a huge MF and power gap between him, a soul splitter, and us heirs. This was also the case with Du Yu. The body is the manifestation of our existence in the split zone, and we can understand that MF is always continually being used to maintain our form here. Under such conditions, Du Yu was able to combine her MF with her own body to strengthen it. She had to have skill to do something like that. I know you must be having a grim outlook on the outcome of this battle. Let's not talk about the others, but it's true that Ta Lai and Du Yu are formidable opponents. The three gates have coexisted in the split zone for years, and apart from the gate of Ghost where they don't follow the rules, the gate of Heaven can definitely be considered the most powerful one. Apart from having prodigies like Si Luo and Gaoqinjui in the past, Ta Lai and Du Yu relied on their real abilities as close subordinates of Fengzhu. Power trumps all in the split zone, and the two of them definitely have the power and ability, not to mention the intelligence and proven performance in battles. What should I do then? Piercer smiled as she tilted her chin. Don't you have her? I looked at Piercer in surprise. You can see her? Piercer gave a mysterious smile. Not only can I see her, I can see that red skull ring she gave you too. It's on your hand now, am I right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311. Volume 5. 311 Leave with me. Why are you able to see her? Nobody else could see her except for me. Even though Piercer is a living weapon, she's still a body of consciousness. Gao Qin Juishan Shi did not look like he sensed her presence either, so why is Piercer able to do that? I don't know why I'm able to either. I just can. That's not my point here though. The point is that you'll have to get used to these abilities if you want to win and if you want to achieve that eventual goal of yours. You have to learn how to use and control your power. This power doesn't belong to me. I refuse to acknowledge it. I did not want to acknowledge that this terrifying power slept within me. It wasn't something I was proud of. It was something that had brought about endless solitude and something that made others shun me for seemingly no reason. I didn't want to understand or accept her, but I had no other choice right now. There will always be things we have to compromise on. You're regretting it so quickly when you were so clear about your goal just moments before? No, I said as I shook my head. Fine, it's true that I can use her power. Tell me what I should do next. It came out this way because I was unwilling to accept that power. No matter what it is, I want to remind you once again. Ashen, no one can take this power that comes from within you. You are also strong enough to protect yourself and everyone else whom you want to protect here. It's just that you aren't able to accept that power in your heart. Right now, you wouldn't be able to gain access or use her power if you aren't able to accept her. If that happens, you wouldn't be able to achieve your goals either. I'll accept her, if it's to protect them. I answered Piercer as I looked over at the fight happening between Jiao S and Du Yu. Piercer nodded. Then you'll just have to make good use of that ring on your finger. There's another thing I want you to know. That ring on Niezun's finger is also invisible to others, except for me. What I'm afraid of is that, if I'm able to see it now, someone else might be able to do the same in future. Though Niezun's ring is very similar to yours, it's actually different. I can feel the demonic aura that's emanating from that ring of his. It's that very demonic aura that's controlling him, and I suspect that it has something to do with that demon cave. From what they've said earlier, it seems like you are the only one who has the ability to change the demon cave when you enter it. It might have something to do with your constitution of having two personalities. As Piercer was explaining patiently, Feng Zhu and Li Qing stood facing each other under a facade of serenity. However, I felt the atmosphere around Feng Zhu getting heavier and heavier. My gut told me that nothing but chaos would ensue if this ruler of the gate of heaven exploded in a fit of anger. Even so, I was not the least bit worried about Li Qing. I was confident in her abilities. Though Piercer praised Du and said she looked like a goddess of war in battle, the real goddess of war was none other than Li Qing. Li Qing was well versed in battle, and she had an in-depth understanding of all the events that led up to the situation today. Neither Du nor Jiao S could hold a candle against her. Furthermore, I don't remember Li Qing having lost in any fight she had voluntarily joined in. Li Qing was the real split-zone goddess of war whom others feared. Li Qing remained calm and collected as her indigo hair flew in the wind. Her silvery white armor and that halberd she carried on her back would make others shrink a little in fear once they laid eyes on it. Both of them had overpowering auras, and they seemed to be testing each other, as if looking for a weakness in each other's MF that could be used as a point of entry. Battles between aces did not always look glamorous. Both sides knew when to attack the opponent and when they should stop. The two of them were in such a state right now. It was highly possible that the first one who launches an attack would find themselves at the losing end. I thought Li Qing might make the first move even though that might mean losing the advantage in battle. I didn't think she was someone who liked playing mind games like these, since she looked like someone who preferred to jump straight into the thick of things. Are you planning to just stand here and watch? A familiar and pleasant voice asked. It was Niezun. Jia Pa was still standing behind him. The two of them seemed coordinated in black jackets, and they looked like they were waiting for something to happen, just as I was. What else? No one is fighting me right now. Or do you actually want to try? I didn't know why I just couldn't be polite to him when I actually wanted to hug him so badly. I suppressed the emotion that threatened to spill out of me because of a few simple words from him. This is not the time to pause for love. I had to destroy the split zone and save those I had to save. Love is useless, and love can't bring me towards salvation. Miss Ah Shun, all of you have to calm down. Jiapa adjusted his glasses as he stepped out from behind Nia Zun. Calm down? I'm being calm. What do you guys plan to do now? I asked as I looked at Jiapa. Come with me, Nia Zun spoke suddenly, his gaze indifferent. Is this a joke? I shuffled quickly up to him, asking in a low tone, what are you trying to do? You've been acting like this after you came out from the demon cave. What do you want and what are you planning? You're not telling me anything. You took my heart and returned it. Just what are you trying to do? There was this look of suppressed agony that spread across Nia Zun's face. I couldn't bear looking at such an expression when he wasn't talking. I thus swallowed the words that were about to come out of my mouth. It's not as complicated as you think it is. I just want to live here on my own. I've had enough of being tied down to you. Though Nia Zun explained it to me like this, I didn't quite believe him. I just didn't. Then why are you asking me to leave with you? I laughed in self-mockery. I can't leave you alone here and just let them fight over you like this. Jiapa took a meaningful look at Nia Zun before he turned to me. Miss Ah Shun, no matter what it is, it's still a better option to leave this dangerous place right now. I shook my head in vehemence. I'm always running away. The Western District has already been destroyed, and I won't have anywhere else to go anyway. I'd rather face this head-on and find out if I can really leave the split zone and uncover its secrets to gain freedom. I really don't have the time or the energy right now to understand whatever you're thinking about or hear about whatever you've been through. Let's just go on our separate paths from today onwards, as you have wished. The ground of the central plaza began to shake as I finished. The shaking was gentle, but there was a warmth that accompanied it. In a few seconds, my feet felt like they were stepping on hot coals. The split symbol on my ankle was also heating up. I turned around to look at her. She was in a red dress, and she looked at me with a pair of flirtatious eyes that seemed to hold an enchanting mystery. Can you feel the power that I'm giving you? She asked while smiling sweetly at me. Why do you have MF? I looked at her, posing her a question through my head. I had realized earlier that I could actually communicate with her in my mind. In this way, others wouldn't treat me like I was insane when I looked like I was speaking at nothing but air. She lifted a hand to cover her mouth in a laugh. Because I am you. Tamping down the hate I felt towards her, I looked at the heated split symbol on my ankle. It didn't look any different. I then looked at the blood-red skull ring on my finger. Where did you get that ring? I didn't know when Nia Zun caught sight of it, but he asked in a low voice where only the both of us could hear. So he could see the ring too. I wasn't surprised by this. It seemed that everything which involved him would make sense to me, including that inseparable link we had. It started from the very first day we arrived in the split zone, and he had even ended up here because of me. If he could see the ring, could he see her too? I was a little afraid of such a possibility. I stared at him as I went closer, replying in the same low voice, Can you see her? Nia Zun's pupils widened. Her? Seems like he cannot see her. That made sense. If he can, he would have seen her long ago. There was also no need for him to keep up the pretense for so long. There's no need to ask him about that. He can't see me, unless I want to let him see me. In that case, he'll be able to, I heard that sultry voice right in my ear. So you make the decisions on everything. Are you that willful, devil? She was the one who gave me this ring. You know who I'm referring to, don't you? It's the same person who gave you a similar ring before, I said. Nyazun stared at me. You're finally willing to accept her? I remained silent. Nyazun put a hand on my shoulder. You'll be in danger if you accept her, especially in your current condition. Everyone here has their eyes on you because of her. They're all looking for her, don't you understand that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312. Volume 5. 312 The Sealed Jiao. I understand that, and this is why I can't run away. Since you've decided to go on your own path, it shouldn't matter to you whether I live or die. As I gave a bitter smile, the warmth under my feet suddenly turned to a boiling heat. The source of the heat came from somewhere between Li Qing and Fengzhu. They were still staring at each other, and nobody moved even though Li Qing had her halberd in hand and Fengzhu's kasaya was whipping fiercely in the strong air currents. We were about to be barbecued with that heat. It was getting unbearable, and seeing my brows knit, Piercer dashed over to lift me into the air. Though I could feel some sort of movement in my split symbol, I couldn't feel an ounce of MF in me at all. It was lucky that Piercer was here to help. Nyezun and Jiapa were levitating in the air. They would have felt that impending sense of destruction brought about by the heated ground too. Jiapa adjusted his glasses as he said, "My body is healed and it can regenerate itself now. I can be your shield if you're hurt in any way, Miss Ushan." I did not respond. Do you and Jiao were already in the thick of battle? They had leapt into the air when the heat wave reached them. Even without any sort of support in the air, you was able to maintain that same strength and power? Jiao seemed to be more agile in the air as well. Fighting in the air was her forte, and she had always seemed to enjoy it. She appeared in midair the very first time I met her, and she used that same air current technique as Gao Qingju the second time we met. She was able to use those air currents as a power booster. I could tell Jiao was enjoying this fight as the white fog continued surging in those huge, passionate eyes. The girls that Li Qing favored, whether it was me, Li Wen, the deceased Yuji, or Jiao, we were all similar to Li Qing in some way. We turned into a somewhat different person during battle. Jiao moved at lightning speed as she waved her weapon in the air, her huge sword reflecting bouts of light. Though she was without a weapon, Diu was able to use her legs to parry the attacks from Jiao's sword in midair. She looked calm and collected. It was the face of someone who had tons of experience in battles. It seemed like no one was gaining the upper hand in the fight, but I knew we'd end up being on the losing end if the battle was prolonged. After promising Li Qing that she wouldn't interfere in her battle, Li Wen was simply watching the fights from the sidelines, yawning from time to time. Even when the ground started heating up, she picked up the ends of her dress lazily and floated up into the air as if she could not be bothered about any of the fights that were currently happening around her. Looking at Du Yu's attacks, I turned to Piercer and said, "Bring me over there to help Jiao out." Piercer nodded as she linked arms with me and flew towards where Du Yu and Jiao were. "Hold on to me," I said as I grabbed Piercer's hand, while my other hand received the purple whip she had with her. I struck at Du Yu with the whip. Du Yu sensed the attack very quickly and she flipped to catch my whip on her legs. I pulled the whip back towards me as I signaled to Jiao with a look. Jiao understood me immediately as she charged forwards with her gigantic sword, aiming for Du Yu's remaining arm. There wasn't any hint of hesitation in her actions. In the split zone, you'd just end up hurt if you acted like I did, hesitating before doing anything. If nothing went wrong, Du would be losing her other arm, and if Jiapa could work with us and activate a sealing technique on her, she'd be rendered immobile temporarily. I shivered slightly at Du Yu's frigid gaze. But before she made any counterattack, Jiao's sword was blocked by another sword. That sword was very slim, and a narrow ray of bright light was produced as it was swung. It was Li Wen's Li Shi sword. I didn't know when Li Wen had joined in on the action, but she looked like she was enjoying all the chaos. The Li Shi sword was in her hand and Jiao S was forced to retreat a couple of steps with that move. Jiao S stared at Li Wan as her black hair flew in the air. I still remember that time when you used the Li Shi sword to trample on me. I guess today would be the very day that I take my revenge. Jiao S swung her huge sword at Li Wan, forcing Li Wan to back away several steps, ending up right opposite me. The wind ruffled her long hair and pale yellow dress as she smiled without emotion. I'll play with you guys since Li Cheng doesn't want my help. Li Cheng wouldn't mind it, whoever I helped, as long as I don't let you get taken away by any of the others. Li Wen spoke audibly, and I believed that Li Cheng, who was still in her face-off with Feng Zhu, could hear everything. Even so, Li Cheng did not look over at us. With a hand on my purple whip and piercer holding my other hand, I pointed at Li Wan. We don't need your help either. Since you've chosen to help you, why not go all the way with it? Jiao S and I can make a clean break with you today. 2 against 2, no one is shortchanging anyone here. Do you glanced at Li Wan? Though she didn't look elated that Li Wan chose to be on her side, she wasn't complaining either. I felt heat emanating from the red skull ring on my right hand, but I couldn't feel any MF even when I tried harnessing that power from her. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't show any of my abilities after talking so big. I let go of Piercer to raise my left hand in an attempt to summon Scorpion Ray. Piercer spoke close to my ear. Do you remember that I've told you this before? Your friend Jiao S has a seal on her, and that seal restricts most of her power. I nodded. Yes, you mentioned it briefly once, but the topic was changed to Do Yu's ability shortly after. You didn't really explain it. Before Piercer could answer, Du Yu was already charging towards Jiao S. Li Wen's lips lifted in a smile as she moved her right hand, aiming for Jiao S with the Li Shi sword. Piercer stopped me as I wanted to rush over. Listen to me first. Trust Jiao S for just a couple of minutes. She'd be able to hold her own even if it's 1 against 2. Say it quickly then. I was anxious even after hearing Piercer's words. The seal on Jiao S is no simple seal. It isn't a tiny one and it isn't one of those large seals that we usually see either. That seal is a twisted one, and it's on every joint and blood vessel, framing the entire body with it. The seal restricts most of her power, and it suppresses certain things from within her, things that I can't fully sense. Anyway, as a spirit of consciousness, I can only see the layer under her body's physical shell. I can see every single point from that seal, and it's trapping her entirely. She can't reach her full potential with that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, 4 Women. Volume 5. 313 4 Women. That's not the point though. The question should be how she's able to use such great MF even under that perfect, complex seal? Her MF isn't that extraordinary either. Can you feel it? Piercer's words made me think of some possibilities, but I told myself to stay calm and listen before jumping to conclusions. Also, the bigger question is why she's able to harness so much power and energy when she doesn't have extraordinary MF and when her real abilities have actually been sealed? One possibility is that she has identified the loopholes in the seal through long-term training, and she's using these loopholes to use and control her MF. Another question is why would anyone use such a cruel method to seal her power? Piercer reminded me of something. For some reason, I recalled the time when Jiao S and I had just met each other, when I still disliked her. There was once when I saw her all bloodied as she lay on the ground. According to her, that was because someone in the real world was hurting her, and it caused her consciousness in the split zone to go through the same pain as well. Jiao S is a really strong and resilient woman. It's really hard to imagine that she can actually collect the tiny amount of MF escaping from those loopholes in order to use and control it. She even learnt the technique of controlling air currents from Si Luo. That must have been a long and arduous process. Such a sealing technique works together with MF, and it will feel like someone has a hold on your nervous system. You can't undo the lock, but you have to find a way to be able to use your own power freely in trying to go against that restriction. How unbearable would that be? As Piercer spoke, I felt a sense of comfort as I looked at Jiao, who was leaping through the air. I was proud of my friend. Jiao wasn't a kind soul, she was bloodthirsty and violent, and she sometimes did cruel things. Though her actions could be unpredictable, she was extremely loyal and she had her own principles. Without her, I might not have been able to survive up to this day. I then realized that I might have actually been leaving her out, even when I thought I didn't. Even though she didn't speak much, and even when her huge eyes always seemed empty and she looked like an emotionless doll all the time, she was someone extraordinary. The realization that it was all a facade suddenly hit me. It wasn't exactly a mask. It was just that she had been fighting on her own for so long. All the pain she had been through, and that respect and the position she had eventually obtained, these things could not be described as her having merely earned it. That lack of emotion and apparent numbness to the world was a habit of hers. Because she was so used to the pain, there was no other expression she could use to really express that. I raised my right hand as emotions ran through me. She suddenly appeared in front of me again, like a ghost. Looks like you're really going to use my power now. Why? Why are you willing to accept it so quickly? Is it because of her? Holding a corner of her red dress, she asked while pointing at Jiao. I shot her a cold look. That's right, it's for her. She's my best friend, and I have to save her no matter what. Good. Everything you do would be good as long as you can accept me. You know it too. I can give you power and I can enable you to be unique here. Power is what you need now, while all I need is simply your acknowledgement. It isn't all that difficult, is it? Her enchanting voice came closer and closer. Gritting my teeth, I shut my eyes. I raised my right hand as I snapped my eyes open, putting all my focus on that red skull ring on my right index finger. Pain shot through my finger and I felt it pierce through my heart. I felt heat emanating from my split symbol at the same time. It felt as if all the meridians in my body were connected with this energy. Boom! My red hair flew up behind me. Though I still wasn't able to feel any MF within me, my instinct told me that I was ready for a battle. I took Piercer's purple whip in my hand and struck at Duyu's wrist. You glanced at me in surprise? I smirked and asked, I hope I'm not too late to the fight. Anger flared in Duyu's eyes. As expected, you hate looking at me. Is this just like how you hated looking at Bianing? Ha, sadly, I'm planning to appear right in front of you today. Piercer. I called out as I disseminated that heat from my split symbol to all my joints. I leapt into the air and trapped Duyu with my purple whip as I struck at her. Come over here, you, I said with suppressed rage. Dian Ying's upset face and the scene of Yu Ji's horrific death appeared in my mind. You know something, do you? There's no sympathy for you, no matter who it was you might have been trying to change for. Even if you blamed all your sins on love, you were the one who did everything at the end of the day. A devil would never turn into an angel. Li Wen's smile was replaced by a deep frown as she noticed the change in me. She seemed to be the only one who had noticed the change in my energy. Did she really feel threatened by my power? Li Wen stared at me for a good 10 seconds or so before she raised her Li Shi sword and charged towards me. She had abandoned her original plan to work with Duyu in going against Jiao. As I was preparing to face Li Wen's attack, Jiao caught up with Li Wen from behind. Ha! Jiao was enshrouded in what looked like a black flaming vortex as she raised her huge sword, aiming it at Li Wen's back. Duyu's reaction was quick. She wasn't about to give Jiao a chance like this. Fire appeared above her first as she balled up her right hand. She then started hurling fireballs at Jiao. 2 against 1, and you're still bullying my friend like this. I jumped up without hesitation, raising my left hand as I called out, Scorpion Ray, turn back. A circular bow appeared in front of me, and invisible arrows of air formed as I pulled my right hand back. As I let go, countless arrows shot toward Du. The arrows traveled fast, and there was no time for her to counter it even after she halted her attacks against Jiao's. Du simply leapt into the air with a strong kick against the ground. Crash! The ground was already cracking with all the heat emanating from Li Qing and Feng Zhu's standoff. With Du's powerful kick, the ground seemed to shatter as pieces of rock and soil burst out from the ground. As I marveled at Du's power to myself, I rushed forward to entwine her tightly in my purple whip. With gritted teeth, I pulled Du towards the crumbling whirlpool of rock and soil near the ground. Piercer! I called out for Piercer as I smashed Du hard against the ground. I looked up and saw Li Wen's cold gaze directed at me while she was still in the middle of a fight with Jiao's. What does she want? Blood trickled from the corner of Du's mouth. I didn't know if it was a scrape or if it was caused by one of my arrows. She stared at me angrily after she hit the ground. Taking this opportunity, I let fly another bout of arrows at Du. Jiao's also used this opportunity to aim at Li Wen with her huge sword. Li Wen was staring at me, and even if she realized what Jiao's was going to do, she didn't react to it at all. Jiao's wasn't someone who would change her course of action because Li Wen stayed still. As expected, that gigantic sword severed an arm from Li Wen, but Li Wen did not even blink. Something out of the ordinary then happened when her arm hit the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, You have no choice but to accept me. 314 You have no choice but to accept me. Li Wen's arm regenerated at the speed of light, as if she had taken some regeneration drug straight out of a science fiction movie. She was still staring at me coldly. That calm expression of hers was rather disconcerting. When her arm regenerated immediately after it was cut off, Jie Pa, who was beside me, said, "Her body is definitely built differently from ours. It wouldn't have been able to regenerate so quickly if it was. Such speed seems to belong only to monsters in the split zone." Yes, a monster in the split zone. But it wasn't the time for discussion or daydream. I had to take this opportunity right now. Holding up the circular bow with my left hand, I aimed it at Du, who was still on the ground as I said, "Stab." Countless thin arrows shot out from the bow, aiming for Du. Du continued staring at me as she struggled to get up. It was difficult for her to maintain her balance on the uneven surface, and it was made even more difficult when she only had one arm. I thought I would be able to immobilize Du at least for a short while, but I didn't expect Li Wen to interfere. Li Wen commanded, "Drop." The sky immediately darkened as a giant cross appeared in the air. A shield in the form of a giant cross glowed with a white light and it landed right in front of Du, protecting her. She's helping Du out this much? A wave of anger washed over me as I struck out with my left hand using all my strength. Clack, crack, smack. Scorpion Ray's bow disintegrated and turned into a staff of light as I waved it in front of me. Boom! I aimed my staff at that giant cross, attempting to smash it. Piercer! Piercer nodded as I called out to her. She shot towards Li Wen in a trail of violet light before turning into rings of violet light as she entrapped Li Wen within. Li Wen's eyes widened. Phew! The wind ruffled her pale yellow dress as Li Wen's expression remained cold and frigid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless rapiers descended from the sky. Although it isn't very gentlemanly to interfere in a fight between four women, but if the fight is uneven, one would still have to step in. It was Jie Pa who said so. He might have intentionally said this for Nie Zun. Nie Zun remained motionless, hands in his pockets as he observed us all. Jie Pa then did something with his hands. I was familiar with this movement. It was what he did when he used the barrier technique. However, instead of a transparent barrier, the barrier was made up of countless tendrils that trapped everyone in it. Li Wen and Du were both trapped in it too. With a quick wave of her hand, Li Wen changed the direction of the rapiers. The rapiers did exactly what Li Wen wanted them to do as they began searching for a point of entry in the tendrils. The rapiers flew around the tendrils one after another. Jia Pa's hands did not move. He maintained that position as he stared calmly at Li Wen. Li Wen scoffed, "Barrier techniques are considered one of the top-tiered ones in the split zone, but you haven't mastered it yet. Such a weak barrier would not be an effective counter against my rapiers." Those rapiers moved with greater speed as she spoke, and I heard countless tearing and splitting sounds. Jia Pa's palms, which were placed against each other, seemed to be slowly pried apart by an unknown force. Even when the tendrils were breaking apart, Jia Pa's face remained calm. Jiao S and I had both landed on the ground. Li Wen was beside her as Du had already stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her lips. We missed the best opportunity to immobilize Du. From Du's calm expression, I knew it was going to be an uphill battle from now on. We were up against opponents who were stronger than both Jiao S and I. Furthermore, Piercer told me that Jiao S's power was largely sealed, and my current power was actually borrowed from another personality. I wasn't confident at all. I might also just end up losing my power in a moment's notice. I shivered as I felt a pair of icy hands wrap around my neck. I didn't turn around even though I knew it was her. She crept closer to my ear. This was her favorite method of communication, and she'd always disappear suddenly after she spoke. She was just this willful. Are you suspicious of me? You're suspecting that the power I'm providing you isn't enough to protect you? I didn't speak. I didn't even have any thoughts in response to this. Her voice then turned gentle and soft, almost to a point where it was inaudible. I'm the very last person you should be suspicious of. How could you doubt me? There's a chance that everyone here can betray you, and there's a chance that they'll all leave you, but I won't. I'm the only exception. I'm the one who'd be with you forever. Because we are one and the same. That feeling of suppressed rage found me again. This time, I couldn't tamp down the emotion even after taking a few deep breaths. But I told myself I had to bear with this. I needed her right now. That's right, just like that. Accept me slowly. You won't be able to use my power if you reject it. You won't be able to save your friends if that's the case. If you accept me and use my power, we'll be able to merge into one. You'll still have to accept me eventually. If there's a tiny part of you that isn't sincere in accepting me, you won't be able to use this great power. What will you do, Li Shun? Accept me like this, let me accompany you. Let me see how you push everyone away and end up with no one but me in the end. This low voice was filled with darkness. I wanted to run away from this voice, but I had to keep telling myself that I couldn't hate her. I couldn't reject her. I had to accept her if I wanted power. Crack! The rapiers were slashing through the tendril barrier. I couldn't stand watching anymore as I shouted in my heart, "Give me power!" At the same time, I seemed to be able to see her enchanting smile right behind me. Piercer descended from the air and wrapped around Li Wen. In anger, Li Wen's rapiers suddenly turned toward Jiao S and I. Tapping my feet against the ground, I leapt into the air as I stretched my hands out. Scorpion Ray turned into 2 bracelets of light on both my wrists. I looked down at Du, who was staring at me coldly. "Come down," Du said with a smirk. I felt that restriction technique wrap itself around my heart in the very next second. I heard her voice beside my ear just as I was about to sink towards the ground. Does she think she can trap me with this tiny trick of hers? She then moved behind me, pressing a hand behind my back, where my heart was. Boom! 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 My heart seemed to stop before it started beating again in the next second. The restriction technique seemed to be rendered ineffective as well. Overjoyed at this, I aimed at Du with the light from my bracelets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Do Use Left Arm. Volume 5. 315 Do Use Left Arm. 2 rays of light shot out from Scorpion Ray and pierced through Do Yu's torso. Do Yu spat out a mouthful of blood? Stunned at my power, I stood stock still in disbelief. Can you feel it now? I'm the only one who can help you. She blew into my ear as she spoke. The entire central plaza was plunged into silence. Feng Zhu and Li Qing turned to look at me. Du Yu was gasping for air while Li Wen simply stood beside her, expression turning darker by the second. Nia Zun then appeared in front of me, standing in a position that looked like he was shielding me. It's a miracle. She can forget about leaving the gate of heaven today. Feng Zhu's kasaya flapped in the wind as he spoke. Don't get distracted by others, you old thing. I'm the opponent here. Li Qing shouted as she rushed at Feng Zhu with halberd in hand. Feng Zhu stood steady as flames rose around him. Looks like he uses the natural elements as well. Li Shen, you're really a pain in the neck wherever you go. Look, everyone's attention has been drawn to you now, Li Wen said as she looked at me, unsmiling. I had a feeling that Li Wen's renewed hatred for me was triggered by how Li Qing chose to make the first move in order to protect me. Instead of talking so much, how about you come right at me with that blade? I wouldn't die in this godforsaken split zone, but that would probably hurt quite a bit, I said as I pointed to where my heart was. Li Wen spoke coldly, do you think I wouldn't dare do it? Li Wen. Li Qing called out to stop Li Wen. Li Wen's eyes darkened, but she walked towards where Li Qing was with capitulation. We'll just have to settle our grudge on another day, Li Shen. This was the last thing she said to me. Du Yu's wound, which was caused by me, was not healing. It was bleeding continuously as she held on to her abdomen. Feng Zhu, who was surrounded with flames, was no longer passive. He was holding his staff, which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It looked like a fireplace poker. Sparks flew as the poker struck against Li Qing's halberd. My attack on Du Yu seemed to have intensified the fight, escalating Li Qing and Feng Zhu's standoff in what felt like the quickest way possible. Li Wen had also moved over to Li Qing's side to help her fend off Feng Zhu's attacks. As I watched them fight, I realized that Li Wen had no need to be jealous of me. She and Li Qing worked superbly well in a fight together, and they seemed capable of defeating anyone. I knew there would be no one else who could replace Li Wen. All I saw were flashes of their silvery white armor and pale yellow dress as the halberd and rapiers went flying. Their attacks actually forced Feng Zhu to retreat a couple of steps. I guess I have no choice but to fight you guys for real. Though Du Yu was still gasping for air, there was no fear in her eyes. Something grew out from where her missing arm should have been. I told you so. She didn't lose any arm in that crack in space. She merely hid it. Piercer turned back into human form in her purple dress while I wasn't attacking. She stationed herself beside me in order to shield me from any attacks. Piercer said while pointing at Du Yu, you have to be careful. If she has hidden that arm for so long, this means that no one else knows about the abilities on that arm. I nodded as I stared at the individual opposite me. I was curious about what exactly happened. Why did this missing arm suddenly appear all of a sudden? My curiosity was satisfied just a moment later. Since there wasn't any fabric over it, everyone could see that Du Yu's new arm looked just like a normal human arm. A sudden thought flashed through my mind. What if this ability could be used in the real world? Wouldn't that make someone extremely powerful? Du Yu looked much sturdier with the addition of an arm? So you've been lying to me all this while. Gao Qingjui spoke from somewhere behind Du Yu. Both Du Yu and I were a little surprised to hear him. When did he return? And he actually saw whatever Du Yu has done? The situation was chaotic, but all the key players were present. What surprised me more was the fact that Guan Nia was behind Gao Qingjui. Guan Nia did not have that smirk on his face like the first time I saw him, and he was following very closely behind Gao Qingjui. Looks like you've convinced him. Jiao S was referring to Guan Nie as she spoke. Boss, I've taken care of you for quite a long time now. I'm requesting to be released since I might just continue being with him from now onwards, Guan Nie said as he blinked at Jiao S. If it was another male who said it, my mind would have gone elsewhere. But Guan Nie said it so naturally, and I wouldn't dismiss the possibility that something had definitely happened in the period of time they were gone. It was possible that they had a huge fight. But whatever it was, they were both on the same side now. I could tell from their body language and how they moved, they had that same telepathy that Li Qing and Li Wen exuded. Such telepathy could only be achieved when both of them had attained an understanding of each other. You can't say that I've lied when you've never asked me about my arm. You've just been wallowing in your guilt over this, and I've never told you that I've actually lost an arm. Since you didn't ask, I didn't tell either. How can you accuse me of lying? Do you look like she was already used to having two arms as she turned to face Gao Qingjui? She did not look like someone who had recently got an arm after a long time of not having one. Do you look even taller and stronger with it, emanating the aura of a powerful queen? Sadly, she was nothing but an emotionless, inhumane, and bloodthirsty monster to me. It's really not good, using his guilt against him like this. Si Luo commented from a distance away. Do you shot him a cold look? Traitors have no right to comment on others. Try saving her today, if you can. If not, there's not much use in talking either. I smirked. I don't need anyone to save me, and I don't need you to worry about me. You should be worrying about yourself. Don't think that you can change my mind about killing you after you have a new arm, do you? I'm repaying your debts to Yuji, that little boy, as well as to Song Lu and Yu Liang today. As I saw Gao Qingjui's pained expression when he looked at how you used her new arm, my heart felt as if it was being stabbed with a knife. I will never forgive Du. You're really too audacious. This angered Du. 10 wolves descended from the heavens as she motioned with both her hands. These wolves look like what we'd see in the real world, except for those fiery eyes. I knew that they were being controlled by Du, and there was no way to communicate with them like this. The wolves charged at us upon hitting the ground. Si Luo stopped Jiao S from interfering just when she was about to attack. I've had enough of watching this never-ending fight. White fog surged in Si Luo's silvery eyes right after he spoke. He seemed to be able to control all the air around us. I couldn't help but marvel at his ability to do so. This wasn't because he was better at manipulating air currents than anybody else, it was simply because his MF was so great that he could manipulate them as if it was child's play. The air around us seemed to converge into Si Luo's eyes. Fengzhu stopped producing fire temporarily, tamping it down to a tiny flame. He glared at Si Luo. Does this mean you're really going to cut all ties with me and betray me? Si Luo's eyes glinted and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. I've said that this isn't betrayal, since no one has promised the other anything. From today onwards, my priority is to protect her so that she can safely leave the split zone. If anyone stands in my way, we'll end up being opponents. He took a meaningful look at Gao Qingjui as he said this, but Gao Qingjui's expressionless face made it look as if he did not hear anything at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, The Real Air Current Manipulation Technique. Volume 5. 316, The Real Air Current Manipulation Technique. I might be able to let her go free if it was somebody else helping her, but since you've decided to interfere, I will definitely not let her leave the gate of heaven today. Fengzhu spoke in a forbidding manner. Si Luo's eyes were pure white with all that fog. You weren't someone that emotional in the past. I guess the brand of justice in the gate of heaven is no longer what it used to be. His eyes seemed to be absorbing all the air currents around us. Those snowy, crystalline eyes were clearer than amber, as if they contained the world's most precious pearl in them. Berry. Si Luo's face glowed with a bright, silvery white light. When he said berry, countless snowflakes seemed to land on his lips. Feng Zhu and Li Qing both made a move at this point. Gusts of wind whipped through the plaza, forming many tornadoes as they swept past us. The sky turned into a silvery gray as snowflakes larger than goose feathers descended upon us. In just a few seconds, the sky and the ground were both covered in a silvery gray. Snow burial. Old man Feng Zhu, your previously beloved disciple is using such a move to attack you right now. Are you not going to reflect on your actions? Li Qing challenged Feng Zhu with her question. Feng Zhu looked like a statue of Buddha as his kasaya flapped in the wind. Though his expression was grim, the intensity of that fire in his eyes was not reduced by Li Qing's words. Si Luo was right beside me, and we were both in the eye of the storm as the snow got caught up in the multiple air currents that surrounded us. All that swirling silvery gray made me feel slightly lightheaded. Though Gao Qingji moved over to be beside Si Luo, there was no longer any jealousy or sorrow in Guanya. He simply followed in Gao Qingji's steps, ending up beside Si Luo as well. Jiao S was quick to react as she also moved over to flank Si Luo, leaving a trail in the ground as she dragged her gigantic sword through the snow. Si Luo addressed Gao Qingji and Jiao S. I remember telling the both of you previously how this air current technique can be used to its fullest potential. Gao Qingji and Jiao S's eyes seemed to cloud at that point. The snow and fog in Si Luo's eyes began to rotate as he looked at them. At this, Gao Qingji and Jiao S's eyes shone brightly. Understood. These two individuals, who used to hate each other, actually spoke in unison when responding to Si Luo. Si Luo smiled with those snowy lips of his. Then let's give them a demonstration. It felt like something spectacular was about to happen. I focused on the three of them with bated breath. Piercer was right beside me, and I didn't know where that red figure went in all this snow. To my left were the three in Si Luo's team. They were in a triangular formation with Si Luo in the middle, while Gao Qingji and Jiao S were somewhere further behind me to the left. Li Cheng and Feng Zhu were facing each other some 50 meters away from me. Diyu was back by Feng Zhu's side while Li Wen was beside Li Qing. Nia Zun was a little to my right. The storm that was brewing in Si Luo's eyes seemed to be starting, and I realized Gao Qingji and Jiao S's eyes looked similar to Si Luo's where they were filled with a white fog. The three of them were working together to control the air currents. I'm guessing that the best method to use this air current technique, according to Si Luo, was none other than to work together just like this. It was not about having one individual manipulate a huge vortex at once, since the power of one single person would definitely be limited in some ways, and a single individual might not have been able to use this natural element to its fullest potential. Things would be different if there were three individuals. Moreover, this team was powerful. Wouldn't this team be almost impossible to beat? I marveled to myself. Out of the three, two of them were once considered one of the most powerful individuals in the split zone, and Si Luo had personally trained them in that air current technique. It was the best team where a teacher worked with his two successful disciples. Would there be anything in this world that could be more powerful than such a team? Once the snow burial is activated, none of you should leave from your positions, not even for a millisecond. Get that? Si Luo's clear and crisp voice resounded in the snowstorm. Gao Qingji and Jiao S nodded at the same time. Gao Qingji did not forget to look back at Guan Nia. Guan Nia simply nodded at him in assurance. I then witnessed that smirk on Guan Nia's face again, the very one he had when I first met him. His upturned eyes lifted as he gave an enchanting smile. He placed his pale hands together before taking them apart again. With that, the entire scene began to warp and change before us. We weren't standing on water this time, but there were countless water droplets the size of fingernails floating in the air around us. Another illusion? As expected of the top illusionist to be able to pull everyone into an illusion even after sustaining such grievous injuries earlier. Piercer commented on Guan Nie's abilities. I laughed as I asked, "What, are you interested in him now?" Piercer rolled her eyes at me. I guess I wouldn't have to worry about anything if that was the case. Guan Nya was controlling the entire illusion, assisting the three of them in Gao Qinjui's team and protecting them at the same time. The three of them seemed to be working perfectly together as they waited for the right opportunity to unleash a powerful attack. What else should I be worrying about here? I glanced at the red skull ring on my right index finger, mumbling to myself, looking at the situation now, I might not need your power anymore. I don't think Feng Zhu and gang would stand much of a chance against such a team, especially when coupled with Li Cheng and Li Wen. You're so simple-minded. It's coming. It's coming soon. It's nearing now. The red figure appeared whenever she wished to without any forewarning. I saw her appear in front of me right when I finished mumbling to myself. This time, she was looking at me with a sort of a smirk. I frowned slightly. What's coming soon? She lifted a hand to cover her mouth mischievously. I'm the only one who can save you, Shinner. Nobody else can. Hearing her say Shinner sent shivers down my spine. What happened in the very next moment distracted me, and because of that distraction, her red figure disappeared from my sight yet again. Some distance away, under all the snow, that black dome created by Ta Lai earlier cracked open all of a sudden. It was as if a roasted chestnut had suddenly cracked open over fiery heat. I then saw Ta Lai and Song Ming facing each other in the distance. None of them were moving in the snow. I quietly turned to Duyu and realized that she was looking in Ta Lai's direction with a grim expression. I raised my left hand slowly, planning to attack in the very next second if Duyu rushes over to where Ta Lai was. For some reason, I didn't want Song Ming to get hurt, and my mind was in a place where I hoped the battle would go a certain way. If Duyu were to help Ta Lai, or if Ta Lai were to do anything untoward to Song Ming after their fight, I knew I wouldn't just sit and watch. Swoosh. As expected, Duyu moved. I grabbed Piercer with my right hand while I shot an arrow with Scorpion Ray on my left. With a quick squeeze of my palm, Piercer understood my intentions immediately. She focused energy on her feet and brought me to Song Ming in a split second. We were already late by a millisecond, since we started only after Duyu moved. Because of that, I shot a blade of light with Scorpion Ray to obscure her path. Anger rose in Duyu's eyes as she dodged that blade of light. When she realized where the attack came from, Piercer and I had already reached Song Ming. Upon closer observation, I realized that Song Ming was afflicted with countless wounds. Some of them huge, some of them tiny, but all of them had black blood spilling out of them. There were many tiny cuts on his face as well, and none of these injuries seemed to be healing. Apart from these injuries, his sword of light had been broken in half. Even so, there was not much change in his expression. His eyes were calm and he still looked as arrogant as ever. Are you okay? I asked with knitted brows. Song Ming smiled at Piercer. I'm surprised you're willing to help me out here. Piercer bit her lip as she remained silent. I looked at the two of them. Sigh. Ta Lai also looked the worse for wear. His clothes were tattered and his hair tousled. My lips twitched. What did the two of them do in that black dome? Are you okay? Do you ask Ta Lai the exact same thing I asked Song Ming? Ta Lai wanted to respond, but he ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood before he could do so. The blood dripped down the collar of his white shirt under that blue jacket of his, looking like bright red flowers in bloom. Duyu looked a lot more normal when she supported him with two hands instead of one. Ta Lai's gaze did not deviate from Song Ming. I'm sure you can feel it too. She's coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Striking Duyu. 317 Striking Duyu. Song Ming pointed his broken sword at Ta Lai. Don't you even mention her name from now on. She no longer has anything to do with you. She's mine, she's Tsong Ming's. Flames lit up in Ta Lai's eyes, but it was tamped down when he sensed the movement of Du Yu's arm on his. I smirked. Being afraid of loneliness when you're alone and also afraid you'd be a disappointment when you're with somebody else. Ta Lai, you acted more or less like a man when you pretended to befriend me previously, at least you still dared to call for Bianing loudly in your dreams. What now? You're retreating because of some tiny concern? Bianing is way too good for the likes of you. Shut up. Angered, Du Yu shouted at me. I glanced at her with pity. I knew that nothing would make her more upset than somebody looking at her with pity in their eyes. Those you've trained are really just like you. Fengzhu looked at me while he spoke to Li Qing. Li Qing laughed casually. I wouldn't mind talking about how I trained this beloved disciple of mine under normal circumstances, since it could possibly teach you a thing or two about guiding your subordinates. Look at those two under you. I really cannot say that you've done a good job. Instead of getting upset, Fengzhu smiled. Amit Ba. Seems like you're still the same old you from many years ago. It's good that my heart is no longer burdened now, or else I might actually find it difficult to make a move because of the guilt I felt towards you and Huaidu. At that, Li Qing's expression changed. Whoosh! Wind and snow whipped past us, buffeting all of us from every angle. The power was concentrated where Si Luo was, with Jiao S and Gao Qingji acting as support. In this environment where we were surrounded by countless translucent water droplets, all of us snapped alert as we felt the air move around us. Fengzhu raised a hand, looking like he was going to foretell the future. He then turned to where Si Luo was as he said, "Seems like you've already seen this coming. They must be unaware that they've been used by you." A beautiful smile appeared on Si Luo. Items might remain the same, but people don't. Everything will come to an end. Let's settle it once and for all today. The howling wind suddenly turned into a shrill screech. Si Luo's hair blew madly in the wind as he emanated a chilly killing intent. In the middle of all that white fog was his beautifully sculpted face. The light that was in Fengzhu's eyes began to rotate. That red light increased in intensity until his eyes seemed to emanate a red glow. I frowned. Why did these eyes make me think of someone else? I looked at Niazun with unease. Niazun had been watching the fights from the sidelines with Jiepa all this while. Dressed from head to toe in black, he did not blend in well with all that white around us. His dark eyes looked just like the night sky that was filled with the light of 1,000 stars. Why did this air current manipulation technique feel so similar to that of Niazun's pupil technique? Also, Niazun hadn't used his pupil technique at all after I met him again. Though whatever was happening in Fengzhu's eyes seemed to be different from Si Luo and the rest, it felt rather familiar to me. Were all their techniques similar in some way? Why did techniques that had to do with using one's eyes feel so familiar to me? Immense unease overwhelmed me, as if I was about to find out about some conspiracy. Something seemed to be creeping out of my memory, but I just couldn't hold on to it. What was it? What is it? Which was the very pair of eyes that had been guiding me. I snapped my head up to look at the sky in the split zone. That felt terrifying. Just what is the split zone? Trembling, I grabbed hold of Piercer. What's the secret of the split zone? I asked her this as we were right under Guan Nia's illusion of the sky. Piercer was surprised at my sudden unease. Don't you already know the secret of the split zone? It's an independent space, except that it contains bodies of consciousness instead of live bodies. Soul splitters are a part of humanity that ended up right here, becoming the living things that exist in this space. No, that's not it. There's something wrong with that. But what was wrong? Just when I seemed to find the right question to ask Piercer again, the wind around us howled with a greater vengeance. Piercer held me tight as I almost fell off my feet. When I turned back to see Luo, Gao Qingji and Jiao S, I realized they were already about to make their move. Barry. The three of them spoke at the same time. The snow swirled in the winds, forming a shape in midair. It formed layers of snowy rings, and the snow turned into blades that were sharper than that of a knife. These snowy blades were targeting one single spot as they flew towards where Fengzhu was. To counter the attack, Fengzhu threw his prayer beads into the air. The prayer beads came undone in the air and separated into individual beads that formed the outline of an expanding circular ring above Fengzhu's head, getting larger and larger by the second. With a swoosh, the 12 individual beads burst into flames. There are many ways to achieve enlightenment. Let this cleanse all your evil and all your sins. Amit Ba. Those beads began burning fierce and bright following Fengzhu's words. In just 10 seconds or so, the flames created a bright red glow atop Fengzhu's head. Fengzhu adjusted his legs and stood steady before he sat down in a meditation pose. He began to chant sutras as he slowly shut his eyes. Si Luo's eyes were a pure white now, and in formation together with Gaoqin Ji and Jiao's, countless blades of snow continued to fly at Fengzhu. But no matter how many blades flew at him, all of them were burnt by that flaming ring above his head. The contrast between the white snow and red flames made the entire scene look beautiful, albeit full of killing intent. As Gaoqin Ji and Jiao's pupils constricted, the speed of the snowy blades increased twofold. At this point, those 12 beads above Fengzhu seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, just like how Si Luo wasn't fighting alone, Fengzhu had help too. Ta Lai gave up in his standoff with Song Ming and attempted to move that jade stone ring on his finger to assist Fengzhu. "You're hurt. Let me go." "Do you stop him?" She made a cross with her arms after saying that. Those 10 wolves which disappeared after being summoned earlier by her reappeared again as they rushed at Si Luo's team. Diyu had her eyes on those wolves, and her arms remained in the position of a cross. It looked like she was using her mental ability to control the pack. Gritting my teeth, I threw Scorpion Ray in the air with my left hand as I pulled and released with my right. Though I wasn't able to feel any MF in me still, I felt an extra boost of power from the ring on my right hand when Scorpion Ray turned into a circular bow in the air. All I could do was to focus that power right in the middle of Scorpion Ray. Whoosh! There was a burst of light from Scorpion Ray. Like a light grenade, the rays shot out in all directions. Controlling the light with my mental ability, I directed them all towards the wolf pack. Sensing the situation, Diyu called out for the wolves to turn around, but it was too late. As I focused on my right hand, the bursts of light shot out at amazing speed with the power from my ring. Thud, thud, thud. The pack of wolves was separated. Diyu looked enraged, but she had no choice but to make the wolves retreat. Ta Lai used this opportunity to rush over to Fengzhu, removing the jade stone ring from his finger. He put it on his palm, and by the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to throw it in that flaming ring above Fengzhu's head. But before he could do it, a thin voice spoke from somewhere within the wind and snow. "You're going to throw away the item I left you?" That clear voice carried with it a hint of sorrow and chill at the same time. I didn't know if I actually got a pleasant surprise or a rude shock, but I called out, "Bianing." To be honest, it was a relief to be able to see Bianing, someone who was essentially just like me, when I'm stuck in this godforsaken place where everyone seemed to be targeting me. I knew my ears were not fooling me when I saw Bianying's thin but still beautiful face and that frail-looking figure of hers. She emerged slowly from between the wind and snow. Song Ming was also shaking. My eyes were hit with the refraction of light from the broken sword in his hand. Step by step, Bianing walked towards us unhurriedly. Diyu narrowed her eyes? "It's an opening." In the space between Diyu and I, the light from Scorpion Ray had not yet fully dissipated. I had to take the opportunity now that Diyu was momentarily distracted. Waving my right hand, I felt the heat and power emanate from my palm as the light from Scorpion Ray entrapped you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318 Bianying's Choice. Volume 5. 318 Bianying's Choice. Getting distracted in a fight would really spell defeat. The light from Scorpion Ray congregated on Du Yu's body. Most of the light had hit her since she was slow in avoiding the attack, due to being distracted. Though the attack was powerful, I knew it could only stop Du Yu temporarily. With her abilities, that attack wouldn't cause any permanent damage. I had to attack again. However, I couldn't feel any MF in me at all, and I didn't like that I was forcing the power out of that skull ring. I haven't seen you for a while and you've become this powerful? Dianing smiled sweetly at me like a peach blossom in bloom. She was still pale and thin, but she looked much more energetic. I returned a slight smile. You look much better now. I don't think the two of them have to fight anymore. They look like they've been living better lives without you around. I took a meaningful glance at Song Ming and Ta Lai as I spoke. Both of them looked grim. Dianing knew I was joking as she answered, I think so too. Do you seem to get angrier after hearing our light-hearted banter? Meanwhile, the fight between Feng Zhu and Si Luo was getting more and more intense. It was a showdown between Feng Zhu's 12 fiery prayer beads and Si Luo's snow burial formation. As for Li Qing, she looked like she was contemplating an attack on her outnumbered opponent. Though Ta Lai paused after seeing Dianing, he eventually chose to continue assisting Feng Zhu. He mumbled a string of unintelligible words before a dark black canvas covered the sky above us. Song Ming kept his broken sword of light and stretched his back. Do you think that space that makes people lose 4 of their senses can actually be expanded to cover the entire space above the central plaza? Don't overestimate it. Also, this current space is another layer of illusion created by that illusionist. Your trick wouldn't work if someone is ahead of you. Ta Lai looked visibly glum as he realized he wasn't able to create a pitch-black canvas since this space was under Guan Ye's control. He then stopped using that technique. Dianing looked towards Ta Lai with a grim expression while Song Ming made his way straight to Dianing. When he reached her, he grabbed her chin and kissed her with his blood-red lips. I could tell he was kissing her really hard since I could actually see the veins popping on his neck from where I was. The petite Dianing seemed to be rendered motionless by Song Ming's huge frame as he smashed his lips into hers. There was pain in Ta Lai's eyes. Feng Zhu was caught up in Si Luo's snow burial formation and there was a chance that Li Cheng and Li Wen might interfere in the fight. If Ta Lai moved away from Feng Zhu, the probability of Feng Zhu losing would increase exponentially. Ta Lai pursed his lips and decided to stay put. I heaved an inward sigh as I thought about how different Ta Lai and Song Ming were. Although Song Ming looked much more devious compared to Ta Lai, who seemed to be filled with a sense of justice, Sang Ming was someone who would put Dianing as the first priority wherever he was all the time, even when he was evil and cruel to all others. Ta Lai wasn't able to do something like that. Song Ming only let Dianing go when it looked like she was out of breath from his kiss. She even seemed a little unsteady on her feet when he let go of her shoulder. Dianing seemed to have turned paler after that long kiss. Song Ming did not have that arrogant, audacious look about him when his eyes were on the woman he loved. His eyes shone brightly with emotion as he said, "Didn't you ask me when I could let you go? You can go now." Dianing looked at Song Ming in disbelief. My brows furrowed as well. Song Ming kept his eyes on Dianing, taking in her features and expressions, as if he was afraid that he would no longer be able to do so in the future. I gave everything up for you. I didn't care what others said. I didn't care if they called me a devil, as long as I could have you by my side. I established a split symbol contract, but I don't use it, and it doesn't matter as long as you were here. But even so, you haven't been happy at all. You've been upset from day one. If it's really so upsetting, then I'm letting you go. Dian Ying's eyes filled with tears. Song Ming laughed. What are you crying for? No one else would make you cry but me. I won't bother you in future, and you won't have to see this annoying face of mine either. Follow your heart to wherever and whoever you want to go to. I know you stayed for me, in order to reduce that demonic bloodlust in me. But there's no need for that from now onwards. Just live the life you want to have. I won't be further than 500 meters away from you and I won't let your life force diminish, but I won't let you see me again. He then threw his broken sword of light into the air vortex beside Bianing. The blade disappeared into the wind and snow. In his blood-red robe, Song Ming made his way towards Bianing slowly. He didn't take a second look at Bianing. He simply continued on his path as he passed beside her. Bianying's frail figure seemed to shiver as he passed. I opened my mouth, but I didn't say a thing. I felt my heart sink just as Song Ming was about to pass by her, but Bianing called out. Wait! Song Ming stopped in his tracks. Tears were already streaming down Bianying's face. Bianing then turned around suddenly, lunging herself towards Song Ming's wide back to take him in a tight embrace. Song Ming swayed slightly with the force. She leaned her face into Song Ming's back as she said, Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Song Ming slowly shut his eyes. This was the first time I saw such deep sorrow on Song Ming's face. It tugged on my heartstrings. Bianing said in a clear voice. I can't live without you. I thought I loved him, that I'd love him forever. It was shameful and unfaithful of me to betray him like that. I deserve all this pain. I don't even have a right to say I love you when I don't have a complete personality, and I can't be totally sure that every part of me loves you since I'm not even complete myself. But I know that the part of me standing right here in front of you cannot do without you. I'd rather look sad all day than not have you around. At this point, Bianing was already bawling. Most of the time, I'm upset at myself for falling in love with you. I shouldn't have done that, but why did I just have to? I finally understand that there isn't any reason needed to love anyone, even if it was just for the company. I'd still love you. I've been too lonely, and I'm nothing without a complete personality. Except for you, there's no one else in this world who can keep me company. I'm willing to accept your dominion over me, because I know that you won't leave me no matter what. I also know that you came all the way here in order to find a method to save me because I fell unconscious after getting hurt. Song Ming began choking on his words as well. Aren't you awake now? Li Shen might be right. You would still be able to live well without me. I've been too authoritarian all this while by forcefully keeping you by my side. Now that you can protect yourself, I have no right to. No. Bianing shook her head profusely as she leaned against Song Ming's back. You have a right to. I came here to look for you. I'm here to tell you that I can't live without you. Let's go back to the Gate of Ghost or wherever it might be, even if it's the crack in space. We'll have just each other like in the past. You alone would be enough, just keep me company like that. Song Ming's eyes were wild with emotion when he turned back to grab Bianying's shoulders. For real? Crying, Bianying said, Yes, all I want is to be with you. I thought I stayed by your side because I wanted to stay alive, but I realized that it didn't actually matter whether I lived or died. I'd rather die than leave you. Their conversation was filled with passion, and though the rest might not think it was anything out of the ordinary, I was still greatly affected by it. It seemed to have made me understand something. Why did I love Niazun? Somebody once asked me why I loved Niazun, and I guess I found the answer on Bianing today. There was anguish in Ta Lai's dimly lit expression. He slowly removed the jade stone ring on his right hand as he looked at Bianying's figure. Do you call out at Ta Lai as she saw his movements? No, you can't do that. You can't return that thing to her. You stumbled over in an attempt to stop Ta Lai, but she had not completely healed from the wounds inflicted by my previous attack, and she wasn't quick enough? Ta Lai had already removed that jade stone ring at this point. Piercer then said, What's the point of this pretense? Are you guys trying to put on a show for me? Aren't all of you just trying to keep her alive? All that bawling and talking about sacrificing yourself. If I'm still unwilling to return that broken personality to her, wouldn't living weapons gain a reputation as cold-blooded weapons now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Sorry, Ta Lai. 319 Sorry, Ta Lai. Do you finally made her way to Ta Lai just as Piercer finished speaking? Sparks of joy appeared in Song Ming's eyes. You're really willing to return the part of her personality? Piercer shot him a cold look. I'm not doing this out of pity for you, it's out of pity for her. No matter what, her experiences have been very similar to that of Ah Shun's. Though I'm still ashamed for all of you because of your greed at that time, there's no longer any need for me to hold that grudge, and there's no need for you guys to make things difficult for Ah Shun here. I can return it, but you have to take her away and never appear in front of me and Ah Shun ever again. Go live your own lives and don't let me see you guys again. Though her words sounded rather harsh, it was obvious that Piercer had the intention to help the two of them. I heaved an inward sigh. Wasn't Piercer an innocent bystander too? Even as an innocent party, she still chose to forgive even after being turned into a living weapon. She might speak harshly, but there was still humanity in her heart. Song Ming nodded. Okay, I'll take her away and never appear in front of you guys again if you're willing to return her personality. I will never attack your owner again, and I will not help any others in their fight to acquire her personality either. I should be relieved at this, since Piercer had actually helped to cut down the number of enemies I had. But would I really not see the two of them ever again? I wasn't familiar with them, but why did I want to be able to meet them again so badly? I wanted to see for myself if Bian Ying's choice was the right one. I wanted to see if they would really be able to live happily ever after. If I could witness it, does it mean that I should have more confidence in you too, Niazun? My eyes shifted to Niazun and I caught him glancing at me at the same time. I already knew the answer to the question when I heard what Bianing said earlier. Why did I fall in love with you? Why do I love you? The answer was a simple one. It's for company. Whether it was the 2 years you had spent with me, or the moral support you have given me when you were by my side, it had slowly turned into a habit. Even though we're separated now and you won't be restricted when I activate my split symbol, I'm already addicted to you and I can't pull myself out of it. It isn't love at first sight, and I don't believe that love is without reason, since there isn't anything that doesn't have a reason in this world. There's a reason to why I love you. It's because of company. It's the company you provided every day in those days that seemed to have lasted forever, when I was still unsure if I was actually a human being. It's only until I lost you and I returned to living on my own did I realize that it was so difficult to keep somebody else company. It was easier said than done. If someone could do that, he would be your true love. I was too lonely, and I believe that many others are too. The best part of this was that there would be somebody there by your side whether you were upset, happy, or if you were going through a painful time. You being by my side was the best gift from the heavens after I arrived in the split zone. During that time, it made me realize that I had a right to love, that people were still willing to stand by me even if I was a freak that was unaccepted by others. I won't ever let you go as long as you still loved me. I don't believe it even if you say you don't love me now. I'm not overthinking things because I can see it in your eyes. Those weren't eyes that did not love me. Those were eyes which could not love me. It's okay. I'm confident that you'll return to me someday. I'll definitely make you return to me. Niazun and I kept our eyes on each other. I couldn't really see through him, but I knew that he'd understand what I was trying to tell him just by looking into my eyes. For 2 years, we had spent every day together. There'd definitely be some sort of telepathy there. I smiled to myself at the thought. You can't take her with you. Ta Lai spoke after seeing Song Ming and Piercer reach an agreement. Instead of that usual confidence and steadfastness, his voice was actually trembling a little. Diyu was biting her lip. The fight between Feng Zhu and Si Luo did not pause because of everything else that was happening. Though Ta Lai had spoken earlier, his MF was still focused around his body. With his assistance, those flames that were above Fengju's head burnt brighter. Oh, Talai, don't you understand that when it comes to being loyal to your ruler and your love for Bianing, you can only choose one of the two? This is because the world simply doesn't accept those who are too greedy. Bianing turned to look at Talai and that frail figure of hers. The profile of her figure looked beautiful. Her eyes carried a sort of otherworldly sorrow, but they were extremely clear and they looked resolute. Looking at her, I knew she wouldn't be turning back on her decision. She was sure of her choice, and Song Ming was the one she chose. My heart felt all warm as I realized that. I supported her decision wholeheartedly as well. Among all of those bloodthirsty looks I've seen on Song Ming, what's left in his eyes were nothing but the love for Bianing. It was a love that will never change. Song Ming was wild, but he was also a lonely person. He gave others the impression that he would never do anything for anyone because of that arrogant air around him and how much of a nomad he seemed to be, but he was willing to give everything up for Bianing alone. Whenever he looked at Bianing, his eyes seemed to say, even if the entire world doesn't accept you, I'll be right there behind you. I'm willing to kill and destroy the entire world for you. Being this doggedly tenacious and wanting to lord over them isn't enough. True love is about sacrifice, and it isn't about having someone all to yourself. It's a kind of logic that didn't need explaining. That love returned to him when Song Ming learned how to give himself up for Bianing, when he learned how to let go for it. But just when he was finally ready to walk away, Bianing confessed that she loved only him. I was happy for the couple, but I also felt sorry for Talai. Though Talai had done many things I never want to forgive him for, and his relationship with Du made it worse when there are things I've been holding a grudge against him for, I did actually treat him as a friend before. It was because of that training space where Niazun and I were unable to use 4 of our senses that made me realize Niazun's love for me and how far he would go to protect me. His training had also made me realize that Li Qing had been really kind to me. He had helped me find a part of my heart. Bianing looked at Talai with eyes that were resolute but full of emotion at the same time. I could see her feelings come through them, but I knew those were the very last bits of affection she would look at Talai with. Song Ming probably knew that too as he turned away. This was the first time he did not stop Bianing from doing something like that. Bianing continued watching Talai with that torturous gaze. It was the last goodbye from her. Everything that had happened before has come to naught, and everything that happens in the future will have nothing to do with you from now on. Do you broke the silence? You're not merely cruel. If I had known, I'd have killed you instead of making you fall unconscious. You can see how others are kind to you, but can't you see that he's been waiting for you and all that effort he had put in to get you back? He was such an upright person who didn't want to be dirted in any way. But because of you, he was willing to go through hell and do horrible things that you guys find shameful. He was fine with all that because he thought he'd be able to find you again. Do you then pointed a shaking finger at me as she continued? Also her. Do you think he wants to destroy the lives of others? Do you really think he wants to work on all those experiments that made him uncomfortable in his sleep? He did it all for you. Did you think that it's because of the company that you fell in love with Song Ming? How about Talai? Talai isn't by your side, but he does everything in order to have you by his side. Isn't that company too? Is it only considered love when someone stays by your side? It isn't love when someone stands behind you? I was shaken by what she said. Was Du wrong? A flash of red appeared beside me. A smile hung on her face as she said, she's not wrong. It's just like how Gao Qingjui was behind you doing everything for you even when you couldn't see him. Is that not considered love? But why did you still fall in love with Niazun? Is your theory wrong, Shenner? Was I wrong? My gaze darkened as I thought about this. I might have been wrong, but I was just an ordinary human being. Niazun's company was what I felt first. I was still unable to recall all the time spent with Gao Qingjui. If that was my fault, then I was willing to repay him for that debt. But love is something that was persistent, and it isn't easy to change love. It's not a matter of whether Nyazun treated me well or not, and it's not about whether I met him earlier or later. It's just that I love him at this point, and I had fallen in love with him. It's a truth that cannot be altered. Isn't love just blind like this? Is getting repaid for all the effort you put in actually considered love? No, it isn't. Love has always been selfish and ugly. I'm sorry, Talai, Bianing finally said after looking at him for a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, The Tables Have Turned. 320 The Tables Have Turned. TSK, what an emotional scene, TSK. A familiar voice came from somewhere within the snowy fog just when Bianing was about to leave with Song Ming. This voice. I looked towards the source of it. This voice belonged to Huaidu, but I couldn't see anything in the white flurry of snow. Li Qing's expression turned dark. This was the first time I've seen such an expression on her. Seems like it really is Huaidu then. The wind tousled Li Qing's short indigo hair, but it wasn't able to cover all the emotion in her eyes. Apart from Li Qing, there were two other individuals whose faces turned dark. They were Song Ming and Nyazun. A look of worry appeared on Song Ming's face while Nyazun knitted his brows as he looked at me. I guess the big guy is here this time, judging from the faces of these people who don't usually fear anyone, Piercer said casually as she stood by my side. You're going to go against my orders like this, Song Ming? You're going to betray me just for a woman? Huaidu's voice reverberated in the air. Song Ming remained silent while Bianing looked at him encouragingly as a form of assurance. The pain in Ta Lai's eyes intensified as he saw Bianing look at Song Ming with such sentimental eyes. Do you reacted in a similar way? This is the pain of being in love, when you have to look at another person like this. I took a glance at Gao Qinjui, who was near Si Luo to assist him in the fight against Fengzhu. There was nothing but a flurry of wind and snow in Gao Qinjui's eyes. For some reason, my heart hurt at that. Scenes then started playing like a movie reel in my head. When are you going back? I was swaying my legs on the rooftop as I looked at Gao Qinjui sweetly. I could now tell that the other person was not Senior Gao Qi but Gao Qinjui from his gaze alone. I'll be going back when I can be sure that he won't hurt you anymore and that I can protect you. I covered my mouth as I smiled with joy. Can't bear to leave me? Gao Qinji patted me on my head as he said, I'll be back again. Wait for me, and don't fall in love with anyone else. I shook my head. I can't promise that. You know that I have a split personality too. I might just fall in love with somebody else if you don't come back. An overwhelming sense of destruction seemed to encapsulate me as more scenes continued playing in my head. Kill me quick. I can't stay in this body for much longer now, and there isn't much time left. Quick, kill me. He'll hurt you if you don't. Gao Qinjui's hazel eyes were wide with worry and desolation as he shook me roughly by the shoulders. I kept on shaking my head like a broken rag doll as tears drenched my face. Do it quickly, it'll be fine. I promise it'll be fine. I'll try everything to take you away from this world and bring you to mine. Ashen, think about it, you'll be able to leave this painful world very soon. Do it, quick. Ugh. I don't want to. I cried out. Do it, quickly. He then took my hand, which already had a knife in it, and plunged it into his own chest right in front of my very eyes. I felt the sticky blood flow from the wound onto my hands, which were still being held by his. Gao Qinjui. I screamed until my throat felt as if it was tearing apart. No! I cried as I held my head in my hands. Frowning, Piercer shook me. What's wrong, Ashen? I was shaking so badly that I collapsed in a heap on the ground while the strong winds continued to mess up my hair. A dark figure emerged from a distance. The figure was dressed in a full-length black jacket with a hood, but a jacket like this did not hide the face under that hood. It was an extremely pale face. So Huaidu actually looks like this. He didn't look fierce or terrifying, neither was he extremely beautiful. He looked neat and put together, and an intelligent light shone through those upturned eyes of his. He took slow, deliberate steps in the snow. Song Ming grabbed Bian Ying's hand tightly and pulled her behind him. Niazun, on the other hand, walked over to me unhurriedly, stationing himself in front of me and obscuring my vision with a view of his back. Niazun finally spoke after being silent for so long. He addressed Huaidu, who was heading straight for me. I can do anything you want me to, just don't hurt her. Don't forget what you promised. I was still shaking when Niazun's familiar voice brought me out of my daze. I looked up at his figure. He didn't turn back to look at me, and all I could see was an inky black back. A slight smile appeared on Huaidu's pale, young face. I won't hurt her. I remember telling you this before, that the both of you have lives which intertwine with each other. There's only one of you who can leave this split zone, and I'm sure you haven't forgotten about that. My eyes widened at that. You're not going to say hi to me when you're here, Huaidu. Li Qing seemed to have interrupted Huaidu and Niazun's conversation on purpose as she moved to be right in front of Huaidu. From his looks and how he carried himself, Huaidu looked just like a youth who was quiet and who kept to himself. He didn't look like he wanted to harm anyone, and he looked absolutely different from how I had imagined him to be. But when he saw Li Qing, all that calm seemed to be gone in a second. There was a flurry of emotion in his eyes as looks of excitement, bloodlust, and enchantment passed through them. He looked like he was possessed by an evil demon as he stared at Li Qing's face with greed. He said in a queer voice, "Then, are you willing to use your life in exchange for everyone else's lives here?" Huaidu went closer to Li Qing to lick her face with his bright red tongue. His words seemed to carry with it an evil, mesmerizing aura. I'm pretty lucky to be able to see you when I'm still alive. Why do I guess it's not a waste of my time being the ruler of the gate of heaven? Fengzhu spoke in a booming voice. Those 12 prayer beads above his head seemed to shine with an even brighter light. That blinding light felt like it was able to cleanse everything it shone upon, and my eyes were bedazzled by the piercing brightness. Si Luo. I heard Jiao call out as I held my hand up to shield my eyes. I stood up immediately and looked towards where Jiao was, no longer bothering about the blinding light. Those brightly burning prayer beads dropped to the ground and made it crack open with a bout of volcanic fire that spouted from the ground like a fiery geyser. An air current stream then shot towards me. Piercer grabbed me tightly while Scorpion Ray on my left hand and the skull ring on my right both dazzled with light, protecting me from getting hurt. Gaoqin Jui and Jiao, who were running towards Si Luo, were both knocked down by the flames. In a split second, the tables seemed to have suddenly turned. An impending sense of destruction overwhelmed the entire plaza, and everyone else created a protective layer around themselves with MF. Fengzhu's kasaya then tore itself apart into a million pieces of fabric. As that muscular frame of his was exposed, the killing intent in his eyes flooded the entire plaza. Huaidu was the only one whose expression remained calm and tranquil. Raising a hand, he slowly put his hood down. That serene face of his regarded Fengzhu as his lips turned up slightly. You think so highly of me that you can't wait to kill me upon my arrival? Piercer, who was holding me tight in her arms, spoke in my ear. Escape quickly. You can't handle this situation. I already understand all that's happening with what they just said earlier. Seems like Niazun treated you the way he did because he wanted you to forget about him. He's the only one who was closely involved with Huaidu, and I'm sure he's already aware that there's nobody in the split zone who can win Huaidu in battle. He can't leave with you either, so this is why he's... No, I shook my head vigorously. Stop being stubborn, Li Shun. Listen to me. These flames are called Hellfire, and it's Fengzhu's ultimate move. Apart from when he heavily injured Li Qing and Huaidu years ago, dividing the split zone into 3, he had not used it again. If he's using it at such an early stage now, this means he knows that it isn't possible to win if he doesn't use all his effort against Huaidu's current abilities. With such power, Huaidu is still eyeing you. How are you going to escape from him? Why should I escape? Was what I initially wanted to say, but a hand stopped me from doing so. Her voice dripped like honey into my ear. Shu, don't talk. It's okay. No matter how powerful these people are, they can't do anything to you as long as I'm around. I'm the only one who can take you away. I'm the only one who can protect you. Let's just watch in silence. My eyes filled with tears. I then saw Li Qing charge at Huaidu with her halberd without any forewarning. Don't blame me for being hostile if you still insist on taking her life like you did in the past. Huaidu squinted at Li Qing. I've already told you this when she just arrived in the split zone. She's the only one who can help us find Mr. Blonde again. I've already promised to give you your freedom back, but you're still unwilling to give her up to me. Tell me, just why are you being so protective of her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321 Body of Flesh and Blood. 321 Body of Flesh and Blood. Heart rate and pulse normal, electroencephalogram normal. Good. Check once every hour. Let me know as soon as she wakes up. Yes, Dr. Jean. Beep, beep. Apart from what sounded like wind in my ears, I could hear the beeping of a machine that was running. I couldn't tell where all the sounds came from. Sometimes, they sounded close to me, but sometimes, they sounded very far away. I wanted to open my eyes, but my eyelids felt extremely heavy. Can I stay with her? A familiar female voice spoke. No. The experiment just ended, and her mental state is still very weak. It's already an exception that you're able to visit her. Miss, I know you're worried about her, but trust me, she's going to be fine. This experiment has been going on for such a long time now, you have to have confidence in us. You should have confidence in her too. Okay, then I'll leave it to Dr. Jean. I'll go visit another one then. Sure. Come with me, please. The voices and the steps went further and further away. I frowned, trying with all my might to wake up. Wake up! Wake up quickly! Shunur! It's time for you to wake up. That sounded like it was from deep within my soul. The pressure in my ears was gone in a moment. I felt a warmth flowing through my brain and my nose felt as if it was instantly unblocked as I could breathe all of a sudden. Ugh, my eyes opened slowly as I breathed in. White, and more white. The whitewashed ceiling was the very first thing that met my eyes as my vision began to clear. I blinked, unsure of the situation. But, this felt so real. This feeling. This feeling. Good heavens! I snapped my eyes wide open. My nervous system seemed to connect to all parts of my body and before I knew it, I felt as if I was stiff and swollen all over. I felt slight pain all over and my breathing was very stiff. This was a human body. Ugh, I opened my mouth as I tried to make a sound, but all that came out was a hoarse grunt. Ouch! It was so painful just moving my fingers. What's happening here? An indescribable feeling overwhelmed me. I seemed to have forgotten something, but it felt as if I had gotten something back as well. I remained lying down as I looked around the room. I then felt a chilling cold spread from the bottom of my spine all the way to the top of my skull. I tried to move my fingers again, but I couldn't really move my arms and legs. They felt swollen and painful. But, in my memory, such pain didn't even amount to how a mosquito bite would have felt. Just what's happening? After lying like that for quite some time, I finally realized why I felt uneasy about this. It was because every inch of my skin and flesh gave me such a realistic feeling. It wasn't a feeling, and it definitely wasn't just a feeling, because it was definitely real. It was how a body of flesh and blood would feel like. Though it wasn't sorrow that hit me first, tears began flowing from the corner of my eyes. It was definitely a body of flesh and blood. These tears made my eyes all puffy. I was actually back. I really wanted to tell myself that it was fake, but everything I felt was telling me that it was definitely real this time. This feeling was non-existent when in an illusion or in the crack in space. Now that I think about it, one might have been able to have such a high tolerance for pain in the split zone because it wasn't tolerance at all. We were probably numb to it since we didn't have the sensitivity that humans should have. I could feel every numb and swollen part of my body right now. I could feel the air and the oxygen mask press against my skin. Everything told me that I was very much a human alive in the real world. I took a very deep breath when I realized this, my chest rising up towards the ceiling as I did so. I felt the pain in my joints when my back touched the bed again. I tried lifting an arm, but it felt rigid and numb, as if there were a ton of ants crawling all over my arm at that very moment. My mouth felt extremely dry as I tried to swallow. Finally, I lifted an arm with great difficulty, and I began attempting to remove the oxygen mask from my face. The bed creaked a little as I tried to turn. There was no one in the room, and I finally removed the mask after trying for the millionth time. I dragged myself across the bed like an earthworm, resting my back against the wall as I sat myself up. Gasping for breath, I stopped for a rest. That bout of exercise made me fully awake now. It was extremely quiet in the ward. It looked like one of the better wards since there were no other patients around. But was this really the real world? How was I able to return? My brows knitted as I tried to recall what happened. Apart from those I knew in the split zone, I couldn't really recall anything else that happened. The last thing I remember was Huaidu appearing in the gate of heaven. Wait. How about those in the split zone? I looked around myself again, trying to confirm that I was really back in the real world. I was absolutely stunned. Why did I return so suddenly? Why couldn't I remember what actually happened in the split zone? Where's everyone else? Were they able to return? What's happening here? A human being wouldn't be able to exist like a body of consciousness did. I tried my best to recall what happened, but I could feel nothing but a dizziness and pain in my head. If I'm now an ordinary human being living in the real world and I'm no longer in the split zone, that means that I wouldn't have those powers that I had when I was there. I tried getting up and removing the drip that was sending some sort of transparent liquid into my hand. This seemed rather unbelievable, even though everything here told me that I was back. I had to go outside and take a look. I had to confirm that everything I was feeling was in fact real. I reached for my left hand laboriously. I was almost about to tear the tape away and remove that needle when the door creaked open. I guess I was right to come back and have a look. I didn't think you'd wake up that soon, but I thought there was no harm in giving it a try. Seems like I've used that powerful drug effectively this time. This was the voice I heard when I was still half awake, and it sounded exactly like that voice which was embedded in my memory. He had a pale face with blonde hair and blue eyes. I opened my mouth as I looked at him, but I felt my dry lips crack open. Do you still remember me, Ashun? The young doctor who was of mixed race turned to lock the door behind him before walking over to the bed unhurriedly. He pulled a chair over and sat in it, his pose far from elegant. There was a curious light in his eyes as he looked me up and down. I opened my mouth, but I didn't speak. He then began talking to himself and his eyes became unfocused, as if he was recalling a past memory. Oh right, you might not be able to talk now. That drug was too powerful, and looking at the time now, you haven't yet regained control over your entire body. I frowned. As I tried to speak, grunts came out of my mouth instead. I leant backwards against the wall and took huge breaths. He didn't look like he was in any kind of a rush. The mixed-race doctor kept those curious eyes on me while he remained silent. I recognized him, and I definitely remembered him. Was it him? The one who injected something in me which caused me to lose all my strength before I ended up being held down by some sexy nurses? Looks like you can't wait to find out the truth behind everything. Even so, I'd like to give you a choice. You have to consider this carefully, since many say curiosity killed the cat. Actually, it isn't the curiosity that would bring you harm. Once you get access to certain information because of that curiosity, you'd want to get even more information out of what you already have. Being greedy would usually land one in danger, and there are some things that you're better off not knowing, but I wanted to nod in agreement, but I couldn't say anything in response. No need to rush it. How about this? Try to recall what happened, and tell me your decision when you're able to talk, okay? Whether you really want to find out about the things that might make your life more miserable. This made me a little anxious. I felt a burning fire in my heart. More miserable? Did anything happen to those who were in the split zone? Such thoughts made me realize that I just end up distancing myself from this world even when I'm back. Without knowing it, my heart was already used to being in the split zone. But looking at the confusing situation right now, I didn't know if I should actually believe everything he says. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322 Exclusive Experiment. 322 Exclusive Experiment. The mixed-race man leaned back in his chair as he crossed his slender legs, his blue eyes looking at me with interest. You really can't recall who I am? This stunned me. Who is he? He had a handsome face, but I didn't recognize it. It was unfamiliar. I only remembered the part where he was my doctor before I ended up in the split zone. Those eyes. His eyes did look familiar. He smiled at me. Look at my eyes, Li Xin. Think carefully, who am I? His voice had an enchanting quality to it, and it sounded mesmerizing. I stared at his face as I listened to his voice. My vision was clear at first, then it blurred before it returned again with a clear view. My vision was extremely clear now, and I could see that face with extreme clarity. My throat felt as if it was being held down by a hand. My lips quivered as I tried to speak in a hoarse voice. His lips seemed to move a little. You are, the words seemed stuck in my throat. You are, I wanted to cry. Mr. Blonde. Yes, that's right, he's Mr. Blonde. I couldn't fully comprehend this. At the beginning, he was definitely the doctor who was treating me, and only his hair was identical to Mr. Blonde's, while everything else was different. But when I made eye contact with him just now, my impression of Mr. Blonde seemed to turn to dust. There was nothing there. I couldn't remember and I couldn't recall how Mr. Blonde looked like at all. I remembered it eventually, and Mr. Blonde, he looked exactly like this mixed-race doctor. Their faces were an exact copy in the deep recesses of my memory. But why did I not realize it when I arrived in the split zone that Mr. Blonde's face belonged to this mixed-race doctor? A thought struck me as I looked at the smile on the mixed-race doctor's face. Balling up my fists, I stared at him. So, you actually hypnotized me? The eyes of the mixed-race doctor lit up and his lips turned up into a smile. Looks like you're pretty smart. He then casually looked down at his wristwatch. It's only been 1 minute and 13 seconds. You realized that this was hypnotism in such a short amount of time after regaining consciousness. That brain is no ordinary one. I seem to have chosen the right person this time. Though I was praised, my heart felt heavy. This was the only part one could wrap my head around, and I couldn't wrap my head around anything else. I was impressed with how I had not gone insane by this point, and how I could actually engage in such a calm conversation with him. As if noticing that I couldn't suppress my emotions for much longer, he snapped a finger in front of me. Calm down. Listen to me slowly. Snapping a finger was so effective that it did calm me down wondrously. It felt as if a sturdy rock was placed atop my pounding heart, preventing it from moving too much. As you can see, I'm Mr. Blonde. The ruler of the split zone, Mr. Blonde. He kept those blue eyes on me as he continued. What I'm about to tell you might be a huge blow to you, so to prevent any unforeseen events, I can only suppress your emotions and stop you from talking for the time being. I tried opening my mouth as he said this, but I realized that I wasn't able to speak at all. It isn't like my ability to speak had been taken away. It was a kind of hypnotism where I was temporarily rendered incapable of speech. Listen, I'm Mr. Blonde because whatever you had seen in the split zone was actually an illusion that I had planted in your brain. You can interpret it as an illusion, but the fact is that it is very different from the illusions you had been through. You were covered in blood when you were sent here half a year ago. There was nothing but hopelessness in those eyes of yours. Nobody knew how to help you, and ordinary sedatives couldn't calm you down. Your second personality had burst out of its shell and had manifested as an aggressive lunatic. Your family and friends were terrified, and they sought my help as a last resort. At that time, I happened to be involved in a study that looked at deep hypnosis for split personality disorders. Your situation was unique and never before seen. You were a great experimental subject, but that experiment was dangerous. In your mind, your personality disorder had been suppressed, and for many years, it wasn't that serious that it could actually affect your daily life. You thought that even when your friend Pomelo spread the news of your medical diagnosis and you were ostracized, you simply kept to yourself and your second personality did not come out. You thought you had been suppressing it up until you were faced with Gao Qi, when you finally broke and killed him. But all these memories were actually wrong. A unique symptom of split personality disorders is that it's difficult to keep the memories of what actually happens when the other personality takes over. It isn't considered amnesia if one cannot keep these memories because it's caused by your subconscious keeping them away from you. In fact, your personality disorder had been manifesting itself since you were younger, and there would be times when you engaged in self-harm or suffered from sleepwalking. Your parents haven't been able to find a way to cure you in all these years, and all they could do was to keep an eye on you so that your second personality wouldn't affect your daily life to a large extent. When you entered university, your parents had already met Pomelo before that, and she had been told to take care of you. It was the same in high school. All of that was selectively forgotten by you. Pomelo wasn't the one who spread the news about your medical diagnosis. You were the one who stuck it on the blackboard yourself. But Pomelo cannot tell you the truth when you confronted her about it. She can't tell you about the things that your second personality did, since it wasn't congruent with the truth in your mind. Your subconscious mind kept these things from you, and if the truth were to be revealed, there would be a dichotomy between what you know in your head. The dissimilarity might then agitate you and directly trigger your mental illness. To us, triggering your illness would be the worst scenario. It gets triggered when the balance between the two personalities is broken and when you don't have the capacity to handle that unevenness. Once it's triggered, it's extremely difficult for you to regain your awareness. Under such circumstances, Pomelo can only take the blame for your subconscious. We then thought of ways to treat you while calming you down at the same time. He paused at this point, but my brain felt as if it wasn't working anymore. He then continued. For a unique case like you had the criteria needed for being a subject for my new experiment, and to be honest, I was very excited at that point. Though the experiment had been ongoing for a long time, we were only able to find 12 suitable subjects after doing a search throughout the entire nation. Furthermore, they weren't even perfect subjects for it. When you appeared as the 13th subject, all of us on the research team were overjoyed. We thus reached out to your parents and your best friend, Pomelo, someone who knew you extremely well and who had been with you through high school and most of your time at university. We discussed this method of treatment with them. At that time, you were already at the very edge of sanity, and Gao Qi's attempted suicide had affected you greatly. Your subconscious mind kept telling yourself that you were the one who killed Gao Qi, that it was that long-suppressed second personality who killed him. Because of that, your hatred for your second personality suddenly increased exponentially. You had been lying to yourself that you were suppressing your second personality, and that it would only get triggered if you were agitated, but that wasn't what happened. The truth is that you weren't suppressing it at all. Your second personality had always been by your side the entire time. But it was useless explaining all that to you at the time. After you were sent to the hospital, you were basically in an extremely aggressive state where you didn't sleep if you were not sedated, and you sometimes even engaged in self-harm. I'm a doctor, not some sick experimenter who toys with people's lives. Although you checked all the criteria for being a subject, you were still too young to be one, and I was hesitant about it. I tried to think of ways to cure you without having you participate in that experiment. But what happened next was scary. I tried to use sedatives to adjust your sleep patterns, but I realized that you were beginning to build immunity against the sedatives. At the very start, the sedative could make you sleep for 12 hours, but it began to lose its effectiveness after a while, where it became effective for only 10 hours, then 8. Everyone on the team began to worry that the sedative would no longer be effective for you. Everyone was physically and mentally tired because of your case. Your immunity against the sedatives grew stronger and stronger, and your mental state was also getting stronger. You had great strength when you were conscious, but that was you pushing your body to its limits. If that continued up to a certain point, your life would be in danger. This is why everyone had decided that you had to participate in the experiment. We thus sent you to the experimental grounds after a treatment plan had been lined out for you. He then smiled. I was feeling a little agitated and emotional as I heard him speak, but that smile calmed me down immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, and I'll Take You Home. Volume 5. 323 I'll Take You Home, Final Chapter. After you were sent to the experimental grounds, he smiled mysteriously. You can try to recall what happened then. He then stood up and headed for the door. I realized that I finally could speak at this point. I called out. What do you mean? You're saying that everything was just a dream? Mr. Blonde smiled as he waved a finger at me. Nope. Even though it's just an experiment, it can't just be a dream. As for what happened, think about it. Li Shan, what are you going to do now that there's no one by your side and no one else to protect you? I screamed, you are all mad. I want to go back. I want to go back to the split zone. What's happening here? Go back? Li Shan, look at this and think about it properly. You're from this world. How can you keep leaving this place? That smile was still on Mr. Blonde's face as he spoke. I kept telling myself to calm down, but my hands were shaking non-stop, and I just couldn't control them. According to what Mr. Blonde says, everything was just an experiment? It was an experiment that was named Split Zone number 13 in my head? And I'm merely subject number 13? You might not be able to accept and digest what I've just told you. If you're not able to come to terms with being an experimental subject, then just treat it like it was a dream. Mr. Blonde was about to leave at that, but I got up from the bed and rushed to grab him in a bout of sudden energy. I stared at him and asked, what about them? Where are they? Mr. Blonde looked at me. They're obstacles in your brain that I've created. Even though they are also experimental subjects like you are, and their brainwaves might have interacted with yours, I'm unable to reveal any information about them to you. Li Shan, you can't remember what happened at the very end, can you? Since you've completely accepted your second personality through this experiment, your life will return to being peaceful and normal. Why are you so hung up on what happened in the end? What did you say? My life will return to being peaceful and normal? Are you kidding? This is called peaceful? Everything was a sham and I'm left alone now. I'm still lonely like I was before. Tell me how this is peaceful? I asked in a hysterical manner, laughing and crying at the same time. Sorrow flashed past Mr. Blonde's eyes. Your friends were among the other 12 experimental subjects, and whether it's Jiao S or Guan Nia, they've both already returned to reality and are living their own lives. You just need to know that they are living well, and there's no need for you to learn about anything else. How about Nia Zun? What about Nia Zun? I cried. Mr. Blonde responded with confusion. What Zun? My heart twisted in a knot. Nia Zun. Mr. Blonde gave me a meaningful look. No one called Nia Zun had ever existed in the world that I've created for you. Darkness blanketed my vision as I passed out. I was discharged half a month later. While I recovered, I finally wrapped my head around all that had happened. Everyone there did not exist, except for the other 12 poor experimental subjects. Our brain waves were connected in this space called the split zone, and I was subject number 13. Our subconscious were sent there so that we were able to conquer ourselves and find meaning and value in being alive, after which we'll be on the road to recovery once we woke up. This was the aim of the split zone experiment. Mr. Blonde was the one behind everything in the split zone, be it the space, the environment, or the monsters, and even the random passers-by. Now that I think about it, I kept harping on protecting my residents, but when have I ever met an ordinary resident? It was my brain that was fooling me, because there had only been 13 people in the split zone, including me. I didn't know if the rest had recovered, nor did I know where they were. The hospital staff did not tell me how I could contact any one of my friends since they said it was confidential patient information. Pomelo and my parents picked me up from the hospital, and I promised them that I'd live well from now onwards. There's no reason I wouldn't cherish something that I had once lost. I forced myself to forget about everything, to forget about Jiao S, to forget about Gao Qinjui. Oh, there's something else I forgot to mention. Gao Qi did not die. He was seriously injured after the stabbing, but the doctors managed to save his life eventually. When I met him again, I realized that he and Gao Qinjui were completely different people, and it was something that I had not realized in the past. Mr. Blonde told me that Gao Qinjui wasn't among the 13 experimental subjects. This meant that Gao Qinjui did not exist and he was merely a dream that Mr. Blonde had created for me. However, Gao Qi told me in secret that Gao Qinjui existed, right there in his heart. I no longer wanted to uncover the truth about this. I was like a puppet whose outer shell looked pristine while its core was full of holes. In my greed to ease back into real life, I forced myself to forget everything that had happened. Except for one person. Many times, I simply squatted and cried in the middle of doing household chores. How could it be? How could it be that no one else knew you existed? Even for Gao Qinjui, Mr. Blonde could still tell me that he was someone who did not exist, that it was merely an illusion he created. But Mr. Blonde said he had never created someone like you, and that was also corroborated by the nurses, by the other parties who were involved, by the professors and the interns. Everyone who could see what happened in my dreams and subconscious mind all told me that they had never seen someone called Niezun in it. How could it be? They can't acknowledge your existence when they could acknowledge the existence of my second personality whom I had vehemently refused to accept? They even said that there had never been anyone called Niezun? I could never accept that, but I had to accept it. I cannot continue being insane. I had my family waiting for me. But many times when I thought of you, I ended up crying. The only outlet to that pain was an impulse to engage in self-harm again. I always hugged my knees and curled up in a corner of the house to cry my fill when no one else would see and realize it. I didn't know how many days passed like this, but I began to ease back into real life. The split zone wasn't merely a dream. It taught me how to socialize with others, and it also taught me that I wasn't lonely. Until one day. Shun, Gao Qi has fully recovered, and his graduation ceremony is coming up soon. You really aren't going to send him off? Pomelo was by my side, as usual. I smiled faintly. I'm not going. But you said you're fine. You're still uncomfortable about it? Uncomfortable? It's not that. I just felt that it was better for me to be missing him than to see him in person. Of course, there's a more important, personal reason to it. I was afraid that I might think of him. Well, Duff said she met someone she liked and she wants me to go and help pick out her clothes. You grab a bite first while I make a quick trip. You okay on your own, Ashun? I smiled at Pomelo's face of concern. It's fine. Have you forgotten? I'm now the #1 sunshine girl in the entire universe. Suit yourself. I'm off. Pomelo then left. I finished my lunch and left the fast food restaurant soon after. The sun was bright outside the restaurant, and instead of going back to the hostel, I sat by the roadside. I lifted my hand to shield my eyes from the sun as I looked at the continuous traffic and took in the sounds from the road. I didn't realize this before, but I now found these sounds to be rather beautiful. Because they were all real and alive. Nyazun, you exist, right? As I looked at the sunlight shine upon the land, I suddenly felt like crying. I took a deep breath to stop myself. No, I can't be upset. Yes. I heard a familiar voice beside me as I tried to calm myself down by taking deep breaths. I turned to the side immediately. There was a pair of starry eyes under black, wispy bangs. The only thing that changed was that he was no longer in a black jacket. He was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans. My eyes widened. Sho Nyazun lifted a hand to seal my lips. I know you have questions. Listen carefully to whatever I have to say, Shinner. Hearing Shinner made me emotional all over again. What Mr. Blonde said is true, but there's something he doesn't know. There's another participant in this experiment, and that was Jiapa. He joined it as a psychologist after learning about the research in order to cure me, but this was without Mr. Blonde's knowledge. Jiapa connected to the experiment on his own, that is, to the equipment that transported our consciousness to the split zone. This is why I was there. I only regained consciousness recently because Jiapa had some loose ends to tie regarding that experiment. Anyway, the me in front of your very eyes is definitely real. The rest of them still exist as well. Jiapa had given me their information, so let's go look for them. The very last part of the experiment made everyone forget what happened in the end, and I suspect that it's because Mr. Blonde had found a loophole in the experiment. This loophole might be that they've realized that the split zone is a place that actually exists. What? I stared at him with wide eyes. As for the details, come with me. I've already contacted Jiao and the rest, and they are already at Jiapa's clinic. You're the only one who's left. Let Jiapa begin the experiment again and we'll go back together to look for that piece of lost memory. Nyazun took my hand in his, and I realized he was no longer wearing gloves. Nyazun's eyes were bright, just like how they were when I met him for the very first time. I know you're still wondering if Gao Qinji really exists. I'll be going back with you this time. Shinner, I'm taking you home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.